The series opens with the desolate scene of New York City, Manhattan, USA. A notification starting the elimination round appears. The mission is to defend everyone present. Without giving everyone time to think too much, another notification appeared, summoning the apocalyptic monster Behemoth. Immediately above everyone's heads, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A giant purple arm appeared, a giant protruded from inside, along with a pair of glowing red eyes as if it wanted to kill everyone below. Only one of the Behemoth's arms was sticking out, but the vibrations it created made the ground feel like it was having a huge earthquake. Everyone seemed extremely scared. A guy with a dark face exclaimed in fear, "It's coming!" As a behemoth, when the so-called apocalyptic monster appeared completely, another message appeared: defeat the behemoth before it destroyed this world. To show off his strength, as soon as the behemoth appeared, it roared loudly, causing everyone present to be terrified. A few people had difficulty standing up to command the crowd. This guy holding the sword gestured with his hand and said, "Everyone keep your positions, because if this time we lose, this world will be truly destroyed. Soon everyone will hold their weapons and rush to commit suicide with the powerful monster known as the Behemoth of Destruction. Fight without regard for your own life." BattleNet started in the year 2010. At first it was simply a competition between countries, but everything changed after the Galactic Cup event opened in year 2022. A war of survival against other creatures in the galaxy begins, with humanity representing the Earth continuously experiencing catastrophic failures. It is now the year 2023. The Earth as of now only has 10 countries left compared to the number of more than 200 countries in the past. A clear decline shows the current alarming situation of humanity. Now the Earth is already on the brink of destruction. In front of a monster called a behemoth, humans are just like ants to it. Just one behemoth's roar was enough to make most of the people there seem to have been wiped out. Its power is immeasurable. In the midst of such boiling oil, a man with a not-too-big physique appeared from the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked towards the monster. Suddenly appearing without a word, he threw a punch straight at the behemoth monster on the ground. The power of the punch he created caused the ground to shake violently, the ground cracking into hundreds of pieces. The crowd below closed their eyes tightly because of the smoke from the ground after that blow. After a while, after the layer of sand smoke gradually disappeared, they slowly regained their composure. But in the next second, the scene before them made them drop all their weapons on the ground, their limbs shaking and exclaiming, "No, that's impossible, he killed the behemoth alone." When he looked closely, he only saw that the monster known as Destruction was lying under the boy's feet, but looking closely, he saw that it was in exchange for the powerful attack he had just discussed. His left hand was also destroyed. The black shirt was not surprised to see this and shouted, "Is that the power of a martial saint?" "Good job." The guy in the white shirt is Sung Ji-han, our male lead, Ji-han for short, the 7th-ranked player in the world tied with the 1st-ranked player in the United States. From a very tall building not far from Ji-han a voice rang out, "Our beloved country of America has won again. This historic moment will be remembered by all the people and also by me, your president." Baron, this man with his arms crossed is called Baron William, president of the American 1st Division, the #1 player in the world. While Baron was still standing above showing off his authority, a blonde girl, worried about Ji-han, flew down to check on his situation despite the warnings of his teammates above. "Holy lady, you can't come down now. Currently the behemoth's energy is still spreading everywhere." Baron frowned and said, "Just leave her alone, she can take care of herself." Even though he said that, Baron still had to whisper in his heart, "This monster is really strong. Just the energy emitted from its body is enough to make many players faint. That's when it has been punched to death, so let's wonder how strong it was when it was still alive." But that Ji-han even beat it to death and was standing next to it. Very quickly the blonde girl who everyone called the saint ran to Ji-han's side. The girl had a scared look on her face. Trembling, he said, "Ji-han, are you okay?" "Oh my god, my left hand." So this girl is Sophia, ranked 3rd in the association, also affiliated with the 1st class association in the United States. As soon as she saw the condition of Ji-han's arm, she felt scared for him. Then Sophia immediately used her recovery skills to heal Ji-han's severed arm. She added, "Because at this time the behemoth's magic power has penetrated deep into the body, so this process is extremely painful. Please bear with it a little." Ji-han grimaced and endured the pain. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked surprised. A guy standing next to Baron on that towering building saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "President Baron, look there. Is the boss battle reward? While the healing process is still going on, right next to Jihan is a huge reward box that seems to be something that drops after defeating the boss. As soon as that thing appeared, Baron along with many members of the guild immediately flew forward and asked Jihan and Sophia to step back. The reward will be managed by him. A few people from far away who witnessed this scene were dissatisfied with the male lead and spoke up, "Wow, he just acted as if he had just defeated the monster, he's really a thick-faced guy." The guy next to him sighed. Long continued, "What can be done now, with humanity's current precarious situation? Then they are our last hope." Then Baron stood in front of everyone and said loudly, "In the name of America's first class, I will read the names of the team members who will receive rewards from the boss along with me." Everyone following him answered in unison, "Yes, President." Baron announced that, the 4th and 5th ranked saints, that's all. Sophia was the first to speak out against this. "Huh, President Baron, wait a minute. Jihan was the one who defeated the monster. Why don't you give him a reward?" Baron arrogantly pointed at Jihan and said, "Why do you think? Simply because he is not American. Even if he's an immigrant, to me he's still not a real American, he's just a dog." Is only effective. In the face of these insults from Baron Jihan, from the beginning until now, he has remained silent without saying a single word of rebuttal. When Sophia was still about to ask questions on behalf of Jihan, he spoke up for the first time, but he spoke up to stop Sophia from doing useless things. "It's okay." Jihan turned around and left with his severed hands, telling Sophia, "It doesn't matter." In his heart he thought, he was right. To Jihan, he's just a refugee after losing his country. Even though they have an S-level skill called the Unnamed Saints move, a skill that consists of fragments and requires upgrading, the user can only fully unlock the Nameless Saints technique when adjusting the 3 holy secrets, secret to suit you or when you find the saint's real name. A refugee who lost his country, with unknown SSS skills successfully managed to reach 7th place in the world. I am still not considered an American and have to endure all kinds of unfair treatment. But that doesn't make me feel sad. What really makes me feel pain is the feeling of guilt that he is the only one who survived. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly closed his eyes tightly and tried to calm himself. Anyway, now that everything has come to this, Jihan decided to treat this severed arm himself first. Perhaps there will be results of the mission soon. Immediately after that, a notification from the system appeared. The game ended, announcing the results of the bronze rank elimination mission, the type of defense mission, the conditions for passing the level, and half of the players were still alive. The United States has successfully passed the mission. China has also succeeded. Russia fails, Japan fails. The crowd, after looking at these announcements, immediately expressed surprise. They did not expect that out of the 10 remaining countries, only 2 had passed. The blonde guy frowned and replied, "No, if then humanity has lost." Immediately after that another red alert appeared. Humanity number 4212 failed at the elimination round. There are many other players who also failed. You will fight against Monster ORC number 4773 in the final elimination round. Faced with this red warning, Sophia immediately spoke up, "President Baron, we need Jihan to fight against Orc. Last time we fought against Orc, we won thanks to him." But Baron immediately refused this request of Sophia. He clearly stated, "No, we don't need that Jihan." Immediately after that, a notification appeared, summoning representatives of each planet. The war was about to begin, so with Baron's damn pride until he faced the destruction of his entire humanity still decided not to let Jihan participate in the battle. Then the Chinese representative and Baron's party were summoned. "Just met the ORC." Baron spoke up arrogantly, "Long time no see. The disgusting pigs, the orc pigs that Baron mentioned are not average, they have a very high level of 4772. When Sophia looked around, she realized that Baron only chose 4 people in the group along with the famous Chinese girl. Baron sighed, then clenched his fist and said to himself, "Okay, I don't need that Sung Jihan guy. I can do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. Immediately, Baron's face was covered with blue veins. At the same time, his eyes also became bright, and huge power immediately burst out. Broadcast. Right after that, Baron flew slowly up and shouted at the crowd, "Come here quickly, you barbarians. I am the representative of humanity. I will confront you bunch of pigs." Oh well, the old saying is that guys with big mouths often die early. In this case, it's certainly not wrong at all. When that guy named Baron, something like that, had just crowed 2 sentences and was attacked by an ORC, the opponent's head was chopped off. Everything happened so fast that the remaining people behind had no time to understand what had just happened. Everyone watching the fight on the screen gasped in surprise. Jihan stood alone in a corner, also attentively observing the battle. Baron's whole head flew away. Accompanied by a notification, "A player of humanity has died," sent to everyone. Immediately despair engulfed everyone because everyone knew one thing: the moment 4 more such notifications appeared was the moment their Earth returned to dust. The situation that followed was not unexpected. The group of famous people representing humanity were quickly overwhelmed and tortured by the giant ORC group. The notification that a human player has died continuously rings out. When Sophie was alone, she sat down on the ground under the axe of the monsters and cried out in fear, "Stop, please don't come closer." The ORC in front of her immediately swung the axe back to gain momentum and spoke, "Thank you, weak humans, thanks to you we have a chance to survive." When the axe in that ORC's hand fell, it was also the time when the announcement of the end of the game rang out. Human number 4212 had lost the bronze qualifying round. There were no more qualifying rounds. Humanity, the number 4212, is considered useless and wasteful. The useless 4212 humanity will be eliminated from the galaxy. The announcement of the beginning of the elimination ended at the same time that a giant purple black hole appeared under everyone's feet. This black hole quickly expanded and swallowed everything inside. Even Jihan's side is no exception. The guy looked up at the sky and thought, "It seems like this is the end of this world." Right after that was the scene of the entire giant Earth gradually being swallowed into a black hole, little by little disappearing from the universe. The unwilling screams of the survivors rang out, but at this point, no one could save everyone anymore. This outcome was predetermined for everyone. As soon as the Earth completely disappears, the announcement that the elimination of humanity has been completed rings out. But suddenly, another red warning was transmitted, detecting an error. There is still one humanity left. Am I the only one left alive now? The nameless holy light resisted the elimination. Several voices of the supreme beings rang out. Interesting, there are humans who can resist the elimination. Jihan also did not expect that the nameless holy light had the ability to resist elimination. He wondered in his heart whether this would be different if he upgraded this skill. The voice of the Supreme Being once again rang out. "This existence is weak but has great potential. We cannot miss any chance should we give him another chance." Jihan sank deeper and deeper into thoughts. If he knew the real name of the unknown Korean holy light, would he still exist, and would he be able to protect his loved ones? The supreme entities once again voted. Some entities agreed to give the last human race a chance to start over, but there were also some entities that opposed this. This is just a waste of effort. After the voting ended, the result was that player Sung Ji-han would return to the first period of the tournament, except through. The guy was still wondering what time period it was before he was taken to another place. Right after that, a voice coming from the TV in front of him woke Ji-han up, followed by the interview segment. When he opened his eyes, Ji-han's head was hurting like hell. He didn't know what was going on. "I can only vaguely remember the words he heard just now. I'm sure I read that I was back around the time the tournament started." It took a while for Ji-han to regain his composure to take a closer look at the scene around him. "Wait, this is the place. Is it?" At this point, just to be sure, Ji-han went to the window and opened the curtains to check. The scene in front of him made Ji-han unable to help but be surprised. Everyone was alive. They were walking and working normally. That's right, if Ji-han guessed correctly, this was Korea in the year 2020. Ji-han, he really returned to the time when the tournament really started. The kids below were playing happily. "I'm the Sword King Yoon Se-jin. Yoon Se-jin uses 2 swords. I'm the Sword King King. Keep dreaming." Ji-han didn't expect that he was actually back. After that, Ji-han immediately opened the status panel. Name Sung Ji-han, level 2, he thought in surprise. Level 2, this is exactly when the tournament just started. The corner of Ji-han's mouth now slightly raised. Even though he was still digesting a large amount of unbelievable news, Ji-han realized that this was his chance. If we use information and knowledge from previous lives to apply in this life, maybe I can change that dark future. Thinking of this, his hand suddenly tightened. His eyes glanced at the family photo next to him and thought to himself, no, I have to change. This time I will protect everyone. He closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, I have to change that dark future. I can't let it happen again. This time it will be different. Because I've seen the end of this game, and now I'm back. In the year 2020, Korea was still strong. We had one of the strongest players in the world, someone who was ranked 11th in the global rankings, who was once rated as the number 3 strongest in the world. Fast and sharp sword with high destructive power, people know him as Sword King Yoon Se-jin. He was once the pride and national treasure of Korea. Thanks to his achievements as the strongest warrior, Korea has always maintained high rankings in Asian tournaments. No, maybe we in Korea would have been able to reach even higher rankings if that hadn't happened. On the 20th day of July, the year 2020, Sword King Yoon Se-jin, the national treasure of Korea, announced in an interview, "Therefore, me, Yoon Se-jin, will change his name to Ryuhei and immigrate as a citizen of Japan." That was the event that shocked the entire world of Korea, and now Jihan has returned to that fateful day, the day that Sword King told everyone to call from now on, "I'm Ryuhei." Looking at this scene made Jihan feel uncomfortable, especially that bastard's face. After the Sword King left, Korea immediately fell into chaos. National television also continuously updates news. Many people are worried about the tournament and Korea's rankings. According to Jihan's memory, after that, Korea, from a top country in the East Asia rankings, lost consecutively, and their ranking dropped dramatically, feeling like falling into such a bottomless pit. However, at this time, Korean people are still very optimistic. 2 TV MCs happily reported that. Even so, some experts believe that Korea's ranking will not change too much. Yes, because since our country still has a lot of talent and bright stars on the rise, let's hope we can still maintain the number 20 ranking. Jihan sighed and turned off the TV, thinking to himself, "We have been ruined because we keep living in delusional thoughts and immersing ourselves in the past like that. Someone talented enough to appear and take our place, for the Sword King will never appear. Well, maybe it would be different if we had time to prepare, maybe someone like that would appear, but the BattleNet is extremely cruel." Initially, BattleNet was just a game, but 2 years after the Galactic Cup started, it became a war of survival. If you die in the game you will also die in real life. Monsters began to appear in low-level countries, and they began their one-sided massacre. After Sword King Yoon Se-jin left, Korea, as expected, fell to a low level, and everything just fell apart like that. All the survivors said the same thing: if only the Sword King had stayed, Korea would have been different, but all words were just what-ifs. This Sword King Yoon Se-jin is like that. And what makes Jihan the most annoying is that he is his brother-in-law. Just thinking about that made Jihan's blood boil, and he immediately punched the photo of the bastard Yoon Se-jin's face. He said to himself out of curiosity, "How could you love this rotten, trashy bastard, sister? And, would things have been different if she were still alive? If she were alive, would Yoon Se-jin have changed her choice?" After calming down, Jihan opened his personal information panel, thinking to himself, "It's great that I came back at the right time like this, but..." Looking at the pile of bad stats right now, it's really disappointing. Sung Jihan level 2 player, related organization, Bronze Division 1 gang male, Strength 5, Agility 5, Health 5, Mana 5. After reading the information, the guy immediately rubbed his forehead and thought, "Well, I'm not too surprised. Looking back, it seems like in my previous life, during this time, I only focused my time on drinking and gambling, so an index like this is not too difficult to understand." Jihan thought to himself, "In the past I was too stupid. Because I never realized how amazing this thing called talent is. Talent, everyone becomes a player at the age of 18, but there are a few who are gifted with something called talent." And because Jihan that day received a talent but it was only a force level, from the lowest level, he used his talent to predict over and under betting games. 6-3 out 1, brother, used that ability to predict the winner. But, at that time, Jihan did not know that the true value of this skill was only revealed after it awakened. The more Jihan looked at the stats, the worse he felt, but it was clear that these stats belonged to a level 1 player, so why was Jihan at level 2? After looking down at the unfinished bottle of medicine under the table, it seemed like Jihan remembered some memories. "Oh, I'm like, EXP medicine bottle. Some idiot drank this while drunk and went from elementary school to middle school." Jihan guessed it probably wasn't me. How could I be so stupid? When he looked down, Jihan realized he had 100,000 points. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Why do I have so many points? 100,000 achievement points. Aside from the fact that these points are quite useless and not worth the money, Jihan can't think of any achievements he completed before entering the tournament, so why does he have so many achievement points? Maybe something changed after he regressed, huh?" To verify this, Jihan immediately opened the warehouse to take a look. What caught Jihan's eye was a yellow item. Achievement redemption coupon. He gasped as he read the information about it. A benefit for the last survivor who chose to fight again. When you use this, you will be able to unlock the store achievements and shopping in there. Jihan didn't expect to be able to receive this item after regression. And it was also an X rank. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the achievement points exchange card. When he touched to confirm the use of the achievement point redemption voucher, the achievement store system was added immediately afterward. The guy smiled slightly and exclaimed, "Great! Can't believe this amazing thing is on sale." A yellow achievement shop appeared in front of Jihan. Level 1 achievement shop. Upgrade the achievement shop 20,000 achievement points. Increase status window level 1 10,000 points, plus a job box level 10,000 points. These options all make Jihan extremely confused. Well, I have more options when upgrading, but I need something that can be used. Right now Jihan's priority is something can be used, but these things do not meet his current needs. So Jihan decided to upgrade the achievement shop. The achievement shop has been upgraded to level 2. Warehouse expansion has been added. He thought to himself, not this again. Jihan decided to continue upgrading the store. The achievement store has reached level 3. More nicknames have been added. He thought to himself, this thing is not very useful now. Right now my remaining achievement points are only 50,000 points left. If I upgrade the store to level 4 now, I will only have 10,000 achievement points left. It can be seen that the higher you go, the more points you need. At this point, Jihan will have two options. Buy available items or leave it to fate and upgrade the achievement shop to level 4. There's nothing left to think about. I'll just keep gacha until I can't anymore. With the nature of a gambling addict like Jihan, it's obvious that he will make the choice to upgrade the store to a higher level. It's 4 degrees. After reaching level 4, something called emergency recovery was added. Emergency recovery, you can restore a defective item to its perfect state. After reading these words, Jihan could only sigh and cover his face in complaint. Hey, this is not good. Because if it keeps going like this, he won't be able to stop winning or losing, because he just won the jackpot. Jihan then went to the door of a room and used his fingerprint to open the door. Identification complete. You are a family member, Sung Jihan. So the place where Jihan went was Yoon Se-jin's playroom, the king in the hearts of Korean people, family members. Jihan did not expect that the system here still recognized him as a member of the family even though its owner, the Sword King, was no longer here. After starting the machine, a notification appeared. You had opened the inventory of the BattleNet connector. The guy excitedly exclaimed, "Well, I will accept this." His first key. Immediately after that, Jihan took out the item called Oriental Squirrel's Broken Paintbrush sentence, granting item A useless broken brush. Jihan then gently shouted, activating emergency recovery. The system immediately sent a notification that the Oriental Squirrel's broken palm tree was being repaired. After a while of repair, the notification of repair completion rang out. The guy chuckled softly and said, "Very well, the preparations have been completed." The A-level broken brush from earlier had now turned into the S-level Oriental Squirrel's palm tree. This was the pen of the famous Oriental Squirrel scholar. It had a connection with the martial god. While Jihan was still engrossed in admiring the newly repaired pen, another notification suddenly appeared. The tutorial for the Bronze Gangnam Trophy would soon begin. The remaining countdown time was 10 seconds. Jihan immediately opened the status window. He didn't expect the time to come so quickly. Then Jihan picked up that brush and drew something on his status board. The reason why Jihan was able to climb to the 7th rank and gain the title of Martial Saint. It's because of the combination of agility, strength, and health stats, with the unique and rare stats. It's because he has the power of a martial artist. This brush pen was abandoned due to being broken, but thanks to 2 words written from the pen now, it became the beginning of Jihan's awakening. Immediately after that, the countdown time ended. Player Sung Jihan has logged into the BattleNet tournament. This time the mission is to survive. We hope that you can survive against the monsters in this arena, along with 100 other players. Once the number of players is reduced to half, the survival game will end immediately. Right after that, Jihan was still holding the bug pen in his hand but found himself transported to another space. Along with that, there were many other players around him. It seemed like this place was it's the arena. Jihan didn't know if his previous actions had worked or what would happen to his martial force. He quickly opened the status panel to check. The strength, agility and HP indexes were added together to become martial power. Jihan couldn't believe his eyes and secretly cheered in his heart. He did it. I have received martial power, my status has added talents, the eyes of an F-class adventurer, you have completed a unique stat, you have received 10,000 achievement points. Jihan sighed and he did it. He smiled and said to himself, we meet again. Of course, even though this is only the first step for him to reach the unknown holy skill because Jihan's current martial power is only 5, but with this, Jihan can easily surpass the Bronze Cup, this is the current match. Immediately after that a message appears, you have logged in without connecting to the battle link, if you do not use the connection you will suffer 100% of the pain in the game. This announcement reminds Jihan of the world where pain can be alleviated with money. During this time one can minimize the pain received from the game by using the linker, which Yunsei Jin, Jihan's brother-in-law possesses so optimally that it reduces up to 99% of the pain received. He clenched his fist and told himself, I will make good use of that thing. The system continues to announce that the success window has been opened. You received a limited mission, achieving first place in the tutorial, a reward of 1,000 achievement points. This mission made Jihan a bit surprised because in the past he didn't have anything like this appear. But the better, because it's too simple for Jihan to say now because he now has martial power. The game starts, please survive until the game ends, then let's move. But as soon as this announcement ended, there was also a player wearing a red shirt behind Jihan. Without any delay, he carried a great sword in his hand and rushed straight to attack Jihan unexpectedly. As he slashed down, he smiled happily, rookie kid, I caught you. But what happened next was not at all similar to what the guy in the red shirt was thinking. When his blade was now easily blocked by Jihan with just 2 fingers. Yes, the most elegant pleasure in this game. Right after that, Jihan showed a devilish smile and said to the red shirt guy, thank you for your life. It seems that this red shirt guy has encountered a fire ant nest, killing several players. A guild is an organization that manages and supports players. While everyone is following the craze called BattleNet, countries are also starting to invest in player training. Thanks to investments between famous companies, many large and small associations have appeared in Korea. Have time to train strong players throughout the early season. In this tournament, where Jihan is standing, is called the Bronze Gang Cup Tournament, which is the opening place for the guilds. When it was announced that the tournament was about to start, this guy in red immediately showed a surprised look on his face. He grimaced and thought, as expected, the Men's Gang Cup was on a completely different level. Looking at the crowd around everyone exuding extraordinary auras in red shirts, he shook his head to calm down. No, don't worry, I will do well, I will be the luckiest person alive. It turns out the red shirt's name is Do-Gyu Hyuk. He is a member of the Divergent Guild. Divergent Guild is under the management of Divergent Group, a famous guild that owns many bright emerging stars. Do-Gyu Hyuk, a very ordinary young man, was able to join the Divergent Guild after luckily receiving a level A agility gift. After receiving this gift, his agility index jumped to 2 years, and this ability is not limited by season parameters. Because Gyu Hyuk was a little more confident, he prepared to attack and thought to himself, there are only a few players who receive grade A gifts, that luck fell on me, so now there is reason to be confident that we will reach the top 50. Okay, who is my first opponent? After looking around to find his opponent, Do-Gyu Hyuk realized that each of them was like a fierce tiger. From equipment to strength, everyone is extraordinary. It makes Do-Gyu Hyuk not dare to attack. After a while of observation, Do-Gyu Hyuk decided to temporarily put these opponents aside. After all, staying alive is the important goal of a survival game. I don't want to be eliminated for no reason just because I bumped into the wrong person. Coming from big guilds, everyone around him looked too good, not at all like a third-class player. Suddenly, Do-Gyu Hyuk's eyes suddenly lit up. What is that guy doing here? Was he summoned by mistake? Nearby, a rather strange person had successfully attracted his attention. This person was wearing the exact same t-shirt, and he didn't look strong at all. He was just like that. How about participating in the Men's Gang Cup? Sports clothes and a tank top, probably a new recruit who was accidentally summoned. After a while, Gyu Hyuk realized that this was the prey that God gave him. He immediately pulled out his sword and prepared to fight. Do-Gyu Hyuk thought to himself, he is my good life. I can't believe I easily got the first point like this. I'm sure I'm the lucky one. Thinking of this, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled smugly and said, even though I don't know who you are, thank you. Now just wait until the notification starts ringing because Gyu Hyuk will give this industrial chicken in front of him a free sign-out ticket. Immediately after the notification has been sent, the game will start in a few minutes. Try to survive until the game ends. As soon as Gyu Hyuk finished speaking, he immediately rushed to Jihan. He threw his sword at Jihan and said, "Die, you industrial chicken." However, what Gyu Hyuk did not expect was that the person he despised could block the sword with just 2 fingers. And what he didn't expect the most was that he had bumped into the wrong person. Gyu Hyuk trembled and couldn't pull the sword back. He was secretly screaming in fear. What the hell? Did he block his sword with 2 fingers? How the hell could a beginner do that? Can you keep up with my level A agility? Jihan suddenly released 2 fingers from the sword, immediately causing Gyu Hyuk to fall to the ground. He tilted his head and said coldly, "Is that all you have confidence in? You came here to participate in the Gangnam Bronze Cup with that kind of gift?" Because Gyu Hyuk was humiliated, he immediately became angry. Tears threatened to fall and he shouted loudly, What kind of gift is that? You can call it that kind of gift if you are agile and level A, you bastard. Think level A gifts are cheap." Jihan looked at him and calmly replied, "I don't deny it. Hey, this bastard really is." Gyu Hyuk frowned angrily and thought to himself, how dare that humble beggar insult me? Did he sound so arrogant just because he blocked one of my attacks? He said to himself, "Then, this time I will show you what is called true speed. I will use my fastest speed to knock you down." Immediately after that, Gyu Hyuk put all his strength into the sword. His whole body quickly glowed and radiated power. Jihan also realized at this point, this guy was going to put all his strength into attacking. In fact, this guy's speed cannot be underestimated. He swung his sword and slashed at Jihan. He immediately bent down to avoid this attack, as Gyu Hyuk continued to swing his sword and rush forward. But even so, this guy's speed is still no match for him. Even though he was very surprised and his speed was very fast, somehow Jihan was still able to avoid all those slashes, skillful way. While avoiding Jihan, I thought to myself, as expected, when everything suddenly returned to level 2, everything was no longer as easy as before. It's not because the guy in front of me is too fast, it's because I've become slow myself. This match won't be easy. If it were me in the past, someone with countless experiences fighting in countless arenas, the trajectory of the attack of this guy in front of him was too simple and easy to predict. I could easily see through his movements, so that's why Gyu Hyuk couldn't hit Jihan even though his speed was slightly better. Gyu Hyuk shouted angrily. Then he rushed at full speed towards Jihan. After dodging for a while, Jihan used his bare hand to hit Gyu Hyuk's hand, causing the sword in his hand to immediately fly away. When he saw that, he was extremely surprised. While Gyu Hyuk was still bewildered, Jihan jumped high and quickly caught the sword. Jihan's eyes immediately flashed, as cold as the great sword in his hand. Then, with one quick move, a sweet sword slashed across Gyu Hyuk's neck. He was terrified and had difficulty uttering every word. No, that couldn't be like that. Why would that happen? Gyu Hyuk collapsed on the ground in pain, staring at Jihan angrily. "I will definitely win next time we fight, just wait." Jihan sighed and thought, look at the way he made an appointment for a rematch after he was about to die. He's really a rookie. Then a few notifications appeared in front of Jihan. You got your first kill, you got 100 achievement points. Right after that, Gyu Hyuk's sword also disappeared in Jihan's hand. When a player is defeated, their weapon also disappears with the player. If not, with this sword, Jihan could probably go wild. The main observed the surrounding situation and thought to himself, now that the warm-up has finished, should I move forward one more time? If I want to get there first, I have to kill more than 5 more lives to stay in the rankings. Looking at the monsters in front of him, it was just as he had guessed. There was no one there to fight these monsters, so the number of monsters remained the same. In BattleNet, in addition to players, there are also monsters. However, killing a monster is only counted as 1 kill compared to the player, so you have to kill 10 monsters to equal 1 player. Maybe that's the reason why most people avoid monsters and aim at other players, especially monsters that always come in groups like this group. Only fools would confront them. At this moment, a notice appeared in front of Jihan, with the new mission. Destroy the ORC army, an army of 30 ORCs, which is the strongest monster army on the arena. Show them your superior strength and defeat them. The reward is 500 achievement points. After reading the notice, Jihan immediately thought, although hunting monsters is not an effective strategy, this reward, these 500 achievement points, is 5 times more than getting the first kill. In this case, there is no reason for me to refuse this mission. After thinking about it, he happily started his hands and said, monsters are still monsters, these people cannot compare to the real orc people he once faced. Well then, I'll just dive into them all. After breaking his neck, Jihan immediately rushed forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye to attack the group of people. This group of idiots looked at each other and asked, "What's in front of us? It looks like there's a naked guy rushing towards us." "Human, he is crazy, we will destroy this arrogant human." Immediately the two ORC took two axes in their hands and rushed towards Jihan. Seeing them rush out to meet Jihan, he smiled softly, showing interest. With their slow speed, those two sharp axes were easily avoided by Jihan. Jihan grabbed two of the ORC's axes. Then shouted, "Let me make you understand what is really called throwing an axe." After speaking, he immediately swung the axe and threw it at them. The next second, the other two orcs were immediately cut in half by two axes. This made the crowd gasp in surprise. While the remaining orcs were scared, Jihan quickly ran into the middle of the orcs and stood there. Jihan seemed to turn into a genuine madman. With just an axe in his hand, he slashed left and right, causing countless approaching monsters to die. ORC's head kept flying up in the air and then landing on the ground. When the crowd saw this, all 3 souls and 7 souls were frightened. Immediately the crowd became agitated and rushed straight towards where Jihan was standing to form a hamburger position to play with him. Jihan suddenly stopped to check the system. The number of ORC had been destroyed 5 out of 30. The group of people frantically rushed towards Jihan, screaming continuously, killing him. The main character immediately used the axe to lean over to block the attack. Until the axe in his hand shattered, Jihan used his bare hands to punch continuously. Each of Jihan's punches was like a 1,000-pound barbell hitting the bodies of the orcs. With each punch, each of the orcs died. The monsters kept screaming, "Humans, kill him, kill him." The louder they shouted, the harder they fought. Very soon, of the 30 or so animals, only a few were left standing on the field, many of them were lying around. An ORC raised its weapon towards Jihan. Jihan frowned and immediately picked up an axe and swung it at the monster in front of him. "How pathetic, who taught you to scream so loudly while fighting?" When his axe blade slashed down, the other dragon reflexively raised the wooden handle in his hand to block the blow. The two sides collided violently. The aftershock of the impact caused the axe blade in Jihan's hand to break and fly away. Jihan sighed and advised the group, "Could you guys use a better weapon next time? These weapons are too weak and not suitable for your size at all." When the remaining group of soldiers saw that the weapon in Jihan's hand was broken, they immediately realized that their opportunity to counterattack had come. They immediately rushed forward. The human weapon was broken. Quickly rushed forward to kill the human, just this kind. Immediately, a series of remaining orcs organized a second siege, each holding an axe in their hand and slashing it straight at Jihan, continuously screaming, "Die, human bastard!" Jihan sighed, "What a bunch of idiots who refuse to change." Jihan lifted one of his legs. Then he stomped hard on the ground. Immediately an earthquake was created. The ground immediately became broken, accompanied by a shaking that pushed the entire crowd away. The next second Jihan jumped up. Take the sword that fell from an ORC. Then jumped up high. The guy jumped so high that those people, because their necks were too short, looked up and couldn't see Jihan anywhere. After that, the main character flew down at lightning speed, swinging skillful swords to slash countless monsters. His speed was so fast that the group of people who couldn't see anything had to die. Someone shouted, "I couldn't see anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Jihan rushed over to sign him out. The tip of the slash penetrates 3 targets straight. 4 lost 3, leaving only 1 ORC left on the field. Looking at his teammate being beaten, he stood still for 5 seconds, then it trembled and exclaimed, "This guy is not human. He is a monster." After this sentence was uttered, that last ORC was slashed by Jihan to end his life. The system board displays that you have completed the mission to destroy the ORC army. You have received a reward of 500 achievement points. You have leveled up. The notifications that continuously appeared in front of Jihan made him very surprised. He wondered, did I level up right in the middle of the game? The experience points should have been summed up at the end of the game. Could it be because I'm at a low level? Well, it's effective. I can level up my stats too. The guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let's see, if I could only level up a single stat, then of course my choice would be martial power. A quick look at Sung Jihan's current information. Current level 2, Area 1 Bronze Trophy Gangnam, Martial Power 5, Mana 5, remaining stat points 1, Martial Arts Master Class Profession, Parachute I Talent Fake Level F, can determine the skills of other players, nicknames are not available. Martial Power, a unique stat that combines strength, agility, and endurance. Even if I possess other stats of the same level, this crazy martial power stat can at least double my ability compared to other stats. And there is also another reason why this point of martial power is special to Jihan. That is, when he reaches 30 points in martial power, the opportunity to receive an unknown divine art of the S level will open. Jihan's current goal is to achieve anonymous divine magic as soon as possible, so of course all of Jihan's stat points will be put into martial power, but this martial power stat also has a point, fatally weak. Martial power is not a stat that can be increased that simply. But this time it has increased to level 6. Jihan thought thoughtfully, usually you have to accumulate experience in fighting and training to increase your martial power, and the added stat points can only maximize your physical growth. But for someone with full combat experience like Jihan in his previous life, this flaw in martial power was completely erased by him. The main character smiled softly and exclaimed, "That's great, I don't know what happened, but if martial power points continue to increase like this, all that needs to be done is simply to add all the points to martial power." While Jihan was thinking, from afar a girl with a bow in her hand shot him secretly. With his agility and reflexes, Jihan was able to easily dodge even though the arrow was flying at a very fast speed. He frowned and thought seriously, an arrow. The girl's face changed after a moment of surprise. She smiled slightly and said, "I didn't expect you to dodge that arrow, you are indeed a lucky bastard. Let's deal with it quickly because it's about to end." Right after that the guy with the whole body armor also stepped up and said to the girl, "Okay, as agreed before, whoever kills this guy will be the winner, owner, right?" Jihan also realized at this time, it seems these two people have cooperated with each other. This happens quite often. The purpose of the survival map is for players to fight, but there are no rules prohibiting guilds from cooperating with each other. And Jihan could recognize the logo on the girl's shoulder as one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, the Turtle Guild. A warrior and an archer, the perfect combination of melee and ranged attacks. If these two come from the same guild then it's clear, their purpose is to kill other players. At this time, a series of notifications were sent to all players. 60 people remained, and the tutorial was about to end. Jihan didn't expect the number of players to decrease so quickly, so right now he just needs to focus on dodging attacks to be able to pass this round. But these two people in front of me came here with the clear intention of killing people. Maybe they see Jihan as an easy prey. The guy wearing armor immediately asked, "If you agree to have dinner with me, I will give you the life of this guy in front of you." The other girl immediately replied, "No thank you, I refuse." While the other two were still busy flirting with each other, Jihan on this side opened the scoreboard to observe. He thought to himself, "I have already killed 4 lives. Just enough for me to be at the top. This is really great, it's great that I can strengthen my rankings." That girl is still criticizing her teammate, "We have a huge age gap, you should feel ashamed of yourself." Then in the next second, Jihan rushed at him at a terrifying speed. 1/ causes her to log out immediately. This is the time for Jihan to test the power that 6 points of martial power bring. The system instantly sent a notification that there were 58 survivors left, and the tutorial would soon end. It took the soldier a while to regain his composure and realize that the girl had been logged out by Jihan. He asked tremblingly, Why you? How dare you kill her, you bastard?" Jihan didn't say much and immediately used his overwhelming speed to circle behind the soldier. "You swing your sword and slash him from behind. I not only dare to kill her but also kill you." However, the surprising thing was that Jihan's 1/ only scratched the soldier's armor. He smiled triumphantly and said, "As expected, it is the guild's exclusive level B armor, can help me dodge a slash from you. You'll never penetrate it with some ragtag weapon." But that was just 1/. While the other guy was still arrogant, Jihan raised his sword and slashed dozens, hundreds of sword slashes into the armor. If 1/ doesn't break then 100 slashes will. Look how durable your armor is. Every slash of Jihan makes that warrior hurt. He screams, "You fucking lunatic. Why did you only slash in one place?" After a few dozen slashes, it seems this armor is not as durable as Jihan thought. It broke a huge piece at the nape. Jihan held the sword in his hand and said coldly, "You're a girl with B-level armor, you came here to hang out. If that's all your purpose, then I don't think you should come here." Jihan's eyes suddenly flashed. He smirked and said, "I think you have to endure the pain a little more." The sound was transmitted extremely clearly through the computer screen. A girl wearing a white shirt and a bodyguard behind her were observing the entire event taking place on the ring. It turns out this girl in white is named Lee Ha-yun, head of the 3rd Department of the Human Resources Department of the Divergent Guild. She also had to praise Jihan's crazy actions. Wu was quite surprised. This is really a relief, isn't it? The girl behind heard that and asked in confusion, "What is that?" "Of course. I was so relieved that this crazy guy wasn't summoned at the same time as her." After hearing this, the girl behind her immediately stood motionless. She was Lim Ga-young, also in the Divergent Guild and working as Lee Ha's bodyguard. Yun. Lee Ha-yun continued, "If she did the same summon with this crazy guy instead of placing second, she might even be eliminated. So if we encounter this person, we should avoid fighting with him. I wonder if that is a good idea." Lee Ha-yun's words made Lim Ga-young even more thoughtful. Lee Ha-yun sighed and added, "Oh my god, how could my Ga-young lose? Just fight him and defeat him." Ga-young didn't know what Lee Ha-yun meant. After a while she said, "I will listen to the boss. I will avoid having to fight with this guy." But at this time Lee Ha-yun changed her mind. "No, this is an order. We need to collect data, so just hit it." Whether it's an order or anything, Ga-young will still obey Lee Ha-yun. Fighting or not fighting is the same. Ga-young bowed her head and replied, "If you say so, I will obey." Suddenly her eyes were glued to the computer screen. Right now it's playing Jihan's fight scene. In her heart she silently said, "Sung Gi-han, I swear, I have met this guy somewhere before." Lim Ga-young belongs to the Divergent Guild. She is known to have natural S-level abilities and is a promising and potential member of the Divergent Guild. Her performance in the cup match that day was even beyond everyone's expectations, a person who possessed all the elements to stand in first place. That is, if it weren't for the appearance of male lead Sung Ji-han, the rankings that day would have changed and the name Ji-han would have taken the top spot, surprisingly pushing Lim Ga-young to second place. Everyone gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "How is it possible that a second level can be ranked first, and moreover, there are no tools or connections with other organizations?" These are the information that the reconnaissance team of the guild gathered after their people were easily killed by Ji-han. Despite starting later than everyone else, wearing only a cheap t-shirt and sweatpants, having almost no iron, and inexplicably possessing 6 skills, someone like this can actually argue level 2. Who the hell is this Sung Ji-han and where did he come from? At a modern high-rise building in the city center. After the orientation session ended, Ji-han returned home. "I received a notification that you ranked first in the recent tutorial. The reward for being first is a 50% increase in experience, increasing 3 levels from level 3 to level 6. After reading it, Ji-han smiled happily and said, "Maybe it's because I'm a newbie that my level has increased so rapidly." GP is not on the list of rewards for the tutorial. First of all, according to the old intention, all the stat points that Ji-han receives are put into martial arts points. Currently martial arts points have increased from 6 to 9. The guy thought to himself, next is the title he received after winning the cup. Bronze Ruler title, instruction sheet, all stats +1, experience increased by 20%. Both of the above categories are only valid within the bronze trophy range, although the new title is only bronze rank but still it's quite stable. To see if the indexes have increased as announced. Wow, great! Ji-han turned on the status panel and saw that his martial power index had now reached level 10. With these stats, this bronze trophy is now as easy as eating porridge for Ji-han. After all, the silver cup promotion doesn't come until level 25 or higher, so for now Ji-han just needs to focus on practicing a lot to become stronger and he'll be fine. When looking at the job section, Ji-han remembered something. Oh yeah, I still have this job collection part. You can gain your base vocation from level 5. Collecting jobs is an important moment when a new player chooses their own job. There are 4 different career options: warrior, archer, mage and support. Ji-han's choice in his past life was the warrior job. He thought to himself, after all, having experienced the warrior profession once, if he continued to choose this profession now, everything would be much easier. But the important thing is that right now Ji-han also has the level achievement store that he found after regression, in which there is an option worth 10,000 achievement points to add a profession. With this, so even if Ji-han chooses another profession, as long as he has 10,000 achievement points, he can open another warrior profession if he likes. What an incredible offer for the lucky ones. So why should Ji-han choose the warrior profession early now? I thought for a moment that he had chosen a much more interesting profession. The scene changes to another dungeon, one full of zombies. A series of messages appear. Welcome to the Gangnam Regional Bronze Cup. Your mission is defense. Defend the crystal and survive the waves of zombies attacking at the base of the tower. The battle will end if you do not defend at least 5 towers. That is the mission in this dungeon, and the first person here is the level 23rd bodyguard Lim Ga-young, who belongs to the Divergent Guild, warrior profession. Ga-young looked down at the crowd of zombies below and silently lamented, even though it was only in the game. Looking at this number of zombies is too disgusting, they are crowded like insects. A moment later, behind Ga-young, a few other players participating in this copy with her also appeared one after another. As soon as these two appeared, they sighed and said, "Hey, why are there so many maps, but we always have to land on this map, and this defense map?" Ga-young did not speak but silently assessed these two newcomers, an archer with level B equipment allied with Guild LK. And the other is a mage who, although not allied with any guild, has extremely powerful equipment. The girl looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Both of these people were not bad, but according to Ga-young, the most important factor in this defense map must be. Just as I finished thinking, a blue light appeared. It crashed straight into the middle of where the other three were standing. It seemed like God had sent Ga-young someone with the support job she wanted. Ga-young focused on looking at the light in front of her eyes and thought to herself, defense is ultimately a measure of which side's endurance is more resilient, so the ability of that support class member is the vital point. Ga-young's eyes suddenly opened wide in surprise. What is this? This is Sung Ji-han, and of course that dream support profession is none other than our Sung. The guy who appeared immediately asked, "Is it defense?" Sung Ji-han is 27 years old, support profession. 20 minutes before Ji-han chose the support profession, the system immediately issued a warning, this profession is not suitable for you. Are you sure you want to continue without choosing this profession? Ji-han thought to himself, the reason I chose support first is only one, that is no matter how many systems I go through, everyone warns me that that position is not suitable for me. Choosing to be a support means unlocking the holy magic stat, which is a deciding factor that must be present if you want to unlock a new specific stat. However, this index is very difficult to increase. Moreover, even through practice, it cannot be increased as easily as other stats, so other than contributing with the remaining points, there is almost no other way to increase the Holy Magic Index. But right now Ji-han's goal is to put all his stat points into martial power. How can he have extra points to increase into Holy Magic? But the reason why Ji-han still chose to unlock the support job is because he knows there is another method to increase the Holy Magic Index, a method that can win or lose. That not many people know about. Ga-young recognized Ji-han because from the previous tutorial she had investigated Ji-han a lot, but what she didn't expect was that Ji-han actually chose the support job. The first person to laugh loudly was the magician. "Git, hey, are you the support guy?" "Oh my god, I was laughing so hard, that's why I didn't go to the tutorial. Look at that pile of equipment and clothes, damn are you a beggar? How much money do you think I spent to buy new expensive equipment just to help poor, worthless people like you get through the floodgates, huh?" The archer next to him saw this and immediately advised the magician to calm down. He was getting a bit impatient. The magician frowned and immediately pushed the archer's hand away and shouted loudly, "Let go of his hand, you want to stop me after seeing the tattered appearance of this guy who just arrived? Seriously, let me go back, don't participate anymore. You guys go and take care of it yourself." Ga-young sighed and complained, "It's too noisy." In her heart she thought, who would have thought that she would be paired with a troublemaker like this? It seems like this defense mission this time. This is hard to eat. When Ga-young was still complaining about himself and blaming Buddha, he suddenly heard the scream of the magician. "What was that? What are you doing? Quickly let me down." "I said let me go, bastard." It turns out this magician, because of his big snout, was easily grabbed by the neck and lifted up by Ji-han. He kept asking for Ji-han let himself down. Hearing that, Ji-han had no choice but to follow his wishes, whatever he liked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-han immediately released his hand and the magician was released by him from the top of the tower and fell to the bottom. The zombies below saw the lucrative bait and rushed over. To the horror of everyone present, Ji-han solemnly announced, "What the heck, if you don't like it then don't play anymore. Without you, I would still be a good team." "Don't," the mage's shrill cry rang out. He is now kneeling in front of Ji-han and begging him, "Don't do that again, please forgive me, I will try my best." That's enough killing. The person kneeling down and begging for Ji-han's forgiveness is Kim Gyu-yuk. There must be a reason for this magician to change his attitude so quickly, right? Each player will have 3 lives in total in the Bronze Cup defense game. Kim Gyu-yuk was revived right after being thrown down by Ji-han the first time, and of course Kim Gyu-yuk was thrown down again by Ji-han. So now he only has 1 life left, 1 last life. If he accidentally dies one more time, he will be ranked last. That's why the magician had to kneel and beg Jihan to forgive him. Jihan put his hands in his pockets and looked at him coldly and said, "What's up?" Kim Gyu-yu quickly replied, his face pale with fear, "From now on I will work hard." He gritted his teeth and lowered his head to the ground, thinking to himself, "I must not be ranked last in any way. If I am ranked last, I will be punished with a level downgrade, and the skills I paid for with my own money will also disappear." That is, the reason why even if Kim Gyu-yu had to suffer humiliation, he still volunteered to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. This time if the player's level is not compatible with the required skill level, that skill will be automatically removed. Jihan smiled coldly and replied, admitting that he turned around faster than his ex-lover. Last time when he was revived, he proactively attacked Jihan, but when he only had one life left, he threw away his integrity to ask for mercy. Kim Gyu-yu was screaming frantically just now, "Don't come near that bastard, shoot, shoot, shoot." Jihan asked the magician, "It seems like you're good at something like fire magic, right?" After listening, Kim Gyu-yu smiled foolishly and replied, "Oh yes, that's right, fire." When fighting against a huge army like these zombies, fire magicians seem to be very useful. Hearing that, Kim Hyu immediately stood up and solemnly announced, "Yes, I am this fire magician, and I am still at the 10-year level. I'm sure you don't want to lose talented people like me." Ga Young in the back suddenly sighed and thought, thinking they were just the same. But that's the real Kim Gyu-yu. He used to belong to one of the top 10 guilds and was respected by everyone. But he failed 4 times in the silver promotion tournament. After that, this guy went everywhere to fight. This can be considered a symbol of a genuine loser to clearly affirm his poor position. He scratched his head sadly. Kim Gyu-yu pointed straight at Jihan and said, "But I have one condition. That is, you have to apologize to me for hitting me before, then I will join your team." The archer guy in the back also thinks that everyone should make peace with each other so they can unite and overcome the defense map this time. "Wow, great, why don't we coordinate together?" Kim Gyu-yu said so on the surface, but inside his heart he was furious and cursed silently, "Bastard, I'm sure." Before he could finish cursing, in the next second, without saying a word, Jihan once again approached Kim Gyu-yu and lifted him up by the neck. He dragged him towards the edge of the tower. He smiled softly and said, "Great, you're telling me to apologize." Gyu-yu was bewildered and didn't understand anything. As soon as he said wait, he was pulled out of where he was standing. Kim Gyu-yu was once again given a ticket by Jihan to freely fall from the top of the tower to the bottom. After dealing with him, Jihan immediately maintained his cool posture and spoke, saying that, "People thought I'm the one who started the war." Kim Gyu-yuk's scream still echoed until his body made contact with the ground. A notification appeared, the profession mage Kim Gyu-yuk had died. Lim Ga-young was so scared that she was sweating, but Jihan's face didn't change at all. He still calmly told everyone, "Let's go. Next time that bastard needs to be more understanding to survive." The other guy seemed bewildered and speechless. Right after that, it seemed like the general attack of the undead had begun. A large number of monsters from below began to crawl up. While the 3 Jihans were still standing there, the defense station next to them shot fire continuously at the monsters. Those guys shouted happily, they were indeed fire magicians. "That fire really worked. We just escaped the bottom of the rankings. Should we go roast some potatoes and eat them? Because there are still magicians left." Because of the fire, those people blew away the zombies even though they hadn't even had time to crawl up. The archer guy started to scold Jihan, "Hey, that's why we need the mage here. Now what to do next? Everything would have turned out well if we also had the help of the fire mage, but you killed him already. We are about to lose because of your stupidity." Jihan didn't pay much attention to the archer guy. Instead he opened the status window to look at the outside mission, the limited mission, get the first place in the 10 towers, receive a reward of 10,000 points achievements. Jihan realizes there is a new link quest unlocked. Zombie Origin, kill 1,000 zombies yourself, reward 3,000 achievement points. After reading the notice, he immediately began to think about killing 1,000 stars himself. At this point, it was almost impossible. But I don't want to lose these 3,000 achievement points. Meanwhile, there was still a pair of eyes looking at him. While Jihan was contemplating, Ga Young, standing far away, had been evaluating him for a while. He was truly the worst choice. Always does what he wants, and his job is just a support. Despite his character parameters, even an amateur gamer would not attack his teammates like that. There was no reason for the Divergent Guild to hunt him down so much. The archer, after not receiving Jihan's response for a while, started to get angry. He shouted loudly, "Hey, answer me quickly, are you deliberately ignoring me? If you behave like this, then fight on your own." Faced with this question, Jihan immediately appeared extremely surprised, not because he was abandoned by his teammates, but because he was actually able to deal with these zombies alone. The archer immediately stood still and exclaimed, "What?" Jihan continued to ignore him and immersed himself in his own thoughts. "If that happens, then I can complete the mission of destroying 1,000 the corpses alive." Ga Young sighed and said, "I'll go first, you stay behind to cover me." In her heart, she thought dejectedly, even though their ending was already a complete failure, they still had to complete it. It is the responsibility of a player to give up without even playing. Jihan immediately replied, "Okay." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and announced, "I said I would do it, I'll clear the way. So you stay and protect this archer kid." At this moment, a zombie appeared on the citadel where the group stood. The archer stammered in fear, "It was a blood zombie. It's not like normal zombies, its head is liquid, so using physical attacks on it won't work." A sound came out. The zombie rushed towards him and opened its mouth, very scary. While Ga Young and the archers were still surprised by the blood zombie, Jihan used the weapon in his hand to blow up the blood zombie's body. With just one attack from him, that blood corpse shattered into hundreds of pieces. Ga Young was surprised to see the flesh of the blood zombie shooting out everywhere. Her eyes could not hide the horror when she realized. That is the divine white fire skill. A skill combined with holy magic. Could it be that this person in front of him already possessed holy magic? Right after that, Jihan alone held a stick in his hand and stood at his head to stop all the zombies. Everyone that came would receive a stick from the Gihan and then fall dead. Every blow he made them fly away. But they didn't know what to fear and still rushed forward. He took his weapon and destroyed them, blood splattered everywhere. The guy standing with his jack said, "I don't know if I can do it. But just try it." He stood on the rampart and held his weapon heroically. Reviewing the mission, the number of zombies that Jihan has currently destroyed is 6 out of 1,000. Just like that, Jihan conquered the virtual world with one stick and one person. He alone roamed the map with only one stick. With each blow, a large number of zombies die. The number of zombies destroyed continues to increase. The undead were beaten without mercy. Every punch to their face. The system also displays the number of zombies killed. When you finish weaving the regular zombies, there will be a bunch of red blood zombies climbing up. The guy observed the situation and thought to himself, "These blood zombies are immune to physical damage, physical attacks have no effect on them at all. So to deal with this group I will release a small amount of holy magic." With just a small amount of holy magic, I was able to kill all the blood zombies with one stick. The two people Ga Zhong and Archer standing behind, witnessing this performance of Jihan, became speechless and did not know what to say. After a while, the archer also regained his composure. He gasped in recognition, "Wow, this support is no joke. Even though he's a jerk, I have to admit that he's so good. Well done, great." Even though he was alone, he was able to deal with most of the undead. Ga Young next to him couldn't help but praise Jihan. She thought to herself, he was comfortably controlling holy magic while fighting without any hesitation, wasting them. This level of control is crazy. More importantly, this name. From the beginning, he always aimed at the zombies' heads with absolute precision. After a while of fighting, he finally destroyed all the zombies. After a few minutes, the number of zombies that Jihan had destroyed had now reached 210 out of 1,000. The notification immediately appeared, the conditions were met. You have completely understood the faith in another world, the holy power has increased from 6 to 7. Jihan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, this is the effect of the method that Jihan mentioned before, a method to help increase one's own holy magic without using stat points. He took the weapon and turned away and said, "Great. And of course, it's working. Holy items, they are extremely valuable and sacred objects." Year 2010, when the Earth's tutorial lock was first started, they were sold at a very high price and according to rumors all the items contained secrets. After 10 years, no secrets were found, and their value immediately plummeted. Especially for the finished products of another world, they have no value, many people don't even know of their existence. However, in her previous life, the Saintess Sophia had revealed something to Jihan, that she had enhanced her own holy magic by using holy items from another world. Jihan was extremely surprised and asked again, "What?" At that time, at the American branch of the American First Class Association, Saint Sophia said that you can enhance your own holy magic with holy items from another world, but after you complete the tutorial, it will no longer exist. Effective too. Jihan still doubted and asked again, can you really do that? Sophia smiled and immediately confirmed, of course, that's the way to help me become a saint. This initially surprised Jihan, but according to Sophia, if he holds a holy object from another world for a long time and prays, he will be able to receive holy magic, but each person's conditions require it. Items will be slightly different. Jihan put his head in his hands and replied in surprise. He couldn't believe that no one knew of such an easy way to increase holy magic. Let's face it, even if they heard rumors about it, these holy items were provided with the quantity is very small, even if you look for it you may not find it. Jihan heard this and continued to think, that's right, and it only works in training courses so very few people know about this method. Jihan continued to ask in surprise, thanks to that she was able to possess holy product monopoly huh? Sophia put her fingertip to her lips thoughtfully and replied, it's not entirely like that. This information is not top secret but it's also not something that everyone knows. There was someone who was constantly buying items from another world, and another player also knew about this information. After returning to the penthouse of the Sword Palace building, Jihan found a room with countless holy items from another world existing in it. What surprised him more was that all of these holy items had been drained. They were completely empty, or like a waste product. From the chalice to the cross, the pendant, its information panel all had been disabled. Jihan remembers what the Saintess Sophia once said, is it possible that someone has collected finished products from another world? The identity of the player who collected the holy items from another world, another holy woman I knew. My sister Sung Ji-ah. The companion of Sword King Yoon Se-jin, my older sister, is the strongest supporter in Korea, called a hero by people, even though the story of her death happened in the past. He put on his coat and prepared to go somewhere. In the sacred items left behind, I found steel clubs, quality steel clubs E. Based on the item's description, I destroyed the zombie's fear box. He took the stick and smashed it down where the zombies were standing. At this time, the steel rod item level in Jihan's hand had dropped. There probably wasn't much holy power left to absorb, but it was still the perfect item created to crush these undead. Lim Ga-young, who was in the back observing the situation, also admitted one thing. Even though it's a support job, Jihan's physical strength is too terrible, but the way he uses his stick is even more terrible. The archer's exclamation suddenly brought Young back to reality, oh so great. He pointed to the group of people next to him and said, brave man, there is a group of very strong people over there, their level is very high, they are in the top 5. What do you think about joining and helping them? The archer was so busy talking that he didn't know that a zombie was standing next to him. Ga-young saw that and immediately jumped off. She pulled out her sword and slashed the zombie away, saving the unsuspecting archer's life. Then she landed gently. Jihan suddenly realized something. He looked at her suspiciously and thought to himself, what's wrong with that guy? I think she's very familiar. The sword technique that this girl just used is called Peach Blossom Sword, so that girl is Lim Ga-young, right? Jihan stood still and thought, she was once famous as the temporary Sword King, but it didn't have good results. She died at the hands of the current Sword King aka Jihan Yoon Se-jin's brother-in-law. No, it must be Ryuhei. Somehow I saved Peach Blossom Sword again. At this time, Ga-young spoke up and asked Jihan for help. Can we join you? If we fight together I think we can both get a higher rank. He looked at her for a moment. Jihan then opened the scoreboard to take a look. He is currently ranked 5th with a score of 398, the number of zombies destroyed is 397 out of 1,000, and is still a fair amount away from completing the mission. But now there was only more than an hour left, they didn't have much time left. If it's a Peach Blossom Sword, she can still handle it even without Jihan. Jihan realized what he should do, okay. Just let things continue, you should worry about it. After saying that, the guy immediately jumped down, making the two of them surprised and bewildered. On the way down, Jihan activated all the holy power in his body into the stick. A huge white light covered the stick. With a loud bang, the ground shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Jihan thought to himself, I will take everything and blow it all to smithereens. The archer opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, wow! Oh my god, we are at the top. A notification from the system has been sent after Jihan's recent level. You are the last survivors. You have completed the limited mission, top of the 10 towers. Jihan held the stick in his hand that was somewhat limp after the afterglow of the battle. He sighed and thought, as expected, isn't this a bit too much right now? Even though he had climbed to the top rank, the number of zombies that Jihan personally destroyed was only 560 out of 1,000. The game is over. In his heart, he thought to himself, when he becomes stronger, he will come back and complete this challenge of 1,000 zombies later. At this time, the archer seemed to have become a fan of Jihan. He kept praising him from behind, supporting him. Thank you so much, he played so well. Thank you for taking the responsibility, you are truly number one at the top. I always trust you. Jihan didn't pay any attention to him and continued to be immersed in his own thoughts. Well, I wonder if a similar mission will appear at that time. The archer excitedly added, let's team up again next time we get drunk. Contrary to the archer's feelings, on this side, the girl Ga Young was still standing at the edge of the tower and could not escape her surprise. This can't be possible. Can an independent player really do this single-handedly? He's even a support job and lower level than me, yet one blow from him with all his might could cause this tower to crack and collapse, leaving the zombies completely destroyed. Game error. After talking for a while, the archer decided to log out of this map after successfully passing the level once. Jihan also intended to receive his own reward for overcoming the hurdle. When he was about to leave, Ga Young called out, Sung Jihan. Jihan looked at the peach blossom sword girl in surprise. He asked curiously, how do you know me? He thought to himself, at the present time, they don't know each other. And Ga Young was secretly thinking that she had to talk to this guy privately. The potential and achievements that this person has shown through the last 2 battles are too great. The Divergent Guild needs to recruit Jihan into the guild. So to be able to recruit Jihan, Ga Young put all the so-called face aside and asked Jihan for his phone number. Then she looked at him without saying anything more. Then she became surprised when she realized something. Suddenly being asked for his number made Jihan a bit surprised. He suddenly exclaimed, what? After finishing speaking, Ga Yang also realized, was I just being too sudden or not? Did I also clearly explain my intention when asking for the number? Maybe this Jihan misunderstood something. This is the problem. The first time we talked, I asked him for his number. I was not behaving properly and intentionally asked for his number when we first met. Ga Young then falteringly explained, I am a member of the Divergent Guild. For the convenience of work, but when Jihan immediately interrupted her, I apologize for interrupting her. But really, right now I can't remember my phone number. Ga Young once again froze for 5 seconds. Does there really exist a weirdo like this guy named Jihan in this world? Jihan continued, if you and I have a chance to meet again in the future, then I will give you my phone number, so goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Jihan immediately logged out and left Ga Young behind with questions. She cried and thought to herself, how could he not remember his number? I just got rejected. Jihan is now moving on the street. As he walked, he rubbed his head and thought, I really have been using an American phone number for too long. What is my Korean phone number? It's not like I can ask others what my phone number is. After all, I just got recruited. It seems I stand out too much. Actually, I could also ask for her number, but right now he has no intention of joining any guild. The important thing right now is the reward from the map just now. After thinking about it, he immediately opened the status window to check. That reward made Jihan reach level 8, strength 10, mana 6, holy power 7, and was rewarded with 1500 GP points. He started calculating, let's see, he increased 2 levels, and received 1500 GP points. Considering that the holy magic also increased, this wasn't too bad. But 1500 points can't buy a single holy item. The cheapest item in the GP shop is already 3000 GP. Even though it's the year 2010, prices haven't escalated yet, but Jihan still hasn't been able to buy a single thing. He thought to himself, maybe I should go back home and rummage through my sister's warehouse, there will be more hope. A moment later he came to an extremely modern building. The elevator is stopping at the 67th floor. The house door gradually opened after verifying the information. He opened the door and was about to enter the house. Suddenly he discovered something. And became amazed. The source of that surprise was the sudden appearance of a pair of shoes in the house. He stood there looking at the shoes for a while with his limbs shaking. Everyone has times that they regret for the rest of their lives. In his previous life, Jihan also had many things that made him regret. His hand trembled against the wall next to him, his mind constantly asking questions. Yes, maybe it was. But what Jihan regrets the most is the fact that He couldn't protect that girl, so the main character mustered up the courage to go inside. A girl in a school uniform slightly leaned back and said, "Wow, what a surprise, you're already up and out at this hour. Are you still feeling nauseous?" Jihan is still standing there frozen in surprise. He can't believe what is happening in front of his eyes. There have been many times when Jihan told himself that if he could see him again, he would say a lot of things that have not yet been said to that person. He remembered that sad time. The girl at that time kindly said, "It will be okay." Jihan clutched the bottle of wine in his hand and droopingly replied, "Say, you're really strong." "Yes, you are very strong. So from now on I will protect you." Back to the present, the first thing Jihan wants to say is thank you for protecting me. And, the next word is an apology, "I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." In the memory he screamed in pain. "I know it sounds shameless to say that. But I really miss you, my little niece." The girl saw her uncle standing there, smiling happily and saying, "Hurry up and wash your hands." The two people stood facing each other and looked at each other for a long time. The young girl in front of Jihan is Yoon Se-ah. This year she is 18 years old, the daughter of Jihan's older sister and Yoon Se-jin, of course also Jihan's niece. Jihan, after a moment of dark memory, asked, "Is my extracurricular activity on the island of Georgia over?" Se-ah scratched his head and replied, "Haha, in the end I was the only one who ended it early." Because she was born when Jihan's older sister was working hard to raise the two of them, Jihan was the one who was by her side and took care of her since she was very young. The little girl smiled happily and continued, "Everyone is crazy about Dad. Now it's just you and me at home, haha." For Jihan, a person who lost both her parents at a very young age, Se-ah is more important than anything. She is Jihan's family and only current relative. But thinking about that bastard Sword King made Jihan's blood boil and curse under his breath, "That bastard Yoon," but he still endured and asked Se-ah, "Nothing, has your father contacted you at all?" Se-ah bowed her head and replied to Jihan, "Oh, the thing is, I tried to contact him earlier, but, the thing is, it seems like he has fallen in love." Returning to the previous phone conversation between Se-ah and the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin coldly said on the phone, "Anyone is fine, that's all you need to know." The little girl was extremely surprised and said loudly, "Dad, what are you talking about? Why do you suddenly say you're falling in love? Are you crazy?" The Sword King replied, "I don't expect you to understand, that's all I need to know. I'll ask again, so what should I do now? Are you planning on abandoning me and leaving like that?" "That's right, this is the condition that girl gave to accept my feelings, father. So father, you are telling me to accept that silly condition?" The Sword King without any hesitation, he didn't let me say more so he hung up. After hearing the story, Jihan once again became angry, "That damn Sword King bastard." But after that, Jihan still had to sigh and endure everything, but he couldn't let his niece witness that side of him. He told himself, "No, you always show a kind face, but..." Looking at the photo of Yoon Se-jin on the wall, he cursed under his breath, "That ungrateful and irresponsible bastard, did you throw away your daughter and the whole country just because of another woman's feelings? Because of you, I'm innocent enough to end up in this situation, even though I tried so hard to hold back." Jihan couldn't hold back every time he thought about the Sword King. His whole body emitted an extremely indignant aura. At this moment, Se-ah suddenly pointed at the photo behind him and asked Jihan, "Uncle, were you the one who broke the family photo?" This question made Jihan immediately feel guilty. He quickly replied, "Please, sorry Se-ah, I was so angry that I lost control a bit." He thought to himself, "Am I too angry? No matter what, that guy is still Se-ah's father. If I do that, will it make Se-ah think?" But Se-ah doesn't blame Jihan for this. The girl laughed and said, "Why did you break it before me? I wanted to do the same. Don't worry about me thinking nonsense, I'm still very fine, really." Jihan stood still in surprise for a few seconds and then thought to himself, "Oh yeah, that's Se-ah. If her mother, her older sister, would unfortunately die, even if her father, Yoon Se-jin, betrayed her and left. She always smiles and seems happy, she cares for me more than herself." But Jihan is the one who understands best that the girl's heart is not as happy as it seems. He looked at her and smiled gently. He gently placed his hand on his head and turned it in praise, "Se-ah, you've grown up so much. Now I know how to comfort and take care of you too." "It's okay," Jihan told himself, "don't worry, Se-ah, because from now on I will definitely protect you. I will definitely not let anyone hurt you again. Don't take on too much." The strong girl from before now closed her eyes tightly and buried her head in her uncle. She obediently replied, "Yes, thank you." But, uncle, what's wrong? You smell so sweet, your nose is as good as a puppy's. Jihan's snack package was left outside the door, but she still smelled it. In the Seoul metropolitan city, the Divergent Guild belongs to the Gangnam area. Ga Young has an unhappy face after what happened with Jihan in the zombie defense map. Meanwhile, Miss Lee Ha-ji-won kept laughing and couldn't stop laughing because she held it in for too long. Seeing that, Ga Young said with a cold face, "You can laugh out loud freely, miss." "No, I'm sorry, just keep smiling." So after that, Ha-ji-won decided not to laugh softly anymore but burst out laughing loudly. Her laughter echoed throughout the divided guild, making everyone hear, "Ha ha ha, I'm really sorry, Ga Young, really?" Ga Young is shy anyway. Seeing Lee Ha-ji-won like that, she immediately became angry. Miss Lee used her hand to wipe away her tears, not believing what she had just heard. She continued, "Lim Ga Young has potential, asked for his number and got rejected. That guy is really a funny guy. But above all, the reason is that he can't remember his phone number anymore. That's really strange, haha." Ga Young looked down and sighed and continued, "I can't do anything, that's what he said. Then how can I force it? Besides, people also say that the first time someone appears in front of the opposite sex, they will be judged on their appearance. My appearance is not as beautiful as yours, lady. I looks more like a boy than a girl." Hearing these confessions from Ga Jong made Lee Ha-ji-won extremely surprised. There's a problem, she thought. Doesn't she know how famous she is? Right now behind Young Station there are several handsome men whispering to each other. She's a peach looking for Ga Young. Should I ask her to go on a date? The guy next to her immediately advised her, "If you do that, she will chop you like a melon." Then the young lady walked forward and waved back and said, "If you go out and talk around like that, you will be scolded." Then the two of them went upstairs. Sitting and sipping a cup of coffee, looking at the street from above, Lee Ha-ji-won smiled happily and said, "Ha, only here do I feel most relaxed." Ga Young stood next to me and asked, "What do you plan to do, young lady? What's up with recruiting Sung Ji-han?" Lee Ha-ji-won sighed and replied, "What do you mean, what am I going to do? No matter what, I need to recruit him into the guild. That crazy old man forced me to do it. I really feel like there's a lot of pressure. I think that Sung Ji-han is a talent we should recruit." At this moment, a notification was sent to Lee Ha-ji-won's phone. The announcement title is, "Predicting the winner on the battlefield." She opened the status panel and said, "What is this? Why is there a random guy broadcasting live today? There isn't any big match happening today." Ga Young saw that and wondered, "Miss, do you often watch nonsense broadcasts like this?" "What nonsense? This is simply a strategic analysis broadcast." She was simply surprised. But then surprise appeared on both girls' faces. Ga Young stammered and said, "Miss, that's, Sung Ji-han." They very quickly realized that the random person they were wondering about on the air was actually Sung Gi-han. The uncle stared at the camera and said, "Is it okay?" My aunt immediately replied, "Okay. Is the phone side okay?" Ga Young grimaced and asked Lee Ha-ji-won, "Is this the broadcast you watched to predict the winner?" Ji-won quickly said, "It doesn't matter anymore. Sung Ji-han, this person." What surprised Lee Ha-ji-won more was the title of the broadcast. Yi-han put it right at the beginning, "I am the Sword King's sister-in-law." Not only Lee Ha-ji-won but also the viewers at home. Everyone was surprised during this broadcast, and a series of comments were continuously sent. They saw the picture of twin swords behind Ji-han's back and realized that this statement was true. This guy was present at the sword hall. That twin sword symbol was the statue of two swords hanging at the top of the building, the Sword King's house. That is the clearest evidence for what Ji-han said. Yi-han saw that and immediately said, "Say can you step back a bit?" Immediately countless comments were sent. "Is Say the daughter of that traitor? If she is the daughter of that traitor, betrayal, is it possible for a daughter to be just like her father?" While the crowd was still busy mocking the Sword King, a few people quickly realized that Ji-han was applying power to his body. Then he slowly lifted his right leg. No one knew what Ji-han was doing. "Are you planning on playing any tricks?" Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground. With a bang, the whole ground where he was standing along with the feet of the twin sword statue were shattered by the aftershock of the stomp. A bolt of lightning hit the statue of two swords. This action of Ji-han made both Lee Ha-ji-won and Ga Young along with countless viewers gasp in surprise. "What is that crazy guy doing? The statue is cracked in two." But it didn't stop there. Ji-han once again used his strength to punch. He rushed forward quickly, then unleashed a powerful punch that immediately shattered the twin sword statue. The number of viewers of this live broadcast quickly jumped to 20,316 people. Countless people showed interest in Jihan's action, but among them there were still a few crazy fans of Jihan. The Sword King was indignant. "How dare you do that to the statue of the two swords? The Sword King will definitely not forgive you." Just like that, the number of views and comments quickly jumped exponentially. The number of views is now the number of the broadcast has reached 1,297,836. Accompanied by countless announcements, achievements have been achieved. After completing the statue of Yoon Se-jin's twin swords, the seam on the shoulder of his shirt was also torn. But Jihan didn't pay any attention to it, but clenched his fist and opened his mouth. Next I will talk about Sword King Yoon Se-jin's naturalization. BattleTube, a BattleNet live streaming system, similar to YouTube. A popular platform in the largest market share globally. Everyone uses this platform. And because this is part of the BattleNet, the number of viewers, the number of registrations and views, all of the above factors provide Jihan with rewards when reaching a certain level. For Sung Jihan at this time, the title of brother-in-law of the traitor Sword King is a good opportunity to help him reap all the rewards. A series of announcements such as achievements that attract viewers, and achievements that usually reach 100,000 views appear in front of you. He glanced at the system. Jihan chuckled and thought, as expected, the number of dislikes was countless. I didn't expect that the Sword King Yoon Se-jin had betrayed his country and still had so many passionate fans. At this moment, a comment attracted the guy's attention. "How dare you destroy the Twin Swords Monument? That is the symbol of the Sword King. What if because of you doing that, the Sword King cannot return?" A black logo with a picture of two swords, L. Thinking of this, Jihan frowned angrily. It was the Sword King family, a group of crazy fans of that Sword King, who pushed Se-ah into a dead end. Although they have absolute support for Yoon Se-jin, their resentment is also growing more and more. And that anger began to turn towards his only blood, which was Se-ah. The Sword King left this country because of his ungrateful daughter. Yoon Se-ah must die for the Sword King to return. Kill her, kill her. Those are the reasons they created just to cover up why the Sword King left the country, because they needed someone to take responsibility for the Sword King's actions. The image of her being murdered by those guys appeared. Jihan couldn't continue to let that painful thing happen. He volunteered to be the target and take responsibility. Suppressing his anger inside, he calmly continued, "I hope everyone listened carefully to the words I am about to say next." He punched the sword statue hard and continued, "Ito Ryuhei won't come back." When these words of Jihan came out, a few people in the crowd of viewers also realized, isn't this person Sung Jihan in the bronze division? Look at the way he makes small talk into big things. You guys watched him break the twin sword statue and still said that. Right then Jihan stood in front of all Korea's viewers and opened his phone. "I will let everyone listen to the original recording. This is the conversation between everyone's Sword King and his daughter Se-ah after he left Korea to become a Japanese citizen. Dad, what's going on? Why did you leave so suddenly? I found the person I love. What do you mean? I just want the best for her." All the truth about the Sword King's true face was witnessed by all the people. Most of the viewers were bewildered and still could not believe this truth. Some people were indignant that such a bastard, so he was once the idol of many Korean people. He let everyone listen to a long paragraph. When it came to that part, which was a condition for that woman to accept my feelings, Jihan turned off the phone. Some commenters expressed disdain for the Sword King and international marriage. Why is that guy willing to throw away his country and his daughter? His crazy fans still stubbornly believe that this is a lie. Well, that can't be true. Next it was Se-ah's turn to stand in front of the camera. She looked at her uncle and smiled. Then the girl sincerely spoke up. "Hello everyone, I'm Yoon Se-ah, daughter of the Sword King. What just happened was a huge shock to me. I'm standing here because I have something to announce. My father said he would leave the sword bow to me." Hearing that, some people were jealous and didn't expect to be able to inherit the sword bow. Some people wondered why my father wasn't the Sword King. I also wanted to inherit the sword bow. That's it, I'll continue talking. However, I cannot accept the inheritance of someone who abandoned his country and family like that. So the building he left to me, I asked permission to donate to the country. Public opinion was stirred when the entire $1,000 building was taken away. Is she crazy? Did we hear correctly? Se-ah smiled with relief and added, "I hope my contribution will be able to support and help the country in training players in Korea. I will share detailed information at a later date." Back in time 30 minutes ago, Se-ah was extremely surprised and asked Jihan again, "Do you really want me to donate my house to the country?" You don't look like you're drunk right now. Why do you suddenly want me to do that? Jihan was pinched by my aunt and immediately cried and confirmed, "It'll hurt." Her eyes were filled with tears. The girl clenched her fist and asked again, "Why do you want me to donate everything we have? Are you crazy?" Jihan seriously replied, "Are you very alert, not drunk at all?" In his heart, he was thinking, actually, from the beginning, I had no confidence in being able to convince her to do so. But let's see who is convinced, because we don't sell an ordinary building, this building that a normal person can't build for a lifetime. What we do is donate it. But I have to do everything I can to convince her. I just want to be good for her. The reason why Jihan wants to do that is to avoid trouble for Seiya, because in a while when he will seek the king as king, the representative from Japan, in a match between Korea and Japan, was the one who defeated Korea. This created an outrage from the Korean people, the anger of the Korean people. The people got so big that they couldn't control it anymore. The government couldn't appease their anger, so they confiscated all of Yoon Se-jin's assets. The traitor Yo Se-jin will remember our faces. After that, Seiya had to endure all the criticism from the people. She had nowhere to go, and was always stalked and threatened by the Sword King family, and finally the moment she was pushed by them, reached a dead end and perished. Anyway, sooner or later it will be revoked by the government, so it's better for them to donate to the government in advance to satisfy the people and the government. This can help them avoid having to suffer those unnecessary criticisms. Jihan thought for a moment, maybe he'll see that he's just a frivolous uncle who stays home and gets drunk all day, and he can't tell her that he's from the future. But Seiya didn't show any doubt at what Jihan said. She looked at her uncle and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement with donating this building to the government. Okay. This made Jihan extremely surprised. He couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, "Huh. Seiya, I really see it. What is your reaction?" "I agree." "Then suddenly you change your attitude. I mean, it's a bit unreasonable, right? I don't look like the type of person who would impulsively say something like that. Besides, it's been a long time since I've seen this face of yours, a face full of confidence and wisdom. That's why I trust your words unconditionally." Hearing these words, Jihan smiled happily and thought, I don't know who this girl looks like. Back to the present time, Jihan was standing to the side with his arms crossed, watching his niece. He is extremely proud of his niece. She is indeed very similar to her beautiful and talented mother. At this time, a few comments from the Sword King's family appeared, attracting the main protagonist's attention. On behalf of the Sword King's representative, I will tell you, you have been deceived. That guy is a scammer. That name Sung Ji-han is not the Sword King's brother-in-law at all. He is a spy planted by the Japanese side. Ji-han is not afraid of the accusations of this group, because that was his original purpose. Great, just insult me like you guys are doing. This way the people in the family will find the new king won't cause trouble with Seiya, but I must be sure to achieve my ultimate goal. After Seiya finished speaking, now it's Ji-han's turn. He stood up in front of the camera to continue speaking. Yoon Se-jin. Actually, I think I did very well. He said he did it all for one woman. But the truth is, anyone who knows that Sword King will know. The person behind heard this and immediately gasped in surprise. Uncle, it seems like this was not in the script they discussed earlier. Ji-han then added that it was because he was out of time. Do you think we don't know that you ran to Japan because you knew you couldn't do anything in Korea? This statement once again created a wave of controversy. The people of the Sword King family began to touch each other. Pan text message threatening Ji-han, be careful what you say. Some people are laughing. Sung Ji-han, a guy with a bronze rank male gang, is speaking out to criticize the Sword King's demise. It's a joke. The two people who heard those words were extremely shocked. Ji-han still ignored the angry crowd. He loudly declared, take care in Japan, Yoon Se-jin. Should I call you Ryuhei? Because when I see you again I will definitely kill you. Mom and Dad didn't realize it. After the live broadcast ended, it was already late afternoon. Seiya worried Ji-han, do I have to do that, uncle? Right now both Korea and Japan are in chaos. Ji-han smiled slightly and said, Seiya, no need to be so tense. Just ignore them. Don't watch the news right now or you'll be stressed again. I wonder again, but I feel like there's something wrong with you. It feels like after last night you suddenly turned into a different person. After hearing that, Ji-han scratched his face and thought to himself, it's understandable for her to see that. Yesterday this guy was still drunk fishing and today he's become so mature. I don't think it's strange, but how can I act normal after dying and then reincarnating? After thinking about it, he replied, I guess you think I look like a drunkard. No, what do you think? Truth. While the two were still busy arguing, the bell rang outside the door. Seiya wondered, who would come here at this time? Ji-han replied, not very surprised. I didn't think they would come here so quickly, he said with eyes wide open. Don't tell me they came to find me. Don't worry, it's not like that. After saying that, Jihan smirked and thought to himself, okay, let's see, should we make some more money? At the same time in the Japanese capital Tokyo, the night sky was colored with lights. The relationship between Japan and Korea is expected to continue to be tense due to the Sword King becoming a Japanese citizen. I guess Korea will be angry at losing their best player. They are bashing him and saying that everything is because of a woman. I don't know how beautiful that person is. Yes, the problem is that the Sword King's sister-in-law also issued a challenge. I'm curious how the Sword King will react. I think this will be easy to do. It is said that the Sword King's sister-in-law is representing the wrath of the cold. That is the news that Sword King Yoon Seo-jin is listening to on the news. At this time, a woman behind Seo-jin sat up with her nightgown in disarray and asked, "Is that news bothering you?" Seo-jin still calmly replied, "No, are you awake? Isn't this news? Does it have any effect on you?" The woman immediately replied, "It's okay, I can't sleep after playing with toys anyway." "Seo-jin, I'm just worried that you're under pressure." The Sword King heard that and frowned and said, "Shizuru, stop calling me Seo-jin. I took your last name so now I'm Ito Ryuhei." But that girl immediately hugged the Sword King and said, "No, I was wrong. You are Yoon Seo-jin, #1 player in Korea, swordplay Yoon Seo-jin." The Sword King uncle turned to look at the call girl with love. "Shizuru." She gently placed her hand on his face to continue, "That is the truth that cannot be changed." Right after that, both of them said sweet words of love and then gave each other a passionate kiss. "I love you, you are my Seo-jin." Returning to Jihan, after hearing the bell, he stood up and opened the door to say hello. The other man replied as he took off his shoes, "Thank you Sung Jihan, I'm sorry, it seems like you're waiting for me too." Jihan smiled softly and replied, "No, I'm just looking forward to the government's participation because a small problem has become a big deal." Minister Park Yoon-sik, the person who came as expected of Jihan is the head of the Korean government's combat division, Park Yoon-sik, also known as Minister Park. After Yoon Seo-jin left, the government stopped visiting this place. This man really only takes care of Jihan and Seo for the convenience of supervision. Seo obediently greeted the minister uncle. And Jihan next to him couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face. Now it's time for the stage to light up. Jihan will take everything he needs. Right after that, Minister Park spoke up. "Although it was a bit violent, I had already seen it. The government admits that we can't bring back the Sword King, but we can't let the people know this immediately. The Korean match is also coming, so..." Jihan interrupted Minister Park, "Why don't we stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point? You want me to revoke the donation of sword power, right? Because it will be an official acknowledgement that the Sword King will not return as soon as it is accepted." Minister Park did not expect that the Jihan in front of him would be so straightforward. He wondered and thought to himself, is this really the same pathetic person from before? From what I remember, he was just an unemployed person addicted to alcohol and gambling, just like this Jihan in front of him, become someone else. Lost in thought, Minister Park sighed and replied, "You're right, we haven't really given up hope of bringing back the Sword King. We want to propose a consignment management contract instead of a donation." Jihan quickly realized the purpose of this. Consignment management is to change someone's ownership of the management of an organization or property. They are so smart, taking responsibility for management until the real owner returned. Jihan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said solemnly, "Then the condition is to return the ownership of this place to the Sword King when he returns." Minister Park immediately replied, "Yes, that's right, then. It would be better if both you and Seo continued to live in this place." He then took out a set of deposit management contracts from his pocket. "These are all conditions that are beneficial to both sides. Please read through and think about this issue." When Jihan heard this, he immediately thought to himself, "It seems like the government has thought a lot about this. Anyway, I want to hand over everything, but if they are so willing, it will be better for both Jihan and Seo to follow through." Then Jihan said to Minister Park, "I understand, we agree with the government deposit management contract side. However, we have a request." "About what problem?" The scene changes to a certain arena. The fluorescent streamer has started the live stream. Immediately after this announcement, a large number of viewers flocked to this live stream channel to watch. That guy with the fluorescent name is raising his hand to greet everyone, happily introducing, "Welcoming everyone to my broadcast. Today we will return to the Roman arena full of blood and dust." Right after that, the fluorescent jumped from the top of a statue's head to the ground. As he jumped, he said, "Travel streamer. Hello everyone," again with a sunny smile. "I'm a fluorescent streamer. When he saw that someone sent a gift of fluorescent GP, he immediately became happy. He stood and wiggled his butt and all to express his joy. Oh no, here is my rich man. I will react with a smile, jump of 0 to even though this is just a dead trend. Behind the fluorescence, many other players were angry when they saw this guy's presence. Everyone gritted their teeth and thought to themselves, it's that bastard again. I wish he'd been hit by cars on the street and left bedridden for a few years. It's that bastard, fluorescent streamer. He is a famous streamer known for his looks and hype, and is a famous prankster. He used to be a gold player, but he demoted himself to bronze to create content, and called it a deep-sea journey. He doesn't care about the game anymore, he only cares about having fun, and people call him the ultimate prankster. His equipment and stats are still at gold rank, so it seems like he gets excited about harassing and killing players who are weaker than him. Fluorescent looked innocent and said, I'm not a devil. The people behind were still trembling and thinking, they were right, you really are a gangster. After the introduction ended, he started his chicken operation. He looked up and down to identify his first victim and then excitedly said, whatever, enough of this boring conversation, let's see who will be the first victim. Suddenly, the fluorescent saw a strange phenomenon. He exclaimed in surprise, is this the content? In front of him is Jihan, who is very hot recently with the title of the Sword King's younger brother-in-law. Fluorescent immediately took his spear and ran in front of Jihan. Sung-ji, I really want to interview you, the Sword King's sister-in-law, the best bronze player, the destroyer of the twin swords statue. You are called by many nicknames. Recently you have attracted a lot of attention very much. Jihan didn't answer but coldly turned his face away. In his mind he thought, is he a streamer of BattleTube? That's so noisy. Now that I think about it, it seems like I still have some BattleTube achievements that I haven't gotten yet. I will increase the number of viewers a little. The fluorescent guy is now happily telling the viewers, oh everyone, I've been completely ignored. After that, Fluorescent also relied on the comments to realize that Jihan had also started broadcasting live. He was extremely worried and thought to himself, damn, so I accidentally gave him a free advertisement just now. I need people to watch my broadcast, not him. What if my viewers accidentally jump to Jihan's channel? Suddenly at this time a registration quest appeared in front of the fluorescent. The quest creator's name was Second Year Class Channel. Kill Sung Jihan so that he falls to the last rank. The quest reward is 2000 GP. Fluorescent read it and immediately froze in surprise. What? 1 GP is about 1001, so that's about 2,000,001. I didn't expect someone to pay such a large price just to kill Jihan in the game. Play. After looking at the comments, it seems that the person who issued this quest is also a member of the Sword King family. They also promised that if the fluorescence was completed, they would increase the reward. Immediately after that a series of reward messages were raised in front of the fluorescence. He knew that these people had a grudge against Jihan, but he didn't expect them to be so crazy. Soon after, the reward value for the mission to assassinate Jihan had reached nearly 32,000 GP, but the number continued to increase. Fluorescent clutched his mouth in horror. He stared at the window and thought to himself, it's been over 30,000, now it's reaching 40,000, at this rate I might get 50,000 GP, that's it. Next, when the announcement that all players have been summoned in the game is about to start rings, this number also remains the same. In the end, the final number for the mission to assassinate Jihan, leaving him in the last place, reached a value of 42,713 GP. A huge number that made even a streamer with a reputation like Fluorescent unable to keep calm. He sat down on his knees and shouted loudly, unable to hide the happiness on his face. Right after that, Fluorescent hugged his face and cried. He thought he felt sorry for Jihan, but it turned out it was because he almost reached 5,000 GP points and was so sorry. Fluorescent's trick immediately worked, as a viewer from the Sword King family immediately commented, if you can really kill Jihan I will send you 10,000 personally, GP. Achieve the goal. Immediately after that the Fluorescent solemnly announced, I, the Fluorescent, have felt your determination, I will definitely not let everyone down. Immediately after that the Fluorescent started prepare your head, ready to fight. He said loudly, Sung Jihan, prepare to fall into desperate times. From now on, I, Fluorescent, will let you finish this game sooner than expected. The next second, the active preparation skill was activated, accelerating the player's body towards the target ahead at extremely high speed. Then the fluorescence rushed towards Jihan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And I will become your personal angel of death. But the moment his sword swung down, the old scenario in the bronze tournament was repeated. Jihan gently used the item in his hand to send the fluorescent sword flying high. While he was still bewildered, Then the sword was in Jihan's hand. Seeing that it wasn't dented too much, Jihan immediately exclaimed, it was indeed a good and durable sword. So the thing in Jihan's hand right now was a D-rank holy item called a cooking pestle on a planet, extraterrestrial. Aliens use this to cook pagans. You can experience the full power when equipped with both a cooking knife and pestle. Jihan thought to himself, I swung with all my might. Then maybe I have to use a pagan sword too. Right after that, Jihan pulled out a cooking knife from his pocket and a set of equipment with the cooking knife just now. With a few basic strokes, the fluorescent guy was slashed by him so he couldn't land on the ground, but can only take the blow from high up. Viewers witnessed this scene and immediately commented in surprise, what is that? Is that sword energy? That's right, oh my god, a silver-ranked person uses sword energy, but this person possesses sainthood. Where is the power? But wait, if he has holy power, then is this Jihan a support class player? Then a notification appeared in front of Jihan. Player Sung Jihan achieved the first victory, receiving a reward of 100 points GB. Jihan is very satisfied with this kitchen knife item in his hand. With it, Jihan can both slash away people like fluorescent and increase his own holy magic. Looking at Cao Dao made him suddenly remember that he hadn't been in the kitchen for a long time. It really had something to do with it. I felt like I was falling into the endless night of death, unable to see anything, as if all the light in my life had gone out. Yet, the darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. Your fluorescent streamer has come back to life for you guys. Seeing this, viewers immediately wondered, how did he come back to life so well? Could this guy be hacking the game? It turns out that Fluorescence already owns an item named Resurrection Cross, which has the ability to revive a user once. This item cannot be used within national alliances, team combinations or game promos. Even though he was able to revive, everyone was very disappointed in him, especially the people of the Sword King family, who thought that the Fluorescence could not complete the mission. Seeing the disappointment of the fluorescent viewers, he immediately spoke up to explain, oh hey, it seems like my carelessness has made many live viewers dissatisfied, but everyone just wait a little longer, soon I will pay that Jihan both capital and interest. Fluorescent was still standing there, not knowing when Jihan had been standing behind him. The main character smirked and scorned, ah, is that so terrible? Continuing with 2 sweet knife strokes, Jihan once again made this fluorescent guy appear. Now God cannot revive him again. The system immediately displayed a notification, player Sung Jihan, double kill. After dealing with streamer Jihan, he thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've met a player using a revive item like that. In the future almost no one will use it anymore, not because of the punishment but because of its flaws. Looking up at the observation stands, Jihan also realized that today was much more crowded than usual, perhaps because the audience came to watch the game starting today. What's more special is that today's audience is the forest spirits and elves. Are the bastards who made me vomit, the ones who contributed the most to the fall of humanity. But that case is for the future. For now let's just focus on solving the current problems first. Looking at everyone around him standing in groups and far away from Jihan, he also realized part of the problem. It seemed like Jihan was isolated by everyone. I thought this group was planning to play a council game, but then Jihan only saw them running away in chaos. Their faces couldn't hide the look of terror and they screamed, now is not the time to fight, we'd better run away. Even the fluorescent gold rank players were beaten to a pulp by that Jihan. Jihan stood stiffly and sighed dejectedly, hey, if this situation continues, the effectiveness of the hunt will decrease. Looking at the 2 pagan items he had just obtained in his hand, he muttered, besides, it took me a long time to find a D-rank finished product, and in my heart, I thought to myself, in order to gain holy magic, I need to continue, fight more. At this moment, a notification was sent by the system. The guy excitedly read the announcement, launched a new mission. Normal mission, subjugate the goblins, eliminate all the goblins gathered around the Goblin King. Jihan smiled and exclaimed, oh my, what a gift from God, when you were short of firewood, you found a fertile forest. Right after that, Jihan carried the cooking pot in his hand. Knock each green goblin's head one by one. Each one gets a knock on the head and only logs out, unable to resist. After that, the system continues to send notifications. You have used the holy item properly to make them surrender, and the D-rank cooking utensils are responding. Jihan has already realized the correct use of this cooking utensil set. First, you must use a cooking pestle to hit the goblins' heads, then use a kitchen knife to stab them in the heart. Because it is a set of equipment, there must be a certain order of use. Luckily, Jihan realized this early before the tournament ended. But it's not too early because at this time the number of goblins beaten to death by Jihan is no longer small. Well, it's not completely over now. In front of Jihan right now is the monster boss of the tournament. Goblin King. They have a 3-meter tall body, twice the size of a normal adult, and are superior in both physical strength and brain. Jihan sighed and complained, "Why explain so much?" The monster boss's face was already distorted after receiving a single blow from Jihan. Even if he was the king of goblins, he was no less. Just one hit would make him fall in love. Jihan said coldly, "What's the point of being superior? After all, it's still just a bigger goblin." Then, according to procedure, Jihan immediately pulled out a kitchen knife and stabbed it straight into the goblin's chest. An announcement was also made immediately after. Defeating the task of subduing the goblin, you have received an additional 500 achievement points. Award. Increase 1 more holy power. The cooking utensil product review has dropped from D to E. Even though this kit has lost its quality now, Jihan can still get 1 more point of holy magic from this kit before it becomes a waste, which is still very useful, but these two things are too slow to keep up with Jihan's monster hunting speed. Maybe he needs to change his target to the players who are far away. This group of people seem to have the intention of avoiding Jihan and standing very far away. To fight, Jihan started rolling up his sleeves and said, "It's really annoying, but it can't be helped." To fight, Jihan started rolling up his sleeves and said, "It's really annoying, but it can't be helped. If the mountain doesn't see me, I'll go find the mountain." After that, Jihan's whole body radiated a terrifying power filled with murderous aura. Holding a cooking utensil like a god of death and walking towards the players, the crowd of viewers began chanting online on behalf of the crowd. In this silver award, some viewers criticized Jihan for not seeming to be very good at broadcast management, but nonetheless, he was still many times better than that useless, incompetent guy who died early. At the same time, in the high-end urban area of Seoul, Gangnam City, the fluorescent guy is at home proving himself to be a genuine keyboard warrior. When he read those disparaging comments, he immediately understood the problem. Fluorescent angrily pointed at the screen and shouted loudly, "The useless guy in everyone's words is saying that he is right. What about when you guys flattered me and told me what the live show was like to make up for my talent? It didn't even matter to me. He's not weak, he's just incredibly strong. Don't you guys even bother to watch any analysis videos?" For example, through a broadcast video of Jihan fighting a group of goblins, all his estimated stats average 30 years. The Bronze Cup stat limit is only for 2 years. How the hell can a guy like him who just promoted from bronze to silver have such terrible stats? When Fluorescent was still silently scolding Jihan for being a gamer. Then there were some screams from the broadcast, like the sound of a pig being pricked. When the Fluorescent looked at the screen again, he discovered that it was the cries of the remaining players in the silver tournament. He stood still with wide eyes in horror. The devil Jihan is transforming into a butcher with cooking utensils in hand. Wherever he goes, people die. No one can withstand an attack from Jihan. No one can withstand an attack from Jihan. The system immediately pops up a notification. Player Jihan applies the coup Q. Other viewers couldn't help but be surprised and quickly commented, "This is art. What kind of thing is it like to run straight and fly away 4 people's heads in one shot?" A series of notifications were sent: triple kill, quadra kill, and finally pentakill. Just like that, Jihan alone stirred up the whole virtual world. You beat the other players standing on one side until their faces turned pale. The guy holding the bow immediately told the bald head next to him, "We will temporarily cease fighting. Bald head, you quickly use the tool to buff my strength. I will put all my strength into destroying that guy who hacked the game." Hearing that, the bald head immediately grimaced and replied, saying who is bald, "This dish-faced bastard." In one move, the archer immediately shouted, "Hey, you damn game boss. Damn, you have to stop." After saying that, he immediately shot a series of blue arrows towards Jihan. But still with his old style, Jihan only used the cooking pestle in his hand to easily knock away each arrow. As a result, not a single arrow of them was Jihan. His head poked at the archers behind, who witnessed this scene and were completely bored. They no longer had any courage to fight Jihan anymore. The end result of these two guys is to become one of Jihan's trophies, then being logged out of the game. The viewer gets a comment, dumbfounded, 10 kills in a row. The name, "Hey, didn't he actually use that hack? Damn, this guy is crazy," pretending like this guy is actually human. Right after that, Jihan also received a notification. The cooking utensil set was reacting, increasing 1 point of holy magic. The cooking utensil item set had dropped to the pressure level. Cleared the hidden quest, achieved 10 kills in the Colosseum, you received an additional 500 achievement points. After reading the notice, Jihan immediately thought to himself, holy power and achievement points, so I have completed my target for this time. But there are still many things missing. I need to have something strong and decisive. While thinking, Jihan suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. At this moment, the system has a new mission, an epic mission, to find the Dark Queen among the audience sitting at the Colosseum map and encourage her. Jihan wondered, a mission epic case. An epic quest can appear in the Bronze Asia Cup tournament. Most importantly, the reward for this mission is 50,000 achievement points. Constellation attention. Constellation. In a supreme individual, personally represented in a star, a divine entity in the BattleNet, gaining the attention of a constellation means being under their protection, helping you achieve abilities that would normally be achieved, often impossible. Something that only takes effect at the Diamond Cup, but it's happening right here right now. Jihan frowned and thought to himself, I have to get it at all costs, I just need to pull one of them towards me, and surely the other constellations will also show interest. However, to be able to find the Dark Queen mingling among the countless elf spirits up there is not a simple task. Will I be able to find her? Currently Sung Jihan is one of the first people in the Republic of Korea. Achieved the record of killing 10 consecutive kills. The previous person was the Sword King Yoon Seo-jin. News of this had begun to spread in the mass media. As a result, Jihan received 10,000 followers and 4,000 views on his BattleTube channel. After just one day, those from the Sword King family who previously wished for Jihan's defeat now turned 180 degrees to support Jihan. And of course, all the hatred turned towards the guy at the bottom of the Fluorescent Society. A series of cursing and disparaging comments filled his livestream channel, especially the fact that out of Jihan's 10 lives, 2 of them belonged to this young man. It was likened to a satirical joke. When I read these negative comments, I can only sigh, damn, my reputation is so ruined. Never mind, there was no point in doing anything now, so he decided from now on. I will also go on the train named Sung Jihan. Now you will have another fan, me, Lord Jihan. Fluorescent set up a new dream, that is to become an editor behind Jihan's back. Turning Jihan into a star in the BattleTube village. Of course, who knows what Sung Jihan thinks about that. Back to the super huge house of Jihan and his niece Seo. She was gaping and wondering, what did I just watch? Since when did my drunk uncle become so strong? Seo sat absent-mindedly on the sofa and told uncle, I feel sorry for the young men who have to confront you, it's so sad. Jihan calmly replied, confrontations are inherently cold and cruel. Uncle, when you said that just now, you sounded like a bad guy. In addition, Seo also wondered why there were so many people who wanted to pamper him, but he blocked them all. Hearing Seo say that, Jihan opened the information panel to check. It turned out it was you. He forgot to change the settings. It's not like he criticized donating. Seeing that, she immediately suggested to Jihan, so since you're planning to accept donations, why don't you try to change the minimum amount? If not, wouldn't it be very inconvenient for the notification to appear continuously? Jihan saw that this idea was extremely reasonable and immediately agreed. Yes, should we set the minimum level to 10 million? Hearing this number, she immediately gasped and exclaimed, 10 million won, are you planning to rob people online? Actually, my concern right now is not that pile of donation money. But I'm preoccupied with the epic quest that was opened, telling me to find and provoke the Dark Queen. I can't think of any way to find out who is truly the Dark Queen among the countless people in the stands. Seo suddenly spoke up, do you need my help? Whenever you look like that, I knew things weren't going your way. She immediately suggested, please try telling me everything and see if I can help you. Jihan smiled unexpectedly. In his heart he thought, she is indeed too similar to her mother. From personality to speech and gestures, they are not different from her mother at all. After that, Jihan sat down on the sofa and started to briefly tell you about the mission he was facing. Is that so? Let's see how good your niece is. I have a mission to find the Dark Queen in the arena. The Dark Queen, is that so? I'm not sure, all I know is that she's sitting in the stands. Is that true? What a strange mission. After understanding the mission, Seo decided to carefully review the video and find the identity of the Dark Queen for Jihan. Seeing that, he immediately waved goodbye, counting on his help. Hey. After that, Jihan returned to his own room with a complicated feeling. It's true that he really needed to complete this mission, but asking his niece to find it for him made him feel guilty. Because this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, he probably wants to be a good grandchild, so I should just feel grateful for that. Now, after delaying for a while, Jihan told himself that it was time to arrange the task that had been neglected for a while. He bought an additional job slot with the achievement points he has accumulated so far. With this, Jihan can unlock a new job slot. Among the remaining 3 career options are warrior, mage, and archer. The second career choice that Jihan chose this time was the mage profession. The system immediately sends a notification that you have added the mage profession, and immediately a stream of purple power covers the whole room. Jihan could also feel a new flow of power flowing from his heart, a feeling very different from when he had holy magic. The reason why Jihan chose the mage profession after having a support profession was because the unique stat is only available after unlocking these 2 jobs. A unique power called Force. Before the regression, one day Jihan heard the name Baron, the guild leader in America, accidentally say it when he was drunk. Uncle Baron put his arm around Jihan's shoulder and confided in him, and he was so upset. Jihan. The guy replied dejectedly, "President, how many more times are you going to talk about that?" Baron replied with a red face like a monkey's ass, "If you had joined the family a little more casually then, I would have accepted you as Americans and treat you more warmly." Jihan doesn't understand why. Normally this guy is very arrogant and cold, but every time he gets drunk he confides in Jihan. But that day he said something very strange, which made me think that one day you and I could become close friends. Just like when we gain power. Jihan didn't understand what he was saying, so he asked again, "By force, do you mean your skills?" Baron also asked again, "You don't know, I thought I told you that before." Force was a stat that appeared when he combined holy magic with mana to perfection. Of course that's in theory, there's no such thing as an easy thing to do. Even if other people want to try, they can't, because I'm the only one with 2 professions. This is something that only I can do because I have 2 status windows displaying the 2 professions, mage and support, which are the SSS level gift rewards that Baron receives. Jihan continued to ask in surprise, "The condition is to only have 2 professions?" Baron continued, "That's right. In addition, there is another condition needed, that is, holy magic must be level 10 or higher. I don't know, you have to be an American to know if this is okay." Baron replied very confidently, "The reason why I told you everything without hiding is because I am the only person who can have 2 professions at the same time. Even if the whole world knew about it, no problem." Jihan stared at Baron and thought. He was confident that he was the only person in the world to possess 2 professions at the same time, but his arrogance was well-founded. It is true that only Baron can possess the force and overwhelming power to dominate the galaxy. But now it won't be like that anymore. Now I know the requirements and have met all the conditions. To understand the hegemony of this power, this ability has brought Baron to the number 1 position in the world rankings, even though he has already abused and manipulated it terribly. If Han wants to be ready for what will happen in the future, he must risk his life to gain this power. Now is the most difficult period for Jihan. He needs to endure, needs to focus on transmitting holy magic to his hands. And transmitted mana from the heart to the hands to combine these 2 sources of power. In addition, it is necessary to condense the power so that it does not leak out. This process is extremely difficult and painful. A moment later, Jihan's room burst into flames. He was immediately thrown away by the force. Jihan was in pain when his whole body was slammed against the wall. He held his still dizzy head and thought to himself, did the process of fusing the 2 powers together the first time fail? He sighed in frustration. It wasn't something he could do, maintaining stability with only current strength. I don't understand. Just trying it once caused Jihan's entire body to run out of mana. Maybe before trying it, he needs to have more mana to be okay. Jihan sighed again and thought, can I combine them in both hands? I can't keep that power in both hands forever. But this thought made Jihan come up with a bolder thought, to keep that power in his hands forever. Then he immediately stood up. My eyes closed tightly and I began to think, assuming I couldn't maintain that power in my hands forever. But what happens if I put it inside my body? I will combine the forces of the upper Dan with mana in the middle Dan, and keep both sources of power stable with the power source in the lower Dan. When those 2 sources of power try to combine, a form so perfect that not even the slightest bit of energy leaks out. If I compress all 3 sources of energy in that state. A moment later, Jihan felt a pain that could not be expressed in words. The red mixed power quickly invaded and covered Jihan's entire body, causing him extreme pain. I'm trying to combine all 3 Dantian. Danger warnings are immediately sent. Has exceeded the player's maximum tolerance thresholds. Looking for life-threatening factors. Jihan's painful screams echoed to Sea's room not far away. She immediately seemed worried, not knowing what he was doing to cause such a big commotion. The union of the 3 upper and middle Dantians. Sung Ji-han tried to combine holy magic and mana together to attack, and also unconsciously used his power to try to fuse them. But the conditions for fusion are extremely strict. You must be able to completely use all three of these different natures. And your body index must be at least 100. If you don't meet that standard and try to merge the three dantian, you will probably lose your life. At this moment, Ji-han was in extreme pain. He sat down on the floor trying to endure. Seo sighed after hearing the movements and screams of Ji-han. The girl immediately eagerly ran to his room to see what was going on. "Uncle, what's wrong? What do you say?" But after pushing the door open and entering, the scene before her eyes made her stand still. A basin of ice water and a towel. Seo was still doubtful about Ji-han's answer. He shouted so loudly just because he had a headache. "So how did he get better so quickly?" Ji-han replied tiredly, holding the towel in his hand. "It was miserable. The human body is very strange. I'm still young, so I don't understand yet. This is so obvious a lie that even a child wouldn't believe. Please be serious." The surprising thing was that at this moment Seo suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. She said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm just so scared. I thought something bad would happen to you too." Ji-han immediately realized that he was too negligent earlier. He needed to think about Seo's thoughts. Now he is Seo's only relative. It is understandable for her to think like that. The girl wiped her tears and continued, "So you're okay, right?" "Yes, I'm fine." Perhaps because he knew he was wrong, Ji-han immediately took the initiative to apologize to his niece. This apology immediately calmed the crying woman down. The girl immediately became happy again. By the way, punching Ji-han wasn't very strong and Ji-han's stomach made him vomit the dinner he just ate. "I'm okay, as long as you're okay, that's fine." After knowing that there was nothing wrong, he returned to the room to continue looking for the Dark Queen. Looking at her leaving figure, Ji-han thought to himself, "In the future I will definitely not show my weakness in front of Seo again, to avoid making her worry." As for the fusion process from before, it clearly failed, because Ji-han lacked both experience and level. But still lucky. Ji-han already has the power he wants. When combining holy magic and mana, they will be replaced by a unique stat called force. Ji-han failed to merge the three dantian together. The upper dantian is the place that provides holy magic, the middle dantian is the place that provides mana, the lower dantian provides strength, but when combining holy power and mana together, the Ji-han has gained strength. The link of the three dantian will be maintained every week. When he opened the information panel, Ji-han was extremely surprised because his force index was showing 12. Is it possible that right from the start, the force index is always 12? The link of the three dantians will be maintained weekly. Index of strength and force interacting with each other, sharing the value of agility. So that's it. Then Ji-han understands why the force is 12. Then Ji-han decided to increase only one stat to increase his strength. Sure enough, his strength points also increased to 14 after that. Ji-han smiled bitterly and thought, this is clearly a scam. Just having the strength index is already too good, but he can still link force and strength together. He also wondered if in the future he can still fuse the three dantian together. How much more cool is that? But maybe that has to be tried later. If he tries again at this weak level, Ji-han will probably die. Because now Ji-han is considered a mage class anyway. He wondered, so what would it be like if I used mage skills? Then Ji-han shouted the skill, fire. Immediately a fire the size of a tomato appeared in front of Ji-han, but it only lasted for a second, then a message appeared, "You don't have enough mana." Ji-han saw that and immediately smiled and said, "Really cute." The sun was peeking behind the tall buildings. Sunlight shines through the glass window into Ji-han's room. As soon as he opened his eyes, a series of notifications were sent. You now have 10 more points of holy magic. From now on you will not be able to absorb holy magic from level 1 holy objects or below. Please use holy objects from level C, or more. Ji-han looked at the pile of sacred objects next to him and sighed and said, "These sacred objects are all low level to me." He spent a lot of GP points to buy this pile, but now it's all a pile of waste. Ji-han muttered as he walked, "I have to go sell the remaining things right away. Will you wake up yet?" When he didn't see the girl answer, he went downstairs. She was still sleeping. Hearing the call, the little girl immediately replied, "Oh uncle, are you awake? Seo, what's wrong with your face? Have you been up all night?" The girl with panda eyes sitting in the middle of the house replied with a smile, "Ah, look, you're really sleep deprived. You can tell by looking at her that she was up all night yesterday to find the Dark Queen for Ji-han." Ji-han immediately scolded, "Seo, you don't need to work so hard. The girl pointed at the laptop and replied, "Look, I found something good. In exchange for Sei-A's effort all night, she has good news for Ji-han." It seemed like the girl had found some clue. This video contained another creature. Some people had binocular zoom skills, so they used these binoculars to secretly film a few of the following scenes. There. Hearing this, Ji-han immediately frowned and thought, using skills to secretly film. While the uncle was still struggling, the niece immediately added, "Look, this is the recording of your match." Seiya opens a video showing two elf nobles. The sound of the video is extremely clear. Everyone look. Ha ha ha, the elves are so beautiful. Their skin is flawless. Seiya grimaced and said, "Oh, that sounds terrible. I'll mute it." Both of them are nobles, but one is a dark elf. Does she fit the title of queen? I think Dark Queen would suit her better. What do you think? It sounds reasonable. It's great, but I can't jump to conclusions too early. This is just my speculation. Ji-han always praised the girl, but in his heart he thought it was impossible for the constellation to reveal his identity so openly. Seiya excitedly added, "From tomorrow I will watch foreign videos and then I will edit the videos for you." Ji-han was extremely surprised and did not expect that she knows how to edit videos too. "She is like a pro, isn't she?" The girl proudly said, "Of course, then I will edit the video with you." "I know how to edit videos, yes, just a little. I used to make videos for my dad. I made all his fighting videos." This girl's words made Ji-han suddenly look towards the broken picture of the Sword King on the wall. In his heart, he couldn't help but whisper indignantly, "Yoon Se-jin, this bastard, did you really leave your daughter alone here, you pathetic bastard?" Back to the time 2 days ago in the unfinished conversation between Minister Park and Ji-han, Minister Park said, "I think I know who the Sword King's girl is." When I heard this I immediately stood up, jumped up. "Really? Who is it?" "Her name is Ito Shidudu. And she possesses the ability to surpass her beauty." This statement from Minister Park immediately surprised both Seiya and Ji-han. The guy frowned and asked again, "So what Minister Park meant was that Yoon Seo-jin was bewitched by that girl's evil magic?" According to Park Yoon-sik, that was the Korean government's speculation. Ji-han silently wondered, I've never heard of this before." The minister continued, "Be careful, Sung Ji-han. We think that skill not only controls a person's body but also has the ability to change minds. This has happened many times before. When Korea's brightest star suddenly falls into Japanese hands, if that skill has no limits, she will reappear and fascinate new players." After hearing these stories, Ji-han immediately began to investigate Shizuru Ito's stunning beauty. But he couldn't find any information related to her. Japan is really very secretive about this girl and doesn't reveal any information. Maybe Minister Park's words are right. Ji-han himself needs to be careful with this girl or else one day he will also become her target. If the minister's words are true, I'm afraid those Japanese people have already begun to act, and Ji-han also needs to go and prepare a few things to be ready to deal with things that may suddenly happen. While Ji-han was still busy preparing, the Japanese side already had a plane belonging to the Japanese Defense Force landing in Korean territory. Early the next morning both Ji-han and her niece dressed up splendidly. The girl gently called out, "Are you done yet?" "We're about to be late," Ji-han replied as he walked and adjusted his clothes. Then he was almost done. "Let's go. It's time to greet our distinguished guests." The elevator has started going down. Looking at Seiya Ji-han's face, I immediately realized that she was very nervous. He spoke up to reassure her, "Just relax, there's nothing to worry about." Seiya sighed and replied, "After all, this is the first time I've appeared publicly after my father's incident, so I'm a bit worried. Just be brave and confident like last time. We don't have to be afraid of what others think. We haven't done anything wrong." Ji-han's warm comforting words helped Seiya feel a lot less stressed than before. After walking through the gate into the hall, Ji-han added, "Most people already know what they want to hear." In front of the two uncles and nephews was a crowded hall. They were waiting outside to prepare to go inside. Everyone was dressed in a solemn, historical manner. The atmosphere also exuded luxury, rule. As soon as Ji-han and his niece appeared, someone spoke up from behind, "We are waiting for you, Sung Ji-han. Everything you ordered has been prepared. You can come in now." "Thank you, sir. I ask you to take care of everything until the event ends." It turned out that the person who had just spoken was Minister Park. Uncle Park Yoon-sik said, "At first I was surprised that you asked me. I never thought about auctioning the Sword King's collection." So what Ji-han proposed to Minister Park was to auction the Sword King's collection, also known as the auction event, property prices and favorite items of former Sword King Yoon Seo-jin, chaired by Korean Battle Net Department, Yoon Se-ah. At that time, Minister Park didn't understand why Ji-han did that, but now he realized Ji-han's purpose. You want to attract the Japanese side to appear here, right? Jihan without hesitation immediately confirmed that Minister Park's thinking was completely correct. All the auction items that Jihan selected also served this purpose. Yoon Se-jin's connection device and the combat data in it is what Japan is aiming for. So Jihan can say with certainty that the Japanese side will be forced to act based on the current situation. Then according to Jihan, maybe that Sword King will come forward himself. No matter what he does, this event will force the Korean people to face the truth, and they will have no choice but to accept it. Hearing those words from Jihan, Minister Park next to him was extremely surprised. Sung Jihan. His confidence was evident on his face as if he knew what the future would bring. Jihan did not forget to remind Minister Park that this is the last chance to change people's opinions. Please ask the reporters to keep an eye on the table reserved for Japan's self-defense forces. At this moment, from outside the hall door, several people were making noise to get in. Yoon say, wait, the bodyguard stopped them and said, you are not allowed to go in. Please step back, just give us a moment. We are Yoon Se-a's family, she knows us. When the little girl turned around to look, she immediately realized that the two people making noise outside were her aunt and uncle. Seeing the girl looking towards them, the two of them immediately shouted, are you crazy? No matter how much you need money, why would you go to an auction? Those items are all objects, that's priceless. Then A's aunt and uncle immediately turned to curse Jihan. You forced her to do that, didn't you? Why did you dare to sell someone else's inheritance? That scamming bastard. Saya heard that and immediately became angry. You guys are calling him a scammer. You guys are the scammers. You guys are not allowed to take my dad's last name because of fraud. You guys think I'm a kid. Do you really think I'm stupid? Saya's words were like a slap in the face to her aunt and uncle. Do you think I don't know that your goal is to take money from my father while he's not here? Another slap in the face from Saya to those poor relatives. They are furious, without being able to refute anything. The little girl said every word clearly. What my father left me is mine. I do with it whatever I want. You guys have no right to interfere. Take them out of here. They have no right to appear here. Let's go. After this statement from Saya, her aunts and uncles were immediately kicked out of the auction by security. Jihan realized that his niece was really grown up and could even raise her voice. There was no need for him to worry so much. After settling the mess just now, Minister Park pushed the door open and turned around and said, Mr. Jihan, Saya, we are here. I will lead everyone inside. When they saw Jihan and Saya appear, the reporters there immediately focused their attention on them. Here they are. It's Sung Jihan, take a photo quickly. After that, questions were continuously asked. Mr. Sung Jihan, can you tell us what the purpose of this auction is? I heard that you allow other countries to participate in the auction. Why? What is the reason for this? Miss Yoon Saya, please look this way. Are the sword bow donation in this auction all due to outsiders' interference? Do you want the Sword King to return? What do you think about people saying that you only make money from the inheritance the Sword King left behind? Sung Jihan, please say a few words about your performance in the last net battle. Too many questions were thrown at the two of them by the reporters as they passed by, but there were a few insulting questions to say that made Jihan not happy at all. Immediately Jihan used the power of the force. He controlled with his fingertips. Beat the cameras there to pieces. None of the reporters knew what had just happened to their cameras. They all exclaimed in horror. Why did the camera suddenly break? It didn't even turn on. How could it be broken? Then Jihan stood on the podium and announced clearly, this is an auction, not a meeting. Now we will start today's auction. We have prepared a total of 3 items for today's auction. The first is Yoon Se-jin's connection device that reduces injuries by 99%, accompanied by data stored in the device. In addition, we have Yoon Se-jin's analysis data compiled by himself, and analysis data for other high-level gamers in the Asian region. The crowd below immediately whispered, the data about the Sword King seems to be very valuable. The analysis data will be useful to us, especially in the upcoming Korean-Japanese match. Jihan knew for sure that they couldn't miss any of these items. The data of high-level players was not something that could be found elsewhere. At this moment, the first person raised their hand to speak. When looking at this person who raised his hand, surprise was clearly visible on Jihan's face. The uncle said, I am Takeda Kazuno, recruitment manager of the Japanese Defense Force. If the auction has already started, can I bid? Right after that, this guy Takeda Kazuno set a price of 5 billion yen for all the auction items available today. This 5 billion yen figure immediately made all the auction participants there go crazy. Foul. He continued, besides, I want to have a private meeting with Seiya and Mr. Jihan after the auction ends. Jihan knows clearly what his purpose is. He immediately walked towards him and announced, I'm sorry but I cannot agree to this request. If you have anything to say, please say it at this auction. This is not the right time for private meetings. I'm sure Japan also understands this. Kazuno heard the smell of gunpowder in Jihan's words and immediately started sweating. Ho ho, Jihan, don't look at me like that, I'm scared, I'm just a guest at the auction, don't be cold to me, I am. If you keep provoking me like this, there will be people who cannot be left alone. Specifically my bodyguard Shadow, she can't compare to the Sword King but she's also a very talented player. When Kazuno finished speaking, Shadow's sword was close to Jihan's neck. Oh, I don't mean anything. I'm just telling you that. Jihan's eyes immediately turned cold. He thought to himself, what the heck is this Shape copy of the Fairy Sword King? It only happened in a moment. A shadow appeared right in front of Sung Jihan, with her sword close to his neck. And at that time Jihan was already. Without hesitation, he punched her straight in the face. After receiving a heavy punch from Jihan, she immediately staggered. But Jihan immediately put his hand on her shoulder and said, you better stop, this auction is being broadcast live on BattleTube around the world. You don't intend to wave your weapon in my face during a live broadcast, right? At this time, the Plum residents have also begun to massively throw stones. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Japanese Takeda Kazuno immediately came out and apologized. Okay. My bodyguard was a bit too aggressive, I would like to apologize on her behalf. But Jihan, there are a few things we need to clarify. About 5 billion yen including a private meeting, and I think I need to hear a response to that proposal. From your own mouth Seiya. Seiya heard that and replied in bewilderment, me. He continued, isn't the Sword King's property under your ownership? So the person in charge of this auction should have been Miss Seiya, right? Then the Kakuno guy walked up to Seiya and asked, Seiya, what do you think about that proposal for a secret meeting? Don't you want to know where your father is now? Seiya froze and did not respond. He continued to attack words, you can ask me anything. Well, of course I have a lot of things to tell you He continued with an evil look on his face, so now, what are you going to do? These words of Kazuno made Seiya start to show awkward expressions. Kazuno silently said firmly in his heart, 100% sure she would agree to this condition. How could a brat she couldn't refuse an offer of 5 billion yen, unless she was an idiot? But Seiya immediately refused Kazuo's request, causing him to become motionless for about a few seconds. It's true that guys with big crows often get carried away. He started trying to say more. Wait, Kudasai, you want to give up 5 billion yen just for this secret meeting? That's 50 billion won in Korean currency that country. Seiya replied clearly, yes, but my uncle was right, we need to be careful for the time being, and if my father can only communicate through money then I don't want to know any more information, any news about him. Plus I'm still a minor, so I still need to do as you say. The crowd present immediately breathed a sigh of relief after Seiya's words. So lucky, I thought those items of the Sword King would be snatched away by the Japanese, but I still couldn't go down, feeling down, yes, even though she refused a private meeting. We don't know how much the Japanese self-defense force will pay. Then Kazuno immediately announced, you refuse the private meeting, I guess there is no other way, then we, the defense force, we will still auction those items for 5 billion yen. Jihan also had to show surprise at this statement from Kazuno. He wondered in his heart, what trick is he planning to play next? Kazuno continued, to be honest, the private meeting was just a meeting of the options that I've added on my own. I was told in advance to bid for 5 billion yen right from the start. From the Sword King's own mouth. Immediately after that he took out a letter from his body and gave it to Seiya. This is a letter from the swordsman sent to you. Just look at the letter and you will recognize it. The name above is Ito Ryuhei, the name the Sword King used after becoming a Japanese citizen. Then the Kazuno guy turned and said to the auctioneers present, was it that easy to get the Sword King's items, or was it because the Korean BattleNet team didn't have 5 billion yen to bid on? With me, this sarcasm of his was like a direct slap in the face of the Koreans present there. He even turned to mock Jihan. Hey, this auction seems to end quite quickly, Mr. Jihan. He is the personnel recruitment manager of the Japanese Defense Force. Before his regression, he was a person banned from entering the United States. He was strangely good at recruiting foreign players, and from then on he was known as the Great Disaster of Japan. He smiled happily and said, "Then Mr. Sung Ji-han, let's start writing the contract right away." Ji-han thought to himself, maybe he has something to do with the player who uses beauty to tilt water to become these two guys. Maybe they have something closely related to each other. I need to pay attention to him. Stop thinking about it. He immediately replied, "Okay." With this atmosphere it doesn't seem right. Japan took these items so easily, as if we had promised to give them to them in advance. This will be considered extremely bad in front of the media. The crowd of people present at the auction felt discouraged. 5 billion yen in the first round, so why the hell would we even bid? If that was the case, then why would we even come here? It's meaningless. Ji-han pondered. Everything was fine, there just needed to be one point to turn the tables. Right after that, Sea's voice suddenly rang out. It seemed like she was reading the letter that her Sword King father sent to her. Sea. I heard on the news that you donated the electric sword. I don't know why you did that, but it's truly a pity. This is the last inheritance I will leave you, so use it wisely, and this is the end of our father-son relationship. So don't look forward to the next time we meet again. Sea wiped her tears with her hand and added, that's what was written in the letter. This is definitely father's handwriting. Ji-han's eyebrows were furrowed. He thought to himself, beauty is so beautiful, I heard it can control a person's mind. It seems that is no longer speculation but the truth. I've hated him for a long time, but at least he's still a very good father to me. I can't believe he could do this to Sea. Then she stood in front of everyone and tore up the letter from the Sword King. She said loudly, Mr. Takeda, please pass this message back to Mr. Ito for me. I have received his property, already. And I'm happy to cut this relationship off too. Oh right, but now I accidentally tore up that letter. Wouldn't that mean creating more work for the janitor? Ji-han was next to me and immediately continued, it's okay Sea. He immediately destroyed all of that letter. I will help you handle this, you don't need to worry about anything. The letter was completely burned by Ji-han's fire power. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in surprise. Fire magic. Just now was a mage's skill, right? How could he possess a warrior's skill along with the holy magic and mana of a mage? Immediately old Takeda's attention fell on Ji-han's body. Sung Ji-han, that person. I want him, that's the person we in Japan must have. While the uncle was still thinking, hundreds of people rushed in front of Ji-han. They scrambled to show their guild business cards and said, Mr. Ji-han, I heard that you don't belong to any guild yet, right? We will meet any of your requests, you just need to join the guild, it's just my meeting, just ask me to wash your feet. Ji-han had to politely refuse everyone. Let's talk. Wait, everyone keeps coming at me like this, making me a bit uncomfortable. I'm not in the mood to talk about these issues right now. While Ji-han was still engrossed in refusing these people, the little girl suddenly called out, Uncle. Say sorry, you can just go ahead, I'll follow you right away. Behind her suddenly she felt a splitting headache. Then she immediately fell unconscious on the ground. When Ji-han witnessed this scene, he was extremely frightened. He was worried and immediately rushed to the place. Ji-han was extremely scared and called out, Sea, open your eyes, Yun Sea. A moment later, the little girl weakly opened her eyes and replied in a low voice, Uncle, are you okay? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital right away. But then she grabbed Ji-han's shirt tightly. Sea whispered into Ji-han's ear, Uncle. You're acting. This statement made him look as dumb as an apricot, not understanding anything. Sea winked and smiled softly, thinking to himself, I think he was feeling awkward in front of the crowd, so I intentionally did that to relieve him. Ji-han replied bewilderedly, why are you acting at this time? We can't bid like this. At this point, Ji-han also understood the problem. Uncle Ji sighed and thought to himself, oh my god, she is exactly like my sister, from intelligence to beauty. Then Ji-han stood in front of everyone there and announced, I'm very sorry, I will have to end this auction here early, my nephew's health is having problems, he needs a vacation rest. Both Ji-han and her niece Sea performed a show in front of everyone. Ji-han helped Sea in an exhausted state towards the main door. Seeing that, the Kasuno guy immediately called out to the two of them, please allow me to ask Mr. Sung's permission, for a moment, I'm sorry for causing trouble with my appearance. I just wanted to officially send you an invitation and say hello kindly, will you contact me later? Ji-han immediately used his strength to pull the cashew's business card up high and then tore it to pieces. He replied coldly. That was my answer. Without hesitation, a few viewers began to make sarcastic comments. Look, the leader of the recruitment department of the world's fourth-ranked guild was just rejected by a Korean bronze player. That old guy seems to be. I'm so angry right now. However, contrary to what they thought, when they looked closely, they saw that he was not angry at all. He was smiling happily because he had found someone new and extremely interesting. As expected, you are indeed the best, Sung Ji-han. That power is real, even the mysterious power that tears business cards apart. With that power alone, he is enough to invest, even though he is just a bronze player, a rising star who will develop even more in the future. The cashew swore that he must recruit this Ji-han at all costs. After leaving the auction, the two uncles and nephews high-fived to celebrate. Ji-han complimented, your acting is on par with an A-list star. I was also fooled. Seo replied proudly, ahem, do you think there's something I'm not good at? Cooking eat. At this time, a notification suddenly appears in front of you. You have an unread message. A message from someone named Take-chan. Take-chan sponsored you 10,000 GP. Sung-san, nice to meet you today. Next time we meet in private, always your fan. Signed name Take-chan. Ji-han asked curiously, 10,000 GP, I turned off the channel and he's still sponsoring. I can't believe the first person to sponsor you is this perverted bastard. You should block him. Okay, when I read it, I started teasing him. Wow, his way of talking is so cheesy. Another greeting rang out. Hello Sung Ji-han, Yoon Se-ah. It's a pleasure to meet you two in person for the first time. I would like to represent the Divergent Guild to come here to say hello. I am the head of Section 3 Lee Haein, and next to her right now is Ji-han's old acquaintance Peach Blossom Sword. I was looking forward to meeting you two so much that's why I came all the way here. I'm sorry for being so sudden. Ji-han wondered, other than people related to the auction, she couldn't come in here. How did she do that? Ji-han could hear the voice of the girl in front of her very familiar. Didn't know him. Have you ever met this girl before? Lee Haein immediately replied, I have always maintained a close relationship with the Battle.net department in Korea. I just took advantage of my relationship. In the office, I'm famous as a little flower girl, Ji-han thought dumbly, with that shameless confident attitude and that tone of voice. I'm sure I've met this girl somewhere before. Lee Haein extended her hand to him and continued, well before we get to the main thing, Victory Messenger Sung. I'm your longtime fan. After saying this, Ji-han remembered, surely that person cannot be wrong, it can only be that person. Seo next to him turned his head to look at his uncle and thought to himself, what's going on? He was frozen. Could it be that this girl in front of him is the person of his dreams? Suddenly Ji-han spoke up, this world is full of temptation so it's hard to ignore it. That's a quote from writer Dostoevsky, a great writer and also famous for his gambling. Do you like that statement? Ji-han's statement immediately made both girls in front of him look shocked. Ga Young immediately stood in front of Lee Haein and said, Miss, leave me alone. Who are you, and how do you know the lady's maxim? Only a few people know that she is a gambling addict, so how could a stranger like him know that? Ji-han smiled softly and thought, there is no more doubt. She is a member of the First United States, Manager Zero. The only Korean in that guild besides me. Before she was a jobless person who only knew how to eat, drink and bet, but became the guild master thanks to her voice ability. Initially the voice ability was a skill used only to receive support effects. After rehearsals ended, the scope of growth expanded to all other aspects, including parameters and gift levels, the S-level voice skill, experience growth effect, parameters and gifts of the specified player have increased. From that moment this skill starts to become useful, and the strongest among voice users. It's her, Zero. Ga Young suddenly spoke up and asked, Miss, are you going to the casino too? Lee Haein mumbled and stammered, don't say anything else. Ga Young, don't say anything else. Ji-han was still immersed in his own thoughts. From Peach Blossom Sword to Zero, it seemed like the Divergent Guild was doing a very good job of recruiting right now. Then Ji-han spoke up, said, well I saw her on a previous broadcast. Among the comments, Miss Lee Haein's comment caught my attention the most, that's why I repeated that maxim earlier, sorry if it made your heart skip a beat. The younger sister heard that and immediately turned to question Lee Haein, while watching the livestream, were you still commenting in such a childish way? Lee Haein blushed and didn't know where to hide her face, she just wished there was a hole for her here, jump in. After regaining her composure, Lee Haein groaned and said, I don't feel very happy when I suddenly get labeled as a gambling addict like that. Ji-han smiled and thought to himself, who cares, that's the truth. Seo's mouth was open in surprise, he's smiling, he's definitely in love with her. Li Hain continued, but it's okay, I don't mind taking the initiative in this comfortable atmosphere, and strangely enough, I feel like we'll be seeing each other a lot from now on. Then Li Hain pulled out her phone from her pocket and walked closer to the two of them. This action made it even more certain that these two people were preparing their numbers to go on a date tonight. The plot could develop. Is it a bit fast or not? Li Hain added, the Divergent Guild wants to have you, Sung Ji-han, see you next time, just the two of us. The niece's mood was filled with joy. She covered her face and thought to herself, I knew it, it was just the two of us, so we're about to have an aunt, it's so fast. Hain was now complacently thinking to herself, am I too seductive just now? I'm very good at maintaining distance but still clearly distinguishing love between public and private. Look carefully, Ga Young. I can learn from the way you control men. Then Lee Ha-ji-won pretended to lift her hair to reveal her earrings and all to tease Ji-han. But Ji-han still calmly replied, I'm sorry, but I don't remember what my phone number is. This excuse of Ji-han made not only Li Hain but also his niece next to him freeze. But very quickly I thought, maybe my uncle is playing a game of soft and tight. He must have already calculated it all, I have to help him. Then he once again pretended to have a headache and dizziness and staggered leaning on Ji-han's shoulder. However, the young man immediately thought that his niece was really tired after a long time at the auction, so he spoke up and told Li Hain, my niece is not feeling well, I want to take her, go back to rest. If you give me your business card, I will contact you first. Then Li Hain with a face no longer filled with confidence trembled and gave her business card to Ji-han. The two uncles and nieces Ji-han happily left. The niece Se-ah was still thinking to herself, so my uncle who has been single for 30 years is about to have a boyfriend, from now on I don't need to worry about finding a wife for him anymore. As for Li Hain, she was furious and scolded Ga Young in the back, Ga Young, lady. How are you holding back your laughter but I can still hear it so clearly, I'm about to go crazy, you're taking revenge on me for last time, aren't you? Ga Young couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud, ha 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 no, it's not funny, ha ha, I'm sorry. You really irritate me. A while later on the way home Se-ah suddenly said, but uncle, do you know what surprised me the most? That's why I'm wearing your father's clothes. Ji-han sighed and replied, I don't know what to do, my clothes don't fit anymore. Besides, there's nothing wrong with the clothes, as long as they fit well, it's okay. Se-ah happily replied, that's right, as long as you dress well, it's okay. But uncle, the previous comment was not good. It was so old and dilapidated. Ji-han asked in bewilderment, any comments? How many girls have you used with that trick of you being the first to reject me? I advise you to change your ways to get girls in the future. Ji-han next to her didn't understand what she was talking about. Se-ah waved his hand and said passionately, it's okay to be a little arrogant, but saying you don't remember your phone number is not a good excuse. Because you were quick, you saved me a visible loss. Ji-han still looked as dumb as a sour apricot and replied, I really don't know. This sentence from Ji-han was like lightning hitting her ears. Se-ah widened her eyes in surprise and said, huh. Ji-han immediately replied, huh. I really don't know, really. I'm so bored after hearing this, it turns out I'm the only one who's been delusional all this time. Scene transition to another map in the arena, a notification from the system appears, welcome to the Gangnam Bronze Cup Arena, this time the mission is to defend, protect the crystal and survive from the zombie army. As soon as I got here, Ji-han complained of being so tired. Coaxing the baby will be really tiring. Well, before that, when my niece knew that it was just her imagination, she cried and said that she had ruined my uncle's love life, because I was foolish, so I became a hindrance. Nose. Ji-han sighed, she thought she really liked Li Hain, who would like that gambling addict. Anyway, I didn't expect to meet Zero like this. That day they quickly became close to each other because they were both from Korea and were both exiles. On their days off they often played betting games. Zero was very crazy about betting games, like this. During an outing, Ji-han said while sipping a glass of wine, I told you Diego Mazid would score. Zero replied with a frown, but how could that be? An outdated gift like the best soccer god. I told you to pay attention to the gift rank, it's SSS level, I'll definitely win the bet next time. Ji-han had advised her several times to give up these bets, but Zero immediately replied, don't say that. It's very difficult to ignore temptation, it's very difficult to become addicted, so why quit? Ji-han also asked Zero if he was going to erase the scar on his face. She touched her mask and replied, I never had that intention. I told you, that's the price to pay for making a deal with the devil. Besides the fact that both of them are homeless, they have a lot of other things in common. Hey Ji-han. She clenched her teeth and said in pain, "Phew, how come you're so strong so fast, if I'm still as strong as I was in Korea?" My friend did not have to die so suddenly, and the biggest thing we both have in common is the feeling of guilt. And the torment, no, I have no right to say that, it's all my fault. Torment and guilt have enveloped the two of them because of their past inability to protect important people, but that happened in a previous life. In this life Ji-han has returned and has the opportunity to change everything. The crowd of viewers started spamming messages. Wait, what's in that guy's hands? Oh my god, it's so long that the screen can't even hold it, I feel so bad for the zombies. It turned out that Ji-han was carrying an item called the Pope's Scimitar, a sea-level item, a sword used as a sacrifice by the Pope, very suitable for provoking all kinds of creatures. Ji-han had prepared it to use for this map. He looked at the sword and thought to himself, I don't understand why it was sold so cheap even though it was a sea-level holy item, maybe because this thing is both big and long, very few people can lift it. For Ji-han this thing is still very light. He can easily use one hand to swing a sword and do some basic dances. Ji-han dazzled the viewers. He was as strong as a warrior. Is he really a support class? He can easily use one hand to swing a sword and do some basic dances. Ji-han dazzled the viewers. He was as strong as a warrior. Is he really a support class? Ji-han stabbed the sword firmly into the ground. He thought to himself, now I have more viewers than people are starting to ask for. Now I have 12,000 viewers. I don't know if I should let everyone see it or not. He's afraid that after watching it, many people won't be able to accept it, but they certainly won't let it go. They're ordinary people. Maybe I have to speak directly to the viewers. Hello everyone, I'm Sung Ji-han. It seems like there are a lot of people curious about my status window. I will reveal it to everyone. But with one condition, there are 200,000 people subscribed to my channel. This is my promise. After listening, some viewers started cursing Ji-han. Now you only have 10,000 subscribers. Now it's only 200,000. You'll probably have to call the dead to register to get that number. You're just a bronze player. Having 10,000 followers is great and you still need it. Up to 200,000. Ji-han ignored the sarcasm of these people. I know they will complain anyway because 200,000 is truly a difficult number to achieve. Ji-han added, that is my promise, besides also imposes one more condition. From now on, if I don't keep the top spot I will immediately reveal my status window. Viewers will start spamming question marks again. Are you planning on establishing a winning streak until you get promoted? No, don't have any more illusions. If it's just an arena map, it's okay, but there will be team games and you'll regret that. At this time, it seems that Ji-han's teammates in this copy have begun to appear. 3 beams of light simultaneously fell from the sky. When Ji-han turned around to see who his teammates were, his face immediately showed surprise. Why is this? Why are they all in the same place like that? First is the shiny fluorescent guy who said he was killed twice by Ji-han in the arena last time, but it seems like this time he has changed. As soon as he met Ji-han, Fluorescent felt like he had found gold and exclaimed, wow, look who's coming. Ji-han, we meet again, this is truly fate. The second person is also very familiar. It is the fire mage Kim Gyu-yeon, who in the last defense map was also thrown to the ground 3 times by Ji-han, leading to his sudden death, was still visible on his face. And one last person, this person Ji-han met for the first time. He entered the secret realm with a rather strange-looking ball, but does Ji-han know this person? Diego Mazid, Argentina's top player before Ji-han's regression. At this time, he still had no name, looked fragile, and had a shaggy beard. Suddenly Ji-han realized something. He thought to himself, but wait, that's weird. If I'm the support, Sparkly is the warrior, if the other guy is the mage. So is this Diego an archer? According to my memory, before his regression, he had a job as a magician, right? What happened? Why are things different after my regression? From the moment the magician Kim Gyu-hyuk appeared and saw Ji-han, he kept gritting his teeth and staring at him, unable to believe that he met this bastard here. Because of him, I lost all my skills last time. Damn it, I don't even want to look at him. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of Kim Gyu-hyuk. The 898 Sword King family had registered for a mission with a reward. When he saw that, he cursed, what is this? What kind of crazy person gave this mission? But the next moment he gasped in surprise. What is this? What is this mission? Destroy the crystal and stop Sung Ji-han from reaching the top spot. Reward 50,000 GP. Right after that, the game announcement started to sound. Immediately something flying at extremely fast speed rushed straight into the face of a zombie, causing it to fall to the ground. It turned out to be Diego's ball. It had just been kicked by him and rushed towards the zombie at an extremely fast speed. Viewers did not expect that using a ball could cause such damage. Truly the shadow of God Diego. At this time, Diego turned to Jihan and said, "Buff me a little, I, the archer, still need more strength." Jihan looked at his hand and thought, in a team game like this, everyone has to fulfill their own responsibilities. How about buffing? Before my stat points weren't enough to buff others. But now that the holy power has increased a lot, I can try a little. Immediately Jihan raised his hand and shouted, "Strength!" All four of them then received a huge amount of power. Fluorescent looked happy and exclaimed, "Oh my god Jihan, you've lost so much for us, you're such a great support." Viewers said, "I've never seen a support like that, holding a large sword like this young man." Kim Gyu-hyuk was still thinking about why that Jihan even thought about him when he was asked by Jihan, "Hey, the young magician he once met. Are you going to play nice this time?" Kim Gyu-hyuk was scared, sweating and trembling and replied, "Yes, of course there is." The fluorescents immediately approached Kim Gyu-hyuk, wondering what was going on. "Did you two have a relationship? What happened to you two, together already?" Kim Gyu-hyuk is silently cursing in his heart right now. "If I don't listen to you, you'll throw me away again, right, you bastard?" After receiving his answer, Jihan immediately said, "Good. So the matter here is left to you." After finishing speaking, Jihan immediately carried the scimitar on his back and jumped straight down to where the zombies were. Both Diego and Kim Gyu-hyuk had question marks clearly visible above their heads, only the fluorescent eyes looked brightly at Jihan. Diego pointed down and said, "Are you crazy?" Kim Gyu-hyuk frowned and replied, "Look, don't you understand enough, that bastard who likes to play soccer." He angrily gritted his teeth and silently screamed, "Oh my god, I hate him so much, this bastard considers me his subordinate or something, he dares to give me orders." At this moment, dark thoughts began to appear in Kim Gyu-hyuk's head. "No, not at all, if that's the case then I'll do what I want. Besides, I still have a mission of 50,000 GP behind me, let's see if this bastard Jihan can still act impressively." While jumping down, Jihan immediately used mana to condense a flame. The process of fusion between fire and holy power creates a new power, a fire that is like a blue fire. Immediately after that, he threw that red and blue flame straight towards the zombies below. This fire immediately blew away countless zombies on the ground, making a group of zombies just like a bunch of paper people. Not stopping there, Jihan continued to carry the great sword. With a bang, a powerful slash hit the ground, directly blowing away all the undead in the surrounding area. This time, Argentina's Diego no longer dares to say that Jihan is crazy. He stood still and said in admiration, "The strength that Jihan just showed, this Korean support is truly superhuman." The fluorescent side still has that worshipful face. "Have you all seen these things? Everything is live-streamed live." Right after that, a group of blood corpses rushed forward, intending to attack Jihan directly. But the strange thing is that after getting closer, they trembled as if they were afraid of something and did not dare to attack. Jihan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled softly, thinking, "As expected. Even though I had to go through many difficulties, achieving this was still worth it." The true value of the ability to control space and force, that is the territory. Anyone who falls into this realm will have all actions limited and controlled by the realm user. This group of blood corpses is no exception. Most people do not know the existence of this extremely terrifying power, but Jihan is extremely familiar with it. Baron, whose ability to control his own strength is far less than his own, often works as a training partner with Jihan. And Sung Jihan, for countless times training against Baron's power, was able to fully understand the full power of this force, and currently Sung Jihan is an ultimate existence, able to use both holy and magical power, and at the same time possessing both force and martial power. And currently Sung Jihan is an ultimate existence, able to use both holy power and magic power, and at the same time possessing both force and martial power. Soon after that Jihan used both holy power and magic power, flames entered the great sword. There was no way a small bronze trophy could stop him, then he slashed forward and blew away dozens of zombies. The number of zombies that have been destroyed is now 124 out of 1,000. Jihan thought to himself, "Last time I couldn't complete the task of destroying 1,000 zombies, but this time I'm confident I can complete it easily." Jihan immediately picked up his sword and jumped straight into the crowd of zombies to slash. Wherever he slashed, the zombies died like straw. The speed is getting faster and faster. Up above, the fluorescent guys and Diego seem to have quite a bit of free time because they don't have to do anything. Jihan down below is doing everything. The only thing they need to do is cheer. "Okay, oh wow, I agree with both hands." At this time, not only the viewers, both Fluorescent and Diego are starting to feel curious about Dihan's status chart, wondering what his stats are that are so terrible. But viewers also quickly realized that only these two people were talking. The magician Kim Gyu-hyuk's side was silent for some reason. I didn't know what trick this guy was planning to do but suddenly grinned savagely. A viewer sent a comment to Fluorescent, "Hey Fluorescent, show me the situation of the magician Kim Gyu-hyuk." Fluorescent immediately turned around and told Kim Gyu-hyuk, "Troll number 1, there is a fan who wants to look at this guy's face." But as soon as I turned to the Fluorescents, I discovered something was wrong. "Why is this magician aiming at their crystal?" he shouted loudly. "What are you doing?" Kim Gyu-hyuk didn't care. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Damn Sung Ji-han. That bastard with no father or mother. You've been so good lately, you piece of trash who only knows how to trick your niece all day long. How did you mentally manipulate her to make her listen to you like that?" The audience immediately started to become excited. "Oh, this is a ghost, what a pig, this magician ate the wrong lobster liver, he dares to even touch the sea, he is going over the limit," he continued. "Oh, that's not true, so you really want to treat her well, so how do you make her listen to you?" Viewers see that Ji-han still hasn't moved at all, it seems. "I guess, maybe you two were already screaming at each other, right?" Ji-han's whole face immediately started to show veins. It seemed like some idiot was feeling himself. "It's been a while since I've lived." Kim Gyu-hyuk's mission with a reward of 55,000 GP points is from the Sword King family that always hates Sung Ji-han. If converted to cash, this reward must be equivalent to 55 million won, more than enough motivation for Kim Gyu-hyuk to start playing tricks again, and this guy Kim Gyu-hyuk is still opening his mouth to curse Ji-han, the guy without a father or mother. Sung Ji-han saw through this guy a long time ago. There are only two reasons for a madman who has always been at peace to suddenly rise up to protest: either someone is backing him up, or someone is stimulating him to do so. What a piece of trash inside and out. He was clearly planning on doing this when he was far away from me so he could escape. Actually, Ji-han has lived long enough to feel normal about this guy's insults towards him, such as saying he is no father or mother. However, everything has its limits. The moment this pig said the two people howling at each other, it officially exceeded the limit that Ji-han could endure. The day Ji-han regressed and met his niece again, Ji-han couldn't help but remember something he tried to forget but couldn't, a memory like a bad nightmare, that most. That's Se-ah's death. The scar was left on her body by a terrible accident directed by the Sword King family, leaving her face covered in bandages, and her body frozen in Ji-han's arms at that time. It's cold and there's no breath. Ji-han at that time could only witness, without being able to do anything. So the reason for this regression of Ji-han is so that it is not allowed to happen a second time, that he would protect her and not let anything happen to her again. Everyone will have to remember, what will happen if anyone touches Se-ah? This Australian viewer has already started chanting Buddha's name and praying for liberation for that cow-brain Kim Gyu-hyuk. Look, the atmosphere that Ji-han is giving off right now makes them all have to swallow their online sweat. The moment Ji-han gained power while trying to fuse the three Danchins into one, Ji-han discovered one more thing. That means Ji-han can use unknown holy magic. Of course, because Ji-han's martial strength score hasn't reached 30 yet. So we can only simulate it a little. But Ji-han could indeed feel the moment of merging the three Danchins into one. There was something familiar, just like when he used nameless holy magic. From feeling the electric current spreading from the soles of your feet, until the feeling of his whole body turning into a bolt of lightning, a magic that could tear apart the sky. Named Cho Tien Loi Bo. Going back to Kim Gyu-hyuk, the 898 Sword King family has sent 100 GP with a message. Kim Gyu-hyuk, quickly destroy the crystal. That Ji-han has already started to move. Kim Gyu-hyuk thought to himself. After cursing him, he suddenly felt much more comfortable. Now I will destroy the crystal and receive the quest reward. It's great, life is still very beautiful. When the fluorescent side saw that Kim Gyu-hyuk was about to attack, he immediately rushed to stop him. But even the yellow-grade fluorescence was repelled by Kim Gyu-hyuk's fire magic. He threatened and said, "Don't get in my way, otherwise I'll kill you too." Fluorescence still did not forget the mission. He blocked the fire magic while speaking. Everyone, remember to like and subscribe to the channel so that Ji-han and I can safely pass this map. Kim Gyu-hyuk no longer wanted to hesitate anymore. He began to perform his strongest fire magic. Countless magic circles appeared, accompanied by countless fires. We will end up here. Go strong and strong. Fire. When the flames following Kim Gyu-hyuk's direction rushed towards the crystal, suddenly Diego's ball flew faster and stopped it. After a few seconds of standing still in surprise, he continued to curse. Kim Gyu-hyuk gritted his teeth and cursed Diego. "Hey, this damn guy, you have itchy feet," Diego replied. "I have the concept of playing cleanly. If you even intend to ruin the game again, I won't leave it alone. Moreover, you dare to curse at the teammate who is carrying us, and even curse at his parents. I will not allow you to do anything wrong anymore." After listening to Kim Gyu-hyuk, he became even angrier. He blushed and shouted, You. A guy like you who only knows how to use the ball still dares to lecture me. Do you believe me?" Kim Gyu-hyuk had not finished barking when he suddenly felt a strange feeling behind him. Something with lightning speed had just descended. Seeing someone familiar, his face couldn't hide his excitement and exclaiming, "Everyone, look, thanks to the support of the audience, our Jihan has begun to appear. Everyone leave a like, to monitor further developments." Jihan's entire face looked like a hellish devil and he gently said, "That's right. You have a lot to say, don't you?" Kim Gyu-hyuk was so scared that his face turned purple and his ass was sweating. "Leave me, this trip is dead. What should I do now? Damn it, I'm done, so let's finish cursing." Thinking about it, he gathered all his courage and shouted, "Sung-ji." He was about to speak but Jihan used force to cover his muzzle and kept him quiet. "Actually, I intended to make your head explode as soon as I arrived, but now I've changed my mind. How could I let you die so easily? The feeling of pain will be reduced through the game device. So even if I kill you, it will only lower your level. That's common knowledge that you already know, right? Now, I'll show you something you've never known before." After saying that, he immediately placed his hand on Kim Gyu-hyuk's shoulder and squeezed it hard. He was deaf and not afraid of guns. He still thought to himself, "You idiot, even though you knew that, you still didn't kill me. Anyway, you've lost all your skills. What's the point of lowering your level again? That reward is unfortunate, but making you crazy like that means I've won." But before he was satisfied, Kim Gyu-hyuk suddenly screamed in pain. "What is this? It's too painful. This pain is like a real feeling, not through a game anymore," he screamed. "My body, it hurts, my body is broken." Jihan coldly looked at this bastard and said, "Why are you already screaming? I haven't really started yet." Kim Gyu-hyuk screamed in pain. This is enough, please, it's enough. Stop." Kim Gyu-hyuk's scream echoed throughout the ramparts. Fluorescent said tremblingly, "You're really cruel, Jihan." Diego Mazid followed suit, "I agree." Fluorescent was a bit puzzled, "But don't you think it's strange? Most people use connected devices so there won't be such a violent reaction." Diego Mazid explained, "Look at that halo." He continuously treated him with one hand. Fluorescent bewildered, "It can't be. What are the side effects?" The viewers were curious and asked, "What is the side effect?" Fluorescence explained, that, to put it simply, it was like an error. If you continuously use a healing skill on a damage dot such as poison or burn, it will overload, and then a strange phenomenon will occur. The connected device will ignore 100% of the damage. At this time, Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to scream. Fluorescent thought to himself in fear, "It's so scary, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain. What skill is he using? Displaces skeletal muscles, causing bones to break and muscles to tear. This is a move that only a few martial artists know how to use, transmitting a source of energy into the opponent's body, and destroying their body from the inside." Kim Gyu-hyuk thought painfully, "I'm using a connection device that can reduce 95% of the pain. What's going on?" It felt like my internal organs were being torn apart, like thousands of years of needles were piercing my body. If it continues to hurt like this, Kim Gyu-hyuk screamed, "You just kill me, you bastard." Sung Ji-han swung his sword to immediately satisfy Kim Gyu-hyuk's wish. Ji-han's eyes were sharp. Viewers continuously commented with surprise. Some were not surprised but even mockingly said, "Sung Ji-han, if you like, please indulge." The notice board appears, "Player Kim Gyu-hyuk has died." Sung Ji-han thought to himself, "Now it comes back to life." Fluorescent was scared and stood to the side, thinking to himself, "I have to be more careful." The crazy fan of streamer Fluorescent was scared by Sung Ji-han. Suddenly saw Kim Gyu-hyuk come back to life and continue to scream in pain. Everyone quickly commented, "Oh, deja vu or something." Kim Gyu-hyuk cried out pitifully, please forgive me, I was wrong." One person had to comment, "Sung Ji-han, you're scaring me." Kim Gyu-hyuk's hand was lying on the ground again. Everyone was panicking. Huh, guys, he suddenly died. At this time the notification on his screen said player Kim Gyu-hyuk had died. Everyone continued to comment, oh my god, it seemed like he was so shocked. Ji-han, don't forgive him. Sung Ji-han looked at Kim Gyu-hyuk's body which was about to disappear. Ji-han thought to himself, I can't stand it anymore and I'm going to die. I have to control my strength more carefully. The screen announced again, the player Kim Gyu-hyuk was revived. Kim Gyu-hyuk just woke up and screamed in fear, huh, resurrected again. Seeing Ji-han approaching, Kim Gyu-hyuk shouted, don't come here, don't come here again, I know it's my fault. Sung Ji-han replied coldly, if you can't stand the consequences then don't do it. Suddenly a character named Shia0822 donated 10,000 GP. Ji-han was extremely shocked by this name. A shout, uncle, stop, I'm fine so please stop, it's too much. If you keep doing this, I'll lose all my subscribers. Shia's viewers keep commenting, so obsessed, if I do more, it'll be too much. Ji-han, I want to see you in action, it's really moving but like this. Shia begged, stop and just focus on the game. Sung Ji-han heard it and suddenly thought, Shia is calmer than I thought. But Sung Ji-han didn't change his mind, he thought, but it wasn't enough. Should I stop here? It's still peacetime, so I guess this is enough to kill the chicken and scare the monkey. Kim Gyu-hyuk dragged himself on the ground, crawling and screaming, help, or just kill me. Sung Ji-han suddenly thought, but I still have to confirm one more thing. Sung Ji-han immediately asked, who is it? Kim Gyu-hyuk was confused, Ji-han came closer and asked, I asked who gave you that courage. Kim Gyu-hyuk was so scared he screamed loudly, I'll tell you right now, I have a good memory, it's the guy from the Sword King family, 89-8, I told him to reward me with 5,000 GP. I'm just a crazy guy, just kill me, viewers will only feel bored when they see that. Lamau, tell me now, you coward. Kim Gyu-hyuk continued to say, because the Sword King family supported you, I was blinded by money, so, I'm very sorry. The people in the Sword King family commented angrily, this ungrateful son of a bitch, today now you failed, there won't be a next time, I can't believe I gave the task to this guy. Sung Ji-han suddenly thought, something is wrong, reward 50,000 GP for each guy, maybe not an individual but a whole group. I have to ask clearly about that. Sung Ji-han grabbed Kim Gyu-hyuk's collar tightly. Ji-han said, you should be grateful to Shia for stopping me. Kim Gyu-hyuk happily replied, sure. Thank you so much Shia. Before he finished speaking, Sung Ji-han threw him into the sky. The notice board appears again, player Kim Gyu-hyuk has died, Kim Gyu-hyuk has been eliminated from the game. Fluorescence happily said, today a troll was punished, if you like it, please leave a like and subscribe. Sung Ji-han wiped his hands and thought, maybe I should go catch zombies again. Ji-han was angry, if I hadn't been interrupted, I would have completed the mission by now. The number of zombies destroyed is 921 out of 1,000. Sung Ji-han opened the status window. Ji-han thought, never mind, how much time would it take to kill 80 more? Ji-han suddenly saw something. There is a notification that you have unread notifications. Ji-han thought to himself, I'm done, the guild mission, the origin of zombies has been completed. Ji-han looked around bewilderedly and thought, why is that? Looking behind him, seeing the electric rays that had defeated the zombies, Ji-han exclaimed, breaking through the sky. So that's it, Ji-han remembered. The lightning I created killed the zombies nearby. Or rather, I couldn't control it, and the power that escaped created an explosion. I can't do it perfectly because I don't use nameless holy moves but only use true energy, which is fine but, it's really embarrassing. Ji-han returned to the roof of the tower and thought, I need more time to practice. Suddenly there was a voice calling Ji-han from behind. Fluorescence happily rushed forward, are you going down again, can I go down with you? Ji-han opened the call, Mr. Macid. Thank you. Mazid shook Ji-han's hand and said, I'm just doing what I have to do. Everyone comment, let's talk normally, okay? Ji-han continued, please let me see you again so I can repay you this time. I wanted to tell you something so, suddenly there was a big vibration. Everyone exclaimed in panic, what is it, an earthquake, what is this, this has never happened before. Fluorescent immediately said, it seems like something just exploded, what should we do? Mazid also quickly said, look at Korea. Ji-han looked on in horror. Something started to rise from the ground, the viewer was scared, what is that big? Ji-han glared in surprise, all the viewers were amazed. A giant finger rising from the ground, that is, a giant hand. In the middle of the palm there was a large mouth, it continuously screamed hideously. The hand let out a hideous growl, leaving all three bewildered. Fluorescent frantically blurted out, What is that? Seeing how big it is from here, how big does it have to be? Diego Mazid just described it, that hand is terrible. Under the other arm is a group of hungry zombies ready to attack. Just the roar of the hand made Sung Ji-han shiver. However, Ji-han felt more angry than scared. Before Ji-han's eyes was the scene of zombies being crushed by that hand. Ji-han's sweat dropped and thought to himself, that thing. Devouring, zombies. After finishing devouring, the hand looked up and moved forward again. It's about to eat another group of zombies. From its tongue, slimy fluid slowly flowed down. The mucus gathered into clumps. At one point, the mucus turned into a zombie. Fluorescent shouted in fear, wait, why does that thing appear in bronze rank games, shouldn't it only appear in gold leagues and above? Sung Ji-han thought in shock, the monster was born after the arm divided the bodies and merged. Those are corpse golems, as the sparkling guy said, they have never appeared in the bronze rank. Is it because of the quest chain? The screen appeared, the zombie origin quest chain, defeating the corpse golem without the help of the crystal. Ji-han was startled, what was the point without the help of the crystal? The screen announces again, you have passed the 10-tower defense map. Ji-han thought to himself again, why announce it? Side quests have been unlocked. Side quest to destroy corpse golems. Other players in other places were also talking to each other in shock. Side quests, bronze maps often have things like this. He really told me to kill that thing. The announcement continued to stop the corpse golems created by the Apostle of Destruction, the Dark Minion, the hand and the mighty golems advanced. Suddenly the hand sank underground. The announcement continued, you can narrow the range of powers by using the crystal's blessing. The viewers kept commenting, killing those guys gets a buff, bring a nuclear bomb. Fluorescent shouted, how can this mission be done? Even gold rank people can't do it. Sung Ji-han thought silently, this task seems impossible. If not difficult, then there would be no reward like this. The screen shows the side quest, stop the corpse golems created by the Apostle of Destruction, the Dark Minion, reward 1000 Crystal Shard achievement points. Ji-han thought to himself, the Crystal Shard is custom rewards, extra achievement points, and other things are strange. I think this must be an epic quest at the very least. Fluorescent sighed, it was a side quest so I had to do my best. Hey, you take the blessing first. Suddenly the sword that was stuck in the ground was lifted up. Ji-han immediately said, no need. Everyone started commenting, is Ji-han scared? Has he given up? Will he reveal the data book? Forget it, how can a bronze rank boss defeat a gold rank boss? Stop defending him. Ji-han started to release electricity from his feet again. Ji-han wielded his sword majestically and advanced to confront the golems and corpse golems. Golems are undead so they are very difficult to kill, they can only be killed by destroying the central core probably because of their large bodies, and the fact that they are made up of many different corpses makes it very difficult to do. Furthermore, the corpse golem is also considered a boss with average difficulty at gold rank. Even if Ji-han is above bronze rank, it is still very difficult. Ji-han said coldly, you two, step back. Fluorescent and Mazid replied bewilderedly, what? In just a moment, Ji-han jumped up high using the electric beam under his feet. On the ground, Ji-han's footprints were sunken, scaring both Fluorescent and Mazid. Fluorescent looked up and was even more surprised. Ji-han prepares to slash an undead golem. There is one technique that is the most basic foundation of the nameless holy work. The 3 talents, martial arts are based on heaven, earth, and humanity, with 3 meanings. Heaven refers to the sky in the vertical slash, addresses the ground in the horizontal slash, refers to people in the oblique slash. That is the foundation of the nameless saint's work. This technique also represents the Tai Mountain Lagoon. Ji-han performed a great move, 3 skills, to destroy the mountain, a move aimed directly at an undead golem. Fluorescent and Mazid stood frozen and watched. Mazid was so shocked that he dropped the ball in his hand. Ji-han used just 1 slash to turn the undead golem into dust. Ji-han thought to himself, the name sounds big. But it was just a vertical slash. The screen announced, player Sung Ji-han had destroyed the corpse golem. The 4th tower completed its mission. The viewers frantically commented, getting goosebumps, don't tease Ji-han, don't tease Ji-han, I declare this guy is a nuclear bomb. The most suitable explanation there, the moment Sung Ji-han swung his sword. Fluorescence senses a set of different emotions. Fear and jealousy, anticipation and longing. All those emotions mixed together. Fluorescent kneel down, just one word, and become respectful. The two people Fluorescent and Maisie were completely subdued by Jihan's power. Thinking fluently, this is the first time I feel like this. At first I just thought he was a good topic to stream. But now it's not just that. I want to go back to the moments of this person, who will rise to the top. No, I have to do that. I have to go back to his journey of becoming a legend. Jihan returned to the roof of the tower. In addition to Fluorescent's determination to devote everything to Sung Jihan, Fluorescent happily approached and said, Jihan did well. From this moment, the relationship between Sung Jihan and Diego begins. The player looked up in horror. Oh my god. A giant monster appears. This monster is really making things difficult for each other. It slammed its huge arm down, destroying the structure in front of it. Third tower. Mission failed, side quest ended. Players who completed the side quest will receive triple experience and GP. Sung Jinya thought, the reward of this game is truly amazing. But of course I still need to upgrade a few more things. Hello, Macid, see you outside, Macid said. I don't really want rewards, anyway thanks to you, I already have a significant amount of bonus points. Sung Jinya asked, I want to talk a bit, don't you want to hear about your abilities outside? Macid is concerned, my ability, what do you mean? Sung Jinya half hidden, half revealed, hinting that he was a magician, saying it all here would ruin the fun, let's talk about it at dinner. Macid pondered, a mage, could it be that he was suggesting that he change his profession to become a mage? If it was someone else, he probably would have dismissed it immediately, considering what they said meaningless. But Jihan showed him a truly wonderful scene, so Diego couldn't be too excited about what he was about to say. He bit his lip, if he really found a suitable profession for him. He replied, okay, then I will text you later. Sung Jihan is happy, great, so do you want to eat anything? Let me find a restaurant first. Fluorescent rush, Mr. Sung, let me go with you. Sung Jihan replied, then it's very troublesome, after all, it's Macid's own reward. Fluorescent talkatively, stream, I want to tell you something about the live stream. Sung Jihan bluntly, I refused. Seeing him about to leave he shouted, I want to become a solid teammate with you. Yes, editor, I want to become your editor Sung. Sung Jihan looked at him, excited Fluorescence, really, so I can. Sung Jihan escaped from the dungeon, where, that's me refusing. The people watching the dried yellow croaker burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. He left a sentence saying everyone had a hard time and then left, feeling regretful, ah. She cried, why? Viewers watching dried yellow croakers comment, how to rejected a person properly. Viewers 82822, did you see him crowing so hard and then losing, laughing so hard? Viewers workers, Fluorescent it's not fun. Sung Jihan returned home. System summary, you have completed the origin quest chain, gained an additional 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. The next quest series of Apostle Vestiges is about to be unlocked. Sung Jihan muttered, times 10,000 points, no wonder the mission is so difficult, the reward is really great. Fortunately, I already had the force available. Crystal Fragment, capable of granting the user the God's blessing, this item can only be used once, at 2 levels bronze and silver. God's blessing is something that only those at the ultimate support level, the saints, can use, is one of the best buds that increases all stats by 50%. And is a must-have for the highest ranks. Jihan closes the attribute table, can only be used once, and is limited to bronze and silver levels, so boring. Let's see what the next reward is. Thanks to finishing first, both my EPS index has increased by 50%. You have increased to 3 levels, you have gained another 6,000 GP. He calculated, now he's at 13, his martial power and strength are at 17, he still needs to go up to 12 to be able to participate in the promotion match. To be honest, these stats are really bad, incredible. He wondered, had any player ever grown so strong? The notification system, the ruins of another world, the Orc Monk's dagger were reacting. You have completely understood the faith of another world, the current holy power increases by 1, the holy power merges into the force. The edge of the other world's ruins, the Orc Priest's dagger has fallen. Jihan is skeptical, wait. It's not like the stats have increased, so the holy magic and power are not equal. Notification system, ruins of another world, the Orc Monk's dagger can no longer hold the power within it. Jihan notices the Qingdao is cracking, After an hour of notification from the system that this equipment was being destroyed, it shattered. Sung Ji-han felt the intense power. The power of the three miracles medicine platform in the sword was pouring out. It can't bear to destroy the mountain anymore, can it? Ji-han's shoulder blade appeared cut. It's clear that his body is under too much pressure. If it stays like that, it will be dangerous. I have to quickly absorb its power. Tang Sung Ji-han frowned tightly. His room became brightly lit. After a while it also returns to normal. A light from the door of the house next door is really giving me a headache. I even successfully moved in next door. But the plan fell apart. The Japanese Self-Defense Force, Takeda Kazuo and FC Sword King 898. FC Sword King 898 has sent a mission to someone. This person frowned. Something suddenly jumped out. Who the hell sent it to me? His eyes widened. What the hell? What's wrong with this mission? Break the crystal and prevent Sung Ji-han from coming first. Reward 50,000 GP. Takeda's sitting in front of the computer screen. Nothing special, just someone with just want to lend a helping hand. He agreed. You will get revenge on him, and I will get his status window. It's true that they are idiots, having lost the strongest player, the Sword King, and still fighting among themselves, but oh well, it's much easier thanks to them to incite things. I can both aim at Sung San and pretend to be part of the FC Sword King, as simple as weaving a basket. He looked at the stream screen. Hey San, it seems like you're always very wary of a Japanese person like me, but actually the people you should really be wary of are your Korean friends. Jellyfish Brain Mage, quickly destroy it. Let's let Sung San experience the helplessness of being subdued. Now he sits here and eats fried chicken. That's what I was crowing about, but in the end I lost. Maybe I should stop making trouble by pretending to be a member of Sword King FC. Even if he succeeds once, he goes smoothly. What a pathetic player. It wouldn't be possible to destroy even a little bit of it. Wouldn't that idiot have broken the crystal immediately instead of being lazy all the time? If it does so, then everyone's wishes will be granted. Sung San will reveal his status window. Takeda stuck a piece of chicken. That's right, his plan had a problem. Take was so angry that he was about to die because of the rush. At this rate, he was going to lose Sung San. He slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Director Takeda Kazuo of the Neo Self-Defense Force is in a difficult situation. Through his many years of experience selecting talented people, he has realized that Sung Ji-han is a talented player who needs to be recruited immediately, but his superiors, the corporation, only agreed to approve the recruitment plan if there was clear information and sufficient evidence about the target, and they demanded proof from the statement. The recruitment request was based entirely on Takeda Kazuo's hunch. So to prove that his vision is correct, Takeda needs to get the status window of Sung Ji-han, in other words, the actual parameters that prove the strength of Sung Ji-han. He began to think of a new plan. There wasn't much time left. These amateur tactics didn't work anymore. But just wait, Sung Ji-han. Then I will get your status window, then get approval from the corporation. And then we'll have you, using the same special method that was applied to the Sword King. System notification, your holy magic has increased by 1. Have been integrated into forces. The force increased by 1. Ji-han was stunned. He realized that every 3 points of holy magic would be converted into 1 point of power. Combined force and martial force have increased by 1. Thanks to that, my martial power is now 18. He wondered, was the remaining holy power absorbed when the magic scimitar was destroyed? It was a pity that a weapon turned out like this, but if the reward was that much. System notification, force points have exceeded 17. From now on you can only absorb holy magic from artifacts on Boundary B. Sung Ji-han angrily pounded on the status window. That's too much. Having only you is like saying I'm daydreaming. What a narrow-minded person. Sia opened the door and come in, uncle. The girl was happy. Her account has 50 billion. Sung Ji-han asked, is it over yet? Sia bewildered, uncle. Why do you look like that? Ji-han looked at his appearance. Is this it? His weapon suddenly exploded. He smiled brightly. It's okay. The blood on his head spurted out, making Sia scream. The little girl angrily pulled her uncle away. She really didn't understand him. Quickly clean the wound so I can bandage it. I thought you were an adult. Why are you so childish? Ihan was reprimanded by the girl and couldn't help but be stunned. I sat happily at the grill, the first time I ate real food since my regression. Eating out occasionally isn't so bad, he said, but I prefer Korean food. Sia was angry, but, you're the one hosting so I should have invited you out to eat something expensive. Jihan waved his hand, stop it, we eat 3 meals a day together. The girl complained, it can't be helped, Jihan is confused, huh? Sia said, I'm about to go back to school. Jihan was surprised. The girl shyly scratched her cheek, just looking like this, I'm the student council president, so I can't take a break. Jihan cares, but wouldn't it be better to take a week off? Sia shyly, that. Actually, the day you receive the blessing in the gift hall is coming soon. Jihan took out his phone, now I remember. It's almost Sia's birthday. Next August 22nd is Sia's 18th birthday. Even though it's difficult, Sia always looks forward to this day. Sia has always received blessings from the Academy's gift hall. So she hoped that the situation would improve if she received a good gift, but that hope collapsed soon after. The gift she received falls under boundary F. That was the moment that made Sia collapse, even though she tried to overcome everything. Remembering this, Jihan felt sad again. I thought, if I told her that she would receive a gift, she would be very disappointed. There was no other way but to slowly lower her expectations. He asked, so are you leaving tomorrow? Sia replied, yes, tomorrow is Monday, it's the right time to go. Jihan suggested, okay, from tomorrow I will take you. She was surprised, why so suddenly? You're not a kid anymore, Jihan insisted, but we're facing a problem now, I've already decided, so just listen to me. Sia, don't refuse anymore, why are you suddenly like that? The girl didn't even look at her uncle, which wasn't reasonable at all. Jihan seemed to be observing her. He saw the smile pulled up on Sia's face. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh softly. Sia was confused. What's wrong? Why are you smiling? Jihan replied, it's nothing, let's eat. Sia is still grumbling. What's wrong? I was going to take the bus myself but... Jihan said, don't be like that, when you still care, listen. The next morning, both uncle and nephew were stunned. What is this? The parking garage became empty. What happened here? Where are all the supercars? Sia was speechless. When he said it was sold out. Jihan patted his forehead, so this was the reason why he didn't see any car keys. The girl suggested, then I'll take the bus. Uncle, Jihan discovered a small car in the corner. He said, there's one over there. Sia stammered, there, that is. It's my mother's car. Jihan looking at the car's appearance, it's probably not that it can't be sold, but it's too cheap so they left it as is. I tried to open the car door but suddenly there was a sound, I could open it. Jihan sat in the driver's seat, the key was still in here. Sia asked, Uncle, don't tell me you're planning to take me to school in this car. After starting the car, a cloud of black smoke came out of the chimney. Jihan looked at his niece. What, are you embarrassed? Sia immediately waved his hand. No. I'm just a little worried. Jihan doesn't understand. Why worry? A tall, dark man angrily scolded, you bastard, back out of the car right now. Jihan didn't bother to speak up. Sia smiled wryly, I'm worried about this. The other man was still shouting, did you hear me? I said reverse the car. Seoul, Gangnam-gu, Battle Net Academy. Jihan's expression was speechless. I also knew that this cheap car would attract attention, but someone has enough free time to bother me. That man is still far away. What's wrong? How dare you park this garbage truck here? Back that car out of here right now. Jihan got out of the car. We parked here first. What's wrong with you? The other person scolded. We always park here, beggar. Jihan was face to face with that older brother. Why don't you shut up a bit? I'm also a parent of a student in the hospital. The security guard recognized him. Was that Sung Jihan? The person next to him also recognized him. That's right, bronze class murderer. The two immediately took out their phones and turned back. Wow, why did he come to the academy? The other person replied, the Sword King's daughter studies here. I heard that she took a break from school. Why did she go back to school? They asked each other. Posted online. The news came out, hot. Brother-in-law Sword King drove running to Battle Net Academy and fought with Rolls-Royce. Netizens immediately ate melons. Sung Jihan studied their academy. He's 27 years old. Studying forever. It's crazy good. Seoul, Gangnam-gu, Reason Association Office Building. Lim Gayoung, come with me. Gayoung was leisurely looking at her phone when she got called. The other person cut Jihan's phone that was still on news and put it in his pocket. Let's go to BattleNet Academy. Sung Jihan, Gayoung is confused. What's going on? The lipstick is carefully reapplied. What else? Hain was aggressive. How dare you ignore me, she said. We will come and talk to him 3 times. I will come and see you. Just wait, Sung Jihan. The tall, dark, smelly brother kept cursing and cursing. I couldn't believe that a beggar like you would dare to come here in that pile of scrap metal. If he couldn't speak, he used his fist and bowed his head immediately. Jihan's eyes flashed. The other brother still didn't detect the problem, bowed his head. Bastard. Saya ran out worriedly, Uncle. The two witnesses also panicked. Wow, I can't stop it, the person next to me noticed. Huh, that's so strange. That guy's punch looked right in front of his nose. The other brother was confused and thought, why can't I move? His mouth was forced shut. What is this? Jihan flicked his hand and immediately made his brother kneel hard on the ground. You're indifferent, stop cursing like that, you're taking students to school, aren't you? At least don't act like a gangster, Saya advised. Uncle, people are looking, stop it. A voice rang out, Saya, the two of you turned around. A girl peeked her head out from the Rolls Royce. Oh my god, it's really you, Saya. This person is the vice president of the student council of Battle.net Academy, Kim Hee-soo. Jihan thought, seems to be Saya's friend. The girl replied, Ah Hee-soo, long time no see. Hee-soo opened the car door and went out. What are you doing? The other brother made an excuse. I just slipped. I'm sorry, Jihan and I thought, is that so? The brother bowed his head, apologizing to the lady. Hee-soo looked surprised. Oh my god, Saya, why are you taking this car? Where are all your other cars? Saya looked at the yellow car. Ah, is this one? She replied, my dad sold all those cars. Hee-soo worried, you should call me. She grabbed Say's hand. This is not okay. I'll give you a ride to the academy. Saya is surprised. Huh, why is that? Hee-soo said. A car like this will attract everyone's attention. Saya has the intention of refusing. That's right, but I don't want to bother you. Hee-soo don't mind. Why bother? I'll tell my dad, don't worry. Saya still don't want to, but still. Jihan frowned. In my previous life at this time, Saya, did I have a close friend like this? Something is strange. Haein raised her voice. What? She shouted, where is Jihan? I rushed here in less than 10 minutes, how could he leave? The security guard said, he's gone. Ga-young said, I told you. Haein was upset, there was no fight for 10 minutes. She bit her nails, if this keeps up, foreign associations will also approach him. Ga-young pushed her hand down, stopping. Haein was suddenly stunned. Ga-young was not satisfied, she didn't remember what she said, biting her nails wouldn't solve anything so she asked me to stop her. Haein regained her composure, yes, but her mind was racing. Oh, don't say you almost liked her. Ga-young asked, what are you going to do now? Haein turned around, there is no other way. She opened the information screen showing Jihan's live stream going on. She curled her mouth. I will follow him. The system announced, you have entered the stream of the Battle.net predictor, Mr. Sung, let's see who will win. While watching Jihan's battle, viewers commented, Dung Jihan will definitely win. Knowing the result, why watch anymore? After he gave the swordsman a powerful punch, some people couldn't help but exclaim, it was truly shattered. He'll moves to the exposed side of the muscle. His shield shattered and he too flew backwards. Jihan uses anonymous divine magic. Dharma step, lightning step. Jihan's lightning speed combined with his attacks overwhelms the entire team. A group of people were defeated. Jihan commented, it's not bad, I got used to this move faster because I focused on the feeling when using it. He looked at the two people standing far away, let's try a little more. They don't feel right, don't say it's Jihan again, haha. Jihan cut down a corpse golem, a gold-ranked monster, with just one attack. A bronze-ranked player had to fight him. It's like being struck by lightning. A giant lightning pillar descended with a deafening scream. Ah, a natural phenomenon that could not be resisted. Notification system, the match is over. You ranked first, viewers commented, wow, it's first again, ha ha ha, Jihan is always first. System summary, you have ranked first 5 times in a row, experience and GP received will increase by 200%. Jihan exclaimed, wow, what a surprise. You are 2 years old. The system prompts, you have been waiting for 10 years, and the dungeon has been unlocked. Jihan remembered, that's right, it was unlocked in Le Pretend for 10 years, the dungeon is a new level that is opened at level 15, unlike normal monsters you just need to fight simply, the dungeon also has puzzles and traps. There is a limit to the rewards solo players can achieve, so although teaming up is encouraged, it is actually required. The problem is, there are too many people targeting me. He scratched his cheek. If my teammates joined hands to cause trouble, I wouldn't be able to do anything. He wondered, should I temporarily join some guild? Then I shook my head. No, I don't think it's worth it. When I want to leave, it will be too troublesome. He opened the attribute table. Even if it bothers me, I have to endure it for now. I'm about to go silver. And when I reach silver, I will form my own association. 2 pieces of fried eggs on the pan made a sizzling sound. Sung Jihan put it on a plate. Say, please fold your chopsticks. Say replied, okay. 2 portions of food were neatly served. Okay, let's eat. 2 people sit at the dining table. After enjoying a piece, Saya couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh my god, why do you cook so well?" Jihan was puzzled. "This isn't cooking, Saya honestly, no, it's delicious." Jihan was happy. "So next time I will cook properly for you to eat," I thought. "It seems like cooking one dish in America every day is working." Saya excited, "Wow, really, it's great." Jihan asked, "My friend came to pick me up." Saya replied, "Huh, Hisu?" The girl replied, "No, she won't come to pick me up anymore." Jihan cares, "Huh, why?" Say honestly, "Well, I don't want to talk about it at all. When he got home he made me very uncomfortable, and I felt a bit overwhelmed." Hisu shows concern, but it's like bringing up something that shouldn't be mentioned. Say, what are you doing now? You must be very sad. Can I help you? Why would you do that to your daughter? Jihan commented, "What a bother." Saya also agreed, "That's right, uncle. There's more to this. The little girl is happy, her mother's car is much happier and more comfortable." Jihan looked at her in shock. Then he smiled comfortably, "Yes, I saw it too." After breakfast, the two went to the BattleNet Academy. A group of people are making a mess. Here it is, it's Sung Jihan. Jihan saw them from afar. Were they recruitment agencies and reporters? Saya smiled bitterly. "We made a big deal out of it yesterday." Jihan was worth it. He looked more like a stalker than a reporter. "The security guard prevents those people from going out. This is a private area. Avoid leaving. You are not allowed to enter." Jihan exhaled. We have to use another car." Saya was surprised. Uncle, those people." Hain gently flipped her hair. I'm here." "Mr. Sung." Jihan got out of the car without understanding. Why is the atmosphere so tense?" He greeted her, but he met her here. Hain replied, "I came early to wait." Saya couldn't help but think, she's too obsessed. Hain's tone was reproachful. "I gave him my business card but he didn't contact me at all." Saya whispered, "Good luck, I won't bother you again this time." Jihan couldn't say anything. "You already explained it." "Oh, I forgot my business card." Hain moves forward. "Anyway, can I borrow some of your time, Mr. Sung Jihan?" The two of them sat at a cafe in the academy, while other recruiters could only stand at a distance. They shouted, she's ahead of us again. I even got the gold contract. If I can't get into him then what's the point? We can negotiate too. It's not the only big association." Jihan asked, "Sitting outside so we got a lot of attention. Are you okay?" Hain leisurely drinks coffee. "I'm okay. I often get like this so I'm used to it." Jihan commented. She seemed even more relaxed than usual. Hain replied, "Well, since I graduated from this academy, I'm familiar with it." But seeing his reaction made it very difficult for me to accept. Jihan replied, "Well, if it's because I didn't contact you, I'm sorry. I was so busy that I forgot." Hain sighed. "It's okay, it's a bit new." She said, "This is the first time I've chased someone like that." She reached back and signaled Gaiyang, "That's why I prepared a suitable contract for you. We'll give you a platinum deal." The other recruiters gasped in surprise. "Platinum contract?" Gave a bronze star. The person who asked for the gold contract withdrew. I'll go home." Jihan thought, what a surprise, she was so prepared. Hain continued, "I can say that with confidence. This contract was possible because of my steadfastness. Are you clear how I feel about him?" Gaiyang didn't know what to say. She was determined. Those recruiters pulled together. Let's go home. Besides, her perfume smells like a goat." Hain frowned when she saw that Jihan was not winning. Why is he still so calm now? What's wrong with him? Jihan affirmed, "I'm sure Pair Hain is goat row." "I don't know if that's the same," Hain thought. "I'm so narcissistic." She sat back in her seat. Now she remembered, "I don't have his number anymore. I can't leave it like this." She said, "I will send you a copy of the contract after you look at it. Now how should we contact?" Jihan didn't understand the roundabout way. Are you asking for my number? Hain was speechless. This name. Guyung held back her laughter. Oh, it hit the nail on the head. Hain asked again. What if it's true? Jihan suggested. How about we make a bet? Hain doesn't understand. Bet, Jihan confirms. Yeah. I just got promoted to 15 and my next match will be a dungeon. After reaching 15 the next match will always be a dungeon. Hain was surprised. He was promoted to 10 already late. She thought, I'm still thinking about when he will reach that level. He actually reached 15 in just 1 month, but why suddenly he wants to bet? She asked, what bet? Jihan stood up. Now I will enter the dungeon. If I don't get first place then I will sign a contract with Twin Star, and I will also give you my number. Hain frowned, but there will be a lot of people aiming at him. Guyung thought. He planned to enter the dungeon alone without a guild or teammates to support him. Jihan calmly said, if I'm sure to win, what's the thrill? Hain replied, yes, but that makes me even more worried. What are your conditions? Jihan curled his lips. If I win, he thought, I have to check it myself. You have to show me your data, Miss Lee. I have to see if you have it. Nurturing talent like before. Hain hesitated. The window. My data. Jihan nodded. Yes, now that ability is considered useless by everyone. He judged. It seemed like she had agreed, but I had to check with my own eyes. As expected, Hain replied, yes, but don't regret it. She asked, he should be logging in. Should we go somewhere else? Jihan's system informed, you have logged into BattleNet. He replied, no need. Wait here, you can start the livestream. Admin appears. Jihan, whoosh, are you guys ready? Get ready. Jihan's body started to be teleported. I will be back soon, the administrator said. Something big is about to happen. The quest is a dungeon. Invader's Tomb Dungeon. The royal tomb system of the Conqueror has high difficulty. Light crept into the dark, gloomy space, a giant underground tomb, the resting place of a great conqueror. In the middle is an 8-trigram terrain formation. In front is a stone gate lit by 2 torches placed opposite each other, surrounded by stone soldiers holding sharp spears in one hand and sharp spears in the other. The grip looks very fierce. This dungeon is famous for the large number of monsters inside, and there are almost no traps or complicated mazes. However, there is another reason for the difficulty of this dungeon is so high. The path is lit by small torches along the walls. The pillars, although the outside has cracks over time, its exterior is like that but the core inside is different. Very sure. It's because to complete the game, all members of the team must be alive until the end. Inside the group of people are surrounded by a team of stone warriors. They are in a very dangerous situation. The man in green is holding a bow and fighting. Blocking the front was a young man wearing a blue shirt, holding a sword and steadfastly confronting these soldiers. Finally, there was a frightened female warrior carrying her fallen comrade on her shoulders, due to fighting. That's why being lucky enough to be placed on a good team is extremely important. The main lobby has a teenager brought to the system, announcing that player Sung Ji-han has entered. A blue light surrounds him. This aura can only be our main character. The system speaks again. All players have been summoned. The game will start in a moment. He gradually opened his sharp eyes. His hair covered his forehead. He looked at his teammates in front of him. It seems like my teammates this time aren't so bad. When he saw the 3 young men who were his teammates, they could only stare with their mouths open. The leader had green eyes and hair crossed to one side like his 9 ex-brothers and sisters. He suddenly said something, but it didn't go very well. Great, is it really him? Standing on the right side is an archer. He was also very surprised but still maintained a calm appearance. He frowned and raised his hand. He pushed the red glasses that looked pretty cool and silently said, don't tell me, Sung Ji-han. The blonde-haired guy with 2 bangs standing behind him was so surprised that he couldn't say anything anymore. All of this group's clothes have points. Generally, they carry an eagle badge mounted in the middle. He walked forward, put one hand in his pocket, the other hand politely shook hands to greet this group of people. The representative who stood to shake hands with him was a guy with crosshair who was probably the captain. He thought to himself that all 3 of them were the same, came from the same guild, and the equipment was quite good. At this point, the blonde man believed that this was true and immediately greeted him. Mr. Sung, it's a pleasure to meet you. The archer also continued, nice to meet you, let's do our best. Viewers gradually began to comment. Some noticed the Black Eagle badge with a gold border and said that it was the Black Eagle Guild. Other viewers said they had a good attitude, and he got half of the ranking. Some people were surprised. Wait, he's already entered the dungeon. He's already level 15. The comments are getting more and more enthusiastic. The blonde guy, when he approached and got in close contact, saw the freckles appearing. He said, with this lineup, we should try to get first place. The cross-haired friend happily replied, of course, with Mr. Sung here, there's no need to discuss it. The blonde guy immediately spoke up and told Mr. Sung, then Mr. Sung, we will go first and lead the way for you. Sung is a decisive person, so he replied with a very confident look, don't just let me go first. Then he walked steadily and quickly. Those three guys were cautious and walked slowly as they walked. Those three guys were talking. But it shouldn't be left to the warriors. The words had not yet been uttered. When they finished the crowd, this young man had to rush after Sung. He turned around and said it was okay. I was confident in my ability to fight on the front lines. The chat room is bustling again. Whoa, it's so trustworthy. He's right. Haha. Everyone remembers. The zombies on the defense map, right? Those three guys were quick and finally chased after him. He thought as he walked, activating his wrist, it seems like this time there are no more scammers or trolls, so I'm really happy. I'm a bit concerned about the conditions for completing this level. Okay then, your face is filled with enthusiasm. If that's the case, then I should start sprinting, right? He thought and made up his mind. The Tomb of Conquest, the first underground floor. The system appeared to the audience. Bang, bang. From the ground, strange creatures began to emerge, holding all kinds of weapons and in high spirits, ready to fight with anyone they see. Two bad guys quickly recognized it. It was them. Tomb Guardians began to emerge more and more. Seeing the dire situation, the other three immediately asked, Mr. Sung, how should we solve this? Others gave their opinion. I think we should use magic to open the way. Sung still calmly replied, it's not okay. Then he opened the door and said, just follow me. The soldiers rushed forward. The number was truly too large and they were gone. A guy holding a sword, not knowing whether to live or die, rushed straight to slash him. He dodged to the side. He raised his hand to punch, with one blow so fast that he didn't have to react to strike. This soldier immediately broke into pieces, causing a loud noise. No time to think. He rushed up and punched another guy, causing him to collapse immediately. Using his foot, he kicked a few others and sent them flying away. With just one hand, he crushed their heads, cracked them, and just like that he rushed forward, defeating them one by one. His speed was too fast. In a moment, the guards were devastated, completely destroyed, full. His teammates, who had seen more of his talent, gasped again, surprised by his strength. Sung turned around and asked, what else are you doing? I said follow me. In his hand he still held the head of a guy and quickly crushed it, dust flying everywhere. The system displays the message that the fake Conqueror's tomb has 10 corridors. Each team will enter one of those corridors, and the entire corridor is connected to the 7th floor underground, which is also the final area of the dungeon, with Jihan's team entering the 8th corridor, and taking the lead. Overwhelmingly, he kept rushing forward, destroying all obstacles, opening the way for the other three guys. They were not stupid, but always ran closely behind him. System, subterranean tomb. Whoa, that was impressive. When I saw him fighting with my own eyes, the archer who had been silent from the beginning until now spoke up. Indeed, those soldiers were clearly very tough. They ran and talked. But unexpectedly, he easily smashed them as if they were made of sand. Another blow from Sung, the guard's head, shattered immediately. He jumped up and kicked the ground. Everything seemed to him very simple. This time, the chat room exploded again, without even using the weapons. From the last match until now, why does he need to use weapons on these small fry? That's true, he even defeated Golem. Ha ha ha, donated 10,000 GP. Why are you squinting your eyebrows, wondering what he's planning to do? An old man, wearing a red shirt, looking very sinister, donated to you. He smiled smugly and sent a comment. Take-chan donated 10,000 GP. Mr. Sung, you haven't checked your mailbox yet. Can you read my message? Just once. I even prepared a huge donation. One viewer commented that this writing style is really annoying. How dare he appear in this place full of dignity? The Defense Force, Neo is obsessed with recruiting him. Suddenly, the heads of two more people broke off and collapsed. He leisurely brushed his hands off, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked away. Seeing that, someone commented saying, Jihan, please don't leave us. If he comes to Japan, I will go too. He immediately reassured everyone, don't worry, no matter what happens, I won't transfer to Japan. You open the system, I will block this guy. Hearing that, the viewers said, I was so touched. Sung Jihan, Sung Jihan, Sung Jihan, Sung Jihan. Unexpectedly, we have already completed the 3rd floor. If it was a normal dungeon raiding team, we would probably only have completed the 1st floor by now. Crosshair and Archer, following behind. It's as fast as taking a bus. Not taking a plane would be more accurate, the blonde guy with 2 bangs quickly said. This young man tried to use his sword to knock on a really tough guy. Whoa, how did he manage to smash these tough guys? His system panel suddenly popped up and didn't know what it was, so he was a bit surprised. Entering the corner, the crosshair said, "Thank you, I can't deny that we are counting on you." Sung pressed his hand against the wall to feel the way. "No need to thank him. Guys, not messing up is a huge help." The cross-haired guy spoke up again to express his opinion. "I wish I could continue to play with you, Mr. Sung." He suddenly arrived at the 4th floor. The alarm system, the 4th floor underground, is a straight line. Wo-sung breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment the archer who liked to wear glasses seemed to have also received some news from the system. He looked as surprised as the guy with the bangs. He couldn't believe it. Sung said, looking at both sides of the wall, and under the floor. The guy with blue hair and 2 bangs cried helplessly. It was obvious that they were traps. It seemed like all the traps inside this dungeon were concentrated here. Sung spoke up. "Do you guys mind if I go faster?" "No, of course not." "No, no problem." Each word was said in turn. "Okay, I'll arrange some traps. And let you guys take care of it later," he decided. Sung walked in front and behind, but these 3 guys looked very strange. The blonde guy pulled out his sword. The archer held an arrow in his hand. I didn't know what they were planning to do next. They thought to themselves, they should just move on and let us go. At that moment, he rushed forward. 1 million GP will be ours. Message, FC 787 of the Sword King has sent a viewer request. I won't say too much. Kill yourself and make sure he can't be noticed. Reward 1 million GP. All members of the team, from the Dark Eagle Guild, received the same suicide mission. FC 787 of the Sword King sent a viewer mission. It turns out that Takeda, who was blocked by Jihan, was the one behind it all. He was very respectfully sitting in front of the screen, still holding a cup of hot coffee, sipping and preparing to enjoy it, and it was done. I don't plan on using the same tactic twice, but right now, spending money is all I can do. I have no other choice. Now what are you going to do to get through this? I have bribed them all. And I even told them to act as discreetly as possible. You understand what this means, right? The moment he rushed forward was also the time. But he failed. Ha ha ha, this is my victory. Unless someone warns you first, ha 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 ha. Otherwise, nothing can ruin my plans. Good, good, panting, Sung rushed forward at a speed that surprised everyone, followed closely behind by the blue-haired guy, who was less stupid than his other 2 teammates. Rays of light flashed and crept through every crack in the wall. From the wall, sharp, shining iron arrows were released, whirring. It's here, but it seems to be in Sung's premeditation. He tried to rush faster. The arrows were released to form a circle and rushed towards him. The arrows seemed to be aimed straight at the prey that was him, each wave after another coming out in quick succession. This level is difficult to see with the naked eye. Behind him, the blue-haired boy shouted in panic. Jihan dodged. "I will use the skill to make the arrow disappear," he said while chanting his magic. Sung's eyes, his eyes were red. It seemed like nothing could stop him anymore. "I'm okay. The power to conquer space, the absolute power." He waved his hand. A red circle of power, surrounded by lightning, appeared, blocking all the arrows coming towards him. The arrows couldn't even penetrate the barrier, so how could they hurt him? What's going on? Luckily the guy with the crosshair cast a spell in time, so he was able to stop the arrows or he would have died. The fans kept commenting, he was able to block the arrows. Well done. What's the deal? Sung Jihan and Seon can work together. Hey, I want to be stuck with Sung Jihan too. The guy with the crosshair was scared for a moment, then he turned around and asked, did everyone see? Oh no, on this side those 2 idiots have already started. Will they be able to stop them? The red glasses guy smiled evilly and used a sharp arrow to stab his neck, looking very strange and scary. Jihan shouted loudly in fear. Sung suddenly followed inertia and turned around. His 2 pupils gradually turned red. They were committing suicide. What are you doing? Stop them. Blue hair saw that and immediately shouted in panic. The blonde laughed, then brought the knife to his throat again. Each heavy step went down to the floor. Is that guy too? The archer was also quite surprised because his friend also received the same mission as him. At this time, a lot of blue and yellow power appeared underneath Sung's feet. I don't know when he used it. It seemed like the other 3 guys still hadn't noticed. The power stream started to shoot straight towards him, on those 2 sides. The frightened archer closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and hummed, determined to commit suicide. But they could not succeed. Sung was able to stop him. The power coming from his lightning-fast punch shocked those two men. Their swords and arrows were all broken by him. They were defeated. It becomes a discarded piece of waste and can no longer be used. The blonde was stunned. My hand, even if his hand was disabled, it was still worth it. The archer was even more miserable, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Sung also accumulated a bit of strength. Give them one more punch. Even though they were wearing armor, they were still penetrated. Their bodies were devastated. The two-headed man also collapsed. There was no way to stop this great force. The screams screaming to the heavens. They were tortured. Even if they resisted, they couldn't do anything. It was so deserving. It was truly gratifying. The last remaining traitor also ran to ask, Jihan, are you okay? He can still pretend to be fake now. I admit that he also acted very well. He continued, the game is not over yet. Sung looked at them calmly, almost there. The two-haired guy angrily shouted, damn, we almost committed suicide. The archer quickly responded to him, did you also receive a suicide mission? Hearing such a ridiculous question, the two-haired guy the roof cursed directly. It didn't seem like it was funny. Turning around, the fake guy finally arrived, then asked in surprise, why are they arguing? Sung opened the system panel and leisurely answered him, that's right, it seems like both of them are receive a suicide mission. If one of them dies first, the game will end. Hearing that, I felt a bit hesitant. It was so embarrassing. I apologized on their behalf. He put his hand on his chest and sincerely apologized. Sung looked at him with sharp eyes, but luckily I stopped him in time. No need to apologize. Having finished speaking, he gathered his magic power and intended to strike a blow through his body. He thought he was smart and had no flaws, but he did not expect that his plan had been discovered by our Sung a long time ago. Before he could commit suicide, he stroked his hand a few times. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Sung continued, because I knew you were the same as I said. How do you know that all members of the Black Eagle Guild received a suicide mission? He frowned and raised his voice, but he still shouted at him in the affirmative. I don't suspect anything. How could Jihan know about this? His eyes spoke of this incomprehensible incident. The viewers kept commenting, what is, who said that? Who else but me? It turned out to be a young man who was a Sung fan spoke up. Stream Wing Kwang donated 10,000 GP. Jihan, be careful. The Black Eagle Association has been bribed. They will commit suicide and receive 100,000,000,001. It's all thanks to my trusted assistant streamer Wing Kwang. What does that mean? As a true fan of Sung Jihan, I always watch the stream, snap my fingers forward, secretly extremely happy. His teammate streams too. That's very similar to Stalker. Every action and gesture of the four people is closely watched by this young man. And then I saw the moment Sword King Family 898 issued a quest that cost 100,000,000,001. Jayadeen Kim Vuong 898 has issued a quest with a reward. I'll say it straight, kill yourself silently. Once completed, you will receive 1,000,000 GP. When accepting the mission, the cross-haired guy smiled, with an extremely arrogant and cunning look. 100,000,000,000. Is that crazy? Wow, really electric. Oh, isn't that the name Sword Family 898 from before? So I told Jihan, recipient, predicted winner Mr. Sung Jihan. Be careful, the Dark Eagle Guild has been bribed. About donate 10,000 GP. Send, cancel, click click. That's the sound of typing on the keyboard. A donation of 10 million won. That's not expensive for the cause. So Jihan, please accept a loyal fan like me as an editor. The young man clenched his fist and told himself that money was for justice, so there is no regret at all. But thinking about it further, he suddenly stopped for a moment. Isn't that a bit strange? Returning, Sung only controlled a few lines of magic power. It also caused the guy with the crosshair to hit his face on the ground. So isn't 1 million still a bit too much? He wondered. Having said that, he knelt down on one knee and picked up the sword. Even if he risked a few people's lives, it wasn't worth that much. Viewers who saw it were very sympathetic and approving. That's right. Even if he is the Sword King, it is still very unreasonable. Does he really belong to the Sword King's family? Holding the sword up in front of me, I concluded that. He slashed it into the air to test its power. This must be a famous association, or the Sword King's influence has been exploited. That's right, it's possible. What could it be? That's for sure. They actually spent 1 billion on just one data window. It really haunts me. Am I the only one who thought of that name? Who is this? What is this? He was proud a few seconds ago, but now he can't smile anymore. Takeda, now I see he's been quiet lately. Sung opened the system to see. It seemed like he wanted to see my data window, so he played that trick. I will change my promise, Sung said while surfing his system. Damn, what's going on? Are you going to withdraw your words? I will change from 200,000 subscribers to 1,000,000 subscribers, and the promise of first place will still be the same, he said while scrolling through the inventory, clicking on a rope. How long will it take for you to get 1 million? Ah fuck, this bastard. Luckily, I don't intend to withdraw my words. Sung smiled and thought, that's good. I'm still worried because I'm about to reach 200,000. Thanks to that, I get more money and fame. I will not force it until I reach 1,000,000 subscribers, Sung thought while holding the new rope he took out from his inventory. Look at that smile. Holding the coil of wire looks so cunning, sir, but suddenly there is a coil. Grade F restraining wire coils to neutralize enemies. He tied those 3 guys in one place and then held the other end of the rope in his hand. Good, very tight. Then let's go. As he finished speaking, he held the sword in one hand, and in the other held a rope to force the group to rush away very quickly. Oh my. They were dragged away by Young, looking very pathetic. Go straight like that, this guy is crazy. He stopped walking in confusion. The archer was dragged into a daze. Then whoa, what about him? His eyes were highly focused. Don't disturb his sleep. The Emperor is immortal. Don't disturb your sleep, the Emperor is immortal. Don't disturb your sleep, the Emperor is immortal. Don't disturb your sleep, the Emperor is immortal. Underground, 6th floor. The 3 members of the Black Eagle gang were tied up, then dragged on the ground, their faces bruised and bruised. Even now they still don't believe it. They doubt it. This is real, it's unreasonable. But look, they're still pathetic, being dragged by Sung Ji-han like he's taking a dog for a walk. The chat box is now gloating. The mean gorilla Nick commented, haha, this is really funny. The mole-fish wondered, but why didn't they say anything? The worker also texted, the atmosphere was too quiet. Looking back at the brown-haired guy, his mouth was restrained by his ability. He could only curse in his head. Is he really the same as me? So why is he so unreasonably strong? Back 10 minutes ago, when the 3 of them were discovered, they were still very loud and scolded. Hey, that bastard, he responded with bloodshot eyes. Everyone, they look like weak mice being controlled, but their mouths still won't stop. We won't leave you alone. This is the final warning. Let us down. Sung Ji-han didn't care, but pointed his index finger straight forward, while their mouths continued to accuse unjustly. If you don't want to turn the entire Black Eagle gang into enemies. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately poked the brown-haired man's armor, making him a bit surprised. He, made a sound. Immediately, countless mistakes appeared on his body that he made. He did not understand and asked, what is that? After that, his whole body seemed to lose momentum and fell forward. At this moment, Ji-han spoke up to warn him, do you think the gang will come forward on behalf of trash like you? The brown-haired guy panicked. His body had lost all its strength, so he continued to do it with the guy wearing glasses. The brown hair was scared, looking at him in panic. Maybe, but how could that be possible? Could it be that he pointed at our acupuncture points? That guy was scared when he thought about this situation. On Ji-han's side, he only focused on his fingertips, secretly satisfied. It had been a long time since he used this trick. It seemed like he still hadn't lost his craft. That move can only be obtained when one reaches the level of a martial artist, a warrior profession. Once upgraded, he thought as he unleashed the move. The last one made him want to cry. Brown looked over questioningly. I thought he was a support person. That guy gritted his teeth, frowned angrily. At this rate, we would be dragged everywhere by him. Suddenly, I remembered the previous livestream, when Kim Gyu-yuk was bold and made him crazy, and realized that he was very sensitive when it came to his niece. Then I will demonstrate, show you the skills I learned during my time, being a keyboard warrior. When I thought of a plan, the brown hair immediately wanted to practice. That guy just opened his mouth to say a few words, Nisem. He was immediately surrounded by red lightning and clamped his mouth shut. It turned out that it was Ji-han, knowing well the despicable nature of these people, so he struck first, only for him to make strange sounds. Ueb web. He held the rope tightly, smiling friendly but exuding a chilling murderous aura. Why don't you shut up? And now, the Black Hawks are still being dragged. Brown hair burst into tears. I no longer care about anything else. Being dragged on the ground like that was so painful. That guy wanted to scream for help but couldn't. Sung Ji-han calmly looked at the system again. He spoke, treated. Immediately the three people's bodies were dragged on the ground emitting blue light. The guy wearing glasses shouted, "Way, it feels great." Black hair screamed, "Shut up, the chat box is still very active." Malt Fish wrote again, "He often treats them. It's funny, haha." The eternal barking dog leaves a comment, "Ah, haha, anyway we can't let them die either." Ji-han looked at the system board and saw that it was now the 6th floor. Conquering this floor, it's the final level, he thought. A notification appeared, start, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, boss, and the 4 of them were moving on to the next round in the hallway, straight. Upon entering the 6th floor, I immediately felt killing intent from all sides as if threatening anyone who came. His eyes looked up and touched something very strange, making him pause a bit. This is the 6th floor underground, and what Ji-han is facing are countless pairs of glowing eyes on the ceiling, having to overcome them to reach the big door on the other side. He scolded, "Damn it." My eyes looked up, but it was quite difficult to see. It was too dark so I couldn't see clearly. The things hanging from the ceiling were humanoid entities, as if from ancient times they were staring down. He only realized now, but it seemed they were all ground soldiers. Suddenly a shuddering sound rang out from behind, making him a bit scared. It turned out that they were land soldiers, trying to rise from that side. The 3 Black Hawks tied up lying on the ground panicked when they saw them, sweat pouring down their bodies. The ground soldiers seemed to have a premonition, their eyes glowing, their spears in hand, rushing like crazy. The 3 Black Eagles saw them approaching. Each of them had a bloody face, clenched his teeth, and could only watch. Sung Ji-han immediately appeared. To help, he swung his sword and cut across the land soldier's spear. The black hair lay under the broken spear of the ground soldier and screamed in panic. He didn't say anything more, his hands tightly grasped the ropes. Using force, he threw those 3 men back, causing them to scream loudly in terror. As for Ji-han on this side, he continued to fight. He swung his sword to block the soldiers' attacks, without hesitation in his eyes. Then, as quickly as he could, he dodged past, cut down one man, rushed forward as fast as he could, swung his sword and cut down another man. Where the sword passed, the ground and rocks were broken. In just a moment, the ground soldiers were cut into many small pieces and fell to the ground. He held the sword tightly, surrounded by pieces of land falling everywhere, smoke and dust. The chat frame immediately became animated when he saw this scene. Life is difficult, commenting, "So magnificent, woof 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 deep wow, it's been a while since I've seen him use a sword." But, there were still enemies on the ceiling. The ground soldiers looked down lifelessly. Then suddenly, their eyes emitted a bright yellow light, filled with murderous intent, which made Ji-han's entire body shiver. He turned his head back, looked up at them. At that moment, a warning message appeared. The tomb was shaking. The guy wearing glasses, seeing the horrifying scene on the ceiling, opened his eyes wide, his mouth stiffened. "Oh whoa. Don't hinder His Majesty from resting." A strange sound rang out on the 6th floor. He still said nothing, his eyes steadily directed straight towards them without a trace of fear. That strange voice appeared again, repeating the words over and over again. "Long live the king, do not hinder His Majesty's rest. Long live the king, do not hinder His Majesty's rest. Long live the king, do not hinder His Majesty's rest. Long live His Majesty." Hearing that, he whispered and thought, "Their eyes are glowing, they must have gone into a violent mode." Suddenly at this moment, the system panel appeared. He wondered, what is this, only to see it said, "Limited mission, kill all policemen, reward, 1,000 achievement points." Seeing this, he was extremely satisfied and smiled. He thought, "It's been a long time since I received a mission, the last time was when I was on the defense map." Thinking, he raised his hand towards his hand, his mouth shouted, "Shield." Immediately a half-blue circle with red lightning appeared, protecting the 3 Black Eagles. Then suddenly, he swung his sword and slashed straight at the shield, causing the guy wearing glasses to scream in horror. He shouted angrily, "What's going on? You're cutting like that, so why are you still giving us a shield?" But I didn't care and smiled happily, touching the precious sword, secretly relieved. With the force field above, the shield has become much stronger. The shield slowly restored, and each red lightning bolt became stronger and stronger. Ji-han, reassured, turned his head forward. His eyes were bloodshot, full of murderous intent. "Now I don't need to focus on protecting them anymore." He just waved his hand once. Red energy spread out to cover the entire tomb. He called it, expanding the territory. Extremely confident, he looked ahead and thought to himself, "No matter how many times I use it, I still can't help but be surprised at how powerful it is." The ground soldiers, as if something was holding them back, they moved slowly. It turned out that due to Jihan's moves, all movements of anyone standing within the territory were slowed down. Then he clenched his fist, said to himself, and only needed to use one hand. It was enough for me to overwhelm everything. The soldiers' bodies began to be invaded by red lightning. Immediately, then it broke into pieces. He stood tall in the center, clutching his powerfully energized sword, surrounded by soldiers, moving slowly, saying to himself, an area where he truly held sway. Then he closed his eyes, remembering the image of Baron, and chuckled sarcastically, what a shame Baron, such extraordinary skills he only used to enhance mana. Then he started, swinging his sword high, having had enough fun for now. Let's end this, end the train of thought, get into a fighting stance. He only needed to make one slash, and the ground soldiers were broken into many parts, then blown away by his powerful energy. Smiling victoriously, Sung Ji-han confidently looked towards them. Rocks and soil were flying everywhere in the air. The system appears, you have completed the task. After defeating all the guards, what Sung Ji-han had to face next was the boss of the floor. He slowly opened his eyes. The Conqueror's tomb could only be cleared when all members of the group survived. Immediately after that, those eyes opened wide, shining brightly, and his face exuded the strong and courageous spirit of talented generals of the past. His whole body was strong, his beard and hair were long, he spoke with great dignity. Hello, conquerors, gold is something people always want to have, I will give you what you desire. The condition to conquer the final level is, he looked towards that general and thought to himself, from behind the big door, he sat on a horse and headed outside, extremely fierce, giving orders to show respect. Submissiveness, full of respect from all players, is the way to safely pass the level. Sung Ji-han still proudly looks straight at the boss. Behind, are 3 Black Hawks still tied up. The chat box is now amazing. Science's magic leave a comment. Wow, he actually reached the final level. The cheating Black Cow wrote, if they all succumb to the boss then wouldn't it be a game? Is it over? He looked in that direction and immediately discovered something special. This is the 7th underground floor, the last level. Below the shining gold general riding a majestic horse, are 4 circles, glowing positions as if reserved for the 4 of them. Eraser 3,333,333 write a comment, everyone there must submit to that boss. From inside, suddenly a strong yellow light emitted. Sung Ji-han on this side yanked the 3 weak men upwards forcefully without any mercy, making them cry out. Barleyfish commented, he just threw them down. 158-700700 wrote, and how he intended to subdue them. He waved his hand, skillfully controlling a source of red energy. The barleyfish sends messages, perhaps with telepathic powers. The ropes that tied those 3 people were in turn broken by his energy. Ji-han calmly used 2 fingers to control their bodies to stand up. Leave a comment, no, how could he do that from such a far distance? He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was busy thinking about something. Right after that, he opened his bloodshot eyes full of magic, confidently affirming, it's possible. He didn't say much, but just kept moving forward. The 3 people behind him also had difficulty moving as if they were being controlled. JRR67 commented, Lamau, are they balloons? The guy wearing glasses also thought surprisingly, my body is moving on its own. Without explaining further, he just smiled a meaningful smile. Currently, Sung Ji-han's force index is at 18. His data table appears. Name Sung Ji-han, level 15, Gangnam Region 1 Bronze Division affiliated organization, martial arts strength 18, force 18, support class, mage class, F rank adventurer I bonus with ability to see other players' characteristics, nickname of Dominion of the practice tournament. He recalled that the times he used territory expansion, the area and influence of the territory were all improved compared to before. That golden general, still sitting on his horse, spoke up, now. As soon as all 4 people entered the 4 circles, he announced again, let's begin. Except, he was calmly smiling and thinking, the distance was quite large, the remaining 3 people had pale faces and were covered in sweat. They, located in his energy circle, were completely under his control, and he was satisfied, but if I stood in the middle, I would be able to control all of them. Those 3 people began to kneel, collapsed respectfully. A guy whose face was hit hard immediately cried out in pain, ah, damn, my nose. The chat box became bustling again. Ga5 Guy Girl exclaimed, great, the worker left a comment, the ability to control Sung Ji-han's control is better. Then, he also knelt down respectfully, telling himself, with this will be it. A perfect conquest. Then all 4 knelt before the general sitting on horseback. He sternly replied with sincerity, "Good, you can go back now, intruder." And so the mission was completed. A notification immediately appeared. You had conquered the 7th floor under the ground. He turned his head back and a blue magic gate appeared. Eraser Eraser 3333 exclaimed, "Damn, he's already conquered," secretly leaving a comment. The second place group is just passing the 4th floor. The notice board appeared again. The return gate had been opened. He was still standing there watching the system. Under the chat box, the dog barked forever writing. Sung Ji-han was leading again. The guy wearing glasses, when he saw it, he thought, I can't get 10 billion, but at least I'm number 1, with black hair. I'm also cautious. Luckily he conquered it, but still. That guy continued to wonder why he didn't move. It turned out that Ji-han had been standing still all this time, rubbing his head with his hands, looking extremely unsightly. The black cow cheat commented, doesn't he know that he has to leave the dungeon for everything to end? On this side, he smiled wryly. Something on the system board had made him helpless. How funny, he thought, what the hell is this mission? It turns out a strange mission was sent, that is, hidden mission, pay your sincere respect to the statue of the conqueror, 5,000 points reward, achievement Conqueror's Arrow. Then, he looked up, the golden general was still standing in front of him, thinking, 5,000 points was already a very good deal. This mission, aimed the reward at the arrow of that great and majestic conqueror. He sighed in admiration. It was so big that it looked like a spear, and then wondered, will I be rewarded with that too? Then Ji-han smiled, full of intrigue, looking at the 3 black eagles and thinking with sincere respect. The black-haired guy was extremely worried, frowning, wondering, what was he doing there in a daze? What if the second-ranked guy came here? But before anything happened, he was pulled away by a strong force, making him scream. Turns out, he used his ability to pull him back into his arms and hold him tightly. The black hair was still scared. Ji-han's eyes, full of determination looking straight ahead, spoke up, Conqueror, no, King of Plunderers, this is my sincerity. The golden general looked at him seriously, his eyes glowing like a threat. The black hair didn't understand anything, but he only knew that he was very scared, and something bad would happen, crying out, "Eh!" But immediately, he used force to throw him hard, forward, making him scream. The yellow horse, when he noticed it, immediately reacted. It turned its head, slapped the black hair, and a notification appeared, the player was dead. The brown hair panicked, he didn't think he would be so cruel. The chat box was also terrifying. The dog barked non-stop, commenting, did he just get eaten alive? The barley fish was full of question marks. CLGT, the employee wrote, CLGT, the dog barked non-stop, wrote a comment, what the hell is he doing? I only saw Ji-han with bloodshot, scary eyes, smiling meaningfully. He still stood facing the conqueror, watching his reaction. He heard his brother's words and asked again, King of the robbers, are you talking about me? Hearing that, he calmly replied, a conqueror is just someone who robs other people, I'm showing my respect to you. Looking at the place where the bright gold was scattered on the ground, he continued, instead of all that gold, I will take away something truly valuable. Then he pointed straight ahead, calmly pointing at the point, the arrow, which he was holding. He turned his gaze to the huge arrow and spear that was burning with magical power. The conqueror was still standing, stunned by the sudden request. Sung Ji-han thought to himself, the conqueror's arrow was also among the rewards he would receive, his respect. The system board clearly stated, hidden quest, pay your sincere homage to the statue of the conqueror, reward 5,000 achievement points of the conqueror's arrow. He continued thinking, that was the condition to complete this hidden mission. The conqueror was quite surprised by his words just now, so he remained indifferent. Then his mouth curled up fearfully, his expression showing great amusement. He immediately burst into laughter that echoed throughout the 7th floor, in front of all 4 witnesses. Then he praised again, good, very good, I like it very much. The conqueror continued, I will reward you for that. Ji-han also slowly controlled his sword to fly. When his hand held the precious sword tightly, he said, I was very touched by your sincerity. I will give you my treasure, because you have shown your respect. The voice continued to echo, I'm here, ready to face anything unexpected. He spoke up, thanking him. Then pointed straight, sword tipped forward, in a ready-to-fight position, then I'm very willing to accept it. The conqueror raised his bow, pulled out the arrow and prepared to shoot it at him. Okay, try taking it, he challenged. Then he laughed, extremely satisfied. As he pulled the bow, a fiery phoenix appeared behind him. Soul energy escaped. The conqueror spoke loudly, my phoenix arrow. The conqueror, now looking extremely ferocious, he raised his arrow high, covered in yellow light energy, his face showing a mocking smile. He said, "Okay, do your best to catch my phoenix arrow." Having finished speaking, he used his horse to gallop aggressively towards Jihan. Jihan also raised his sword and prepared to take a stance. An extremely fiery battle was about to begin. The chat box now looks extremely surprised. Everyone is wondering, so there is this thing in the tomb. How does Jihan know these things so well? The heat from the conqueror, created like a furnace, made the people there sweat profusely, as if there was no way to live. A person from Team A wearing red glasses on his forehead and a haggard face said, I can't breathe, I feel like I'm about to suffocate to death." Then, in the blazing fire, I must have been surprised and looked at the place where some noise came from. Turns out, it was another person who couldn't stand the heat, so he screamed in pain. The two of them sat down on both sides. Jihan both seemed to be covered in fire. The chat box at this time was afraid for them. After the movie ended, it was so hot that they burned right away. One of the remaining Team A members said, "See, my body is on fire." Jihan's body is also on fire, but he still held the Vo-Yon then gong tightly, not deterred at all. Jihan glanced over, looked at the two people next to him. He thought, it's too dangerous. A person's health bar was gradually dropping. At this rate they would die, he feared in his mind. A person from Team A with brown hair, at this moment his face seemed pale, there was no life left, his health bar seemed to be gradually depleted. Jihan continued to think, I don't care if they die or not, but there is one problem. Jihan wore the ashes of fire, fluttering everywhere, smoke and fire billowing around him. He still stood tall. He continued to think, when they died, the weapons also disappeared. I have to finish this. Before that happens, he was determined, holding the sword tighter than he thought. The surrounding scene at this time looked extremely scary with the glare of fire and the heat of the conqueror. Penalty created. The stacks of gold, stacked around there, also melted under the heat. The chat box was now extremely scary. Whoa, it looks so hot, the gold is melting. The heat seemed to be getting more and more intense, the gold was flowing more and more, even burning brightly. The chat box exclaimed, it was already so hot before even shooting an arrow. The guy wearing red glasses, his forehead just now collapsed, his face turned white. Before he died he cried out, "Ugh!" At the same time, the system displayed a notification. A member of Team A had died, the member number 2/4. The conqueror, still smiling in extreme discomfort, Jihan felt like he was being outmatched. He thought, it's so hot, I can feel it, now I can't resist this thing. There. He closed his eyes, sweat streaming down his face. He opened his eyes full of determination. It seemed like he had thought of all the plans for me. If so, I had to aim for the bow and arrow. The conqueror was still holding his bow as if ready to shoot at any moment. Jihan faced the conqueror, his Wuming Shengong also pointed straight at him. Before he shot the arrow, he thought. Then Jihan recalled something that happened, a long time ago. A sage appeared in front of a person who has lost his direction. He said, I will show you the way. The sage's index finger pointed to a certain direction. Then he said, you just go in that direction. Straight and true, behind the disoriented man is the path to the light. He looks back. That is the cause of the 3 talents. Jihan continued to think. In his thoughts he was standing in front of a towering mountain. An extremely delicate straight stab. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Vo-Yon and Kong's speed made it impossible for people to catch up. The direction Jihan aimed was the shining bow being held in the conqueror's hand. Suddenly, in a flash, I don't know what happened, I only know that the bell suddenly emitted a stronger, brighter light. Like a bolt of lightning, created by Jihan, very fast at the speed of light, that bolt of lightning drew a long straight line from where he stood straight to the bow. That ray of light passed through, causing the bow to break in half, while still in the conqueror's hand. The scene at this time was extremely surprising. Although his body when confronting the conqueror was small, the power he exerted was 10,000 times greater. The arrow that was being raised fell to the ground, its pointed tip causing the ground to crack somewhat. The conqueror didn't expect it. Looking at the remaining bow in his hand that was still smoking from the attack just now, the chat box appeared extremely panicked. No one knew what had happened. What's going on? The bow is broken. The conqueror's eyes were different now, looking more serious. He asked, Thief, what is your name? Jihan was able to do it now. He happily thought to himself, okay, then I still responded strongly to him. Sung Jihan. The conqueror recited that name in his head, the name that defeated him, Sung Jihan. Great, you are a good warrior, he continued, at the same time, picking up the arrow that had just fallen to the ground. Then, the conqueror threw that bow straight towards Jihan. Jihan was cold, using his extremely quick strength to catch the arrow. He thought, "You have given me the highest respect. The phoenix arrow is now yours," thinking as he put the arrow down hard, looking up at the sharp part that was still emitting light, of the phoenix's power. The chat box continued to be surprised. "Whoa, what is that? Huh, it looks more like a spear than an arrow." Thief Sung Jihan, the conqueror spoke with a serious face. Jihan looked up at him, as if waiting to see what he was going to say. "I hope that the next time we meet, it will be a more formal battle," the conqueror continued. Jihan planted Vo Yon then Kong into the ground around it had small stones bouncing up. "Okay," he replied. The two of them had now finished their battle, talking face to face. "In the BattleNet, there are many arenas, so it is likely that we will meet again," Jihan thought as he held the arrow tightly with both hands. Finished, he danced a few lines, twirling the bow and arrow, demonstrating its majesty and power, and at the same time getting used to this new weapon. "It feels great," he whispered. "I can remove the hair from the tail, and use it as a wound," he thought. The chat channel was buzzing watching him demonstrate. "What technique is that, Jihan?" Another person continued in. "Yeah, I don't see anything." Jihan's face at this moment seemed to no longer be as tense as when he was fighting. He was thinking about something. The chat channel continued to buzz about the move he had done. Slow rewinding didn't see anything. The recorded video image only shows Jihan standing facing the conqueror, but his attack is completely invisible. Jihan closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "They can't see." The sage's instructions are not only very quick, but also, use the thin sword to aim precisely at a point. The strike is like lightning, penetrating the target as quickly as possible. Jihan raised his hand to look. Then he thought, his control over Vo Yon then Kong had increased. "At first, I used it a bit unstable, it took a lot of effort," Jihan thought at the same time. The image of him using the sword in the past appeared, with great difficulty. But the more he used it, he continued to think, the image of Jihan with the sword seemed smoother and easier. "The faster and more accurate it will be," he thought as he clenched his fist as if showing satisfaction. "If this keeps up, I will soon be able to use more advanced techniques," he happily thought to himself. The system pops up, informing you that after the battle, you have been recognized by the conqueror and you have been exempted from participating in the 7th Underground Challenge. Jihan looked at the system board. He suddenly thought, is it completely over? On the chat channel, seeing the announcement was also extremely surprising. "Wow, well, why does everything always go smoothly for this guy?" Another person said. "Even though all his teammates died, he still passed the level." At this moment, Jihan was looking at the remaining survivor of Team A. He thought, so that brown-haired guy was extremely surprised when he saw the system board. "Huh." He continued to ask the question, "When did the archer die?" and at the same time, looked up at the figure of someone approaching. Jihan turned the arrow he had just received above his head, his face cold, looking down at the brown-haired man. "I should end everything neatly," he thought. Finished, he spoke up and said, "Sorry, I'm not that generous, letting a guy who betrayed me eat." The brown-haired guy heard that, panicked, tears welled up, shouted, "No." Jihan firmly held the powerful arrow and raised it. He used his feathered head to push the other guy up. Jihan's face was very serious. The sharp tip of the arrow pointed down, radiating extremely surprising power. After finishing, he glanced at the brown-haired man. "That's right," he said. The system board also displayed a message. Team A member died, number of members 04. "The game is over," the system announced. Everyone around was extremely surprised to see Jihan. One person said, "He's out." Another person also exclaimed, "Oh my god." The arrow Jihan took from the assassin had now changed its power color to blue. Jihan carried it on his shoulder in front of everyone's surprise. Where did that terrifying spear come from? The system displayed Jihan's rank, ranked first. Everyone passing by talked about him. He had that. In a Bronze Star dungeon, Jihan turned to look at Gaiyong and Han. He asked, "You girls were all watching through the live broadcast, right?" "I'm at the top again," he continued. Han replied, "Yes, very impressive," and Gaiyong just thought to herself, "Even though it's not the first time I've seen it, I still can't believe my eyes." "So, it's your turn to make good on your promise?" Jihan asked. Han heard that and didn't know what to say. "You don't intend to go back on your words, do you?" Jihan continued, forcing Han to answer, but she was still a bit hesitant. I understand, but..." The spear behind Jihan's back continued to show extremely strong strength. Han mentioned it. "Can you put the spear down before continuing?" "That's so scary," Gaiyong thought. What this overwhelming power?" Hain was now putting her hand to her forehead in deep thought, as if she didn't want to do anything. Hain's system panel appeared for Jihan to see. She said, "I told you, you'll regret it when you see it." Jihan looked intently at the system board, then smiled slightly, thinking, "I knew it, she has this." On the system board are the words, "Training, Class A talent, allowing the owner to train a player. This is a support type talent, helping other players quickly become should be stronger." Hain looked uncomfortable. She told Jihan, "Don't tell anyone." At this moment, Gaiyong stood to the side, looking at her, thinking to herself, "Is she okay?" Originally, she really hated revealing her talent to others, Gaiyong continued thinking. Because she had to spend a ton of money, but only got a trash talent, she was very sad, and in Gaiyong's heart, spoke Hain's thoughts. In the car, Hain sat with Gaiyong. She looked at the phone screen and said, "Recently, the new recruits of the association all have good talent. I'm so jealous. I spent that much money and prayed for so long, just to get this refresher. Why would I go to that damn academy?" she continued, frowning. She always talks bad about the academy and her talent whenever she has the chance, Gaiyong thought, looking at Jihan, thinking again, "If you dare to reveal her talent to the outside, surely you won't be able to rest in peace." Hain looked at Jihan with a serious face. She wondered, why didn't he say anything? Hain saw Jihan smiling and her face became angry. She silently blamed him. Is he laughing at her? Hain crossed her arms and said, "Jihan, don't you think it's rude to laugh at others like that?" Jihan replied, "No, I'm not laughing at you, I'm just having fun." Hearing Jihan's answer, Hain was extremely surprised. Can you give me your number, Ems, Li Hain?" Jihan continued to ask. Gaiyong stood in the distance. Hearing that, all he could do was question marks and exclamation marks in his head. "But, I lost the bet, what do you mean by that?" Hain seemed suspicious of his actions. Jihan replied, "What do you mean? I just want to have your number." Hain heard that and said, "My number was written on the business card I gave you last time." Jihan hesitantly replied, I lost it." Hain was so angry and confused that she lost her color. She cursed silently, "What the hell is this guy? He once said he wasn't interested in me at all." She looked at Jihan and continued to think, even lost his business card, but now he's asking for my number. Hain couldn't refuse. He held the phone and Jihan entered the number, but countless questions still appeared. Maybe it was because he was interested in training, but why? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling as if he was toying with her. Her pride wouldn't allow her to simply give her phone number. Okay, she opened her eyes wide as if contemplating something. "Let's do this," she thought. Jihan picked up the phone and saw that the name she gave was Department Head Li Hain with a heart shape. Hain looked at him and said, "Are you satisfied?" Jihan thought, heart. After that, she turned to Gaiyong and said, "Let's go, Gaiyong." Jihan stood there looking at only 3 dots in his head. Hain turned half of her face, a smirk on her lips. She thought provocatively, "Why Sung Jihan, you didn't expect it, right? Very surprised, right?" But what she didn't expect was that Jihan looked at the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Still smiling, she was extremely surprised. Hain thought, laughing again. Jihan looked at her and said, "Then I will call you back later." Hain looked at him extremely angry and annoyed. What was wrong with him? Really uncomfortable. Jihan continued, staring intently at the phone screen that Hain had just given the number to. At a high school, the morning sunlight is very bright and the sky is clear blue. A person was using his phone to watch Sung Jihan's dungeon live stream for the first time. Whoa! It turned out that the person holding the phone was Jihan's nephew. The people around saw this and exclaimed, "Shia, your uncle is so great." Shia replied, "Yes, it feels like he gets stronger as he goes, every day. I didn't expect that I could conquer the emperor's tomb this way." Shia continued. Hisu next to him saw this and said nothing. She bit her lip as if to express something. "By the way, Hisu," a voice called out to her. Hisu replied, "Gee, what?" One friend said, "He looks completely different from the last time we met." Hisu said again, "Are you talking about the time we went to Shia's house last month?" The other friend continued, "At that time he looked like a jobless guy." A friend with short hair, extremely excited by the image of Jihan, said, introduce me to your uncle." The boy standing next to him saw this and called out, "Hey, hey." Shia was extremely emotional about her uncle right now. She thought to herself, thanking him for waking up. "That's right, Shia, it's almost there, isn't it?" A voice called out to Shia. "It's your 18th birthday," that person continued, and the system board appeared. Turns out, it was Hisu's voice. She smiled as Shia continued, the day he officially became a player, everyone will awaken and become a player when they turn 18, allowing them to see the status window. The friends around, hearing that, kept saying, oh that's right, you must be very worried, the short-haired girl continued, but soon we will be participating in mock battles together. A mock battle between students is the day that countless classrooms and training centers have been waiting for. The talent room is the main reason for the academy's existence, and most of the students are very interested in talents. The other boy wondered if Shia would receive a natural talent. Of course, it would have to be at least S rank, the short-haired friend replied. His father is an SSS ranker. And my mother is an SS-level saint, her friend continued. Furthermore, there are rumors that his uncle must have at least an S-rank talent. Hearing that, Shia waved her hand and said, no, it's not, it's been proven that DNA has nothing to do with natural talent. But, according to statistics, it's the opposite, the boyfriend said, so I hope I will have a little good talent. Shia replied. Hisu turned to ask Shia, what is your birthday? On the 22nd, right? Today, it's the 13th, so it's almost here. Hisu continued. Shia replied, yes, so I'm a little worried. I'm sure you'll be fine, Shia. Hisu held Shia's hand and gently reassured her. Having said that, she continued to look at Shia with a gentle smile. Don't worry about anything. Shia saw that and looked over, also a bit surprised. Just rely on natural talent, and you will get it, Hisu continued. Shia laughed when she heard that. No, I don't need any natural talent, thank you anyway, Hisu. Hisu was shy, smiled back, it was nothing. The system panel gradually disappeared. Then Hisu changed her face, her eyes seemed to contain some conspiracy, she thought, just accept my heart. Scene change, to the image, a man lying on the floor, with cuts on his face, his heart exposed. In Tokyo, Japan, the first training room, the Neo Defense Force, one man with two swords, full of power, knocked down all the people lying down. The two people stood outside, watching with great admiration and talking in Japanese. They were really surprised. The man in black turned around and asked, has the Sword King always been this strong? The man in white replied, no, after this round of testing, watch out. Ito Ryuhei's eyes became sharper, the round black seemed to turn purple, the Sword King had become stronger. The stats analyst said, all his stats were higher than before. The man in black said with satisfaction, I understand. The man in black continued to speak, I was really looking forward to it. Ito Ryuhei appeared extremely strong, the energy emitted was purple and looked extremely scary. Ito Ryuhei's performance in the first round, the man in black said next. This is 2 days before the match between Japan and Korea at the International BattleNet Tournament. In Gangnam, Seoul, the headquarters of the Divergent Association, a voice shouted, Dad, are you crazy? How dare you, thinking of giving your daughter to a guy like that, don't act so casually. Hain was talking on the phone with her father right now, looking extremely angry. In the large room, at her house, Hain continued to speak with anger and dissatisfaction. That's why I left, marrying or not is also your decision. I said I don't want to get married now, she said, getting angrier and angrier, her eyebrows furrowed, her hand clutching the phone as if she wanted to break it. After speaking, she quickly pressed the button to end the call. Gaiyong came in and asked her if she was okay. Hain could only hesitantly reply, ha. Not at all, Hain said very clearly. Gaiyong saw that and was also extremely surprised. Hain turned back to look at Gaiyong and said loudly, do I look okay? I thought it was the fat guy from the Ministry of National Defense. I was angry because I was dragged to the blind date but instead I met a bald old guy. Can you believe it? Hain angrily recounted her blind date incident. It's too bad. It's true that being rich doesn't mean happiness, Gaiyong said. Hain now sat down on the chair helplessly. She replied, thank you, you're the only one who understands me. Gaiyong also prepared to sit down on the chair, thinking about Hain, saying, you must be very tired, why don't you go home and rest? Hain's face was still a bit uncomfortable. She said, it's okay, I can rest here. Gaiyong heard that and didn't know what to say so he remained silent. Then a moment later, Gaiyong looked at the street in the distance, the buildings filled with lights, and said sympathetically, I understand. Then suddenly Hain spoke up as if full of guilt, sorry Gaiyong. Gaiyong heard that and suddenly turned to look at her, huh? Because of this job, she doesn't have much time for herself. With her S-level abilities and talent, she can probably take care of herself just fine. Hain sighed and continued. Gaiyong looked blank when she heard that, calmly said again, oh so that's what she meant, it's okay. Being your bodyguard is my duty. I will try my best until you inherit the company, Guyong continued. Hayan heard that and turned to look at Guyong and exclaimed, "Oh my god, but I don't want to inherit." While holding the phone, Hayan determinedly said, "I want to go out and work on my own. I will make my own money and live on my own terms. My parents will no longer have any reason to urge me to get married." Guyong heard that and immediately shut her down. "Okay, but her way to make money is gambling." Haeyong heard that. Her throat was blocked. She couldn't say anything again. She looked the other way and responded, predicting that the winner was not breaking the law. Just like investing, Guyong put her hand on her chin thinking, not breaking the law. After thinking about it, Guyong said something, making Hayan's face turn black with anger, "But it has to be a profit to call it an investment, right?" "Ugh," Hayan exclaimed in annoyance. Then she stood up, put her hands on her hips and looked towards Guyong, firmly affirming, "This time I will win big." Guyong asked again, "Korean versus Japanese round, what else?" Hayan replied. Guyong thought and said, "This investment is so safe, it's sad but all Koreans bet on Japan to win 3:0. A survey, the number of Japanese and Korean rounds appeared, in which the votes for applauding Korea, although a bit difficult but Korea will win only accounted for 2%, and the votes for not including Yoon Se-jin. So what, maybe, Japan winning 3-0 accounts for 98%. There is a comment saying, "Before money, patriotism is nothing. Without Yoon Se-jin, how can Korea win Lamau?" Guyong continued to discuss the match. People didn't just say it but everyone knew Japan would win. An easy win is still a win. Hayan said, "Yes, that's right," when suddenly the phone she was holding vibrated because of a notification. She picked it up and was surprised. Sung Ji-han, why is he texting so late? Then she read the content and was even more surprised. Her eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Scene change, a barbecue is taking place, the succulent meat is sizzling on the grill, emitting a delicious aroma. Diego looked at the pieces of meat, his eyes sparkled, his mouth was watering, he exclaimed, "Whoa!" Sitting opposite him was Ji-han. He looked at Ji-han and said, "This is my first time eating Korean beef here. I was really touched, but is it really expensive? I feel so guilty." Ji-han listens. Van replied, "It's okay, if you need anything else, just let me know." At the same time, Ji-han thought, "You look much better." "Then can I have a glass?" Diego shyly asked Ji-han. He did not hesitate to answer, "Okay, wine." Then, Diego's nimble hands picked up the bottle of wine and shook it back and forth. Then opened another bottle of beer. He held his hand to the mouth of the bottle and poured it into 2 glasses. Seeing that, Ji-han's head was full of question marks and surprise. The two of them clinked glasses in a very intimate way. Ji-han thought, he is even more skillful at mixing soju and beer than me. They both continued to eat and enjoy beer. Ji-han continued to silently admire the art. Mazid just picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew, after feeling the flavor. He had tears in his eyes because of emotion. Delicious, so good, I'm speechless, Ji-han happily said. Seeing that, "It's good that you like it, you just talk freely with me," Mazid said to Ji-han. "Okay, I also like to talk freely," Ji-han replied. The two of them had almost finished eating. Diego suddenly spoke. "To be honest, I felt a bit resentful." When Ji-han heard that, he was about to raise the cup to drink when he was startled. Diego was probably drunk at this point. He collapsed on the table and confided, "If it wasn't for the BattleNet, I wouldn't be living this life. I used to be a soccer star but in the blink of an eye, I was below the food chain. I don't have money so my wife and children left me." Diego continued sadly. Ji-han was only thinking in his head, his Korean is really good. "Okay, I understand," Ji-han thought with a sigh. Diego Mazid was once a star. Ji-han recalls Diego's identity. Argentina's Diego Mazid, a soccer star who had everything. Diego now appeared with an extremely shining trophy. But when BattleNet was born, people started losing interest in sports, and he lost all his fans. The news appeared, FIFA dissolved, the appearance of BattleNet made other sports no longer popular, football was not immune to that, and people forgot about football. Ji-han continued to sigh and think about Diego's fate. There was no need to say anything more, a once great soccer star but now had to teach children to play soccer in Korea. Mazid continued with a red face, "I've had enough complaining, let's get straight." "So, you want me to become a magician?" Mazid looked at Ji-han and asked. Ji-han closed his eyes and replied with satisfaction, "Yes. Your talent, enhancing all equipment looks like a ball, right?" Ji-han asked Mazid while displaying it on the system board. The system table gives information about Mazid, the king of soccer, skill rank, SSS. When standing near the ball, all stats will increase dramatically, enhancing all ball-shaped equipment by 300%. The stats will be even higher, increases the longer the user uses the equipment. Mazid looked down at the wine glass, shook it and said, "Yeah, that's why I always carry the ball with me. I'll say it straight, I'm not suitable to be a mage, my mana stats are terrible." Jihan pressed something on the system panel, he said, then. He looked, "Is this item okay?" Jihan continued asking. A ball appeared, Mazid saw it and was extremely surprised. He looked at the ball with wide eyes and said, "This is it." An orb. Mazid was surprised. Information about the orb also appeared in the system panel. Arachne's orb. Item rank B. Foreign artifact, a magic item once used by Arachne, the spider tribe, covered in spider webs. Arachne's ball relic, a monster once used by Arachne, the spider tribe, is covered in a spider web, so it is very elastic. Because spiders only have legs, this ball is considered a ball, a spider with immense power of vision transmitting his energy into the sphere. Diego thought about his face changing color, not knowing what emotion to express, so this would be the perfect equipment for Diego. Jihan looked towards Diego to ask about the situation. "What do you think? It's so interesting." Jihan thought in his head, this will make him reveal his true self. The person in his previous life was once the strongest magician who ever existed. This is Diego's true identity. Diego was attracted, looking intently at the energy-emitting ball. He asked how much it cost. Jihan replied, 500,000 GP. What about 50 million? Diego heard the price go up and pulled his hand back in panic. What? I'm awake. It's more expensive than buying my house. Even if I saved for 10 years, I still wouldn't be able to buy it, but thank you for letting me know. Diego continued. Jihan clasped his hands together. He said softly, I haven't finished speaking. After that, Jihan said, I intend to give you this as a gift. If you need it, I can also support you financially. Diego was extremely surprised when he heard that. His mind was full of exclamation points. What do you mean, why? Diego hesitantly asked Jihan again. I want you to join my guild. Jihan gradually stood up and said. Diego continued to be surprised. Guild? Yes, after I reach silver rank, I will form my own guild. Jihan replied. Do you have enough money? Diego asked again. Jihan looked at the phone and replied, enough. Then he showed the phone to Diego. He said, I'm about to earn more and more. Diego looked at the screen in surprise and said, Are you crazy? At this time, on Hayen's side, she was also looking at the phone screen. Her body leaned into the door frame, her eyes looking extremely attentive. She thought, it doesn't make sense at all, why choose this? 1 win, 3 losses. The screen shows the message content of Sung Jihan, Ms. Lee Hayen. This is my gift to you. The number of Korea versus Japan is 8,15. First half, Korea wins. MVP Lee Jin-wook. Half 2, Japan wins. MVP, Ito Ryuhei. Round 3, Japan wins. MVP Ito Ryuhei. Round 4, Japan wins. MVP Ito Ryu. Hey. Dream on. A voice rang out. Ito Ryuhei's shirt fluttered. Han defeated the Sword King. A doubtful voice continued to resound. Now entering the match between Japan and Korea, the Korean side is looking forward. Each person's face looks extremely serious. As for Ito Ryuhei, he was closing his eyes, as if contemplating something. Then suddenly, those eyes opened, filled with murderous intent. The host's voice said, Nice to meet you, representative of Korea. Below the extremely enthusiastic cheerleaders, the host's voice continued, Hello, BattleNet fans around the world. The International BattleNet Tournament, taking place on August 15, 2020, at 5 o'clock p.m., between Korea and Japan, has arrived. Let's start the Japan vs. Korea round. The host's voice opened up an extremely fierce match. Crazy, a voice rang out with an exclamation tone when seeing what was displayed on the phone screen. Korea ranked number 1. That person couldn't believe his eyes and had to ask the question again while Sung Ji-han smiled confidently and said nothing. I know the Korean team is also very strong, but do you know who the Sword King is? Diego Mazid asked again with a worried face. He can win an entire group. That buffoon is my opponent, he said while remembering the image of a man holding 2 swords with murderous eyes. It's really hard to believe, Sung Ji-han just said vaguely and then reached out to press a button on the remote. You have to see and hear with your own eyes to be trustworthy, but isn't that right? He said, making him look at him with wonder. Let's see. The television screen turned on, and on it appeared Ito Ryuhei and his teammates already wearing their equipment. the international tournament officially begins. Korea versus Japan. Defeat every member of the opposing team to win. The team that wins 3 out of 5 matches will be the winning team. The TV screen displays each line at the same time, along with those words. Enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Following behind me, Ito Ryuhei spoke to his teammates behind him while holding 2 swords and moving forward. It seemed like the match had already begun. But his accomplices saw that order and just nodded a few times. Ryuhei, someone spoke up, attracting his attention. We have no intention of following you, a representative stood up. That means we don't consider you a teammate. One of them was afraid he wouldn't understand and had to explain, but he wasn't surprised and just asked a question again, because I'm a Korean. There was another reason more serious than that. He started to become angry. That's not your position, but that of our longtime teammate Seiji, he said. But because of his participation, they expelled Seiji. He was the victim. He continued to explain, blaming all the blame on him, but he only glanced but did not speak. How can you be so arrogant? He asked with an angry face filled with murderous intent. Shouldn't you apologize to Seiji? While the 4 people were talking from a corner of the room, a figure appeared from nowhere, but no one recognized it at all. After hearing what they said, Ito Ryuhei didn't immediately explain but just closed his eyes. You misunderstood, he finally spoke up, but at the same time a ball of energy crashed straight towards where he was standing. That stream of power hit him straight, forming a column of light in his place. The rest of his teammates, seeing that scene, were stunned and surprised. Holy punishment, one of them asked. Damn, have they attacked? Another person couldn't help but curse and took out his weapon. The person on the other side of the person who just made that attack was bewildered. Did I really hit them? And the person behind him was taking out his sword and preparing to fight at any moment. Hey, that's great, you hit Yunsejin, one person asked in panic. You hit the Sword King with a support skill. That person couldn't believe it, so he had to ask again. They were having an internal conflict, so they probably didn't mention it. After the attack just now, his body gradually reappeared on the stage. The people on the other team saw him appear and said loudly, so this is our chance. Let's defeat the Sword King first. Then the 2 of them rushed forward. Seeing the 2 of them like that, he didn't say much, just raised his sword and slashed angrily. It was too noisy. With just one slash of the sword, the floor immediately cracked. It was true that the name of the Sword King was not just for prestige. The 2 people advancing there saw the sword slash he made and stopped dead there. But very quickly, a more terrifying scene appeared before their eyes. Wait, one of them stammered. You, what are you doing? A person on the other team was also stunned by what his eyes were seeing. Didn't you say you wouldn't follow me? Ito Ryuhei answered his question. It turned out that this scene that made everyone panic was Ito Ryuhei stabbing himself straight in the middle of his chest with a sword. Okay, I won't participate in this match. He finished answering what the other person asked just now, and then from the place of being stabbed he gradually disappeared from this match. When the people watching the match saw him do that, they were equally astonished, everyone with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. The Korean team killed 1, and the system displayed a notification. On the side of Sung Ji-han and Diego Mazid, he was equally surprised to see what Ito Ryuhei did. Something unbelievable happened. Ito Ryuhei, the Sword King, committed suicide in the first round. The editor's voice rang out from in-screen. Player Lee Jin-wook from the Reason Association is the one who made this shot, so it will be recognized. It seems like player Lee Jin-wook will become the first-round MVP. The editor continued to comment on the match, and from the tone, you can see that person is excited. Sung Ji-han, you knew this would happen. He finally regained his composure, slammed the table and said loudly, looking at him in disbelief, "Why did he leave?" He asked. "Sorry, but I can't tell you. It's a business secret, sir." Reply. "Let's focus and see." Sung Ji-han spoke up and pulled his attention towards the screen to break the tense atmosphere. On the screen, a scene of a person being attacked appeared. Everything still happened the same. Even though Sung Ji-han was told to continue watching, he was not paying attention and was glued to his phone thinking about something. The same goes for the odds. You have successfully placed a bet on Sung Ji-han. The current betting odds are 1 win, 3 losses. Korea loses. The phone screen displays. Even before the regression, I suspected that the match was being manipulated because the odds were too low. He watched the match on the screen and saw a person casting a spell to support the knight who rushed forward to attack. That person rushed forward quickly. It took only a few minutes for the players on the other team to be cut in half. Korea won the first round. The system displayed a notification. The first set ended. Thanks to Ryuhei's unexpected action, our team won. The editor commented in extreme excitement, and the people who were slashed earlier were gradually disappearing. And the MVP is the player who killed the Sword King Lee Jin-wook. The camera panned to his face, but he was still scratching his head in bewilderment. Both teams must have been very confused, the editor interjected. One sentence broke this awkwardness. Halftime break, system notification displays. On the Japanese team's side, after returning to their resting place, someone angrily stepped forward and grabbed Ito Ryuhei's collar. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked angrily. Even the two people behind him looked at him with indignant faces, but he still didn't say anything. How dare the national representative commit suicide? His eyes were full of hatred, his face was full of blue veins, and he shouted to ask him, but seeing that he didn't answer, he got even angrier. "How long are you going to keep silent? You deliberately don't understand what I mean because of children." Ito Ryuhei finally spoke up, but his words shocked him. "A trash guy like you doesn't understand how he became a professional." His face looked contemptuously at the guy holding his collar. "I understand why you guys lost to Korea," he said, and his words really poked the pride of the other two guys. "What did you say?" they all said in unison with extremely angry faces. "I won't go along with your nonsense friendship game. If you don't acknowledge me, then I'll just continue to commit suicide." Ito Ryuhei's words gradually eroded his will. "Then choose, do you want to win with me or not, or do you want to lose miserably in front of everyone like before?" he asked, and that question made the other person lose all courage to blame him. His face hesitantly clicked his tongue and looked away, not daring to look directly at Ito. The atmosphere was so tense that he couldn't help but curse. The second round started. The system displayed a notification. Everyone from the other team who came out first was excited. No matter how many times I thought about it, I still couldn't think of it," one person said incomprehensibly. Why did he commit suicide? He wondered. Was he a spy or something? The other teammate half-jokingly and half-seriously responded to his question. They walked for a while and then stopped. His face, which was happy just now, immediately became serious. "It wasn't that," he said. "This time he came to kill us, right?" In front of the four people from the Korean team was now an Ito Ryuhei with murderous aura radiating everywhere, holding his two swords tightly. No, this time he was completely different. I don't know when he was already in the position of the Korean team. Seeing that, he quickly got into the squad, headed by the knight with his shield. "Don't worry," he consoled. "Our enemy is the Sword King. No matter what he does, he continues to reassure his comrades." But before he could finish his sentence, a sword was thrown and cut him in half. The guy standing last saw what happened and was so scared he couldn't speak. The two teammates standing over him gradually disappeared, and the leader had a terrified face with a broken shield. Not only the players but also the people watching in the stands were equally shocked. Some were so shocked that they had to cover their mouths with their hands. Even Sung Ji-han, watching it all through the screen, had to widen his eyes in surprise. And he still didn't care and looked at the remaining people with murderous eyes. Ito Ryuhei raised his sword high. His body seemed to suddenly appear and disappear, moving quickly past the remaining two people of the Korean team. In the same fate as the previous teammates, those two immediately fell under Ito Ryuhei's sword. And he, after finishing off the two of them, still maintained that expression without any remorse or anything. The spectators watching in the stands were all terrified and speechless. Some even raised their hands to cover their mouths and looked at him in fear. However, very quickly the atmosphere changed and everyone gradually cheered in joy and excitement. "Ryuhei, Ryuhei!" The entire auditorium unanimously shouted his name. The editor, seeing the audience like that, finally recovered and continued his work, with just 2 attacks. Sword King Ryuhei defeated the Korean team with just 2 attacks. "Unbelievable," that person said with an unbelievable voice. Battle.net Korea-Japan International Tournament. Korea won, Japan won. The 4th round began like the previous rounds. Ito Ryuhei still held his sword in both hands and looked at the other team after being defeated once, this time choosing to proactively attack. Japan won the 3rd round. The current number is 2-1. Our country has to try harder, at least resist and not give up and surrender. The editor looked at the situation of Ito Ryuhei holding a sword and slashing each person in the Korean team like vegetables and spoke up. The 3rd round was already too unsightly. Korea was beaten again. The editor continued to comment. The last remaining player of the Korean team rushed up to attack him. He slashed down, but Ito Ryuhei easily avoided it. Then the two of them started engaging each other in hand-to-hand combat. "Don't give him time to counterattack," that guy said. The teammates behind also understood what he meant and supported him. "Okay," that guy formed his hand into a fist and then a strange light surrounded Ito Ryuhei's hand. That beam of light quickly formed a chain around his wrist, tying him up. It's okay if the whole team is injured, just take them down, the leader said loudly. Attacking, he walked straight forward, swinging his axe straight forward. Seeing that his wrists were still tied tightly, he dropped the sword. But somehow that sword still managed to block the other guy's attack in his stupor. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did the sword move on its own? He couldn't believe it and asked again. It was because of that question that he let his guard down. He took the remaining sword and broke the chain, giving that guy a straight sword blow to the body. The support person on the other side saw that he had escaped and looked panicked. What is this? He broke the magic chain with his bare hands. How could it be? As soon as those words fell, Ito Ryuhei appeared with his sword in front of that guy's neck. He cut the head and left the body with one decisive blow. The two remaining teammates stood high up and looked down, starting to panic, not showing their original confidence. Shoot him quickly and don't let him move forward, the girl said. Damn it. However, an arrow came out of the head and pierced the other person's chest. It turned out that down there were Ito's half-hearted comrades. And here we are, the leader spoke up. Don't look down on us, he said with a serious face. However, Ito's figure appeared from behind the girl's back. The girl noticed something unusual and turned her head. You guys are still a bunch of useless people, he said, and the girl was still stunned. Don't tell me, flying swords, the girl wondered. In front of her now was an Ito Ryuhei floating in the air. It seemed like since he left for Japan, he had been practicing to look cooler. That flying sword move looked nice. Even though the girl was scared, she still had to sarcastically say a few words. What a disappointment. If your fighting skills were as good as your martial arts skills, you wouldn't be struggling like this. He wouldn't be that bad either. Oh, is that so? The girl said. Then from the palm of her hand a ball of energy gradually appeared. So, look here, a member of the Korean team suddenly seemed to explode with power, emitting blue lightning. His face darkened, his teeth clenched, his hands clenched. Then the streams of power-carrying blue light became more and more intense. He cried out, "Ay-ya!" Ito Ryuhei reached forward to cover it. Then he spoke, just in time. As he spoke he held up the sword. He quickly grabbed two swords, rushed up, his face looked like an assassin, his eyes lit up. He shouted, "I have to check. Let's find this new trick." The strength of the Korean team members seemed to be very strong, but under the new move Ito Ryuhei used, it seemed to be nothing. His sword emitted a beam of yellow light as if preparing for a big explosion. He quickly rushed down to where the other person was standing, using his enormous strength to extinguish the blue light that was emitting earlier. The blow was so powerful that the ground seemed to break into hundreds of pieces, flying into the air. The battle seemed like there was a terrible explosion. The light it emitted obscured the people being engulfed in it. Everyone around was watching, extremely surprised. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open. They could only exclaim, whoa. The light of the explosion stopped, but the scene that followed was still extremely desolate. Clouds of smoke and dust rose one after another into the air, and a large hole appeared on the floor. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Ito Ryuhei's footsteps appeared. The host's voice rang out. The match ended. Japan won with a score of 3-1. The match host continued. Ito Ryuhei was still standing tall with both hands holding his sword and walked to the hole where the Korean was lying. Everyone around was cheering. Whoa. We were defeated miserably like this. It's really hard to swallow, but it can't be helped. We will be stronger in the future. The voices of regret continued to resound. On the TV screen, Ito Ryuhei appeared, accompanied by Diego's voice outside suddenly saying, how is that possible? He pointed at the screen and asked loudly, "How could you predict the results in such detail?" Jihan replied, "Well, just pretend I dreamed it." Unbelievable. How much did you win in the bet? Diego continued to turn to look at Jihan and ask. Jihan now smiled slightly at the screen and replied, quite a bit. Winning a lot of money is good, but that ultimate move surprised me. Jihan remembered the match and thought about it in his head. Jihan's eyes narrowed, as if he was dissatisfied with something. He's stronger than I remember, Jihan thought, recalling the scene of Ito Ryuhei performing his ultimate move. At this rate, I won't be able to defeat him, Jihan continued to think. Vo Yon Then Kong alone will not be enough. The system board displays the stats of Vo Yon Then Kong. Skill rank, SSS, a skill with only a small part of Vo Yon Tan Kong. Upgrade conditions. Conditions: customize 3 moves to suit yourself or learn the true nature of Vo Yon to completely unlock Vo Yon Then. He also has SSS rank skills, Jihan thought. The system also appeared. Twin Peaks Sword Skill, SSS. Ito Ryuhei with 2 swords has extremely great power. After thinking about it, Jihan pursed his lips. He looked at the screen showing Ito Ryuhei and thought to himself, it doesn't matter. No matter how strong he became, Ito Ryuhei's eyes looked through the screen as if looking at Jihan. Then I will also be stronger. Jihan looked back with an extremely determined look. Just wait, the image of Jihan confronting Ito Ryuhei, an extremely tense battle appears in Jihan's mind. We will meet again soon. Jihan continued to think with determination. Scene change, Lee Hae-in is now trembling holding the phone in her hand with a surprised expression, mouth exclaiming ah, ah, ah. On the phone screen in front of her eyes was displayed the amount of bets that Lee Hae-in had won. She happily said, "Whoa, I really won." She was excited to know that now she had an amount of money in her hand that was not only not a little but also many times the amount of money she had missed, a profit of 37 times, $5,000 became $200,000. She closed her eyes to enjoy and put the phone to her face. This fun was beyond Lee Hae-in's expectations. She was secretly happy. She didn't expect this day to come. Thank you, Jihan. Without Jihan's help, Hae-in would never have dreamed of getting that amount of money. Thanks to Jihan, Hae-in has earned nearly $180K. But receiving such a huge amount of money, nothing in this world is given away without a price. Unfortunately, in total she still lost $20K. She realized that her eyes became dull like a lost soul. She decided to listen to Jihan for once. After following Jihan's advice, Hae-in was sure that Korea would lose 0,3 more bets. She smiled triumphantly and thought, I will definitely win, haha. Hae-in believed that Japan would win. She bet all 20K on 0,3. That's why she's at a loss. That's the harsh truth. When thinking back on this near miss, she held the phone in her hand speechless. Not only did she lose $20K, but she almost lost her future. Tears streamed down Hae-in's face. Perhaps they were tears of happiness, but they could also be tears of sadness because she was still at a loss and almost lost her life. Damn it, she scolded silently. On Sung Jihan and Diego Mazide's side, sitting at the dining table, they were still discussing with each other. Jihan spoke first. Now comes the main topic today. Jihan extended his hand and asked first, do you want to sign a contract with me? At his suggestion, Diego confusedly reached back and scratched his head. He said, actually, I still don't understand why someone like you wants to sign a contract with me. He did not hesitate to speak first but only received hesitation from the other person. In response to his counter-question, he remained silent for a few seconds. Diego continued to wonder, am I worth that much? He held out his hand and asked. Jihan saw that he probably still did not completely trust him, so he immediately explained. He had seen it, right, I correctly guessed the details of the match result. I was equally confident about the decision. This is it. Even though his questions were directly answered, Diego still didn't understand what he was talking about. What are you talking about? Diego, you, Jihan said, pointing towards the ball with a red aura surrounding it. The ball flew in front of Diego. To his surprise, Jihan said, he would become the strongest magician in the world, which was an attractive offer. Seeing that he was about to succeed with this business deal, Jihan smiled and continued to add that this contract is just an investment for me. He held the ball in his hand and was stunned when he said, come back to me. When Jihan asked, his eyes looked away and thoughtfully returned to him. When was the last time he was trusted by others like this? Suddenly, old memories came rushing back like a slow-motion movie. He remembered the image of himself still in his soccer career and being supported by everyone, very enthusiastic. I remember. Feeling valued by others, he could not forget the moment when he and his teammates rejoiced when scoring a goal. He had once been so happy and successful, but life always played tricks on others, Diego thought. After Battle.net appeared, I thought I would never experience that feeling again. He put his head down, his hands raised to his face. In Diego's eyes at this moment, it was impossible to hide the disappointment and sadness. Looking at the ball in front of him, he thought, he shows me a new ray of hope. I had no reason to refuse. As soon as I decided, Diego shook Jihan's hand as if he agreed. Anyway, there's nothing left to lose, he said. I'll try my best, Mr. Sung. Faced with Jihan's help, he asserted, I will not forget your gratitude. I will return you 1,000, no, 10,000 times this amount. Seeing that burning enthusiasm, Jihan was very pleased and smiled. I really like his determination. I will wait until that day. As soon as I finish speaking, the scene changes to a very large and bustling arena. Under the stands, a thrilling competition was taking place. A young man holding a knife was flying towards someone. Hi-ya! Before his attack, a sword was slowly drawn out in defense. Unexpectedly, just one decisive sword slash from the opponent knocked the sword out of his hand. Such a cool person is definitely none other than Gaiyong. She holds her sword again to prepare to launch the next attack. She swung the final slash and quickly dealt with him without a single unnecessary move. As soon as she finished, she turned around to face him. Standing in front of that outstanding performance, with everyone around shouting, was Gaiyong. Seeing that she had overwhelming strength, the others immediately rushed up to take her down first. Okay, cooperate first. Countless other aggressive men with other weapons rushed from all directions along with the Gaiyong Council. While being attacked from all sides, she was not afraid at all, but instead criticized them, which was pathetic. Next, I could only see the light from the sword slashes flashing. They were so pathetic, they were all just brats. She quickly passed by them, leaving behind only slashes to send them to heaven. There are 60 survivors left. Game over, the battle is coming to a halt. You ranked first. The system board displayed that text when Gaiyong with his powerful strength played his best. She self-evaluated this match. 5 kills was first place, not bad but still. She frowned in discomfort, still not satisfied with what she had achieved. She still could not be satisfied with this result. Gaiyong told himself that he had to become stronger when he realized that compared to the Sword King who had superior strength in the Battle of Japan and Korea, and Jihan is on his way to becoming an invincible legend. She humbly thought that she was still lagging behind. She questioned herself. After joining the Twin Star Group, she had been negligent a lot. She did not use the recent results to praise herself as a reminder that she must try harder. At this time, on the other side, Yoon Se-ah was holding the phone in her hand. The news showed information that the Sword King had become stronger and had become a perfect Japanese citizen. Reading this news, she held the phone tightly, her lips pursed, her whole body trembling. Hisu also felt something was wrong with Se-ah and worriedly asked, "Se-ah, are you okay?" Not wanting Hisu to worry more, she reassured, "Yes, I'm fine, it's only been a day or two, I'm fine, but how could I hide it?" Hisu soon realized, lied, his expression is okay like that. The limousine was still rolling, both of them sitting and chatting inside. Hisu could not stand by and watch her friend sad without doing anything. She immediately suggested, "I will stay with you today. Wouldn't it be better to have someone by my side at this time?" But Se-ah refused. "It's okay, don't worry." Se-ah said, "Thank you for taking me home. Your uncle is busy so I'm worried about how to get home." The driver also said, "If you need any help, just let me know. I made a big mistake the other day." Without a word of blame, Se-ah gently said, "It's good that you know you're wrong." Hisu opened a reminder about the previous incident. "Se-ah, have you thought about my proposal? If you think it's okay, prepare it right away." Se-ah hesitantly replied, Actually I'm not sure." Hisu wondered, "Is there any reason to refuse?" "I thought everything was C." Before I could finish the sentence, Hisu's face suddenly hit the front seat, distorting her entire face, and the moving car suddenly braked unexpectedly. Hisu was upset and asked the driver, "Uncle, why did he suddenly stop?" Something in front of his eyes made the driver scared when he saw it. He stammered and said, Boss." Hisu asked again, "Huh?" The driver said, "We have arrived," but at the shocked faces of the two people, Se opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw what was in front of her. Blocking in front of their car was a group of strangers. Who were these people? Scene change. In another place, Jihan jumped and landed on the ground so fast that he was nowhere to be seen but only the dust, dirt and rocks left behind by his movement. I don't understand what urgent matter he is, but Jihan is moving at the speed of light. He jumped from the top of one building to another as fast as lightning. When he finally saw the place he needed to go, he stopped and jumped down, preparing to land. Then, he landed and placed his hands on the ground. His landing seemed to shatter the surrounding atmosphere. After standing up, the dust and smoke around him gradually dissipated. He realized, I definitely feel lighter. I've improved a lot. He praised himself. It's just practice, but it's enough to see how strong Jihan is. He looked back towards the tall buildings from before. Looking at the sunrise on the horizon with the cool breeze blowing gently, Jihan thought that this high place was indeed much better. Looking down from the top of the building, you can clearly see people leisurely walking on the street. Sitting alone up high, looking at that scene, for a moment he didn't know what to say. He suddenly remembered some memories of that familiar peaceful scene. When I was in the United States, I also went up to a high place like this and sat in a daze. This made me miss the past so much. A little warm sunlight at the beginning of the day shone on his face. He closed his eyes and thought, now I understand clearly. What kind of person is Yoon Se-jin during this time? actually, I have never fought Yoon before. Before my eyes, Jihan imagined the image of him standing in front of me. He continued to remember an event that was broadcast in the newspapers for which he still had no explanation, during the time when half of the countries on Earth disappeared, and top rankers began to gather, practice together. Yoon, the warrior who continuously ranked first, suddenly disappeared. I still don't know why. He closed his eyes and pondered. Suddenly Jihan opened his eyes as if he had just discovered something, but the present Yoon was as strong as him when he was at his peak in the past. Unable to let himself fall behind his opponents, Jihan told himself not to be subjective. Just because he was getting stronger quickly, he still couldn't relax. He propped himself up and told himself, I have to become better, should be much stronger than his past self. He was determined that he must master anonymous magic skills faster. Then it was time to leave, he said, let's go. In an instant, Jihan's figure disappeared completely. Jihan left and remained in the skyscraper in the middle of an early dawn. Hisu's side was not doing very well at the moment, the driver shouted as he put out his hand and quickly got out of the way. In front of him was a group of curious reporters holding phones and cameras to get information. The driver angrily shouted, I told you to get out of the way. Curious about Sea's story, some of those people did not hesitate to ask, Sea, I'm from the channel, TV has the right to know, I would like to interview you a few questions, using your own words. If they couldn't say it, the driver had to stand up and stretch out his arms to stop them. The people outside still haven't given up. What do you think about the match in the Sword King's interview today? Inside the car, Hisu kept placing her hand on her shoulder, reassuring Sea, just ignore them. Sea was still in shock at everything that had happened. The crowd outside was still screaming. Some said that her previous statement had made the Sword King even more agitated. They shamelessly held their phones close to her, agitatedly asking her to follow them. Please say a few words to the people. The driver also couldn't stand this indifferent attitude and said, what's wrong with you guys? They're upset. Hey uncle, get out of the way. Inside the car, Sea didn't know what to do and immediately collapsed. The reporters outside clung to her like a plate. While Sung Ji-han wasn't here, let us do a little interview. They still take the opportunity. This is our bread and butter. Those guys talked as if they were victims and asked her to sympathize a little. Okay, at this moment, someone's feet suddenly stepped forward. You think that as soon as that person spoke, the reporters immediately turned around and backed away. Appearing in front of them was Jihan, who was slowly walking towards them. What the hell am I doing? It turns out that Jihan, Sea's savior, has finally arrived. He crossed his arms, red lightning emitting around him. Then he opened his bloodshot eyes wide with anger. He used his deadly strength to throw those people away. In just a few minutes, those people could no longer speak loudly and were now lying on the ground unconscious. A few guys struggled to sit up and whine, oh, my back, then spoke up and said, Mr. Sung Ji-han, you dare to attack a reporter, don't you care about your image? He replied to their surprise, yes. Still not angry, Ji-han glanced at them, so I reacted gently like that. He repeatedly warned them, because it was the first time, I was gentle. After they heard it, they did not dare to utter a single word. You should be grateful that I only acted a little bit, and after saying that, he turned around and left. Jihan approached the car and placed his hand on the door handle. At this moment, Jihan gently said, Sea, stand up. Sea is no longer in danger. She opened her eyes and looked up. When she realized it was Jihan standing in front of her, kindly saying, let's go home, she put her hand down completely. Seeing that the driver had wholeheartedly protected Sea, he couldn't help but say thank you for protecting Sea. The response was a humble attitude from him. It's nothing sir. Hisu, when he saw the silhouettes of the two of them leaving, also called out from behind, hey, please take good care of Sea. Yes, thank you for your concern. He just put his arm behind Sea just replied. Hisu stood and waved worriedly at Sea, goodbye. Both Jihan left, leaving Hisu and the driver behind to watch them. Seeing her friend leave, Hisu didn't know what to say but quietly watched the figure go away. Suddenly she looked down. The security guard also turned to look. Perhaps she was about to burst into tears when she had to say goodbye to her friend. But probably crying and laughing at the same time, she laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. It's really hard for me to laugh. It turns out Hisu wasn't holding back her emotions all along, she was just trying not to laugh. At this time the other people also wondered, hey, that student is her, isn't she? Another person replied, yes, that's right. The golden lady in front of them was Kim Hee-soo, the niece of the CEO of Taiwan Daily. Flipping her face was faster than flipping rice paper. Contrary to her previous expression of concern, her face now turned sinister. She said, "Our little Seiya, you're done." Now that he was safely home, Jihan turned on the Sword King's interview. In front of the screen, Ryuhei affirmed in Japanese, "I don't have any daughters. I buried all my past to come to Japan, so I don't have a daughter. Please don't ask personal and useless questions like this." After watching, he also understood somewhat. It was because of this interview that they came there. Seiya sat in a corner quietly answering, "Yes." Seeing his niece's expression as if she had lost her soul and didn't say a word, Jihan was worried. What should I do? She seemed to be getting better. But this interview ruined her mood. Seiya pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something. She suddenly spoke, "Ah, hey uncle, do you remember that you said you would make one of my wishes come true?" Jihan quickly replied, "Yes. I asked again to be sure, wish for when you find the Dark Queen." Seiya smiled and said, "Yes." She continued to say, "I think I have a wish." When Jihan heard that, he froze for a few seconds. "Huh. It seems I found it." As soon as she finished speaking, she held up the phone. That Dark Queen, she held the screen in front of Jihan and said. It seemed that what he had just seen was so surprising that he was stunned and exclaimed in shock, "Nephew." The scene changes to the familiar stands on a bright morning. The match quickly begins. An account with the poor employee's name appears saying, "Wait, am I in the wrong room?" A spear with a flash of light at the top appeared. And the person holding that spear was none other than Jihan. That poor employee account continued to ask, "Jihan, what are you planning to do?" Jihan raised his face and smiled triumphantly and said, "I will break it." Now, in the stands, Jihan is standing right in the middle of the stands. Many other accounts are also commenting. Ori Cookies are saying, "He's planning to do something strange again." Dough people are also saying, "Actually I like it so much." Kiki. Let's see. The Dark Queen covered herself with a black shawl and stood silently in a corner. Jihan is a person with real potential. She wants to know if you really are Dark King or not. One day ago, back to that conversation, after Seiya brought the phone screen in front of Jihan. He exclaimed in panic, "That is." Before his eyes was the image of a girl covered in a shawl whose face could not be seen. Seiya said, "Yes, I think this person is the Dark Queen." Jihan was curious to know what was the basis for his niece to say that, so he asked again, "Why did she think that way?" Seiya took her phone back, scrolled to find more information and said, "Not sure, but she is the strongest cadet." Both of them thought of the same image. At first we were skeptical of the ELF queen sitting on the throne, right? Jihan also said, "Yes, because both of them seem to be trying to imitate each other. Treat yourself like a queen." She zoomed in, pointed at the photo from before and said, "But this ELF girl is more like, darkly." Jihan asked, "Yes, I took a look at the photos you sent." She immediately sent Jihan a few photos for reference. As soon as I looked at him, I felt surprisingly familiar. First was the eye color, Seiya said. Then looking closely at a photo with a clear face, she gave a series of characteristics and descriptions to support her point of view. It is not true that there are no ELFs with jet black eyes, but even isn't it rare that you're also black? Seeing that what his niece said was reasonable, he said, it was also true. She continued to add, but it wasn't just that was strange. She continued to provide more information. Before the game started, this ELF girl already had her eyes on the person who would get first place. Hearing that, he was also in that game, so he immediately asked again, to Star Eyes. Every time Seiya followed Jihan, she saw something. She told him, she always looked at him strangely. Surely, it wasn't just Jihan who was being watched, there must have been something in the other matches. Seiya continued, so I watched the other matches to see. She showed 3 pictures, with 3 different people and said, but here and there. She always stared at the player who would get first place, even though the match hadn't even started yet. As if she knew the future. Very strange, isn't it? Seiya asked Jihan. After looking at those photos, he also knew that this was not normal, so it was definitely no longer a coincidence. And the most important thing is in the last video, as soon as Seiya finished speaking, he suddenly realized the key thing here. She pointed to the picture and told him, look at the shadow at her feet. Looking closely at the photo on the phone, one can only see a blur, but even so one can still speculate. She said, the video quality is too low so it's not clear, but it seems like I'm not the only one who finds it strange. Hearing this story, he now seems to be enlightened, realizing many things that he had missed. This is worth checking out. I couldn't believe it. In my eyes it was my niece who single-handedly found out about this. Jihan asked, but wait, did you collect and analyze all this alone? I answered without hesitation, yes, it takes a lot of time. Having run out of words with this niece, he asked, you're not trying too hard for me, are you? On the contrary, Sea's innocent smile said, it's nothing, after all, I'm free. In order not to disappoint her day and night efforts to collect information, he said, thank you, Sea. In the next match, I will test it. She smiled brightly and replied, yes, I hope your analysis is correct. Once said, done, Jihan repeated to Sea's surprise, okay, so you should keep your promise, right? He immediately asked, do you have any wishes? Just say it, I will answer anything. Indeed, I kept my promise. At Jihan's suggestion, she did not express her wish but just looked at him. Then Sea looked down, yes, thank you. Every word that comes out of your mouth, I want it. Time passed, the next match was already taking place, only to see Jihan holding a spear through the body of some unfortunate guy, stabbing him straight to the ground. The power was so powerful that it seemed like it wanted to tear the whole sky apart, causing the earth to shake and rocks to fly everywhere. The system displays a notification that you have taken 10 kills. As if he was too used to this, he did not look happy but just calmly thought, that is enough for me to win first place. After letting the other guy log out of the earth, he looked up and said, now. One account commented, is he planning to destroy the curtain? Another account added, do you guys think he's planning to blow up the whole stadium? The arena has a barrier, placed right between the competition area and the stands. He looked at it and made up his mind, should we destroy the stands as planned? The Queen of Darkness really has an accurate eye for seeing people. Witnessing his power made her exclaim, its power is equivalent to the shield skill of a diamond-level support person. Its effect is used to block all attacks from the competition area to the outside. Jihan destroyed the barrier on purpose, so in order to be able to use the Traveler's Shield, observe her true state. His eyes lit up, he looked up at the screen and understood that he had to create a hole in the screen to be able to see out. He held the spear firmly in his hand, preparing for action. Not if you have this, it was completely possible. He held the spear and prepared to penetrate the front barrier. The Puritan spear with a sharp arrow flashed a ray of light. As for the Phoenix arrow, which I got from the dungeon, this Puritan's background information is also not average. Phoenix arrow, item A, the Conqueror's arrow is made from phoenix feathers. When thrown, it will carry extremely strong power, and has the ability to return to the owner. Due to the phoenix flames, sealed inside, it would vanish after being thrown 5 times. Such a powerful weapon, he was afraid, although, he couldn't make the most of it due to its presence. Risky, but if you want to break the barrier, piercing it is enough. As soon as he finished thinking, Jihan spread his legs wide and held the spear in one hand in a ready position. With determined eyes, full of energy, now, infinite 3 talents, let me see your face. Just exiting the immortal road, without wasting much more time, Jihan immediately crashed into the barrier for the first time, just in time to see a strong and powerful light flashing brightly in the air. After he had stabbed the first time, he looked up at the results to see if he had succeeded. But unfortunately, such a terrible attack was just like an ant biting a barrier, leaving no harm but only leaving a streak of light. Seeing him fail the first time, the accounts jumped in to comment, haha, I thought I would succeed, but why didn't the other 2 even blink an eye? They tried their best but were still ridiculed like that. He bluntly slashed all those comments. However, if you grind iron, you will get success one day. Failure is not discouraged. Once again, he picked up the arrow, his face more serious than ever, looking quite scary, his hands bulging, enough to understand Ji's determination. Han. Infinitely triangular, he frantically stabbed arrows everywhere on the barrier. Beams of light flashed from afar, looking at it like a scene of blazing fireworks. Everything seemed to explode. It didn't seem like much. Jihan continued to rush forward like a storm. Just exiting the immortal road, one more stab. Will he succeed this time? It's true that God does not disappoint. After trying so hard, the screen finally had a hole in it. One account gasped and commented, damn, that's crazy, he really broke it. Don't hesitate any longer, take the next step, right now. The traveler's eyes were activated, his eyes turned blue and lit up. Jihan had changed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he had to take advantage of it and quickly check on her in front of the recovery barrier. Looking at that face, looking closer, looking straight into those eyes, Jihan thought, now, show your face, who is she anyway? However, not long after that, Jihan was taken into a strange space, surrounded by darkness like honey, and only he was alone. He was surprised, didn't understand what happened, where he was. Suddenly a light came from behind him. Jihan cautiously turned his back. His eyes opened wide with surprise. Suddenly something appeared right in front of him. Changing scene, the surrounding scenery has changed to no longer be dark but instead is a beautiful morning. As for Jihan, he was now lying on his comfortable, familiar bed, breathing a sigh of relief. Lying in bed, he complained that the day was so tiring. Jihan closed his eyes, put his hand on his forehead, so tired. Human strength is limited. It seems that after so many things his strength has been exhausted. Jihan's eyes are just waiting to droop. I still can't calm down. Thinking back, when he was trapped in that dark infinite space, he remembered why he was so tired, because he used his bronze body to face that thing. Remembering the power that trapped him in that space, Jihan closed his eyes and lay thinking. It was truly terrifying, even compared to himself before regression, that power was still amazing. He suddenly smiled and said, "Okay." Jihan jumped up when he realized that that guy's strength would help a lot. The achievement store suddenly appeared in front of him. Jihan remembered that he had used the bonus points he had earned since then to upgrade the achievement store to level 5. The store converges, showing a series of activities, and the added feature is adding a constellation box. He touched the constellation board, tried out the new feature and thought, with this, I will be able to choose many constellations. After that, Jihan thought again, but of course, it was still too early. The words Earth is currently in rehearsal appear on the board. Even if you buy additional constellation boxes, this feature will not appear in your status window. Anyway, I don't need it yet. I think it's not necessary now, so just leave it aside. After speaking, he raised his hand and stroked it aside. He decided to add a title slot first. After clicking on the add notification box that appeared, you have purchased an additional level 1 title slot. Status window. Looking at the status panel, he spoke. In front of Jihan was information about himself, Sung Jihan, who had reached level 22, only 3 more levels left and he would reach the silver promotion round. Because he has power, martial arts and titles, it is no exaggeration to say that the silver rank is already in his hands. There's only one reason why Sung Jihan added a title slot. Because of the name, heir to the god of war, that he will achieve in the future, the image of Jihan standing among countless stars under the dazzling sun, surrounding him emitting powerful, martial power, Sung Jihan's strength will reach 30 soon, thanks to which he will achieve unknown magic power. Martial force, 27, force 27. His whole body and eyes glowed. In the process, he was able to bond with the god of war, and gained the title, heir, god of war. That's the title I used before I died in my previous life. Even though it's been a long time, I still can't forget it. In this life, I am still determined to achieve it. No matter what happens, I must get that title soon. In his mind, he imagined the scene of so many defeated people falling to the ground because of a guy possessing that terrible power. I will have to fight that guy, he thought. And the person he had to fight was none other than Baron. Scene change, a beautiful bustling urban area appeared before our eyes. The broker's voice rang out. This is in the center of Gangnam, and it is not only an area with a lot of influence, but also many schools, prestigious school thanks to its attention to educational activities. Through the glass window, you can see the whole city. This is a symbol of success. Even the highest floor here has the most beautiful view of the Han River. The introduction continued. Broker reached out and asked for opinions after a period of consultation. What do you guys think? This is the best apartment I have. 200 square meters is enough for you two to live comfortably, right? It can be seen that Jihan and Se are looking for a new home. When Jihan was introduced to 200 square meters, he thought, it's too small. Seeing that the two of you couldn't make a decision, you had to see it with your own eyes to be able to finalize it, so the broker invited both of you to come see the room here. Faced with that suggestion, Seiya hesitantly replied, okay. Seeing that, Jihan immediately realized that she probably didn't like it very much, but thinking about it, it was normal for her to react like this. He remembered the image of Seiya growing up day by day in her old house. She had lived in a sword tower on the top floor all her life, so she would not be happy. What's wrong with a normal apartment? But I remember, before that. He looked outside through the window. What was beyond Jihan's expectations was that her wish was to move house. The conversation that day appeared once again, when Seiya sat quietly thinking about her wishes. Suddenly, what I wanted was, your wish was to move away from here. I said it to Jihan's surprise. I wanted to leave the place I was very attached to. Sei's wish, leave the electric sword. He knew well why his niece made such a sudden decision, because it was a place filled with memories of Yoon Sejin. It seemed like she wanted to leave as soon as possible. He understood the past time, no matter how hard it was for her, having to stay there must have been very difficult for her. The broker continued to enthusiastically advise and introduce the room. This room is very large and the structure is perfect, right? As you know, even at this price, the room has never been unoccupied. There's a reason. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he thought to himself, I need to find a house for her that she likes as quickly as possible. Hearing the introduction in her ear, Seo could only answer, yes without any further comments. At this time, from behind Jihan also spoke up, to break this awkward atmosphere, it seems we need a house with more space. Seo also turned to look at him. He quickly added, my niece will soon become a gamer, and she will need a place to keep her equipment, to which the broker immediately said, I see, I will try to find it, see if there is a house that suits your conditions. The broker, before leaving, did not forget to give compliments. Say having an uncle who is both strong and handsome like this must make you feel very secure. Jihan also politely responded, thanking her, thank you for your compliment, but I still have a lot to improve. As a fan, I will continue to support you. I am very happy to respond to the broker's enthusiasm, thank you. But he replied, no, I should thank you more in response to Jihan's puzzled expression. Seeing that, the broker immediately explained directly that I was actually a member of the Sword King family, although, after the shock of the Sword King changing his nationality to Japanese, I left immediately, but after leaving I was very worried about Say things must have been very difficult for her, so I was worried that she would think negatively, but when I saw that she was trying her best to overcome her difficult problem, I felt very reassured. It seems that these words, which could not be more sincere, touched Sea's heart, making her emotional beyond words. There are still many things to worry about, but congratulations on waking up, say Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes and she was about to cry. After hearing those words, she seemed to be comforted and felt much lighter. You will receive a wonderful gift. Seo lowered her face, wanting to hide the emotion she had suppressed for so long. Jihan stood next to him and was speechless. However, he thought that because he was worried about Seo, there was trouble. After the war between Korea and Japan, his concern for Seo increased. Thinking back to the days she was harassed by reporters, he thought, especially now, everyone must be interested in Seo's awakening and gifts. The broker continued to laugh and talk to her. Meanwhile, Jihan continued to worry about Seo, but when she received an F-level gift, all that care would become her poison. He thought, imagine Seo sitting down on the ground, covering her face in despair. Next, is the image of ridicule and defamation from outside, the daughter of Sword King Yoon Seo, receiving an F-rank gift. Our expectations have returned but to the F-rank, the enemy, SSS-level traitor and F-level daughter, Ryuhei has another stain on his daughter's name. Just thinking about those things made him unbearable. Jihan insisted, I have to stop that at all costs. Looking at her he knew what he had to do. In the near future, I had to limit it, avoid other people approaching her as much as possible. Especially, I'm thinking of someone. As expected, it was the reporters. The scene changes to Kim Hee-soo, the niece of Taiwan Sunday newspaper. She calls and smiles and says, yes, reporter. She sat on the chair, playing with her hair and starting to come up with her dirty plans. Yes, it was August 22nd, that day was Seo's birthday, so he would be at the gift hall in school. Come on, don't worry, I'll help you interview him. Before we hang up, the girls still have an appointment, so let's meet you that day. A blonde guy nearby mocked her. This disgusting girl, look at her fake face, she's really from a family, the family works in journalism. Hee-soo is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, a true white lotus. She is not ashamed of her actions and said, if you don't like it then you can go away. He stretched his arms and replied, I'm so sad when you say that. If it weren't for this opportunity, when would I have met our Seo? But why do you hate that beautiful girl so much? No matter how friendly and kind she appears, Hee-soo is now extremely fake and confidently says that, what's more, she can't even compare to me and just wants to be on par with me forever. If it wasn't for BattleNet I wouldn't have had to meet that poor bitch. He asked again after hearing her demeaning Seo, then why do you want to interview that bitch? She was very calm, looked at her phone and answered, isn't she the perfect person to write an article for, and I should also help my family a little. She was also brazen, smirking and adding, and if her gift was fake then this was the perfect opportunity to make her the butt of jokes. Even the blonde guy had to exclaim, you're such a bitch, small and sinister. She held up her phone, showing Jihan's photo to him, and that's why your job is the most important. Sung Jihan, who has been very famous lately, is that bitch's uncle, and he stuck to it all day. She looked solemn and seriously asked, "Are you sure you can defeat Sung Ji-han?" He laughed, sinisterly, then scolded, "This crazy and extremely arrogant person thought that I wouldn't even glance at that insect anymore. The pests are him and Hisu, perhaps more accurately." He repeated his promise. "Remember to keep your promise." She also said it again. "TSK, disgusting bastard. Both of these people are really thick-faced and have tricks that no one can expect." He bowed his neck and said, "Don't worry." Hisu continued to utter some inhumane words. "After I finish my part, then I'll let you do whatever you want with that bitch Seiya." Hearing that, he smiled happily as a good drama was about to take place. Blue light, shining down on the glass panels of the BattleNet Academy building in Gangnam-gu, Seoul, year 2020 August 21st, 10th o'clock, 14 hours until Seiya awakens. "Seiya, don't be like that." She looked back helplessly. "Stop it, Hisu." She clasped her hands together and begged, "Please think again, please. It's all because of you. If Seiya is awkward or not, I said I don't want to." Hisu, looking at her with sad eyes, "If you keep like this, I will be sad, just because of the Sword King. They insult an innocent person like you." Hisu continued saying, "Wouldn't it be better if there was good news to attract everyone's attention? To help you, I had to beg my grandfather a lot." Seiya stood up. "It's okay, I'm fine, thank you, but you don't need to do that." After saying that, she turned around and left. "I'm going to the bathroom for a bit." Hisu's face wrinkled and she gritted her teeth. "What a whore, I don't understand her. I thought she would be obedient." She waved her hair. "Never mind, let's just go to the gift hall and wait first." She looked at her eyes in uncertainty. It was tonight, she didn't know what other gifts that bitch would receive. After saying that, she grinned and smirked. "I should go pick a reporter and make her go straight to hell. I hope she gets an F-rank gift." Using Seiya's lie to go to the bathroom just to sit there, she exclaimed that this was so difficult. "Actually, I know everything." She closed her eyes again. "I know what Hisu thinks about me." "Hey, are you still clinging to Yoon Seiya?" Plump lips, painted with a thin layer of lipstick like balm. "Are you two close friends?" two other girls asked Hisu. She was also suddenly stunned. "Stop joking." The other two girls continued, "I heard that once she becomes pathetic, you will kick her out. Of course, before cutting off the relationship, we have to take advantage of her. Yoon Seiya's just a tool. What does she have for you to take advantage of?" Her hand fumbled with her makeup bag. "This group of people is a journalist. When she falls into hell, it's best to take advantage of her." It's easy to feel that Hisu's heart is not as simple as it seems. "Please stop. I hope she gets F-grade gifts and goes crazy. I have to take pictures of her reaction and post those pictures. This crazy person sounds fun. They keep talking and don't know that someone is still sitting here quietly." Seiya tried her best to grab her dress with her hands. She no longer believed it was true what they said about her. "Please watch carefully, readers will like it very much." Her face darkened, disappointment filled her. She was shocked at Hisu's true face. She pursed her lips. From then on she started to feel uneasy. She thought that maybe she would actually receive an F-rank gift. She was alone in her thoughts. I'm sure Hisu wasn't the only one hiding their true nature. She clasped her hands as if praying. "I can't accept F-grade gifts, please." She gradually despaired of herself. "Please give me a good gift." That circle finally glowed red like a ruby in the dark night. She fell into silence, opened her eyes wide and looked up at that bright light. This is it. It's still the same scene, but now it's 2020 August 21st at 19 o'clock. This is 5 o'clock until Seiya awakens. I raised my hand to look at the clock. It was almost 7:05 a.m. Ji-han thought quietly that there were still 5 hours left. A bodyguard spoke up. "Please come this way, sir." He told Seiya, "Is she still safe in the gift box?" "Yes, the security is keeping her safe." He thanked the other person. "Thank him. Don't let outsiders in, especially reporters." "Don't worry, they also prevented school staff from entering. The government is also paying special attention. Now there are people everywhere. Even a fly is afraid it will be difficult to pass through." Probably around this time yesterday, I talked to manager Park Yoon-sik about the electric sword donation. Ji-han sat on the sofa and answered the phone. "Oh yes, tomorrow is officially the day Seiya will awaken as a player, right?" "Oh yes, so you already know." "Even with the current situation, I'm worried that someone will break in and awaken the other end of the line to respond to you." Manager Park Yoon-sik understands the current situation very clearly. "If you agree, I can try and ask the security at the scene for help. The government has provided support to ensure Seiya's personal safety." He smiled happily and closed his eyes gently. "So I received help again." Ji-han suddenly opened his eyes. "You're here. The bodyguard said, "This is the gift hall. We have prepared chairs right in front. You can rest while you wait." "Thank you, then see you at 12 o'clock. Yes, if you need anything, please tell me right away." After saying that, he left, and he sat there alone in a chair, waiting forever. Ha, he sighed often, biting his lips. Perhaps, he also understood his own psychology. Jihan turned his head back and forth silently telling himself, "No, don't worry too much, this time I can stay by her side and protect her." His eyes softened, "Now I have no other choice." Spreading her hands, there was a golden-colored string with a small round shape, adding a slender line that seemed like an angel's wing. Besides, hopefully, this gift will bring Seiya great comfort. It is now 11:55 p.m., and there are only 5 minutes left until Seiya awakens. "Oh my, as expected you're here," said the voice from Hisu. He looked at her with a hateful sideways glance. She was with a boy and approached him to see if he was okay. She smiled gently, but her eyes didn't. "We see each other often, right? I clearly remember her saying she was Seiya's friend, but the person next to her is a reporter, right?" He glared at her and turned away. "How did you get in here? I thought they had stopped anyone from entering." He stood opposite her with his hands in his pockets. "You know that media companies usually have extensive connections. I asked an acquaintance to get in here and there." He looked at her and said that she didn't even bother to hide the fact that she snuck in here, right? Hisu laughed it off and said he was sneaking in. "I had something to deal with, so I came to my school." She continued, "I decided to interview Seiya today." He looked at her angrily. "Stop talking nonsense and go back. After waking up, Seiya will go home immediately. I warn her, the first time is also the last time." Is this okay? Looks like we're going to get into trouble." The young man accompanying her had a frightened look on his face, still holding a prepared camera. It's not good for her to put her hands on her hips like that. Indifferently she put her hands forward. "I have to interview him at all costs. If that's the case, then I won't sit still. What can I do? I can't win against his uncle," she complained, looking sad and worried. Suddenly, that face became radiant again. Or should it be like this? Having said that, her two eyes are more dangerous. While protecting her niece, the level 27 support player Sung Ji-han. Having been ambushed by an unknown level 50 warrior, the silhouette of someone raised a fist to attack him. It was blurry, but he still kept his unwavering eyes. Seiya sat down and knelt down on the ground above her on the screen. "Congratulations, you have awakened as a player. What a gift of having a late-blooming flower. That's a F gift. I hoped it wouldn't be this bad." A punch that attacked him shone with red flames. But now, Seiya bowed her face sadly and said each heartbreaking word. It was really over. Jihan's eyes gradually disappeared, until only the white eyes remained. His face was full of veins. Sung Ji-han was suddenly hit in the back of the head by a level 50 warrior, making him a bit dizzy and falling forward. He smugly smirked, "Just lie there, I will definitely love and care for our Seiya with all my heart." He remained silent after that sudden attack. But then, still unharmed, his eyes filled with murderous intent like an arrow piercing straight at him, he growled, How dare you mention her?" He looked at him bewildered, pointed forward and asked, "You're still normal after getting hit? You're stronger than I thought." Immediately, Jihan threw a punch in the face of the level 50 warrior. Then he suddenly realized that, jelly skin. That's right, his fist was stopped by that thing, causing him not to receive any damage. He proudly laughed, "You know a lot, but why aren't you surprised?" His eyes lit up. He hit Sung Ji-han again. He spoke up, "Are you that confident?" Hisu was still very calm. She crossed her arms. "Oh, really?" Then, he spoke sarcastically when witnessing the two's match, wondering if he was really winning. The level 50 warrior turned around, preparing to throw a powerful punch with red lightning bolts. He scolded, "People keep using the nickname of a rising star to flatter you, so you don't dare. Know yourself and know your fate, huh?" Right after that, he confidently punched Sung Ji-han straight in the body as if he knew he would win. "Answer me, that bastard. How many times do I have to hit you before you open your mouth?" As soon as he finished saying that extravagant sentence, he was hit with a hook punch from below, hitting him directly on the chin, causing his face to become disfigured. He calmly sent him flying into the sky, blood splashing everywhere. The cameraman's face turned purple in panic, and Hisu felt equally surprised. Jihan used his ability, creating a magical hand that grabbed the hair of the level 50 warrior. He was hanging in the air, stirring as if trying to escape. He cried out, "Ugh, what is this? What just happened?" while he still calmly clenched his fist to control his ability. With that intense red power, he raised his sharp red eyes and spoke sarcastically, "You already look like a gangster, and act the same." He frowned, filled with murderous intent, and then growled, "I will carve a mark on you, so you can never do something like this again." Immediately, he swung his magical fist back, and at the same time, the warrior's head was pulled out in a terrifying way. The cameraman was so panicked that he ran away, leaving Hisu standing there, dead, just watching. His whole body fell from above and fell in front of her, making a very loud sound. She was surprised, her pale face looked down. Then he was extremely frightened, his eyes widened in horror, his teeth clenched. "Kia!" she screamed in horror as if she wanted to tear the whole space apart. On Seiya's side, she had just woken up, she was sitting on the ground out of frustration and disappointment. Her eyes were extremely sad, a feeling of helplessness filled her mind. Warm tears began to flow from her eyes filled with sadness. Immediately she wiped it away. Seiya consoled herself, "Come on, stop crying." She regained her spirit and thought strongly, if she just sat there sad and alone like this, what could change? Then, picking herself up, she said, "Let's stand up, Uncle is still waiting for me." Then she left the place of awakening, taking steps outside to meet Sung Ji-han again. But, she was still very sad and worried when looking at her system board. What should I do from now on? Even if I participate as a player with an F-level gift, I will definitely only have it's possible to both live precariously and tremble in fear at the bronze level. The system says, "Late blooming flower, grant F gift, you will realize your potential later," Seiya lamented, and what is the meaning of this short explanation? As soon as the door opened, she was about to step out, still muttering, "But these past few days I've been praying like an idiot." Suddenly, she was startled when she heard a loud scream, "Kia!" When she saw things clearly, what appeared before her eyes was a floating set of orange hair. At that time, he was using energy to hold that warrior's hair, and he was lying with his almost bald head on the ground. She turned to ask, Uncle, what's going on?" He still calmly replied, "He deserved it," but she still didn't quite understand. "Ha!" Hisu in front shouted and cursed, "That crazy bastard." Ji-han heard that and shouted, "You looked over there." Seiya also looked in that direction and followed. Hisu, holding the bald head of a level 50 warrior with both hands, screamed like a madman, "How dare you turn him into this? Do you know who my grandfather is?" "My grandfather is the president of Taiwan Daily," she kept screaming and threatening, but he didn't care about that. He just gently guided her orange hair to fly straight at her and asked, "What about it?" "Ha!" Hisu's hair flew into her body and she immediately fell back and exclaimed, "Ek!" Sung Ji-han with a cold expression, he replied emotionlessly, "Who cares about your family holding a large newspaper company? Are you trying to manipulate the media?" Hearing that, she brushed her hair and spoke loudly, "Do you think I will just stop there? I will also create fake news and spread it." Her eyes sparkled, not understanding the situation of her life but arrogant. "I will turn you into the dirtiest family in the world. People will feel disgusted when they meet you. People, they don't care about the truth." Those words hurt his ears and made Ji-han's veins pop, but he still listened quietly. Seiya here is a bit sad and disappointed when her friend Hisu keeps spewing dirty words. Because of the Sword King, public opinion is already very negative, so this is good. Ji-han had heard enough. He stopped being silent and challenged her, "Just try it." He came closer and closer to Hisu, causing her to cautiously step back, showing fear. He said, "We just need to leave Korea." Now she was panicking. She exclaimed, "Ha!" But, I only saw him with murderous intent, a look of cruelty in his eyes. In his hand was a blazing fire as if it would burn away the arrogant. He threatened the opposite, but could she bear it? The price for his actions is not. But look, Hisu still doesn't understand the seriousness of the current situation, still very arrogantly replied, "Stop pretending to be cool, you mean bastard. If it weren't for BattleNet and Yoon Se-jin, you wouldn't even be able to do it. Never see me again." Hearing that, he immediately flicked a flame from his palm, superficially, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Hisu was surrounded by fire, causing her to startle and look around. Faced with her hubris, he just waved his hand and calmly judged her. She was the type of person who never knew how to look back at herself and correct her mistakes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fire was also stronger because of that. It rushed like a hungry ghost to cover Hisu. He gave a final warning, "Then I have to let you remember carefully, if you touch us, something will happen." The window seen from the outside, lit up by the blazing fire inside, accompanied by her screams, "Kia!" After finishing everything, the two returned to the old yellow car downstairs in the parking lot. Yoon Se-ah sat next to her, worriedly stammering and asking, "Uncle, is this really okay?" She hesitated and continued, I'm glad we can take revenge on Hisu, but I'm a little worried. Jihan turned to ask, why are you worried? Taiwan Daily is the largest media company in our country, she replied. He just smiled and reassured his little niece, don't worry, nothing will happen. After saying that, he silently thought to himself, because they are so big that they can't act rashly, and in the first place, a media company would do these things just for the owner's niece. President is too unreasonable. He started the car and kept thinking, if they had any sense left, they wouldn't have touched the player who was currently receiving a lot of attention. Seiya was also questioning herself, why, being able to be so confident is so interesting. But now, there is something more important, Jihan thought to himself, then turned to the side and spoke softly, so, what gift did you receive? He asked firmly, making Seiya a bit startled. Then she lowered her head, her sad eyes not responding to his words. When she regained some composure, she spoke up, the flower that bloomed late was an F-grade gift. He looked at her and said in his head, just as he guessed. He immediately opened his status window and reached out to touch it while she was still gloomy. If you want to be a successful player, it will be very difficult. When Jihan heard that, he immediately spoke up, Seiya, take a look. She turned to ask, is that my status window? He replied, yes, this is the first time I've given it to someone, look at it differently. As soon as she looked at the status window, she was so surprised that her eyes widened. Wait. On it was displayed, the F-rank Adventurer's Eye gift. Other players' information could be seen. She exclaimed, what is that? Your gift is also F-rank. Seeing that thing, she immediately questioned, so how are you so strong? He smiled, look at the indicators above. She immediately asked in return, what is that? Martial force, strength, quantity, is this really the BattleNet index? Hearing that, Jihan spoke up to answer questions. They are unique indicators. Most people do not know about them because the conditions to achieve them are hidden conditions. As you can see, the level of the gift is not everything. Receiving that new source of information surprised her. He continued, Seiya, you can also get a unique index. And before that, he picked it up, a round pair of glasses with sparkling yellow wings. Point it towards me, then give directions. This object will show you the path you will take. After bringing the treasure to Seiya, Sung Jihan immediately recalled the past, remembering the image of a girl with brown hair and yellow eyes, before he regressed, ranked second in the world as Jin Yuhua. She appeared, with a serious, determined face, and the special thing about her was that her gift was also a late-blooming flower. Standing in the top two, her strength is undeniable. With just one swing she can destroy a guy. Before, my brother always only watched through the TV screen, he said. Back then I couldn't believe my eyes anymore. At that time, Jihan was very surprised, only now realizing that the F-grade gift made Seiya despair and seek death. Hidden again, this kind of secret. The special glasses, with that golden wing, can see the gift information, the late-blooming flower with the F-gift level, the number of matches that must be attended until the upgrade is -50, the upgrade conditions. To upgrade level, you have to participate in BattleNet matches. Junsei asked in surprise, what is this? She looked through the round glasses. Her mind was full of questions that needed to be answered. Could a gift be upgraded? Moreover, the basic effect was good. Jihan was satisfied and smiled beside her. He spoke up, isn't this a great gift? He silently thought, as I predicted, that item is effective. On this side, she is bringing it to her eyes to experience the viewing. And this is the information of the glasses, the one-eyed glasses of Hermes, item level A, the one-eyed glasses of the god of Olympus, Hermes, a one-time use item, can identify the nature of the player's gift. He recalling the process of creating it, a hidden item that I got by repairing a C-rank item, the messenger's broken monocle. At that time, Jihan tried to use his ability to create the notification system. You used emergency recovery. I made it the day before Seiya's birthday. Returning to the present, he looked at her and explained a few more things so that she could understand clearly. It was surprising that the gift's level could be increased, but even its basic effects were not there. Too bad, because the growth rate, a 100% increase means your training effect will be twice that of others. Seiya was surprised. So, isn't that a very good effect? He nodded, agreeing, yes, that's right, with this effect you can quickly achieve the rare index that I told you about. Her expression became even more surprised. The glasses slowly disappeared. He spoke very gently and slowly as if to soothe the little niece's soul. Seiya, do you think you can also aim for the top player position? Really? A short question but filled with a lot of emotions. His eyes widened when he saw the scene before him. A stream of tears rolled down Seiya's cheek. She asked again as if she couldn't believe it, it was really you. Receiving a gift is very nice, isn't it? After finishing speaking, she sobbed, her body trembling as she looked at him. Jihan's eyes were filled with gentle praise. Yes, your gift is very good, he thought painfully, not knowing how much hope she brought. He thought about the time when Yoon Se-jin joined the army in Japan, and sadly whispered, after she was abandoned and left by her father kept babbling that he had no daughter, and that he had no daughter. I'm just using Se-ah as a topic for cheap gossip. The image of her sitting in the middle of a crowd, isolated and taken advantage of, so Se-ah will not want to overcome difficulties as the daughter abandoned by the Sword King, but as an independent player named Yoon Se-ah. But now, she had a reason to be resilient, to stand up for herself. He used his ability to control the tissue to come to her, still very sad in his heart. She must have been very worried, because if where will you receive a useless gift? Se-ah was a little surprised when she saw the tissue. He still sat still and spoke up encouragingly. You did very well, it must have been very difficult for you, so just cry to your heart's content. But then she took the tissue, wiped her tear-filled face and said, no, you'll stop crying right away, you don't even have time to laugh anymore, I'm just helpless, yeah, a language. With her face still a little red, Se-ah turned to wonder, but I always feel like you're mysterious. It was as if he knew everything about the future, and her words hit him right in the heart, so he could only smile wryly and find excuses. Just consider him lucky. After she calmed down, she smiled and said, now that I've calmed down, I suddenly feel very hungry. Hearing that, I immediately stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen, so let's have a meal. I will cook something for you. I asked again, what is it at this hour? Sung Ji-han turned his head, smiled brightly, and said kindly, I promised, don't you remember, that next time I will cook better food for you. I prepared many dishes to celebrate your birthday. Hearing the words birthday, Se-ah's eyes opened wide and looked at her uncle in surprise. Then, showed a very happy smile. She replied, yes. Meanwhile, the two uncles and nephews on the other side were enjoying a delicious dinner in a high-rise building. Hee-soo, with only a few small strands of hair left, her eyebrows also disappeared, her face was terrified, she cried and screamed, ah! She, sitting in a luxurious office, still crying, cursing loudly, everything was completely burned, hair, eyebrows, everything, damn it, Sung Ji-han, that crazy bastard, oh my god, how do I tell my parents? Suddenly, a bodyguard wearing a black vest opened the door and came in. I'm here, Miss Hee-soo. She was startled and cried out, Kia, don't you know how to knock on the door? You made me so angry. He bowed, admitted his mistake, then gave her a phone. Sorry, I brought the surveillance camera recording as you wanted. Hee-soo grabbed it and chased it away. I know, go out. The bodyguard who was treated poorly scolded in his mind. What a wretched girl. She was crying and scrolling through the screen. I can't live like this, she secretly plotted. I need to find something to destroy that guy. Suddenly, she stopped, seemingly planning something very dirty. Then the mouth, curled up with cunning, KK, our cute little Se-ah. On the phone, was the image of Yoon Se-ah, who had just woken up, looking at her gift with a sad expression. This was exactly what Hee-soo wanted. She immediately sarcastically said, you're not good at hiding your emotions at all, is it? That face about to cry, yours is very suitable for the newspaper, she said looking at the screen, very pleased. Still with that evil expression, that despicable smile, Hee-soo spoke again, it seems like you received an F-grade gift. How can you make a face that makes people want to destroy you just by looking at you? There, Hee-soo, who still hasn't realized her mistake, will receive a suitable lesson in the coming future. She laughed, like a crazy person finding a new hobby. You guys are all done for, with this stubbornness, so just ignore her for now, and let's hear some recent news. About Kim Kwang, who has been forgotten since then. He's like a lukewarm person, half-hearted and babbling, his love is unrequited, and a broken heart. The chat box on the screen started to get excited, the dog kept barking and commenting, Ween Kwang, Taiyaki with ice cream wrote, wow, it's been a long time. And he just sat there thinking, remembering the image of Sung Ji-han being extremely cool in battles, closing his eyes and saying, I spent my empty days drowning in sadness because I didn't have anyone, which I adore choosing. His free hand was writing a comment. He was still in the middle of watching Sung Ji-han's stream. The chestnut jelly said, just confess your love to him and leave. Then he imagined the image of Kim Gyu-yuk, that disgustingly ugly fire mage. Then there's the Black Hawks, those vile and foul falcons. Then I imagined myself wearing shiny golden armor holding Sung Ji-han in an extremely majestic manner and speaking, all those who stood in your way, Ween Kwang, stop them. The crispy fried ham happily commented, "Yes, but it seems that everything is not like that," the old lady of the vineyard wrote, "Ha ha." After that, he stood up, put on a strange posture, and spoke loudly, but then I realized something. He hugged his chest, his face both bitter and painful, lamenting that I, Wing Kwang, was destined to become Mr. Jihan's manager. The employee commented, "Oh ha, not at all. You watched my stream, scary zombie shapes appeared," you colorfully said, "so I'm begging you, great Jihan. Then the time came, you held the spear to fight, launched a powerful blow, slashed the monsters, please read my message." Jihan's hands rotate the mighty weapon. The frozen round tonkatsu commented, "Come on everyone, it's time to scream." The public canon wrote, "Wow." At that moment, he unleashed countless dangerous blows on the monsters, rays of light emitted from the attacks, make them fall apart. Under the explosive chat box, the Red Jelly King commented, "So cool." The barking dog couldn't stop writing, "But what are his teammates doing?" Kimbop Solo Heaven wrote, "Seems to be in the same group as Sung Ji-han after that. Just sit back and watch him and he's already become a movement." That's right, the three teammates below sat together to eat popcorn, then watched the match progress without moving a hand. Ji-han was the only one to comment, "Well, it's understandable, because otherwise if you bother him, you'll definitely be at the top of the list. Ha ha. Go out and chat without asking, they're still eating corn. Ha ha." At Jihan's feet, there were tens of thousands of powerful lightning bolts. He directly performed the unknown magic step technique. The spear in his hand immediately slashed the monster's head. The final attack is to break the Sky Thunder step, and the match is over. Jihan's eyes were still cold, looking at the leaderboard. You had achieved first place in this match. The three teammates, seeing that the battle was over, stood up and chatted comfortably as if they were on vacation. "Ah, eating corn is really hard. Next time let's have half onion flavor and half caramel flavor." He opened the status window to see, "You have reached level 25. You can now participate in the silver promotion match." The chat box was panicked, commenting on Forks, "Is he still bronze ranked?" Jin's #1 fan chat, "Don't act like a chicken down here anymore, get promoted and go." The system sends a notification again, "You have achieved the title of Bronze Rank Ruler, by completing bronze matches with the highest win rate. You have been selected for a position in the global top 100 of the Bronze Cup." He looked surprised at the notice. On August 25th, you will be placed in the top 100 promotion matches. Lamb Sauce 5023 comments, "Wow, this is crazy, top 100 globally, no one cares if you lose, no one cares about chatting. It's been a while since I saw that notification appear in Korea. I just saw you with 700 comments, so maybe I'm sure he won silver hee. Global top 100, he thought to himself. This means that his BattleNet score has reached the global top 100 threshold, and the players selected into the top 100 will definitely advance, even if they only participate in promotion match. You are in the top 100, get a silver promotion. What's more, the promotion match has an additional feature, and that's it." The image of Sung Ji-han, standing above thousands of bodies piled up, surrounded by countless people, he continued, fighting until there was only one left. The promotion match would be in the form of a survival game. He swung his sword and slashed at a player, the sharp sword emitting a bright light. He thought on, and it wouldn't end until there was only one survivor, a stage to find out who is the only leader. Returning to reality, Jihan was motionless looking at the notice board announcing that he was in the top 100 globally. Fairy Ghost 000 commented, "That's right, he's looking over there." Kwaka is happy to chat, "Looks like there's a top 100 list." He pondered, thinking, as expected, I also entered the global top 100 around this time. The image of half a man's face appeared. He was nostalgic, it had been a long time since he last saw him. Baron Williams, Global Bronze, that's a foreigner with blonde hair, blue eyes, very serious. Baron Williams, #1 in the United States. He looked at the notice board and thought he would meet him earlier than last time, but he didn't expect it to be this early. Jihan is worried, his eyes are a bit unstable, it's not good. He hesitated, this was a bit surprising, am I going to lose? But I have never won against Baron. The deciding factor, helping Sung Ji-han enter the top 100, that is the Divine Power Index, which gives him strength, accumulated in a round ball full of red magic, strong and well maintained. Of course, strength is equally important. When the anonymous skill is opened, an index appears that summarizes all the strength, endurance and speed indicators. It is arranged, like an equilateral triangle with the top vertex representing endurance, the left being power and the right being speed. Absolute spiritual realm, enhanced magical power, remote control, but that factor allows him to control objects including people within the allowed range. creating flames in the palm of his hand. The power of divine power is extremely outstanding. However, even though it was so capable, creating a swirling ball that seemed to want to swallow the planet, there was still a difference in rank. The image that appeared was that Baron was summoning magic circles, unleashing magical spells on the ground, powerful flames that could shake the sky, screams, ah, of the unfortunate people, but only received as cruel eyes. He knew that the divine power used by Baron was on a completely different level. So what is divine power? It is an index proportional to the index of magical power and holy power. Baron possesses a great amount of mana, so Baron's divine power, if put on the scale for comparison, is 2 times stronger than Sung's, Jihan. No matter how well Jihan was able to control mana, still becoming useless in the face of absolute power, looking at the two facing each other, it was like a god on high and a mortal on the ground. Right from the beginning, Baron maintained the top position, using divine power without any control ability. Thinking about those things made Sung Jihan in reality even more impatient and more diligent, his hands touching the floor. The whole weight of the body, relying only on one hand to maintain balance. While exercising his body, he closed his eyes and thought. It was not natural for him to be at the top of the rankings. From the beginning, he was already famous for having diamond-level magic power. Then he slowly opened his eyes as if looking straight at the truth. Fighting him directly would be suicide. Now I have to unlock the anonymous magic. I practice until night, when the tall buildings have lights on. Sitting in my room, scrolling through the information on the system board. The image of Baron Williams appeared there again. His eyes were extremely sharp, just like before the regression. Jihan's sweat dropped and laughed helplessly. Ha, no matter how you look at it, it's hard to believe. Is this really the same person? Looking at the two images, on the left is Baron now, on the right is Baron before regression. A clear difference makes him constantly wonder. It is said that when he became guild master, he tried very hard to acting mature. How could he change? Suddenly, the phone next to me rang. The caller was Li Han. He looked at the name on the screen and wondered, Li Han. He secretly speculated, maybe she called to thank him, then he quickly agreed to the call. Hello. On the other end of the line, we're also talking, Sung Jihan. She continued to say, can you give me one more choice? That sentence made him pause for a moment. Then, suspiciously looking back at the screen to see if the caller was correct, he let out a confused sound, The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, shining down with bright rays of sunlight, at the Diverging Guild, a skyscraper building appeared. Lim Gaiyong spoke up, ma'am. Li Han was startled, her face looked a bit awkward. Ah. She turned to ask, is that Gaiyong? What's going on? Lim Gaiyong heard that and replied, I came to take you to the meeting point. Only then did Han realize, oh that's right, it's time. Oh well, wait for me 5 minutes. Hearing the lady say that, she couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Li Han didn't hide anything anymore, so she told the truth. In fact, in the morning I asked Sung Jihan to give her an option. Gaiyong next to her asked bluntly, ah, don't you feel shy? If you heard me, immediately lamented, losing money is already painful, can you stop making fun of me? Lim Gaiyong suddenly wondered, so which match are you predicting? She scrolled through her phone and asked, Gaiyong, do you know the news? Sung Jihan is participating in the top 100 in the world. It seems that America's Baron is also participating. Han provided a new amount of information that made Gaiyong a bit surprised. Now, she was scratching her head, not knowing what to do, so she asked the person behind her, do you think I should bet on Jihan? Gaiyong heard it and immediately replied, that's great. Han also saw it, so, it's worth it, right? But if the opponent is Baron, it will be difficult. How can you defeat someone who continuously attacks while flying around? Lim Gaiyong exclaimed. With his promising and terrible ability, there is also little doubt about the match between the two in the future. You thought so too, didn't you? Li Han's unexpected words surprised her. Han on this side, still fiddling with her phone, turned around, a bit shaken by her choice. Baron has a higher probability of winning, right? During the Korea and Japan match, I was a bit shaken because he predicted too accurately, but I'll bet on Baron. Han is resolute in her opinion, but at this moment, although there was some hesitation between the two sides, for some reason Gaiyong wanted to deny it. How are you? Han suddenly asked. She continued, is your battle net score good? That question left Gaiyong motionless, unable to get an answer. Han admitted that she seemed to have been working quite hard recently. But Gaiyong still just said, ah, just for show. Then her face became quiet, her eyes darkened as if she had a difficult story to say. She clenched her fist, her hand covered with bandages. Han spoke again, no matter what I told her. Scene change. On Sung Ji-han's side, he is opening the status window, named Sung Ji-han, level 25, Gangnam Region Bronze Award Link 1, Martial Power 29, Divine Power 29, Support Class, Class Mage, F-Class Adventurer. I gift knows information about other players, Guide Master nickname, GP1. He raised his voice, it was realistic, then closed his eyes and breathed, once. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and thought, now, all conditions have been met. Then, he touched the status window. On that notice, the martial force index increased. Martial power reached 30. But he still stood motionless in his room. He closed his eyes again. The notification appeared, the traveler's eyes were activated, then he opened his eyes wide, a yellow light glowing in his pupils. And then, Ji-han seemed to be transported to another dimension outside the universe, a giant humanoid form with the colors of the stars, that is, the wandering martial god constellation, discovered you, through his traces. He floated in midair, thinking to himself, there was only darkness surrounding him. His eyes opened wide, thinking again, I don't see anything, but I can feel it. It feels like last time. The notification appears again. The wandering martial god is observing you. The wandering martial god said you will be his descendant. We meet again. The wandering martial god speaks. A silver source flew out, like a link between the two of them. He kept looking up even though he couldn't see clearly. He was extremely grateful. In his previous life, he also received a lot of help from him. The system appears, accepting the anonymous magic skill. His hand seemed to have a source of energy entering it, talking to himself in his mind. Usually the constellation's protection would bring good results, but the wandering martial god did not ask for anything from him. The two people faced each other. The giant god gradually imparted his ability to Sung Ji-han. The system continuously notified him that he had learned the martial arts technique of 3 talents, and had learned the technique of breaking the sky in thunder. He realized that he had reached 30 martial power, but suddenly the system turned red and warned him. The wandering martial god winced, just because of that made Ji-han feel like he was about to explode. Energy surrounded his body, his face gradually became unsightly and painful. He held his head in disbelief. What? The connection was stopped. The system appeared. He was not satisfied because your Tamdandim was already open. Why? He was surprised. The system continues to explain, the wandering martial god is wary of you. Ji-han is still bewildered, asking in return, is he wary of me? Just because my 3 dantian is open, the gods are easy to watch out for, feeling like that with others. He didn't know what to do, just looked sideways in the space that was gradually becoming pitch black. The system turned green again, successfully cancelled the martial arts move. A bolt of lightning appeared in one of Han-ji's eyes. Inside him was a sky of unbelievable surprise. The wandering martial god constellation recovered the silver residue. As soon as the announcement was finished, his body emitted lightning, terrifyingly making him scream in pain. Because of that, Ji-han returned to reality, holding his head in his hands, his body shaking very hard. He tried to open his eyes, still remembering the scene just now in his mind. Panicked, I looked around the familiar room. What, I'm back. He immediately called. The status window immediately appeared. His right eye still hurt so he couldn't open it completely, so he stood motionless and looked at the window. Sung Ji-han was formerly ranked 7th in the world. He frowned, sweating profusely as he said, it was a disaster. Before the top 100 match, because inside, the status window appeared, the gift did not exist, he was helpless, the gift disappeared, and just like that, he lost his most important thing. Coming out of the school gate, Yoon-se-ah excitedly said loudly, I'm off. After that, she opened the door and sat in the car, smiled at Sung Ji-han and said, I'm here, uncle. He also nodded and praised her, very good. My car, leisurely driving on the road. In the car I asked, do you feel more relieved? Hearing that, she placed her hand in the middle of her chest, her face relaxed and she replied, okay, you feel much better. After seeing Yoon-se-ah's appearance, he thought to himself, after Se-ah awakened, she decided to quit studying at the academy, because the main purpose of joining the academy was their talent, so it's completely normal to drop out of school after awakening. At this time, Sung Ji-han remembered the question on a website, I was awakened, should I quit school? I have C-level aptitude, and people usually drop out right after getting C-level or higher, but I'm also considering completing the entire program. I'm so worried. He scrolled down and read a comment saying that my friend had also dropped out and signed a contract with a guild, and was now in training. Next, he remembered the training days. He firmly affirmed, specifically, Seiya decided not to go anywhere because I would be the one to train her. Right now she is practicing persistently. He does not want to go anywhere. Stop urging, more, more, and she trembled and tried to resist, painfully saying, Uncle, I can't stand it anymore. Finally, he made up his mind. Yes, from now on Seiya won't have any more problems. Back to reality, Sung Ji-han was driving and falling into contemplation. My biggest problem right now. That is, and myself. Suddenly, he frowned and thought of something else. Tomorrow's top 100 were already out. Losing the traveler's eyes was one thing. Pausing for a moment, he continued to think, but he still couldn't get the unknown magic weapon. At this time, the system displayed a notification, unknown magic skill, S-level skill, a skill that has some similarities to the unknown magic skill. It includes basic fighting skills, and the Heavenly Thunder set. Once you master this type of martial art, you will have the opportunity to show off. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was crazy. It was just an S-rank skill, not an SSS, yet it had the thunder set in it. I already had all of those. Annoyed, really? Seiya saw that his face was not good and was extremely confused. She asked with concern. It seemed like he was angry. Was it because of the top 100 battle? Hearing that, Ji-han scratched his face and hesitantly replied, yeah. He only answered vaguely, but didn't tell her clearly, because he thought in his heart that his future was more complicated than the top 100. Before she could say anything more, she asked again, but you will win, right? At this moment, he turned to look a little surprised. As for her, she showed a proud expression and exclaimed, I always find a way. Yoon Se-ah breathed a sigh of relief, then continued, so don't worry, I will definitely appear and say I won the first prize. Seeing that, she suddenly got excited and laughed loudly. Maybe I should go predict the results. I'll bet everything on you. He put on a serious face and replied, don't, if I do that, you'll be angry. Immediately, Seiya lost all interest, turned to look at Sung Ji-han and coldly asked, what, but you did the same thing, you can do it and I can't. Then he just calmly affirmed that, yes, those are not for children to play with. After that, she sulkily turned her face away, then spoke up, really funny, okay, I won't praise you anymore. He had only half replied, good idea, when suddenly, a ray of light shot out from his eyes, startling him. Momentarily it returned to normal. He touched his eyes which were full of questions and confusion. What is that? The scene changes, in a quiet park at night. Sung Ji-han was alone, sitting on a wooden hut quietly thinking. His eyes were closed, his fingers touching each other. At this moment, while he was quiet, he was sweating profusely, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Something was strange. He was listening in his body and feeling something. I could feel something different in my left eye. This is the first time I encountered such a strange feeling. I had to eliminate this source of energy. In his inner world, he was struggling painfully, trying to destroy the light from his eyes just now. He concentrated his spirit and strength, used his internal strength to slowly find the location, and then destroyed it. At this moment, he was in extreme pain, but he gritted his teeth to endure it, and a cracking sound rang out, causing everything to return to normal. His eyes were smoking. Sung Ji-han kept complaining, oops, it hurts so much, my eyes jumped out. The system immediately displayed that the traces of the traveling martial god had been removed. His tears flowed uncontrollably. He looked at the system notifications and was shocked. Player Sung Ji-han was completely free from the control of the constellations. Immediately, he was extremely surprised. His head popped up with countless questions. What? Freedom, what does that mean? After that, he immediately stood up. The words on the screen continued to appear. From now on you can receive blessings from other constellations. He slowly took off his hood, thinking deeply, from now on, that means I have never been able to receive support from the star constellations. He immediately realized something unusual. This system never lies, so he thought that Vodhan had been involved all along. Thinking so, the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. As if he knew everything, he immediately sat down. Sung Ji-han laughed mockingly. Honestly, I thought he was very generous, but it turns out he was a freeloader all this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen immediately displayed that the traveling martial god was more careful with player Sung Ji-han. He looked up and said in his head, what is that? The words appeared on the screen again, and the traveling martial god quickly covered his tracks. Right after that, a huge question mark appeared in his head. At this moment, he just felt funny and thought, what's wrong with this constellation? Then he muttered, to himself, being careful with a bronze player is not enough, is he still hiding? Why, a martial god is like this. His face was sad, even though this is my second life, I still have too many questions. Well, from now on I can't use the martial god's power anymore. Having finished speaking, he stood up, put his hands on his hips and spoke, well, there is no other way. In his mind, he already has a plan, I have no other choice but to seize this opportunity and find a new constellation. Then, he thought with a smirk, just in time, then his hand pressed something on the screen right before his eyes, I have a chance. Immediately, the screen displayed an epic quest with the content, find and challenge the Shadow Queen at the Roman Arena, a reward of 50,000 achievement points. The excitement of the Shadow Queen constellation's dark. Jihan walked and attentively studied this interesting task. In his heart, he was silently calculating, if I wanted to defeat the Dark Queen, what would I have to do tomorrow? First of all, he just thought that now he has to fill the void left by Vodhan, but suddenly he stopped and remembered something. Ah, right, I have that. The scene shifts to early the next morning, the sky is filled with colorful fireworks. Below is the majestic, vast Roman arena signaling the start of the top 100 bronze tournament. A commenter named Barley Croker, everyone's bets are all right. The big screen announced the rules of the competition, the game would continue until only one player remained alive. Right now in the middle of the arena, Jihan alone stood there, surrounded by other extremely formidable opponents. A series of accounts and comments naturally counted again. 1, 2, 3. The board pops up saying, prove that you're the best. Others continuously commented, Korea and Sung Jihan, move forward, let's take the number 1 spot. However, Sung Jihan still calmly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp and dangerous light flashed, he said in a low voice, I don't intend to take down the supporting characters one by one. Stop for a moment, he shouted loudly, now, go all the way up. Immediately, all 4 directions quickly rushed up to target him. His eyes turned white, his jaw showed blue veins, one hand held a staff ready to respond. He thought, let's solve this quickly. The power of the staff penetrated the bodies of the weak, then was quickly defeated on the spot. Viewers immediately commented, did they really intend to target Sung Jihan? The foreigners were also rioting. The most fearsome man, Jihan immediately put on a show, taking a stance to fend off the attack from above. While defending, he still sensed that danger was approaching behind him, and there was a comment praising him that he was truly a legend that could not be defeated. Then, his eyes turned bright red, flashing with murderous intent. The fingers, sucking in the red aura, then surrounded the staff. Then he bent down and moved in the opposite direction, so the dangerous blow behind him hit the guy in front. He rushed quickly towards the attacker. The other guy was about to make a move and said excitedly, but he didn't expect that he would use weapons and run away. Arrogant, but unfortunately for that guy, he touched the wrong person. A precise punch landed on his face. That punch made him fall backwards, as if he wanted to hit the ground. At this moment, Jihan calmly thought, so not only Baron was here, but also him. I shouldn't have wasted my energy and just solved it quickly, but it seemed like he was negligent, so a sword tip appeared from the beginning, pointing straight between his eyes. Immediately, the female swordsman decisively slashed past him, leaving him unable to react. He immediately covered his face and stood rooted to the spot. Then, he widened his eyes and turned to see who it was. Suddenly, he became even more panicked, as if he couldn't believe it. What? In his mind, a suspicious name flashed, Lim Gaiyong. She also turned her head and looked back with a cold look. Sung Jihan was a little skeptical but extremely wondering why she was here. Sung Jihan's memories, returning to the Galactic Tournament, he fell into contemplation. After the Galactic Cup opened, when we were gradually getting used to the fact that dying in the game also meant losing our lives, in real life. When the screen displays red, the game is over, it is also the end of a life. The system displays a notification, the game is about to start. On the day of the final, the Northeast Asia match, the Northeast Asia Cup finally began. At this time, the person representing Japan in the final round was, of course, the Sword King, Ito Ryuhei. At that time, in Korea there was no one who could oppose Ryuhei. Too scared to face death, the Korean rankers avoided fighting him. But the person who stood up to face the Sword King as the representative of Korea was the candidate to succeed the Sword King. It's none other than the Peach Blossom Sword, Lim Gaiyong. Thinking of this, he was confused, but suddenly her sword grazed his face. If he hadn't reacted in time to dodge, he probably would have been defeated by her hands. After that, he still couldn't help but wonder why she was here. She had never been in the top 100. He was busy thinking, has the future changed, while skillfully performing movements to avoid Lim Gaiyong's dangerous slashes. But he didn't let himself be weak for long before he immediately used his hand to block her sword. In this situation, she tried her best to escape and gritted her teeth. He immediately controlled the sword and prepared a lightning kick to counterattack her. His feet were surrounded by green and yellow thunderbolts, which was the move to break the sky in thunder. Then he kicked her so hard that she had no time to dodge. She couldn't help it, so she fell backwards. Meanwhile, Sung Ji-han continued to control his staff from afar. He picked up the staff and prepared to strike another blow. He thought, that's not it either. At this time, Lim Gaiyong was also in quite a bit of pain from the kick earlier and was about to receive another attack. But, she reacted very quickly, so she was able to dodge that fatal attack. She immediately regained the initiative and rushed forward, swinging her sword to attack. He had been silently assessing, had she always been this strong? Her continuous slashes made him fall into a defensive position and retreat. Witnessing the strength of hers, he was completely shocked. No, she had gotten stronger. Compared to the last time I met her, she was on a completely different level. He observed her skillful sword dancing ability and assessed that she had eliminated all the redundant movements. Then he remembered her strength and mobility. Her every attack was filled with force, even her steps were lighter. Meanwhile, Gaiyong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She swung her sword strongly at him. But he immediately used his staff to defend, and the two weapons collided, making a deafening sound. At close range, he saw her steadfast, calm face and couldn't help but wonder what had happened during the time he hadn't seen her. Back in the past, Lee Hayan asked her how her battle net score was. Without waiting for Gaiyong to answer, she continued, it seemed like she had been earning points these past few days. That question made her not know how to answer, she just hesitated. After that, she lowered her head as if she didn't want to speak. But after a while, she looked up at Hayan and replied, I actually got into the top 100 coins. Hearing that, Hayan asked a little in disbelief, what, top 100, wait, you've reached level 25, Gaiyong honestly replied, that's right, I just reached level 25 by accident. She continued, I always get first place, except when I meet Sung Ji-han. At this point, Hayan stood up excitedly and exclaimed, wow, such good news, why didn't you tell me sooner? But Gaiyong suddenly seriously asked for help. I want to ask you to help me with this matter. Seeing that, she was surprised and asked for help. Gaiyong's hands full of wounds and bandages clenched tightly, as if there was something difficult to say. Gathering up her courage, she cautiously asked, could I please get new equipment? I didn't want to blame the equipment, but after using it for so long, I realized that this sword was too heavy, to me. As she spoke, she touched the handle of the sword. I tried to get used to it, but my hand couldn't bear it. This is the precious sword that she gave me, so having to say these words made me feel very sorry. Hearing that, Hayan was completely stunned. Suddenly, she said loudly, Lim Gaiyong, are you crazy, you idiot, why are you only speaking now? She let out a burst of anger. All this time, that sword had been causing her so much trouble. Gaiyong immediately replied, but my scores are still high, so I thought these words would sound like making excuses. Hayan refused to give up and continued, that only means she can do better than this. At this moment, she was determined to say, even if I have to use my own money, I will get you a sword that is both better and lighter, so throw that weapon away immediately. Gaiyong calmly exposed her words, speaking of which, haven't you already thrown all your money into betting? Hayan sheepishly rebutted, there's no point. Immediately, she took out her phone to call someone, then she turned around and said, what an idiot, I will find you another weapon as soon as possible. Gaiyong asked a little incredulously, but, are you sure? Hayan waved her hand and replied, it's okay, you just need to remember, please let someone know what your strength is in this promotion round. Hearing this, Gaiyong was surprised to realize that she knew. Hayan smiled and continued, and if she concentrated hard, she could defeat Sung Ji-han. Gaiyong immediately understood what she meant, that he was comparing himself to Sung Ji-han. The words and encouragement that followed made Gaiyong a little touched. No matter what others said, she was always the rising star of the Korean Bronze Cup. She just needed to prove herself. She thought to herself, Missy was genuinely cheering for me, and said that I could advance to a higher rank. Hayan's last words give her confidence and strength. Let's do a great job in the top 100. She stood still for a moment, then smiled and agreed, okay, in her heart, filled with emotion and gratitude. Thank you, lady. Returning to the battle, she seemed weak. When she had to resist Jihan's attacks, she felt sorry for the young lady, but I don't think I can keep that promise. She couldn't seem to resist, causing the staff to hit her jaw hard. However, her face still exuded resilience. In her heart she was now telling her own lady, the current me. Guiyang is very aware of his own strength and that of his opponent, knowing that he cannot win against Sung Jihan. At this moment, he seemed to read her thoughts and replied in his head, yes, she knew she couldn't win. Even though her body was injured everywhere, she continued to stand up and fight with all her might. He couldn't help but wonder why she tried so hard. Looking at her using every means to fight and attack him, he just thought she could have survived for a while longer if she had fought against people weaker than her. In the final, the same goes for Northeast Asia, and now, but suddenly, she spoke, interrupting his thoughts, I know better than anyone that the current me cannot win against you. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and stopped moving. She continued to talk as she rushed forward to fight, no, maybe I will never be able to win against you. Her next words made him momentarily stunned, but if I gave up, everything would be over. It seemed she had reached her limit, her sword pointed straight into the sky. She stubbornly continued, if I can't overcome you. At this point, she rolled her eyes and determinedly said, then I will try my best to catch up with you. Immediately after that, she stood up straight, her hand still pointing her sword towards the sky. She was now like a strong cherry tree in the wind, will fight until her last breath. The surrounding lights gathered towards her sword, seemingly preparing for this final move. Sung Jihan was stunned for a moment, then exhaled. He thought back to her personality. Yes, she had always been that type of person. The player could continue to fight to improve, even knowing that he could not win against his opponent. He remembered her match with the Sword King. In her previous life, the Sword King killed her with his dual swords, but in this life, she had entered the top 100. At this moment, he stood under the cherry tree and pondered, now I'm curious about how much the regression of myself will change the future. Then, he raised his head and smiled slightly. I've always had this thought. In front of him was a slender and resilient girl. Behind him was a beautiful cherry blossom tree, both combined like an unreal picture. He remembered his organization and came to a conclusion, but Lim Guiyang. From personality to strength that conquered him, he immediately made a firm assertion in his mind, I need you to be on my side. Right at this moment, she immediately deployed her moves, secret techniques, and peach blossom storms. Immediately, 3 or 4 clones rushed out to attack with a series of slashing attacks. He immediately took precautions, then exclaimed, it's not very suitable for use with spearmanship. His eyes flashed, he continued, but there was a move that was very suitable for this situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used the move, the 3-time martial arts ground. A golden light emitted that looked extremely dazzling. Right after that, the cherry tree exploded in the blink of an eye. That was the Tianquan diaphragm. In the hall, a group of Americans were standing and it looked like they were about to have a battle between 4 people and someone. Everyone's faces were extremely serious. Among them, there was a black man. The bald head who seemed to be the leader gritted his teeth and said, so we meet again here. That man is Clark Jr., the warrior, the top 3 player in the American Bronze Board. Having said that, Jr. called the name of the person standing across from him, Baron Williams. It was an American man with blonde hair, blue eyes. His name was Baron Williams, support and magician, #1 in the United States. A notice board appeared from the system. The battle would continue until there was only one person left. Clark spoke disparagingly. The world was about to end. He didn't expect a cowardly bastard at that time. Anyone who needs help from others is the most promising seed of talent. Baron heard that and didn't seem to care. He put his hand to his mouth and yawned loudly and replied, I will show you the difference. Then Baron continued, they're just a bunch of insects. Why are they barking so much? Clark's people were extremely angry when they were criticized so badly. They spoke up, damn it. The #1 player in the US Bronze Cup, Baron Williams, began to move. Red lightning gradually appeared on his hand, converging into a small ball in the middle. He challenged, don't say anything, come on up. The system board displays a message, prove that you are the strongest. Baron seemed to go crazy. His power suddenly skyrocketed uncontrollably. His strange smile gradually lost his humanity and he shouted loudly, I will burn everything. He is a war madman. As soon as Baron finished speaking, Clark's group unleashed their power and rushed at Baron. Some created water, some used arrows, and Clark appeared with a fist of fire flying high and preparing to strike Baron. Baron was not afraid at all. Baron only needed to use one hand to squeeze Clark's face. Before Clark could even touch him, a red aura from Baron's hand spread across Clark's face, making Clark unconscious. Same pain. Clark took the entire attack from Baron. However, his terrible power was enough to explode behind him and blow away all the remaining people trying to rush to attack Baron. From behind, another group of people continued to rush up and shouted, "Damn it, kill that bastard first." At that time, Baron was burning Clark's face with his red fire. When he heard the words of the group of people rushing towards him, Baron immediately turned back, his eyes shining red as if he wanted to kill someone and his sinister smile challenging him to kill that bastard, me. Immediately, Baron flew straight towards the group of people shouting, "You insects!" As soon as he flew in, flames were emitted and directly attacked the group of people, killing everyone, easily. Baron's face really looks extremely perverted. He seems to not care about the lives of the people he kills, but it seems to be an interest in his fighting style, laughing and mocking. "Die, lowly people." He is the strongest player who is always full of confidence and never humble. In the end, Baron's eyes suddenly became a little surprised when he discovered something glowing and shining directly into his sight. A yellow light, created by one person, knocked down many people trying to rush at him. He alone with his terrible power defeated many people and that attracted the attention of Baron. That is Sung Ji-han. He is also fighting alongside Baron and his strength is terrible, absolutely difficult for anyone to compare. He couldn't help it either. Baron's eyes looking at Ji-han reflected surprise, worry and real fear when witnessing firsthand the enormity of Ji-han's power. Recognizing Ji-han's strength, just like in the world before the regression, the image of Baron and Ji-han in another world appeared, the two standing opposite and both focusing on observing the other. Baron approached, stood in front of Ji-han and said, "Hey." Ji-han was still standing still, waiting to see what Baron was going to do to him. Ji-han's eyes looked at Baron as if he wanted to defeat him immediately because of his vigilance. When Baron approached, he asked, "Are you that person?" Baron walked up to Ji-han, pointed at him and continued, "Sung Ji-han is invincible." Ji-han looked at him and nodded. But, when he heard him calling his name wrong, he sighed and corrected the mistake. It was Ji-han. Ji-han in Korean has a bad meaning. Ji-han in Korean means pervert. When he learned of his mistake, Baron couldn't help but laugh but quickly apologized, but with a sarcastic meaning, "I'm sorry, I'm not good at the language of those trashy countries." Having said that, he opened his eyes, which had now turned blue, and said, "I hope you understand." As soon as he repeated, he made the mistake of calling his name, Ji-han immediately launched a move straight at him, a stream of blue light with great power, completely covering Ji-han's body while Baron stood there laughing, satisfied. But he was suddenly surprised, when he saw something about Ji-han after his attack. Although Ji-han received a direct attack, it still did not affect his strength. He quickly escaped from Baron's attack and rushed in front of him. Baron also seemed surprised by Ji-han's strength and said, "It seems like you're not as bad as the rest," but his face was extremely indifferent and had no intention of dodging Ji-han's attack. Ji-han used the move, Lightning Step, to stab the stick he was holding towards him at a fast speed with blue lightning flowing down the stick. But suddenly, Ji-han's gaze changed again. He glanced upward after thrusting the stick straight forward because Baron was saying, "Yes." At some point, Baron dodged his attack and he was standing in the sky and was performing some kind of move and creating many magic circles in the air. He was provoking Ji-han, just like that, struggle as much as you like. Immediately, he launched blasts of power from those circles onto the ground where Ji-han was standing. Ji-han quickly dodged them and rushed straight to where Baron was. He stabbed the stick straight at Baron, but he quickly dodged it. While dodging him, he laughed loudly and happily. His move was ineffective against him. He dodged Ji-han's move, then quickly created a circle on his hand to prepare to attack from behind his back, laughing and talking, behind an ordinary insect. He said, while launching the move straight towards Ji-han, daring to look up at the sky. Baron's terrible power rushed straight towards Ji-han, creating an extremely large explosion below. Ji-han was completely covered in his moves, while he stood above and still boasted, "Know your position." Ji-han looked up at the sky where Baron was standing. Each circle, Baron's continued to operate announcing the next fierce attack and his voice continued to echo. This was an ending. The other people, who were fighting with each other, had to look up to the sky, afraid that the power would affect them. The entire arena was filled with red from Baron's circles, and he stood in the sky arrogantly speaking, very suitable for a bug like him. Having said that, he activated his move and shouted loudly, "Dying." A huge stream of red energy descended, causing shock everywhere. Terrible power, hitting everyone on the field, not caring how many people he killed, he just wanted to show off his strength, and affect the lives of many people. Those who were hit by the attack were all in extreme pain, they screamed miserably, and were unable to escape that power. Below Baron, a sea of red fire was swallowing the entire field, no human silhouettes could be seen, only a terrifying red color engulfed everything. Baron stood in the sky, looking at that scene. He was extremely excited, he laughed loudly and said, "That's it, have you learned your lesson yet?" Suddenly, a word rang out, "Thank you," and then there was Baron's horrified expression, when under that sea of red fire suddenly appeared a golden light thrown straight at his face. Jihan was not harmed by his moves, but instead, he used his stick to sweep away the sea of fire at the same time, sending everyone below flying, making everything appear more clearly. The word extermination appeared with Jihan's voice. "Thanks to you I was able to kill a bunch of people." The notice board said player Sung Jihan had a kill, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. The ranking was 100 and the person ranked first was Sung Jihan. Seeing that, he arrogantly said to Baron, "I have taken the number 1 position." Baron saw Jihan, still alive after his attack but also winning the number 1 position, and was extremely shocked. He thought, how could he survive? I used all my internal strength combined with fire, so if he touched it he would be burned to death by fire. Baron looked down at his fire, and it seemed he realized something. Baron was surprised, realizing that the fire did not touch him. Baron's fire caused absolutely no damage to Jihan's body as he had imagined. The fire only surrounded Jihan, and when he realized that, Baron thought of a case. He said, "Don't say that." Baron shouted loudly, "You are also using your internal strength." Jihan's eyes looked up, looked at him and at some point turned red with a smug smile. Only now did Baron realize that. Baron angrily shouted, "No way, I have 2 status windows so I'm the only one who can use internal force. What are you doing?" Jihan at this time, looking up and seeing Baron's anger, happily replied to him, "What's the matter? Does that mean you're not the only one?" Baron's eyes, which had begun to gradually turn red, had a shocked face while Jihan continued to speak. "Now that I've personally experienced it, I can see it." Jihan continued to sarcasm, how bad his skills were. Hearing this, Baron was extremely angry, his rage rose out of control, he gritted his teeth creating an extremely terrible source of internal force. From the sky, the internal force he generated was so huge that it had to radiate around to form a circle around him, while Jihan still stood still, observing the situation below and showing no signs of action. His fire started to burn again. He angrily cursed Jihan for his sarcasm. The insect was only good at imitating. He shouted loudly, "How dare you insult me?" After saying that, he created a sky-high wall of fire, the fire surrounding him and Jihan standing below. He continued to say, "I will burn you to the point of disfigurement." At this moment, Jihan also began to put in his inner strength. He responded to Baron's words very calmly, "I can't let him do that." From Jihan's hand, a blue glass jelly appeared along with the words, "I haven't shown you everything I've prepared yet." The scene changed to the previous evening, when Jihan had just returned from exercising, and was looking up something on the system board. He looked at the system board and thought, even if I take the Dark Queen as my constellation, what should I do for the promotion match tomorrow? Suddenly, he thought of something and then he began to think, I need to fill the void of the martial god. He continued to say, oh yes, I still have this. From the system an image appeared, a crystal piece, saying blessing to the player once. This item can only be used at bronze level, and silver. Moving back to the match, Jihan crushed the crystal stone in his hand. Meanwhile, Baron was still standing in the air preparing to attack him. When he absorbed the power, he said, good. The system panel appears, you have used the crystal and been given a blessing. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The system panel appears, all of player Sung Jihan's stats have been increased by 50%, his eyes were red, his inner energy was overflowing, he excitedly said, let's fight, I will destroy you. The scene moved to Baron's past. That was a coward. Baron used to be a coward. The image of Baron appeared, with a sullen, sad and somewhat weak face. He is not as tall or muscular as the others, and is a bit shy. When it comes to fighting, a player like him feels scared. Baron is abandoned by his teammates. He stands alone in the back, afraid while his teammates hated him. When it came to Baron, everyone else felt that, what a waste of a gift. Baron's face looked extremely frightened. He was sweating and his face was extremely worried. With 2 status windows and 2 professions, a mysterious black man appeared with a sword in his hand and 2 empty system panels behind him. If he took advantage of it, he would dominate the battle net. But Baron chose support and mage. Baron stood behind and observed. His teammates fought, while they were all rushing to show their strength. He hesitantly stood behind. In other words, otherwise, he will always stand behind his teammates. But, Baron's gaze suddenly changed. After gaining divine power, Baron changed, his eyes gradually turned red and looked extremely scary. He started overwhelming everyone thanks to the mana he possessed. Baron used his power, made it stronger, and he defeated many people, and countless rising stars fell below his hand. Players who have fought with him all say that Baron has two disasters in his hands. Baron at this time is extremely famous, he is sought after and interviewed by many media. The first disaster, the Fire Tide. This move helps him sweep away all enemies with a large wave of fire, the image of large flames, as if covering the entire space and everything around. No one has survived. After facing this attack, the wave of fire swept through and destroyed everything. It did not leave anyone a way to live but engulfed them to death. That's right, it's true. Baron appeared with a devilish face and a smile that lost his humanity. He seemed extremely satisfied with what he had done. So, in the scene of the arena story between Baron and Jihan, he was still standing in the sky and smiling extremely triumphantly. What's going on? The battle appeared. Jihan threw his stick straight into the sky. The internal force generated was so great that it blew away all of Baron's red flames. With just one blow, a single stab, Jihan's face tensed up, concentrating all his strength on the attack against Baron. A beam of light, from Jihan's stick, shot straight towards Baron, with terrible power piercing straight through the fire wave straight into the sky. When Baron witnessed that power, he couldn't help but be startled and terrified. He thought, how could this be possible? Jihan saw Baron's horror and smiled and replied, I know, you look strong on the outside, but inside you're hollow. Having said that, Jihan used extremely strong force to rush straight towards Baron. His speed was like a large lightning strike across the sky. He launched his attack, straight towards Baron and said, instead of compensating for his lack of skills, he kept hiding them. His attacks were extremely fast and accurate. Its agility made Baron it's impossible to avoid that blow. Han landed on the ground, stuck the stick down and continued to mock, not hitting accurately at all. He used the force from the stick, pushed himself straight up into the sky and then lowered an attack like a pillar of light crashing straight down on Baron's body. The terribleness of the attack caused the ground to crack and collapse. He continued to speak, that's the kind of person you are, Baron Williams. Once he had beaten Baron to pieces, and was no longer able to resist, Jihan landed in front of Baron. Baron was still weakly asking, he spoke as if he knew me very well. Hearing that, Jihan immediately smiled and replied, he is very similar to someone I used to know. No matter how much he pretended, how strong he was, and how much he tried to show confidence, the image of an older man, who looked a lot like Baron, appeared. That man, flying up in the air, surrounded him by a crowd of people who seemed to worship him. Jihan's words continued to echo, but he still couldn't hide his inferiority complex, and the feeling of guilt was buried deep in his heart. Baron sat up on the rubble, his face bowed deeply, sad. Suddenly, he raised his face, raised his blue eyes and looked at the extremely scary Jihan. Jihan's voice rang out again, training to become more muscular, changing his appearance, and using those flashy skills to comfort himself. If he himself did not change, then all that trick, it didn't make any sense. The image of a man similar to Baron appeared and behind him was a wave of fire similar to Baron. Baron slowly stood up, his legs heavy as he took damage. He said, I really don't like that arrogance of yours at all. Jihan looked at Baron and smiled and said, I'm the same way. Then he thought, I hope this will teach him a lesson. Having said that, he stomped his foot on the ground, lightning flashed from his foot and he said, so let's stop chatting. He rushed straight to where Baron was, stabbed the stick straight at him and said, let's end this battle. Then Baron suddenly raised his hand as if intending to do something. Having said that, he stabbed straight at Jihan and then attacked him, leaving him unable to react. The lightning from Baron sent Jihan flying away. It was a lightning move. Jihan was sent flying away and he was injured, his shirt was torn and his face was extremely painful. Baron said, this move is called the second disaster. Baron's second scourge, lightning. Unlike the fire wave's wide area attack, lightning is a high-level skill that concentrates mana to penetrate straight through enemies. This skill is very suitable for Baron. Baron exerted his internal force, his face shrank, concentrated and a ball of electricity appeared under his hand, because, the important point is the amount of power you have, not the ability to control the power accurately. Baron gradually flew into the air due to the internal force of his body, he said, but, meanwhile, Jihan was injured and couldn't stand up. Baron saw that and immediately said, he didn't expect that he could take a direct hit and still survive. Jihan raised his eyes and looked at him with an angry expression. When Baron saw it, he immediately thought that he had used his spear to block the attack at the last second to avoid serious injury. At this time, Jihan was using his stick to block Baron's attack. Baron immediately exclaimed, "Your reaction is quick." Seeing Jihan's injuries, Baron immediately spoke, even though he was unable to completely block the attack. Baron clenched his fist, preparing to strike the next blow with a threat. Maybe he could block it once, but there wouldn't be a second time. Baron's eyes turned completely red. He seemed to be preparing to reveal his full power. He used all his internal force to create a stream of blue lightning and a stream of red lightning. He was in the air, gathering strength to form a ball in the middle, and preparing to throw it straight towards Jihan. The participants, when they saw that move, immediately felt scared for Jihan. One man said, "It seems that this time Baron really intended to do it." The woman also felt pressured. "Sung Jihan, that's it, even he can't block that move." Jihan stood still, looking straight ahead at Baron without flinching. Everyone predicted that Sung Jihan would lose, but only Sung Jihan predicted that he would win. A woman appeared, above the ring, observing the match. That was because the Dark Queen's gaze was focused on him. Suddenly, Jihan showed a sinister smile. Sung Jihan adjusted his stance. He gripped his stick tightly and raised it up. His stance began to become more proactive and steadier. He held the stick and aimed straight ahead, and as soon as Baron sent lightning towards Sung Jihan. Baron saw that Jihan's defense was also extremely shocked at Jihan's quick recovery. He continued to make moves, pulling electricity. Before he could make a move, Jihan was one step faster. He unleashed a phoenix arrow, a ray of light flying up and piercing straight through Baron's body. Sung Jihan's stick left, rushed straight into the sky, and as fast as lightning pierced Baron's body, cutting him in half. Sung Jihan did not hesitate, even though he knew that Jihan's face was extremely calm. After 5 uses, the phoenix arrow will disappear. Behind his hair is a triumphant smile and cheerful attitude. That is, the target of the phoenix arrow. The arrow still stabbed straight forward. While Jihan did not need to do anything, the stick did it all for him. The Dark Queen was still standing at the bottom observing. It was not Baron. The stick rushed straight towards the Queen. The Dark Queen, when she saw the stick about to fly towards her, was extremely frightened. The stick stabbed straight towards the Dark Queen, creating a huge explosion, flashing everything around. For the first time in history, the arena's barrier was broken. The arena's barrier was broken and a large hole was created in the barrier. As their battle was about to come to an end, the continuous attacks from him made him struggle to defend. Sung Jihan held his spear, strongly hitting him. When he was sent flying, then he quickly stepped forward and delivered the finishing blow. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the stands. Sung Jihan was the star, Korea's top prospect. He was winning against the almighty Baron. Lee Haen, who bet everything on Baron, was watching the match through the broadcast channel. She couldn't believe it. The developments before her eyes screamed in pain. Why is Sung Jihan so good at fighting? In that large room, there were only tables, chairs and bookshelves around. The rest were her moans everywhere. How could he defeat Baron like that? It was so absurd. She only focused on the match in front of her and was miserable. Lee Haen used both hands to hold her head and screamed, Oh no, at this rate I will lose all the money I earned from last time," and yet not knowing Lim Gaiyong had entered the room. She silently walked up to Lee Haen so that she wouldn't notice and then suddenly said, "It turns out she didn't even consider that I might win." As soon as the words came out, Lee Haen was tormented. "Stop." Lee Haen suddenly called her name, Gaiyong, and she could only sigh in acceptance. I had already predicted it, but I still felt a bit sad. Unexpectedly, Lee Haen did not comfort her, but on the contrary, it was even more cruel. There was no need to be sad. As soon as the match started, she basically lost. Just this sentence made Lim Gaiyong speechless. But Lee Haen continued, "You need to go further than this, only then will I pay attention to you." Lim Gaiyong immediately felt shy after hearing this, but blushed even so. Her face still remained serious like every day. Lee Haen looked at her lovely appearance and could only sigh helplessly. Realizing something unusual about her, Lee Haen tried to inquire, but it seemed like she was in a very good mood, as if she had lifted a burden. Lim Gaiyong was a bit surprised at first, but she was also calm with that sophistication. She smiled gently and replied, "That's true." Lim Gaiyong reminisced about when she used her skill to continuously attack Sung Jihan. She realized, "From this match I learned that I am continuously improving and I will continue to become stronger." Seeing that, Lim Gaiyong found a new passion. During the journey of cultivation, Lee Haen just remained silent, smiling and listening to her words. In the end, she encouraged her, "Okay, I will cheer for you." As if pouring out her feelings, Lim Gaiyong now became more at peace. She happily accepted her invitation, thanking her. While the two were talking, the voice of the match commentator came from the phone, distracting Lee Haen, and something truly unbelievable happened. She, having remembered the bet, immediately ignored everything around her. "Oh right, my money." Lim Gaiyong stood there and just exclaimed, "Oh, you're still participating in the bet." Something suddenly happened that made everyone there feel the same surprise. The commentator asked, "Are you seeing this scene?" On this side, both of them were very surprised. Lim Gaiyong looked wide-eyed. "Huh?" And Lee Haen stammered, "What?" The commentary bar screen still rang. Player Sung Ji-han destroyed the barrier. Just now, after losing, Baron was teleported back to the real world. He stared intently at the broadcast screen in the computer room. "Yours." He blushed angrily. His anger made his whole body tremble as if he wanted to curse. "Jung Ji-han, isn't your target me?" Returning to the battlefield of the top 100, there were not many people left at the top of the field and they were bewildered. The solid protection layer of the field was just like that. Sung Ji-han used a blow to break it. It was not a hole, punctured, and the barrier layer was completely damaged. The spear, after destroying the shield, still floated in the sky as if unharmed. As soon as Sung Ji-han raised his hand to summon it, it quickly flew back. The spear's flying speed was so amazingly fast that it left behind a light breeze that caused dust to fly up. Sung Ji-han raised one arm and firmly grasped it. Although his clothes were no longer intact, his handsome appearance was still there. Sung Ji-han raised his head. One of his eyes turned red. He turned towards the stands to say hello. He hadn't seen the Dark Queen for a long time. Knowing that she had been discovered by humans, she furrowed her eyebrows angrily. From the darkness that followed her anger and blew out as if about to swallow everything. The darkness gradually grew, covering the queen's body and then gradually spread to the stands. Not stopping there, the surrounding darkness became increasingly dense and spread at a faster speed. The two foreign male players were surprised and stood there looking dumbfounded. The armored female warrior, along with her comrades, stood there trembling and watching. A terrifying strip of darkness was swallowing everything in the stands. It moved in a large circle surrounding Sung Ji-han. Then, on the large broadcast screen, the error message "No signal" appeared. Sea's phone also went dark, the clean screen reflecting her worried face. Sea looked at the phone in surprise without daring to say anything, then she shouted again in despair, "Uncle!" Returning to the battlefield, the Queen of Darkness had completely escaped her elf form. She had transformed into a flame from the darkness, revealing only her terrifying eyes staring at him. Sung Ji-han stood below and looked up. It was so dark, even in the face of such terrifying power, he was still calm and focused, his hands clenched tightly to show his determination. In the middle of the huge arena, there seemed to be only two people. Sung Ji-han silently assessed. Even the air was cold and heavy, just breathing was difficult. His eyes were still staring at the stage, where the darkness resided. He thought in his head, she was definitely looking at him, but no notification appeared, so it didn't seem to be considered a sign. Challenge. Recall the system challenge, the epic quest to find the Dark Queen in the arena's stands and taunt her. Sung Ji-han held the spear tightly in his hand as if clutching his determination, if that was the case. His black pupils lit up with golden light. He focused his strength on the spear and then released the light of the sage's path straight into the darkness. Right where the two streams of power collided, Sung Ji-han's side of the light was diffused into small rays of light. But then, the remaining rays of light were also swallowed by the giant darkness. Just like that, a huge source of light gradually disappeared in the darkness. Sung Ji-han was surprised. Had she absorbed the sword energy? While he continued to think about finding a solution, his attacks would have no effect on her. A shadowy image appeared behind him. But then Sung Ji-han quickly noticed. He glanced back. Sung Ji-han only used a fist straight at that image, but just like punching the air, that thing was like an unknown object. When he punched it, it immediately scattered. This made Sung Ji-han feel surprised. The whole person became more alert before this strange thing. His fist was still on its face but unharmed. The remaining bright eye was still looking at Sung Ji-han. A thought appeared in his head. I didn't hit anything. On the field, everyone in the top 100 was fighting shadow clones like him. Finally, Sung Ji-han realized that all of this was darkness. In a corner of the arena, a warrior wearing silver armor was struggling to fight with a shadow. The warrior exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Then it turned the darkness into a sword and powerfully advanced. Fight. Nearby, someone was more unlucky. He was brutally destroyed by another shadow, and screams rang out from everywhere. Compared to his opponents on the field, Sung Ji-han probably had the least difficulty. He skillfully used his weapons to block his brother's lightning attacks. While taking the attack, he observed his opponent. Physical attacks were completely ineffective against her. An idea flashed in his mind. What about holy power? Sung Ji-han tried blending fire energy with divine power together on his palm. He threw the ball of power straight at that image, watching the remaining flames scatter everywhere. Sung Ji-han was surprised when he saw the phenomenon. Splitting from the seemingly eternal darkness, its body was now being burned by divine fire. White spots began to appear. Sung Ji-han was secretly happy. It seemed like it was actually darkness, so its weak point was light. Suddenly a dark hand emerged from the ground and grabbed his leg. Sung Ji-han looked down and discovered that the ground was covered in darkness, and the figure holding his leg had only just revealed its head on the ground. Suddenly, right in front of him, another image appeared. When he looked up, it was holding the sword of darkness, preparing to attack. But Sung Ji-han reacted promptly. His eyes opened wide and he prepared to take a stance. Electricity began to radiate from his body. He decided on a plan. He would release lightning in all directions. Remembering when participating in the defense challenge, he accidentally used a special technique unconsciously. He was determined, just like before when he still couldn't completely control the breaking Tian Loi Bu. Sung Ji-han poured all his divine energy below his feet. The roaring rays of fire shot out around him. The darkness under his feet gradually disappeared. In the air at this moment, two opposing currents were created. One side was the child of darkness, while Sung Ji-han represented light and was constantly emitting lightning, causing the image in front of him to cautiously retreat. Not only it, but also the one behind it had to be afraid of Sung Ji-han's light. Seeing that, he couldn't help but feel happy because he found a way. They couldn't get close to him because he was surrounded by light. It seems this time it's easier than he thought. But perhaps Sung Ji-han had not had time to be victorious before he had to think again. He felt a terrifying source of murderous intent approaching. The Dark Queen has become a giant. In her eyes Sung Ji-han is as small as an ant and she is raising her sword and pointing straight at that ant. Even so, when he raised his head, he didn't show any signs of fear or worry. His expression still ignored everything as usual and was annoyed. Were you kidding me? BattleNet Connection Device, a chair designed similar to a regular massager but it is assembled with new advanced technology. This is the device required to participate in BattleNet. Its effects are reduces the feeling of pain when participating in games. A sign appears, announcing that BattleNet can simulate 100% of real-life pain, encouraging the use of devices connected to BattleNet, because injuries such as burns and severed limbs are very serious, commonly found in BattleNets. BattleNet connection devices have become a must-have item, not dependent on the player's preferences anymore. The recommended device model can reduce pain by up to 80%. Most top players use a device that reduces pain by up to 90%, including Baron, Lim Gaiyong, and even Sword King Yoon Se-jin, making their play more daring as their fear of pain was removed. In contrast to the top players, they all wore expensive equipment, but Sung Ji-han simply wore normal clothes. Sung Ji-han raises two fingers and puts them together every time someone asks about the connection device but even so, Sung Ji-han does not use the connection device. The reason is simple because he knows BattleNet will soon become a reality. Using a connected device to reduce pain is only temporary. Once the real online game called Bank Cup begins, everything becomes useless. He learned one thing: always fight with his life as if this were reality. That's why Sung Ji-han doesn't use connected devices. Even if the fire burned his skin, with just a t-shirt on he was ready to be burned. Or even when he was hit in the heart by a 1,000,000-volt electric current, he felt numb because the electric current hit him directly. Sung Ji-han endured that pain. This is something that normal people cannot imagine. All of that pain he directly received in the most honest way. And now, he was facing the danger of being cut in half by a 10-meter-long sword, but Sung Ji-han narrowly escaped death. After jumping from his previous stand, he grimaced at her terrifying slash. But before Sung Ji-han could regain his strength, her next sword was about to be raised, and he ran out of words to curse under his breath. Damn it. On the other side of the battlefield, a foreign warrior said incomprehensibly, "I don't understand what's going on." The magician standing nearby was bewildered. That's it. The warrior just stood there staring blankly. He vaguely heard sounds around him like, "What is that thing?" The scene in front of them was very scary. The giant shadow man continuously attacked one person. The warrior suddenly said, not understanding why, but it seemed to only attack Sung Ji-han. After a while of rubbing, the Queen of Darkness directly shrunk her shadow body to directly fight with him. She just threw a sword down, but Sung Ji-han quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. The blade of the sword passing through, the ground was destroyed, causing smoke and dust to rise. The Dark Queen just stared at him. Her face from the darkness was completely devoid of five senses. Her lifeless eyes were only white, but it could be guessed that she had no emotions on her face. Sung Ji-han was affected by the sword just now. After jumping away, he slightly lost his focus and sat down on his knees. Sure enough, the queen's strength made it difficult for him. His face slightly wrinkled and he silently cursed, "I know this is an unfair battle, but she's too big. How can I fight against her?" The Dark Queen once again transformed into a giant. Her sword was 3 times taller than him. Her eyes from above were still watching him. From a distance they looked like a battle of giants and little people. The episode happened so fast. While Sung Ji-han was fighting her, he also observed the surrounding battlefield. While Sung Ji-han stopped to recover, he realized it wouldn't be good if he kept dodging the attack. With her success like this, sooner or later she will die because she is not the only one targeting her. Ji-han's current situation is truly difficult. In front is a terrorist opponent, and behind him are other top 100 opponents working together to destroy him. Recalling the spear that destroyed the protective barrier just now, he conveniently eliminated Baron. He judged that the attack that Baron had just made had all of them pay attention to him. Now there are many players who want to take advantage of this opportunity. This meeting is to eliminate me. The 3 men formed themselves into a team and were waiting for the opportunity to attack. The magician standing in front raised his hands ready to cast spells, and the 2 warriors behind him raised their swords. Sung Ji-han had his back turned to them, but he was still secretly observing. He continued to think about how to deal with them. No matter what, he couldn't defend forever. In the end, he just had to sigh, not because of his intention to surrender, but perhaps because of the sudden decision he was about to make. It seemed like there was no other way. Sung Ji-han's whole body immediately radiated a crazy aura. He lifted the spear. Performing the ultimate divine power technique, the black pupils once again turned red. He used his powers to enhance mana and fire. From above the tip of the spear, a fierce fire erupted, approximately as tall as the Queen of Darkness. The intense fire made the darkness slightly fade. He made up his mind. He would confront them head-on. Then the fire from the spear became more and more intense. It grew so quickly that even the giant in front of him was gradually being burned. But Sung Ji-han still just stood there holding up the spear like a winner raising his giant torch. He stood still without looking up at the Queen of Darkness. His eyes were covered by his bangs, but next he coldly said, "If you want to engulf me in darkness." Sung Ji-han suddenly performed another move. His eyes turned yellow. He shouted loudly, "Vo yon then kong tam tai vo kuk tien." The blinding light emitted caused the opponents who were planning on him to stand still and not make a move. They were witnessing an overwhelming power and could only stand there and watch. Sung Ji-han gave her a sentence, "Then I will try using an even stronger light to chase away the darkness, then throw the flame on the tip of the spear forward." Then he launched another move, Tai Sun Pressure. A giant line of light went through the fire, causing it to explode and then continue straight forward. That line of light hit the ground, causing the land around the martial arts to explode, burst into small pieces that flew everywhere. The fire and light burned the giant shadow and Sung Ji-han remained in the same position as when he released his magic power. He stood bent over, holding the spear in both hands. The ash from the explosion just flew throughout the air. It covered Sung Ji-han's white shirt, but he still bowed his head and didn't care. He said something but it wasn't clear. Phew. After waiting for a while, Sung Ji-han tried to raise his head, his expression clearly showing concern and curiosity as to whether the giant had been defeated yet. He stood up straight, looked at it and wondered, was that okay? There were only burning flames left on the ground. The area of destruction was so terrible, the fire had spread to more than half the yard. But Sung Ji-han didn't care. He looked around and observed what about the other players, remembering how they had planned to attack together while he fought the darkness. As soon as Sung Ji-han turned his back, he scared them all away. Each of them had a happy face and left and said as if he had accidentally lost his way, "Hee, let's go somewhere else." "What the hell? Old man, my family says that if you know how to lose, avoiding is also a way to win." Everyone had obediently retreated. Sung Ji-han silently realized that they were leaving here on their own. Now only she remained, the Queen of Darkness. He turned his head to look at the darkness that still existed after the fire fade away. The weakened darkness immediately transformed into a similar appearance at this time. No matter what things were like, the Queen of Darkness only looked straight at Sung Ji-han. A hellfire slowly spread across the ground. This time the darkness was even denser than before. It flowed in a circle around Sung Ji-han, but he still stood still without moving because he wanted to see what plan she was planning. The rest is the tiredness and boredom of this persistent thing. He looked tiredly, again, closed his eyes and said to her, "I'm tired." Hidden in those words was nameless anger. His hand tightly grasped the shaft of the spear, the veins in his hand were all visible. He angrily thought in his heart, it seemed that this matter would not end as long as the main body remained intact. I won't let this go on any longer. The Tam Dan Deen started to shake. Sung Ji Han's whole body is starting to strengthen, the light surrounding his whole body is glowing crazily. Remembering the heroic moves he used in his previous life, Sung Ji Han determined that he could perform higher-level martial arts, such as using Tam Tai Vo Pole without needing Vo Yon Then Gong. The aura exploded around him, it was so strong that it destroyed the darkness around him, destroying the ground below. In the dark night sky, Sung Ji Han's whole body lit up like a light, white fire. His inner self said that, of course, at his current level, being awake would not be perfect. But I can't just use the power of the Phoenix Arrow. Sung Ji Han raised the spear high and began to inject energy into it. Remember the information sheet of the A-level spear and Phoenix Arrow. The Conqueror's Arrow is made from phoenix feathers. When thrown, it will have the greatest power. After use, it will return to the owner's hand. The Phoenix Arrow sealed inside will disappear after 5 uses, so when the Phoenix Arrow is thrown, the Phoenix Fire will be activated. Sung Ji Han closed his eyes and recalled, I used it to make up for the lack of strength. He remembered the legend, since ancient times thunder and lightning had been associated with the proverb of heaven. A kind of punishment inflicted upon humanity by an angry god when the world was filled with darkness and chaos. People could only stand in the rain and look up at the gods sending down lightning in punishment. But Sung Ji Han is a different individual. He summons lightning energy from the sky. Lightning tears rip through the black sky covered by darkness. Lightning strikes are gathered on the tip of his spear. The Dark Queen also had to be wary of this terrifying power. More and more thunder and lightning fell. Her darkness could no longer cover the arena. The hole left behind was too big. Sung Ji Han held the spear in both hands. He was frantically absorbing the power of heaven's punishment. The system now frantically warned. The power surpassed the player's ability and the player's life was in danger. Sung Ji Han ignored all warnings. His state had reached the enhanced state. The pain from the lightning did not stop him but made him more crazy. His teeth clenched tightly because the pain from the thunder was too great, but Sung Ji Han had to do that to be able to perform the martial arts of the Thunder God. After absorbing enough energy, Sung Ji Han immediately took an attack position. His legs and hand holding the spear moved back to gain momentum. The thunder that had been completely absorbed by him was spiraling in space. The move used to purify all demons and evil. Sung Ji Han's eyes turned white. His whole body poured all his strength into this one move. His teeth clenched and shouted, "Anonymous God." The divine lightning technique Biklit Shu Loi, a huge beam of light was immediately released from the tip of his spear. It shot ice towards the body of the Queen of Darkness. I wonder if this amazing move that wiped out everything was possible. Can you destroy her? Activating the nameless magic, the heavenly lightning technique, and the lightning bolt, Sung Ji Han stood tall, holding a spear that emitted dazzling yellow light. The light and lightning from it illuminated the entire sky. People say that this martial arts skill is on a completely different level. Sung Ji Han raised the spear to his shoulder. He bent over and put all his strength into his arm. The light from the spear exploded strongly, preparing for the decisive launch. Sung Ji Han's eyes were sharp. Because he doesn't have enough strength for the Phoenix Arrow move, power is concentrated at the tip of the spear. Golden light shines brightly from there. Sung Ji Han succeeded in deploying another move to add more power to it. He pushed his hand hard, launching the spear straight forward. Only about 80% completed, Sung Ji Han's face was full of fatigue and sweat. Initially, lightning strike was just a move where many lightning bolts were gathered together and struck down. However, Sung Ji Han's lightning could not be completed completely. It flew away but could not keep up with the speed of the Phoenix Arrow. The iridescent spear emitted a rush of power and rushed towards the Dark Queen standing on the castle, and it wasn't perfect. A bright yellow light appeared. This light spread around, illuminating the entire area. Suddenly, the dazzling golden light suddenly disappeared. The face of the Queen of Darkness appeared. Her face was full of ghosts and coldness, with deep eyes, smirking at Sung Ji Han. Suddenly, her irises lit up, her eyes opened wide and she looked forward. It was the golden spear from before. It rushed forward through that purple-black aura, stabbing straight at her face but only stopping in front of her. Then, the bright yellow light on the spear slowly disappeared, revealing an ordinary spear. It stood tall in midair. It was only to the extent of revealing the Dark Queen's face. She coldly looked at the spear in front of her, but it didn't cause any damage to her. In a moment, she thought so. A small bolt of lightning flashed across her smooth skin, causing a small wound on her face. The Queen of Darkness was stunned. Glanced at the wound on his face. Then, she looked towards the tattered Sung Ji-han in front, his hand emitting white smoke. Sung Ji-han raised his eyes and said in a tired voice, after that, black smoke appeared on his arm as if something had burned him. The two looked at each other. The surrounding atmosphere became so quiet that each person's breathing could be heard. Sung Ji-han looked at her, thinking to himself, I was very lucky, because the lightning strike attack came later, so it only delayed the attack for a few seconds. The Queen of Darkness rubbed the wound on her face. Sung Ji-han thought to himself, who would have thought that such a move could create variables? The spear quickly returned to Sung Ji-han's hand. He bowed his head and raised his hand to take it. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes full of determination, now his finishing blow, clutching the spear in his hand. In my heart, I wondered if I had provoked her enough. The Queen of Darkness bit her lip and smirked. The system's voice rang out, congratulations, you have completed the task of provoking the Dark Queen. Her whole body trembled, she touched her face with her hand, glancing down at him with amused eyes. Sung Ji-han looked at her, his face full of questions. A hush sounded in the room. Suddenly a stream of black power rushed forward. Hitting straight at where Sung Ji-han was standing, he quickly jumped up. Sung Ji-han held his spear and prepared to attack those shadows. Sung Ji-han swung his spear towards the shadows. Suddenly, the wound from Sung Ji-han's arm throbbed. He just dodged those black streams of power, glanced at his arm that was burned black just now. The pain was indescribable. Sung Ji-han couldn't help but cry out, "Ugh," he thought to himself, just now, have I used too much? With this condition, he probably couldn't hold out for long. Sung Ji-han glanced at the Queen of Darkness. Furthermore, her attacks became more numerous and faster. A lot of black gas was surrounding his body like vortexes trying to swallow him. Sung Ji-han held the spear tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a black beam passed directly under his feet. Sung Ji-han was caught off guard and cried out, "Erg!" That black aura tied the players behind like a pupa. They cried out, "Ack," in pain. Sung Ji-han looked up in shock. Those black auras directly wrapped around their bodies. They tightened so that they could not move. Their eyes widened in pain, their faces contorted. Sung Ji-han looked at the people tied up behind him. Suspicion arose in his heart. He thought to himself, did she just tie them up and not kill them? He was on guard, thinking, what's the plot? While Sung Ji-han was concentrating on observing, suddenly, his leg was wrapped tightly by something. He bent down to look. It was the black aura from before that was slowly climbing and crawling on his leg. In Sung Ji-han's heart, silently cursing, "Mother." Sung Ji-han glanced up, smirked. Those black auras had climbed up to Sung Ji-han's chest. Did she want to kill him first? Sung Ji-han stared at the Dark Queen standing above. She summoned a sharp black sword from those black auras above his head. Heavenly thunder, his legs seemed to be pulled down strongly by some force. The players tied up at the back groaned in pain, but Sung Ji-han still stood tall, not groaning. He thought to himself, his eyes became sharp and cold, he couldn't move at all, now that black aura had climbed close to Sung Ji-han's face. Above that black sword stabbed downwards, where Sung Ji-han was tightly bound by black air currents. Sung Ji-han looked at the sword in front of him and thought, that attack made me slow down. Sung Ji-han smirked and said, she wants to kill me slowly and painfully. What an evil hobby. The Queen of Darkness stood above, a satisfied face, holding out her hand, muttering a spell in her mouth. Sung Ji-han glanced out at the remaining players behind him. He thought to himself, if this keeps up he will lose first place. Must kill the other guys first. The players in the back, looking at him with cunning and smug faces. Sung Ji-han smirked and thought contemptuously, look at their faces, do they think I will die first? Even though his entire body was tied up, Sung Ji-han's eyes glowed red, exerting spiritual power. But his fingers could move. He put his strength towards his moving fingers, continuously pushing forward. The three players in the back looked at Sung Ji-han who was about to be stabbed by that sword. One person happily said, I don't know what's going on but this is great. The other person smirked, his face showing amusement and replied, I know, she just wants to kill Sung Ji-han. Stop. Suddenly, the three of them stiffened as if something flashed through them, causing pain all over their bodies. The brown-haired man suddenly foamed out of his mouth, his body full of blood vessels. He cried out in panic, you, Erg, he hesitantly asked, gulp, what the hell is going on? His eyes rolled to the sky, he had no strength left, his voice was weak and speechless, my body suddenly stopped. Notification system, player is dead, player is dead, player is dead, one player left 1/100th, three people behind collapse, body gradually disappears. Only Sung Ji-han remained. The Queen of Darkness was using her spiritual energy when she was suddenly surprised by the system's notification. The system's voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have been ranked first in the top 100. Sung Ji-han looked up at her with bloodshot eyes filled with pride. He smirked and said, "Oh no, I accidentally killed all the players. You will be signed out in a few seconds." The Queen of Darkness was angry. She gritted her teeth and looked at Sung Ji-han with cold eyes. She raised her hand to wield the huge sword above. Sung Ji-han raised his eyes to look at the sword, his voice hesitant. It's a bit of a stretch to do that anyway." Before he could finish his sentence, that black sword quickly rushed toward Sung Ji-han's head. It hurt. That black sword stabbed straight into his body, strongly covering Sung Ji-han's entire body, leaving only one arm. That black sword stabbed straight into the ground. A powerful shock spread out, causing dust and rubble to fly everywhere. The giant sword's entire body was covered with billowing black auras. The tip of the sword was deeply embedded in the ground, standing tall in the middle of the arena. The Queen of Darkness stood high above, observing the black aura spreading around. She narrowed her eyes, her face coldly looking down, her hands still controlling her spiritual energy. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What a pity!" The Dark Queen was stunned, her eyes narrowed suspiciously. The black aura was gradually disappearing. Sung Ji-han bent down and walked out with a severed arm floating in the air. Holding the spear in his other hand, he complained, "I almost couldn't dodge it." Once this game was over, BattleNet's influence would fade. He looked up, winking at the Dark Queen. Sung Ji-han stepped out of that black aura and continued, as did her darkness. "What a pity." The Queen of Darkness listened to Sung Ji-han, her face darkened, wrinkles appeared on her forehead. Sung Ji-han stood in the middle of the arena looking up at her, his voice praising, "But you should be happy because you slashed my left arm." Sung Ji-han's left arm was lying on the ground. A mechanical voice rings. The system displays a notification. "The game is over. You are being forced to log out." Sung Ji-han's whole body emitted blue light. He smiled and said to the Dark Queen, "That's it, see you next time." Then Sung Ji-han disappeared from thin air, leaving the Dark Queen full of anger. The system continued to say, "You are logged out. Something went wrong. The solar branch has fallen into your left arm." In a high-rise building. After exiting the game, Sung Ji-han lay down on the ground, his spear also lying next to him, sighing, "Ah." He lay on the ground, his face tired, eyes closed, covered in cold sweat and grumbling. "This game is really difficult," Sung Ji-han thought to himself. Lim-ga, Young, Bron and then the Dark Queen, fight against three, it's really too much for them all in a row. He opened his eyes, thinking, "I still can't calm down. Just now, I was so tense. If I had reacted just a little slower, everything would have ended." Sung Ji-han remembered the memory from earlier, when the Dark Queen's black sword was about to stab her head. "Older brother. Right before the Dark Queen's sword touched me, I focused as much divine power on my finger as possible and severed the blood vessels in the remaining guys' hearts. She's a strong opponent, so I'm worried she'll stop me. But luckily she didn't notice at all." Sung Ji-han smiled with peace of mind, lying comfortably, secretly happy in his heart. In the end he only lost his left arm. "I was so happy." Sung Ji-han remembered the scene of being stabbed by that black sword and his face turned pale with fear. He almost had to endure the pain of having his body crushed and exploded. He propped himself up and sat up, thinking to himself, "This one bet is enough." Sung Ji-han opened the system panel, stared at it, and happily said, "Well, anyway. I also received a lot of rewards." System notifications kept popping up. "You won the top 100, you received a reward of 100,000 GP, you received more experience points, you reached level 5. Sung Ji-han looked at the system notification and thought with satisfaction, after all, it was the top 100, the rewards were at a completely different level. "You have received the title, King of Kings, Bronze." Suddenly a notification appeared that stunned Sung Ji-han. He suddenly understood, "Oh yes, this is also a reward for the winner, right?" The system displays a table explaining the position of the title, the King of Bronze Kings, the title given to the winner of the top 100 promotion round. All stats increase by 5 in Silver Cup and point matches, experience always increases by 50%. Sung Ji-han looked at the system panel with happy eyes, his hand pressed on the system panel, smiling and thinking, "It's finally time to change the title of Pharmaceutical Exam Conqueror." The notification sounds, "You have changed your title." Sung Ji-han couldn't help but think, with this title he will be able to develop faster in the Silver Cup. Sung Ji-han sat on the ground repeatedly pressing the system panel, muttering, "Let's see what the reward is. The first is 10,000 achievement points. The system continues to report, special achievements you have completed winning the top 100, reward 10,000 achievement points. Sung Ji-han was stunned, 50,000 points, special achievement, you finished first place without any gifts, reward 50,000 achievement points. Sung Ji-han was stunned by the system's rewards, he stood still in surprise, he already had 60,000 points. Sung Ji-han looked at those great rewards and wondered, in the end, losing the martial god's gift turned out to be beneficial to me. He smiled happily, this is too good. Suddenly, he glanced down below. Sung Ji-han looked at the cut-off sleeve and the falling shoulder, he was shocked and exclaimed, huh. He quickly sat up, suddenly staring at his sleeve. What, is my left sleeve torn? Sung Ji-han looked at his left shoulder, wondering in his heart, but before that it was still normal. Suddenly he discovered something, his face was shocked, his pupils also became smaller, could it be? I was directly affected by BattleNet. Sung Ji-han panicked, we are still in the tutorial phase, could this really happen? Or is it because the constellation is in existence of a completely different level, there is not a single mark on my hand, let alone any injury. Sung Ji-han took out the cut-off sleeve, staring with a worried expression, what's going on? Suddenly the door to the room opened wide, Yoon Se-ah ran in screaming loudly, Uncle, I'm back. Sung Ji-han was surprised, turned his head to look at her nervously walking in, Se-ah, she walked quickly towards him, her voice still not calm, the broadcast suddenly cut off so I was very worried, Sung Ji-han calmly replied, you don't need to worry. Suddenly Sung Ji-han noticed, wondered, the broadcast was interrupted. Se-ah breathed a sigh of relief, ran her hand across her chest, yes, since you broke the arena's barrier, the transmission was also lost. Currently, people and the media are all in chaos, the press is constantly reporting about Sung Ji-han, and a series of comments are wondering when they see the screen broken and the broadcast line interrupted. Yoon Se-ah looked at Sung Ji-han who was holding the phone to look up and said, this is the first time everyone has seen this situation so they must have been very surprised. Sung Ji-han focused on checking the phone, I know, now I'm received so many messages. Suddenly, Se-ah asked, yes, uncle, after all, that elf is the Dark Queen, right? Sung Ji-han glanced up in surprise, he calmly replied, that's right. Thanks to her, he completed the mission. Se-ah heard Sung Ji-han speak, her eyes immediately lit up, she smiled and said, wow, how lucky. It was not in vain that she tried to find it, before she could finish her sentence, she looked down and suddenly saw something. Se-ah shouted in shock, uncle, what's wrong with your hand? Sung Ji-han still calmly held the phone, glanced a bit and said, it's nothing, I don't know why but it's just the shirt. Se-ah interrupted him, she said with an urgent voice, no, what are you talking about? His hands were turning black, Se-ah covered his face with both hands, his eyes were so panicked and scared that his whole body trembled as he looked at Sung Ji-han's arm wrapped in black auras, he looked down in surprise. What? Sung Ji-han's face showed shock. What's going on? He raised his black arm. Discovered a curse. In Seoul City, Gangnam area, the headquarters of the Divergent Guild. The image of Sung Ji-han defeating other players was being replayed, an English voice rang out, even when watching it again, I still couldn't believe his moves. Another voice continued, his defeat of Baron was amazing, but what happened next was even more shocking. Another voice agreed, yes he destroyed the barrier. Lee Hae-in sat in front of the computer screen, touching her chin with a thoughtful expression, looking at the glowing computer. The coach's voice came from the computer, a bronze-level person broke through the barrier again, I'm very curious about this player's future. She rubbed her head tiredly, closed her eyes and lamented, as I expected. The foreign media also made a big fuss. Hae-in thought to herself, Baron, and the top 100 winner, and then the destruction of the curtain. She narrowed her eyes, thinking nervously, Sung Ji-han, he's getting stronger day by day. Lee Hae-in thought to herself, we have to use every means to recruit him first, but because of this incident, he has become too famous. On her desk is Sung Ji-han's resume. A voice rang out in the meeting room, what should we do? The well-dressed man standing above said, we think he is very valuable. Another person agreed, indeed. Then, a voice commanded, contact him immediately, in Manhattan, New York, USA, the first Union Tower in the United States and Tokyo, Japan. Inside the dining room, there were 3 people talking to each other, one sitting on a chair, picking up sushi, speaking in Japanese. Everything Takeda reported was true. The other sitting in Caesar style on the opposite side, replied, yes, we must recruit Sung Ji-han at all costs. He picked up a piece of sushi, looked towards the young man opposite and asked, "That's the problem, how to recruit him? Didn't he say he would use our money or our loyalty? Can't convince him." The young man hastily replied, "We have a special team, right?" He immediately got angry, slammed his chopsticks on the table and said loudly, "I said that because of the Sword King, we absolutely cannot use them. If she comes to Korea, who will control the Sword King?" The young man replied loudly, "We have our own way, so please don't worry." He was stunned, his eyes opened wide. "Huh?" The young man continued to explain, "Meaning we have ways to attract people." Grave Sung Ji-han while still holding the Sword King. He asked suspiciously, "Was it true?" The young man quickly bowed, nodded to confirm, "Yes, it was true." "She's probably on her way there now." Above a large building, a helicopter was whirring, and below was a group of people. Ryuhei stood and watched silently, saying nothing. Suddenly he asked the girl in front of him, "Until the end you still refuse to tell me, where are you planning to go alone?" Her voice rang out, gently comforting, "Don't worry too much, Ryuhei. It wouldn't take long." She stood on top of the stairs, her whole body emitting pink divine power towards Ryuhei. The sweet voice told him, "You just need to wait quietly, and love me as always." That pink divine power entered Ryuhei's head. He closed his eyes, the blood vessels gradually appears on the face. Suddenly Ryuhei opened his eyes were now pink as if hypnotized, obediently replied, "Okay, I will do as you say." Ryuhei's concerned voice rang out, "Remember to be careful." "Shizuru," she smiled at him with a cold face. Suddenly a bodyguard said, "Let's go, goddess." Shizuru turned around and smiled at him, softly saying, "Yes." She raised her head, closed her eyes to enjoy the natural air and said, "Today's sky is really beautiful, without a single cloud. It's a very suitable day to go find someone." Suddenly, she opened her eyes cold and deep. "Do you think so, Sung Ji-han?" "Seen to a skyscraper, 10 minutes ago, yes sir." Numti replied with a cheerful face, "Yes, I just arrived." His status is indeed not bad. Korean government, Battle Net Department head Kim Numti. He had just stepped out of the elevator door, on the other end of the line. I was very grateful for his support this time. Truly his noble status was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, holding a phone in his hand, smile and talk happily. "It's nothing." Numti waved his hand to signal the bodyguard to retreat, still saying, "You've done so much, I should be the one to solve this problem." Close-up of his face now no longer looks happy, but only shows all the sinister and scheming. "In return for all your efforts, sharp eyes, smiling mouth, now what are you planning in your mind?" "I will definitely pass on your words." To the 2 people who harmed Taiwan daily, just in time, Ji-han and Se-ah pushed open the door and walked in. She walked in front of him, he still had a stern look on his hands. "Let your pockets slowly follow." Unexpectedly, the head of the Battle Net Department came to visit us. There was enough tea and cakes on the table. Numti, haha, I'm very sorry for not being able to visit more often. How are you 2 doing? Well, it's normal, Se-ah quickly replied. Unlike her, Ji-han asked the question directly, making him a little angry. His hand holding the glass of water and bringing it to his mouth suddenly stopped. "But why did he come here?" "Well, the department has decided to reward all of your contributions. Isn't that great?" he asked again. He smiled lightly and held the glass of water tightly in his hand. "Is that so? Thank you." "It wasn't a big deal back then," he added, "but before that." His true face was revealed. He adjusted his smiling face from before. His eyes gradually changed to make people scared. "You and Se-ah need to." He held out his hand upside down, officially apologizing to Taiwan Daily. Se-ah sat there, her eyes widened and she asked apologetically. Numti did not hesitate to ask more questions. It seemed like he had attacked the family of the CEO of Taiwan Daily, right? The fantasy scene was drawn. If he signed a contract to be a promotional model for them, and publicly apologized, both of them knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness, and the arrogant CEO's family looked at them humiliated. Then they said they would forgive you 2 this time. He laughed again, this time closing his eyes. "They were so generous, I refused." He put his hands on the end table and stood up, surprising him. "EA, if that's why you came here today, then please leave." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Not long after, he banged on the table and shouted loudly, "I'm the head of the department, how can you leave while I'm still there? Hey Sung Ji Han." I kept going. "Did you know that Taiwan Daily newspaper is preparing to publish an article about your niece?" "We're talking about the Taiwan Daily newspaper company. Do you know that they can ruin a person's future if they want?" He stood up, pointed his finger at him and shouted even louder. Even if he intended to donate money to charity to whiten his image, others would still look down on him because he was related to the Sword King. Seiya still sat on the chair and helplessly watched him and his uncle leave. Go away. Floating in space, the blood-red aura enveloped that glass of golden liquid. He should feel grateful for being given the opportunity to bow and apologize, but what's with the attitude? That golden liquid, with the control of a bright red demonic aura, slowly flowed straight from the top of Nimti's head. He would regret it. His eyes stiffened. Two black irises seemed to freeze in the middle of his eyes. The shock and surprise were clearly visible on his face. Huh? He pointed his hand. His grandfather and everyone. Everyone wanted to use Seiya to threaten me, he growled. His bitter expression made him angry at Sung-ji. Han. He pushed out each word, gritting his teeth and holding his face disheveled by the water. This damn thing, have you lost your mind? He used his cold eyes to look at him, raised his slender hands. You dare treat me like that? The head of the Korean BattleNet department, he slammed on the table. You probably still don't realize the seriousness of what you just did. Using that face, he pointed his finger directly at you, but you just turned the Korean government and the press into your enemy. Do you understand? No need to negotiate anymore. My article about Seiya will tell them to release it everywhere. You better prepare yourself. He said and left, leaving him and Seiya behind. They stood there, their eyes unintentionally directed at each other, peeking at each other. He happily smiled and told her if she was concerned. She also responded to him happily as if nothing had happened. The afternoon sunlight shines into the Taiwan Daily Newspaper headquarters building. Because that glass of water soaked his shirt yellow, he tried his best to use a towel to wipe the water stains on his face. Those arrogant brats. I have never been treated like that. He won many victories in the BattleNet, so he must feel like he is very good. He tried to complain to the person sitting leisurely holding a cup of tea. Hyunkil, it's so hard for you. Coup of Taiwan Daily Kim Hyunkil. His son quickly called Dad, look at this. The article about Seiya's gift, everyone was talking about it. He happily showed it off. Thousands of detractors say that she is F rank while her family members are all S rank. Really, the daughter of the Sword King, Yoon Seiya received trash gifts. In the family she's all S rank, but getting S rank is also a kind of talent. Haha, I find her a bit pitiful. She shouldn't have accepted the gifts. Is this why the Sword King left her behind? Article with photo of Yoon Seiya, Yoon Sejin's daughter, with a serious expression after coming out of the gift room. What's wrong with the comments here? His son shouted from the beginning, we shouldn't have waited this long to post that article. This is her retribution. Hyunkil gently raised the teacup and said in a low voice that since it's like this, don't be angry anymore. They're being arrogant now, but after they see how this affects them, they'll have to bow their heads and shrug. Just give in. Nimti laughed and said, haha, that's right, sir. Hyunkil's secretary suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Director. Why are you making so much noise? Can't you see we have guests? I'm sorry, but I think you need to see this right away. The screen is projected. Player Sung Ji-han is shocked, exposing Taiwan Daily and the BattleNet department on stream. He and she stood on the rooftop to catch the afternoon sun with the screen turned on. He opened the phone recording and it rang. You should be grateful for being given the opportunity to bow and apologize. But what is this attitude? You have just turned the government and the press into enemies. It's mine. Do you understand? I'll tell them to publish the article about Seiya everywhere, so you better prepare yourself. He slowly confided. Everyone understood the situation. This is what Taiwan Daily and the BattleNet department did to me and Seiya. The stream screen looks like it's about to explode. Why is the department head threatening the players? He's so good and yet they have to treat him well. What the hell? This is why the Sword King left. Haha, our country is great. He still confidently said, the family of the CEO of Taiwan Daily attacked me so that he could publish an article defaming Seiya, and the head of the BattleNet department did this ineffectively. And released an article about Seiya's gift. I used Hermes's monocle to analyze Seiya's gift, he thought, and once the true nature of this gift is revealed, everyone else will see it too. Hyunkil, his son, Nimti watched with sadness and anger. Seiya's gift to all viewers. Seiya, are you ready? Yes, you have opened the status window. F rank late blooming flower gift. Number of game participations needed to upgrade 50. Upgrade conditions to upgrade. Players need to participate in BattleNet matches. F rank effects. Number of game participations daily will increase by 1 each day. The state's natural growth rate increases by 100. Here. Hyunkil's son exclaimed, is this a gift that can be upgraded? There is a stir in public opinion. Does this kind of gift really exist? What is this? That's too strong. Oh my god, there should be more SSS next to F, leveling up alone. If she has a gift like this, every guild would want to have it. Really, this gift will get stronger as time goes by. He pointed his hand forward, as everyone saw that Sea's gift was not useless. I hope all misunderstandings have been resolved. He smiled, this might be better, although I still want to give them more painful blows. He was stunned when he saw that R.E. Gates had donated 100,000 GP. Hello player Sung, I am Robert Gates, recruitment officer of the First United States Guild. He was a bit surprised by the first person in the United States. I'm very impressed with your battles in today's stream. I want to give you a contract to check out. Can I send you a private message? This is probably a way for me to give them more painful blows. He replied that since he had donated such a large amount of money, I had no other choice, but could I show everyone watching the contract? Of course, I'll let you know the amount up front. We can quote a price of $300 million. Oh, how many zeros is that? What the hell? Is he planning to go to the United States? It's only right that he's going. Ha ha ha, look how much money they're offering him. Damn, we lost another talented person. Hahoo. His eyes clearly showed his joy. With so much money, he probably wouldn't refuse. If it were me, I would give up my Korean citizenship immediately. This is good. This is probably enough. Thank you for Mr. Gates's suggestion. The lady standing behind couldn't help but be surprised at how much money that was. Actually, I have a small dream, which is to set up a guild in Korea once I reach the top level, silver. But not only large corporations like Taiwan Daily but even the head of the Battle Net department treated us like this. Hyunkil and Nimti trembled with anger, their faces contorted. That bastard Sung Ji-han. I feel like I can't develop under these conditions when I don't belong to any guild. He suddenly reached out and touched his chest. I really love my country, so I would feel very happy if everyone could help me. Don't act so sentimental. I'll leave this country anyway, as long as he doesn't go to Japan. Ji-han, I love you, goodbye. So that I can stay in Korea with a radiant face and a smile on my lips as I promised myself. Hey, don't say goodbye anymore. You guys go send a letter of complaint to Taiwan Daily. Public opinion is still rushing. What about the department head? Is there a nationwide protest? I don't know. I can do whatever I can. Ji-han, please don't go. Stream has ended. After finishing work, he took the phone and stood in a corner. Uncle, what are you planning to do now? You don't need to worry. Seo stood there dumbfounded. He waved the phone. I'll go solve something real quick. He held up his phone showing the name Lee Haen 0 and then left. Lee Haen held her head up in discomfort. She stood in front of a closet full of things. What should I wear? Why did he ask to see me at this hour? The bodyguard standing next to her said, what are you doing? In her hand, she held two sets, a skirt and a shirt. Well, this one. What about this one? Which one looks like everyday wear but is both natural, professional and attractive? Where are you going? Lee Haen dressed radiantly and tried on the outfit. What did he want to see me so urgently for? Ji-han took the phone to go make an appointment with her. He confronted a group of about 5 people dressed in black and fully armed. He spoke straight to the point. Surely you guys weren't just a group of ninja cosplayers, just passing by chance. The arrow fanned the flames in his hand. The arrow drew his sword. He put away his phone. Probably both. Should I take this opportunity to use that thing? He suddenly thought. His lips moved Ariel. He took heavy steps forward and each step was as dark as darkness approaching him. The other 3 young men stood dumbfounded when they saw his appearance. Arrogant humanity, you called me here just to fight these lowly parasites. Why is darkness enveloping your back? Those young men gradually became shy. It was like they were warming up. They were the perfect opponents for you to test your skills. He raised his arm stained with darkness and smirked, and coincidentally we were in the underground parking lot. This place was already dark enough. Now, the mysterious power of the black shadow enveloped him. Having said that, let's get started. In a closed room, countless corpses were lying everywhere. They were moaning in pain. Ha-hoo. Standing in the middle of that room was the male lead Sung Ji-han, his fists ready and strange black auras hovering around his body as well as the whole room. Sung Ji-han raised his hand that had been dyed black and exclaimed, not bad. It's not bad, it's great. A voice rang out and attracted his attention. You should be grateful to me, human. The soul of darkness is a favor that I have graciously given it to you. She pointed at him and shouted angrily. But Sung Ji-han didn't care at all and scrolled through his phone to call someone. Hello. The other end of the line also quickly responded. Ji-han, that person asked uncertainly. She saw him ignoring him, so it was even more obvious. Angry, are you ignoring me? I just got here, the other end of the line said, and it was because of those words that he stiffened. Sung Ji-han also quickly answered, "Where are you?" He asked, "I'm sorry, actually it's me." On the other end of the line was Lee Hae-in. She heard something and was also stunned. "What, so suddenly?" she asked. "Ah, okay, I'm sure, I understand." She was smiling as she spoke but her face was gradually getting darker. Lim Gaiyong saw her like that and wondered, "What's going on, boss?" "Gaiyong," she called. "I think I just got rejected," Lee Hae-in said with a look of disbelief on her face. She was stunned after hearing that the atmosphere was so quiet at the moment. "After all you were ready to prepare." Lim Gaiyong couldn't believe it and had to ask herself again. At this time in a very beautiful house, a heavy slap fell on Kim Hyun-kil's face, causing him to lose his glasses. He fell to the ground after that shot and raised his hands to cover his face in fear. Cough, cough, cough. "Dad, please let me speak." In front of him was an angry older man holding a knife. The stick is being held back by a bodyguard. He continued to defend himself to save the situation. "I can explain everything, but don't let him continue to say that the man beat him to a pulp." Kim Hee-soo stood to the side and witnessed it. Everyone can't help but be scared. She saw that her father couldn't take it anymore, so she stepped forward and held Kim Tae-won's sleeve tightly, begging, "Grandpa, wait, those bastards started the trouble." The thing is, she was about to continue explaining but he slapped her in the face. That slap made her sit down on the ground, holding her cheek in disbelief. "As for Kim Tae-won, I have always considered you a precious gem because you are the only granddaughter I have. Yet you dare to do something like this," he said angrily. The two of them quickly stood up, knelt down on the ground, face down, not daring to say a word. "Do you know how much our stock price has dropped? If we can't save this case, I will disown both of them." "Child," he continued to scold. "Do you understand?" He continued talking, but Kim Hee-soo didn't seem to hear a word. Her body trembled with anger, biting her lip. Damn it, my plan was so perfect, it was all because of that damn Yoon Se-ah. Yoon Se-ah, she was grinding in anger. Turning back to Yoon Se-ah, who was now standing in a place like an arena, she stood there struggling and confused, not knowing what to do. Let's fight now, that's cool. I'll help later, right? I don't understand the rules very well." Yoon Se-ah still stood there bewildered, not paying attention to someone appearing behind her. A man appeared. He stood there looking at her. "What the hell?" Looking at her so confused, "It must be some unknown girl who just came here," Do Hyung-jun said. He is a relative of Do Hyung-gyu in the Divergent Guild. Agility Gift A, increases agility by 25. This skill is not limited by guild restrictions. He is a potential player, possesses Class A gifts and is agile. He gingerly pulled out the sword in his hand and smiled meaningfully. "I must be very lucky to have such a good gift. I will be in the top 50 thanks to having it in my hand." Confident. And the first person to fight will be, as he thought, he stepped back into a ready position. "You," aiming straight for Yoon Se-ah. "You're done, you newbie brat," he said and slashed down. But very soon Do Hyung-jun was stunned. Yoon Se-ah, who was still bewildered and didn't know when, turned around and used her hand to block his attack. Does this work like that?" she asked. A-Class Turtle Armor, A-Class Artisan Magic Armor, S-Class Speed Shoes, A-Class Stealth Collar, and the system notification bar keeps popping up. Yoon Se-ah gently moved her hand and the sword still in her hand flew away in the owner's surprise. Do Hyung-jun saw his arm shaking and continued to be shocked. The sword that was thrown out just now fell into Yoon Se-ah's hand. "Thank you," she said. While he wasn't paying attention she slashed down, "For giving me the first life." When he was cut, he cried out and disappeared. The sword she was holding also disappeared. Outside reality, Sung Ji-han witnessed everything through the screen. "I'm a little proud, this is not a bad first time." The Shadow Queen's clone came forward from behind. No matter how good she is still a lowly species," she said. The male lead Sung Ji-han heard her say that and responded with no hesitation. "Yes, and you are serving a man of that lowly species," he said. She was stabbed in the heart and screamed, "Just shut up for me." I don't know why she started to get angry. "I'm here to complete the noble task set by my original body. You should be grateful that I'm supporting you a lot. There, do you know how fierce your power is?" Her words made him look thoughtfully at his hands. "Back when he first got out of the game, Uncle, your hand is turning black," Yoon Se-ah said in panic. Sung Ji-han did not answer her but also looked at his own black arm in surprise. Suddenly a red notice board appeared in front of them. "Unknown curse, unknown level, unknown end, draining the player's magic power and experience until the curse is broken." Sung Ji-han looked at the notice board. His face was worried and cursed. He wondered. The girl next to him similarly held his sleeve tightly. "Is this bad?" Yoon Se-ah asked. Even though she worriedly asked, he didn't say anything and just stared at the screen. The form of this system message was like an item description, so Sung Ji-han just interrupted his train of thought and took action. Recovering quickly, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of blue light enveloped Sung Ji-han's arm. Recovered from the shadow of the cursed sun, the system displayed a notification. However, things did not go so smoothly. The shadow's condition was too serious, it could only partially recover. The system continued to display notifications. As soon as he saw that notification, his eyes widened in surprise. The system continued to notify that the condition of the sun shadow was too serious and could only partially recover. Recover quickly, he said. The condition of a sun shadow that is too severe can only be partially recovered. The condition of the sun shadow is too serious, it can only be partially recovered. The recovery is fast, the system keeps reporting, you keep saying a loop has occurred. Then in the end, God did not disappoint, the curse was lifted, the system announced to his relief. The curse feature, unknown, has been unlocked. He raised his hand, it was still a little dark but it was better than before. Sun Shadow, SS level, belongs to the Dark Queen constellation, ranks last, can transform into the Eclipse Dark Sword, you can upgrade it thanks to the Dark Queen constellation, the system appears through believe. Finally, it was completely gone. Sung Ji-han looked at his own normal arm wonderingly. Yoon Se-ah stepped forward and asked worriedly, Uncle, there's your hand, are you okay? Seeing her like that, he also answered, yes, you're fine now. Why are you doing such a terrible thing, you human? A voice rang out, making the two of us stunned. A huge stream of darkness enveloped the room. Sung Ji-han stepped forward to block her, a figure gradually appeared, the two of them were shocked when they saw it. I am the replica of the Dark Queen constellation, Sung Ji-han, my primordial spirit feels very interested in your strength, and my orders are to help you strive, it said, landing on a table. From now on, I will serve you as my master, it said, pointing at him. He looked at it and wondered, what the hell is this? Ariel of the Dark Queen constellation has given you a dark spirit skill, notification system. Black spirit, Sung Ji-han raised his hand and wondered, turning back now he was still staring at his arm. The power allows you to use ghosts as weapons with full authority. I haven't used it to fight in the BattleNet yet, but it will probably be useful. Are you listening? If so, raise the black spirit stats, it said, but he still kept a depressed expression, even though there was now a mosquito buzzing in his ear. Dinner soon arrived on the dining table with a table of hot food. The instructions were so difficult, she lamented, you did very well, it was okay for the first time, he also comforted you. Seeing her appetite, he smiled indulgently, oh yes, uncle, your call made him raise his head, how do you plan to respond to the invitation from the first United States, Yoon Se-ah asked. He probably refused, he replied, she was full of regret when she heard that, really, but they were willing to spend so much money, he quickly replied, in the future I can only do that much. Also, Sung Ji-han put the spoon down on the table. I don't want to join the guild, I want to form my own guild. And I know someone who can back me on this mission, he explained. The next day, Lee Hae-in followed Sung Ji-han's invitation to go to a building and got out of the car with charisma, but very quickly when she met him, surprise appeared. Huh, what? Lee Hae-in was shocked, to the point of taking off my sunglasses. Not only was she stunned, but even Lim Gaiyong, standing solemnly behind, looked at Sung Ji-han and couldn't believe he was the only one calmly sitting there holding a coffee in his hand. I'll say it again. Become the president of the guild I created, he said. What the hell, where did that idea come from? Lee Hae-in couldn't help but ask loudly, he was still calmly sitting there with an indifferent expression. Well, I said I'm the president but let me do the management job, okay, but in reality the meaning is, it's okay to lend me your name. Hearing him say that, Lee Hae-in could only dejectedly retort, I am part of the Divergent Guild. Sung Ji-han was no less competitive and replied, she said she was the sales manager of the Divergent Guild, but she's not a player who depends on them. Hearing his answer, she also knew that she couldn't escape this position that fell from the sky, rubbing her forehead in resignation and saying, anyway, that's all you need as the president, she asked. Even though she reluctantly accepted, she still fulfilled her responsibilities. The guild leader should be a strong player who could represent the guild. Someone like me is more suitable for a manager. Why do you suggest that? She asked. You have a gift to help, right? He said as he put the teacup on the saucer. All jobs give 10% more exp. I'm sure she thinks it's useless because it doesn't combine with exp boosting items. That's what she hates to hear the most, he thought, and just as Sung Ji-han said, her face darkened and even Lim Gaiyong next to her stiffened. But I believe that when she becomes president, the true value of that gift will shine through, he continued to persuade. When Lee Haen heard her say that, he was stunned and didn't say anything. Who knew his heart was full of thoughts? Did he know something that I didn't know? She wondered, how was he so sure? She continued to wonder, maybe it was A grade, but experts all said it was useless. Lee Haen hesitated. I wanted to believe in him because he recognized the value of my gift, but becoming the president of another association, Lee Haen struggled in her mind, as if reading her hesitation. He said, I will also give you a reward. I will give you all the results of future Battle.net matches. Those words made her stiffen and say nothing. Lim Gaiyong looked at you like that with a worried face, mistress. I'll do it, she shouted loudly. Lim Gaiyong was startled when he saw her agreeing. Mistress, I don't know. When Sung Ji-han stood up. Okay, sign here, I'll point. Did she really agree? Lim Gaiyong still tried to ask again, while she was holding back her excitement as she looked at the screen. In the end, she still clicked on the word yes, if she chose correctly. The screen emitted a blinding light. She raised her hand to cover it, but what appeared on the screen made her not believe her eyes. What? On the screen at this time, the support gift, the effect of training will apply to all members of the guild. The growth rate will increase by 200%. All members of the guild will receive an additional 30 points, 100 exp. A new day has begun and everyone is engrossed in their phones. One player was stunned when he saw the screen appear. The stream has started. What is that? One user asked. Sung Ji-han is streaming. Another continued to wonder. Sung Ji-han opened a guild. Users wondered. The guild has been opened. A notification appears. He said he did it, one user said, watching the stream from New York City. Haha, but, who is that woman? One user wondered. Hello, everyone, on the screen is a warmly greeting Lee Haen. You all see the title of the stream, right? Big Tree Festival. What is that? One user asked. Pleased to meet everyone. This is the first stream of the Great Tree Association. I am the president, Lee Haen. I see many people come in and introduce themselves. She's so pretty, one user exclaimed. I've heard her name somewhere before. She's famous as the financial goddess of the Divergence Guild, one user said. What is she doing here? Lee Haen here has an important role in my guild. Sung Ji-han came from behind and his appearance made her turn around. She is the president, as said, he introduced. Now coming to the topic of the meeting, I will show it to everyone, he said, raising his hand to snap his fingers. Lee Haen also stepped aside to give him the screen. Great Tree Guild, Member 5 out of 10, Owner Sung Ji-han, President Lee Haen, Guild Blessing Level, Guild Member Level 1 5 out of 10, Stat Level Increase 1 Stat plus 1, Increase Rate 11th Level Leader, Guild Blessing Effect, all member stats increase by 1 each, all member stats growth increases by 200%, all member experience gain increases by 30% 100, the system notification appears. Growth index 200%, exp 30%, oh my god haha, one user laughed out loud in disbelief, a series of other users did the same, 200% is 1 or 2, I'm dreaming huh, what the hell is 30% expressway, I thought the maximum would be 10%, level 11 growth rate haha, they put all the points into it or something, user I am no being said, but this number is also fake, one person said. The theme of our association is fostering. We are proud that our association has a higher growth rate than other associations. Lee Haen pointed towards the 3 people and continued to introduce. However, our maximum number of members is only 10. Currently, we are just a small association. The current members include the founder of the association, Sung Ji-han. She continued to introduce the information. I'm the president, Lee Haen, Diego Mazid, Yoon Se-ah who just received a gift. Wherever she spoke, the screen panned to that person. Since when did he become Diego's friend? One user asked, and finally through the consignment contract, the screen moved to the lifeless body. Lim Gaiyong, her face is full of boredom right now. It's clear why it's me. There are 5 people in total, she said. What is she doing here Lamau? One user asked. Deposited. One user noticed that phrase. Aha, got it. This is like some kind of Pokemon breeding system that's it. She looked at her face like she didn't understand why she was here. Everyone can watch through the stream, Sung Ji-han said while pointing towards her and waving in a friendly manner. For those who want to join the association or sign a deposit contract, please contact the association president Lee Haen. Uncle, you need to like the name too, Yoon Se-ah whispered to him next to him. He also noticed and said, ah, that's right. The reason our association's name is Big Tree. Seeing his answer, Yoon Se-ah finally smiled with satisfaction. We took it from the phrase Big Tree blooms to refer to flowers that bloom late. The first 2 words are Big Tree. That is the meaning of the name of our Big Tree Association, he said. Inside the arena, a man is fighting. You, so boring. Sung Ji-han, he has a murderous expression on his face and reaches out to look at him. And he was no less competitive, looking at him with murderous intent. I'll finish it in one blow. He put his hands to his sides and a flame appeared in his palms. He threw those two fireballs straight towards Sung Ji-han, who was holding his arms because he was injured. The place where the two spheres flew exploded. He saw the place explode with boredom. Is that all you have? He asked but did not notice a body gradually appearing. Sung Ji-han rushed from behind but he only raised his hand. Before he could do anything, a large electric current enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness. The training ended and a notification appeared. Everything gradually disappeared and so did his body. When he saw that, he smirked smugly. How pathetic. I know you won that time because of luck. He was proud. Well done, Baron. One person came forward to congratulate. You can easily defeat Sung Ji-han with 50% of the power, which next time I will increase it to 75%, he said holding a notice board, and he had a face full of blue veins. Shut up. Lord Baron, another person appeared in the room. The guildmaster wants to see you, he said. What? Deposit? He gritted his teeth in anger. Join the guild that Sung Ji-han founded. Are you crazy or something? Baron asked. No, Baron, you will understand if you watch his stream, he said as he snapped his fingers. The person sitting there was the president of the First Association of America, Robert Gates. He also watched but didn't say anything. Suddenly hearing something made Baron angry without being able to control his power. Are you old? He asked, controlling the floating object. This is clearly a scam. Do I look like someone who needs this kind of help? I'm the strongest person in the world, he asked. Don't mention that bastard in front of me again. Robert Gates sat there without saying anything, and he walked out of the room leaving his things scattered. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. I know he has a grudge against player Sung, but it's gotten to the point where he can't control his emotions. If Baron won't go, then it's best to send her, he said, remembering a blonde girl. That girl is now smiling happily looking at the screen. The player Sung Ji-han, so cool. That girl is a player from the First American Association named Saint Sophia. The stream had started. Both Lee Hain and Sung Ji-han were there to control the stream. Her manager was standing behind watching but seemed dissatisfied with something and looked very uncomfortable. Suddenly something happened on the stream that made her very happy and she immediately told him in the shop, in front of quite a few people, the First American Jihan offered us a lot of money in exchange for the secret of how to do it. Got the Buff Guild, all of China. Hearing that he slowly replied, I only told her just in case but don't ever tell them. She also answered immediately, of course he thought I was the type. What kind of person is that? Hanyan looked at her phone very carefully because she couldn't believe it. There was no way she would have thought her gift would be this great. After going through such things, in her mind she remembered what she said in the guild. A man in a black suit once questioned, did he need a gift from her? And then she herself felt as if the two of them were facing each other. That man gave her advice and words to help her wake up. I'm sure it was a lie to cover up the truth, that he himself is interested in you. Take advantage of this opportunity to seduce him. After talking back and forth, the person finally gave Han a final word. After all, she hadn't done much for our guild, so she turned away and returned to reality. She mustered all her composure and seriously told him, Jihan, I will really try my best with this guild. Seeing that determination, he also broke out in sweat. Why did he suddenly say that? She only needed to be the guild leader in name, and that was enough, she replied fiercely. No, seeing that he gently explained, I wanted to let Han understand that I was planning to leave the guild when I achieved guild achievements and the other members were good enough. But she herself has always lived according to her own prejudices. She slammed her fist on the table in anger. Turn around and ask the manager directly. My dream is to become a guild master. I've started betting on the BattleNet to save money to establish a guild. Right, Gaiyong? The manager himself is also scared. I was so confused that I replied, yes, I don't remember. I just said that and didn't dare to answer otherwise because I was worried that my client would be offended. Seeing that there was someone on his side and sharing the same opinion as him, Heian stood up and put his hand on his chest. So then until I establish my own guild, I will try my best to contribute to the guild. Receive. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately assigned and discussed the tasks. First we will have to set up an office for the guild. We can use the common room in the sword hall, right? Then turn around. He turned around and told the bodyguard, including Gaiyong, could she post an announcement to recruit an editor for the channel? Hearing that, Gaiyong immediately replied, but I'm a bodyguard, not a secretary. Seeing that Hain is busy and happy, I'm so glad. Jihan, I'm over here sipping a cup of coffee and hesitantly thinking, is it okay to tell her the truth now? The scene continues in an interview room. BattleTube editor. Hain was very happy and said, "Thank you everyone for coming here." She asked further, "Can everyone introduce themselves?" The bodyguard was always standing behind her. In front, many candidates were sitting in line waiting for their turn to be interviewed. The first person is also the first candidate to introduce. "Yes, hello, my name is Yo Yoonji." This person's face is good looking, but it seems like it's the first time, so she's a bit scared. She also added, "I have been making commercials and other promotional videos since I was in high school, and in college I majored in this field." "Hey, and when I saw your resume and your way of speaking," then she told herself, it's not bad. I was in a hurry to find someone, but she was better than expected." That's a point in Hain's heart. She replied, "Thank you. So next person, your name is so unique, Li Zhu." The second person is a young man who also looks very polite and well-groomed. He would also like to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm very excited to work for boss Sung Ji-han. I'm Lee Gambit. Nice to meet you, Miss." Association leader Lee Han. The guy also told himself, "I can edit and also run ads. I can do everything you need. I'm the pearl of the era, Lee Gambit." Listening to his arrogant words, Mr. Hain was also a bit surprised, and the bodyguard standing next to her was also holding a sword for defense. Seeing that the atmosphere did not seem to be very happy, he reassured her, "I mean, did I not? I've respected Jihan since his early streaming days." And then he raised his hand to say hello and winked to show off his handsomeness. "So my head was filled with perfect ideas for Jihan's channel. If you hire me, I will dedicate everything to my work. Great meeting. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, he also pointed at her hand. There were only 3 people in the whole room that day. Everyone was being interviewed slowly and politely. It was only when he did such ridiculous and funny things that it made the atmosphere completely awkward. Hain was also calm and polite. Thank you. Please sit down." The guy also replied, "Yes ma'am," but inside Hain was still wondering, "I called him for an interview because of you. I'm a BattleTube creator streamer, but what kind of madness is this?" Her expression speaks of discomfort, and it's confusing to not understand what those people are doing here. She started calling. Next, the third person, also a guy, but this time he seems more mature and mature. He introduced, "Hello, I'm Kim Jenwoo. I have 4 years of video editing experience at 20 Guild, and I can proudly say that I have extensive experience in the BattleTube video industry. If recruited, I will take advantage of all my experience, ensuring that I will become a member with the most contributions to the association." Hain also tried to ask him more tactfully, "That guild is quite famous in the country. Why did you apply to join us?" He also kindly replied, "Even though the Big Tree Guild is a new guild, but having Sung Ji-han as the guild's leader is already very famous, and still, I believe that this position will help me perfect my skills." Lee Gambit sat next to her, feeling a little jealous and did not expect that his opponent had so much experience. After talking and interviewing all 3, Hain immediately felt that he had a lot of experience and was very successful in this interview. But to see what the next situation would be, she also said, to Jenwoo, "Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?" Although he only had a simple question, it made Hain dumbfounded after hearing that Mr. Sung Ji-han did not participate in this interview. Then he added, "Well, I'm the manager. You must be his fan." "Aha, I understand." Then Mr. Jenwoo also asked, "So which floor of this building does he live on?" Hain heard the question being asked and faltered in replying, "That." Before she could answer, Gambit stood up and interrupted her, "Wait a minute, I've been a bit annoyed with you." Unprepared, he stood up and took Jenwoo's shirt. His face was fierce and angry, his hand clenched into a punch. "But here I was the one who waited the longest to meet Sung Ji-han. I know you like him too, but don't invade my privacy." It turned out that all along it was just Gambit's imagination. He still put it on Jenwoo's shoulder and was about to say something, when suddenly something rolled in newspaper fell from Jenwoo's body. Seeing that, Gambit suddenly called out politely, "He just dropped something." When everyone saw clearly again, it was a knife, rolled up in paper like that to avoid prying eyes. He asked, "A knife?" Hearing that, Jenwoo clenched his teeth angrily. He quickly took the opportunity to grab it and tore it out of the newspaper. Raising threats, "You disgusting minions of Sung Ji-han, you think you can run the guild smoothly after ruining the image of the Sword King," he said as he kept waving his hand, "Sharp, sharp knife." Then he cursed, "That bastard didn't come back because of that bastard." Stop, it seems like the bodyguards and Hain have realized something, the Sword King family. And the person Jenwoo intends to kill, first is Hain. "I will kill this bitch to teach him a lesson to remember." Gambit saw that he had insulted her too much. From behind he grabbed the hem of his shirt. Hold it tightly and slam it hard onto the floor. It caused him pain, so he quickly put his hand under his chin to prevent the injury, but he could still curse, "You." At this moment, Gambit looked very powerful, his hands clenched fists, determined to fight. Because he thought that having a knife would give him an advantage, Genwu took the knife and glided across it, but it didn't hit him. You wanted to die first, right? Gambit. He clenched his fist and punched him, causing both people and knives to fly out. There was no way to block them. Because he was too weak, Genwu had to endure the situation because he didn't know what to do. One more punch and he rolled over and lay down. After defeating him, he turned away. Seeing the battle, Hain called him back to wait for this person. Then she began to analyze according to her thoughts. Initially he was a gold-ranked athlete but deliberately lowered his rank. His content was to lower his rank to be better than others, attracting many people's attention. She analyzed and drew conclusions gradually from his back. This personality, his, is a bit strange, but his skills, those are her thoughts, because she herself is also very confused about who he is, for fear that people will suspect him, and chuckled softly. Kia is truly amazing. Even though he has gone through such an incident, he is still always happy and brings positive energy. Still in the same style, he raised his phone without forgetting to say hi. Oh, I have to take a photo. The title will be I protected Jihan from the persecution of the Sword King family. Turned down and grabbed it. Genwu's caller pretended to be joking. Hey, I'm going to stream now, so stop bothering me, okay? Seeing that he was causing more and more trouble, Hain told her bodyguard. Guyong called the police. The bodyguard obeyed and did it right away. Yes, boss. In an apartment complex, each house was stacked quite high. Sunlight glimmered through each door. Suddenly a voice rang out from one house asking, "Is that so?" It turned out that was the conversation between Hain and Jihan. He angrily told her, "He chased me, not Xia, that bastard." She slowly gently reassured, "It's okay, the situation is okay," was resolved at that moment. Jihan picked up the phone and said, "Sorry, I should increase security, maybe we should continue looking for an editor." She answered him immediately, "Well, that's not necessary, we have another good candidate, send him a notification right away." Gambit returned home after that interview, thinking that if he chased and defeated the other person like that, he would pass smoothly, but for some reason, he arrived home but the results were still not there. He clutched his head frantically. When will the results come? Even though it had only been a day, his heart was restless with many indescribable emotions. Thoughts appeared in Gambit's head. I'm sure I won't be rejected, or am I too excited? I should have personally defeated that Sword King family heretic. When he heard his phone ring, he immediately grabbed it. Receiving a notification on his phone not only made him unhappy but also surprised him. His eyes read each word attentively, sweating. Announcement of interview results. Congratulations on passing the interview for the editor position of the Great Association. We will send you the necessary information via email in the next few days. Please prepare in advance. Thank you. Those are the messages that successful candidates will receive. But the person who passed was not Gambit but Yo Yoonji. She received a bright and happy notification. Wow, I was accepted. The housekeeper standing behind knew this and was secretly happy, as expected of a goddess. She hesitantly said, but is it really okay to go in there as an editor? I don't want to cross the line, but editing videos is a bit difficult." The housekeeper comforted her, "Don't worry." Hearing the encouragement, she slowly took off her glasses and gave a cunning smile. "Editing? That's my expertise. Why couldn't I do it? I swore loyalty to Jihan. I even discovered the plot of the Sword King family. I also defeated them. Everything was perfect." One of his fans responded with a message, "Why don't you apply to be a bodyguard instead? Haha, your way of telling the story is so true." This message made me suddenly wake up. Jihan is worried about being attacked right now. I have decided, from now on I will go in a different direction and become a bodyguard to protect Jihan. Back to Sung Jihan's side. At this time, he started the live stream and entered a new map. This was the first map to appear on Jihan's live stream. Jihan, welcome to Gangnam area. This game mode is invasion. Look at the few red stone pillars in front. Jihan suddenly exclaimed, "It's been a long time." Just then the girl Lim Guyong appeared behind Jihan and said, "What do you mean? This is probably your first invasion mission, right?" Jihan and Lim Guyong teamed up to carry out the mission smoothly. Specifically for this smooth process was Lee Hain's irresistible order to sign up to join Jihan, especially, join the game with him and promote the guild's content. If you have the chance, please level up with Mr. Oncer. So Jihan had to boast to Lim Guyong that I only saw this map during the live stream. It felt so refreshing to be on this map with a party. Sung Jihan raised his hand towards Lim Guyong and said, "I'm looking forward to playing this game with Ems. Lim, this is the second time, right?" Lim Gaiyong also politely shook hands with Jihan and replied, "Yes, I look forward to playing with you. I can't believe that at first she and Li Hain wanted to recruit Jihan to a different guild, but now they've joined the opposite of Jihan's big guild. I can't believe I was recruited, employed by the man I am trying to recruit." Right now, behind the two of them, blue lights also appeared. "Ah, it seems like everyone has finished pairing up," she thought to herself. Sigh, "I should try my best to practice when everyone is ready. Things have come to this." But coincidentally, the three people who just appeared were the promotion team of the Divergent Guild. As soon as the three of them arrived, they recognized Gaiyong right away. Gaiyong. After all, they had been in the same tent before, which they thought would be an impromptu meeting, but it seemed like they were closer than what they thought, the viewer thinks. There was no fight or internal conflict going on here. They were surprised to see you, Gaiyong. I heard you were invited by the Daeg Association. It's really nice to see you like this. The people inside next spoke up. "Ah, Sung Jihan. Oh my god. Hello," she replied. "Yes, hello." The people at the guild divided and asked Gaiyong, "How did you get there? How is the Daegi Guild? When will you return?" Gaiyong, "You won't leave forever, right?" Among these people, there was also a guy who was madly in love with Gaiyong. He was very happy to see Gaiyong again because since the day Gaiyong left the Divergence Guild, he always felt like every day was as long as hell on earth. In his heart, this guy was thinking about the scenario that after Gaiyong won the silver medal, he himself would be the first to join the team and guide Gaiyong. When Gaiyong won the silver medal, I wanted to join the party. First she organized and taught her many things, then the two of them dated, fell in love and got married. Everything was already in mind. Unfortunately, life is not like a dream and the source of everything according to him comes from this person named Jihan. Sung Jihan, it is your fault that my Gaiyong left the association. Because this was both Jihan and Gaiyong's first invasion mission, the three members of the Divergent Association wanted to explain a bit to them. In this invasion mission 10 players will be divided into two teams, Angel Base and Devil Base. This is a 5-on-5 team match, divided into 3 lanes, top, mid, and bot. If you can overcome all 3 routes and destroy your opponent's fortress first, you will be the winner. The two teams need to remember that there are also jungle areas, in the remaining places that are not on the 3 main routes. In these forests, 1,000-year-old dragons and many other monsters will appear. Every time a player kills a monster in the forest, they will receive many different types of buffs, which can help them gain an advantage in the match. Hey, on Yan's side and everyone else is in the evil team. After hearing the news, Jinhan raised his hand and asked the team, "Is there anyone in the jungle who doesn't remember to be punished?" They thought that Jihan was new, but they didn't know that most of the jungle monsters were level 60 years or more, so for them, they were all level 40 or below and Gaiyong was level 20 plus 5, which was the reward for the top 100. It's clear that no one is strong enough to fight forest monsters. The old magician who had a grudge against Jihan let out a hum. Then said, "You are new so you don't know anything. You don't need to worry about this mission at all, Mr. Jihan. All you need to do is listen to us." The magician turned to his two teammates and said, "I will give Gaiyong and Mr. Jihan some tips, so you two can go to the bottom lane first. Okay, we will go." As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Jihan, no matter how excellent you are in the Bronze Cup, in this Silver Cup you are just a newcomer. In a team match like this, if you want to play alone, you will just be a disruptor. I will take this opportunity to show Gaiyong my experience." Then the magician pointed to the red and blue soldiers in front of him and explained, "Now do you see those little ones there? Do you two see them? They are called minions. The attack model of they are simple but difficult for the gambler, so he must defeat them with his teammates. Even if we die, we will be revived in a minute, but please never rush into the enemy. Be careful because we can be pushed out." Before he finished speaking, Jihan interrupted, "We all have to do our best not to die while fighting, right?" At this time, Jihan began activating the dark power to transform his left arm, ready to fight. Immediately after that, Jihan walked forward and raised his dark left arm towards his opponent. "This is my first time using the sword shadow in battle net. I'm curious how good its effect is." And he himself, facing her 100 net swords on the day of competition was too huge and powerful. But if using 8 swords to deal with such humble opponents, perhaps it wouldn't be too difficult for Jihan. I saw very quickly that many dark swords appeared above the heads of those soldiers. Simply, with one hand, all those dark swords flew at the same time to cut the bodies of the opposing soldiers, make many pieces. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the magician still bewildered. Gaiyong was also quite used to this and then said, "I think we can go now." After about a few minutes of moving, Jihan received a notification, "You have defeated 50 demon soldiers who recognized you and blessed you all." 20% increase. With this score, at this moment I can go into the forest by myself. Jihan turned around and said to Gaiyong, Gaiyong, huh. Now I'll leave everyone here, please wait for me for 10 minutes. Gaiyong didn't quite understand why everything was going well, why suddenly Jihan wanted to separate from the team, what, he was going somewhere. Jihan pointed straight inside the forest. Then said, I went to level up my strength. Without waiting for Gaiyong to wonder, Jihan immediately rushed straight into that deep, scary forest. What were you planning to do? No Jihan, if you go, what will happen here? Just as Jinhan, who had just left behind Gaiyong, the magician from before suddenly jumped straight forward, holding his wand in his hand, intending to sneak attack Gaiyong. She turned her head and saw that the magician was about to sneak attack her. Gaiyong quickly reacted and immediately pulled out his sword to counterattack. However, looking closely, Gaiyong discovered that he was actually creating a shield to protect himself, not a sneak attack. Next to her, Gaiyong had two guys from her opponent's side, attacking her going back 5 minutes ago. The magician was extremely upset when Jihan showed off beyond his imagination. Sung Jihan, the name that arrogance. All my plans were ruined because of him. I wanted to show Gaiyong how smart I was. But suddenly, the magician realized something. Currently, his two teammates in the Divergent Guild are playing bot lane. He and Gaiyong are at the top. He can send Jihan so that he and Gaiyong stay at the top. With a weapon in hand, he intended to secretly attack Gaiyong, so without hesitation, the magician jumped straight to create a shield to protect Gaiyong's safety. After Gaiyong discovered the opposing team's attack, he was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the other team would actively attack them. Why did Jihan disappear at this moment? Did he let this happen on purpose, the magician? It seems like he's having a hard time keeping this shield alive as his body has begun to tremble non-stop. As soon as he finished speaking, the magician spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the shield he created was also breached by the opponent. With just one attack from the enemy, the mage fell to the ground and began to disappear. The magician sighed, I'm sorry Gaiyong. I think it's too late to tell you this. But, I like her very much. As soon as he finished speaking, the magician disappeared in front of Gaiyong. The two people on the opposing side felt what the hell was going on. This is a game that can revive lives. In about a minute, he will automatically revive again. It's nothing but life and death forever. After the romance is over, can we take action? The magician next to us reminds us, don't let your guard down. It's a 2-on-1 battle. It's Lin Gaiyong. She's a rising star, of another association. Gaiyong was so angry at Jihan right now. This bastard, where did he run off to at this time? That bastard Sung Jihan, where did he go? If this is a team game, then he has to act with the team, yes. Why, at this moment, Gaiyong was feeling a huge dark power radiating from within that scary forest. This terrible power made her tremble all over. At this time, inside the forest, Jihan was standing in front of a forest monster, a two-headed wolf. The monster, most commonly seen in jungle areas, is nearly 3 meters tall and has jaws strong enough to crush a human skull. This monster, most common in the forest but usually, requires 3 silver rank players to defeat it. But, that's just for regular players. As for Jihan, he was an exception. He simply used his physical strength to beat the two-headed wolf, causing him to become dizzy. The two-headed wolf, taking one punch from Jihan seemed like it wasn't enough to scare him, so he shook his head and then rushed to attack Jihan repeatedly, causing him to jump high to avoid it. As Jihan jumped up, he started to get serious, and dark power began to appear in his left arm. After that, I saw a dark sword appear from nowhere and cut off the head of the two-headed wolf. This sword is really cool. Causing Jihan to remember that the Eclipse skill was an SS rank weapon that the Dark Queen used in the promotion battle. It was a dark sword that could only be summoned by the Dark Spirit user. The shape will become unstable if not controlled well, so it's very difficult to handle, but I'm sure it can be done. You have achieved the Silver League Jungler achievement. You have received 1000 achievement points. These things are completely in Jihan's calculations. I know I will gain achievement points thanks to this. If he continues to kill monsters in the forest, he will definitely receive more achievements and points. Also, I'm sure I will get other achievements if I kill all the monsters in the forest, but Jihan also needs more kills from other players. But looking back, I see the team's kills. Why are there more demons than the Angel team over there? It turned out that at this time, the knight of the Angel team was stabbed in the middle of his chest by a dark sword and suddenly died. Next to him was a mage who was extremely scared by this power. it turns out that the person who did this is the tiny version of Ariel, the Dark Queen. I don't know where this little elf came from. It seems like the Dark Queen doesn't intend to kill the remaining guy, but lets her go, leave it to Gaiyong to handle. Because she didn't like to get involved, she left the magician over there, and from an hour later used all her strength on fire magic to buy a big explosion. Immediately, created by him, he blew everything away and engulfed it in flames, but from within that giant fire. Gaiyong jumped high, then flew forward with a sword in hand, the fate of a magician when approached by a swordsman. Perhaps not everyone can understand. The peach blossom sword technique immediately killed the magician. Gaiyong walked over and thanked the Dark Queen, but immediately received a disdain. "Thank you for your help. Ha, I don't need it from a lowly species like you." The more she talked, the more angry the Dark Queen became with that bastard Jihan, forcing me to stay here with you since he left. That arrogant bastard dared to force me to fight for him. He understood a little. Yes, it seems that this little girl is a little spirit summoned by Jihan. Personality, quite strange. Gaiyong took back his sword. It seems that Jihan is not as irresponsible as she thought, thinking he abandoned his teammates while participating in the team tournament. The Dark Queen, still crossing her arms there, arrogantly said, "You must have been very upset when he ran away on his own." "No, but when will he come back?" Returning to Jihan, it can be seen that there are many corpses of two-headed wolves around him and countless monsters in the forest that Jihan killed. But at this moment, Jihan suddenly felt an extreme headache. Around him there was a lot of green toxic gas spreading everywhere. At the same time, right behind Jihan a strange, giant animal slowly walked forward. Immediately after that, a red warning appears indicating an abnormal status. The poisonous green smoke enveloped him, then two round eyes like long and seeds appeared in the darkness. He covered his mouth with his hand. Still in shock, he immediately encountered a purple shadow flying across his shoulder. Turns out, it was the long, winding tongue of a crystal cup. He quickly dodged its attack. "Lift your body and jump 2 steps away. I thought I wouldn't win." But his tongue touched his arm. Jihan hugged his left arm and said he hadn't seen her for a long time. "Doc Team Thu, in this gloomy place, there is that cup that dominates one direction." The toad took its tongue, wrapped itself around its prey, and poisoned a green forest monster that used poison as its main weapon. People died because of it. Because it was a high-level monster, it rarely died. When appearing in the silver cup, in the low-level dungeons and invade, only low-danger monsters will appear. His hand rested on his chin, thinking in front of a red screen, "Not suitable for your trophy at all. Detected, an abnormal state of poisoning, all indicators decreased by 50. It also uses these annoying debuffs. I just arrived, something happened. Sung Jihan is going to the forest. Is he in the silver cup?" That toad, bulging its big belly out as if showing its majesty. Once there, his eyes softened. It opened its mouth wide, spitting out green fluid that shot towards him. With extraordinary skills, he spread his legs and used his arms to support himself, avoiding those sticky substances. Those things passed over him and hit the wall behind him. Realizing that the attack was unsuccessful, it extended its tongue as long as a rope, moving quickly and whipping it forward. His hands, holding a sharp stick, stabbed straight into that damnable tongue. Now those hands were not normal but gradually degenerated, surrounded by a purple-black evil spirit. "Bald old man, he is doing very well. There are always people watching him through the stream screen." He threw that tongue away, using his strength to suffocate it. In feeling like he's filming a martial arts movie himself. His eyes are close to the speed of that green water. Although it can only attack a certain distance, it is very fast. Its saliva is poisonous. You have to be careful not to touch it. Enter. Without covering it, she used her tongue to wrap tightly around his arm. Jihan and the toad stood side by side, its tongue now straight, tightly holding his hand in that sharp iron bar. Now it releases the slime that wraps around its tongue and brings it towards him. Jihan then fell into a passive position. He gritted his teeth in anger. He turned the situation around, using his unbound arm to attack it. Arg, that toad seemed to have been attacked and jumped up in panic. After this incident, his hands were covered with black smoke like acid that gradually destroyed his hands. Ha! The toad's fate is to lie down there and die. He was full of dissatisfaction and sweating when fighting this monster. Oh, it seems it's not dead, it's just pretending, but now it's standing up and using its strength to create a round mass of slime that's collected in all directions and into its mouth. It looks so angry. He stood there hesitantly watching it show that he was fighting back against him. Opening its mouth as wide as possible, it spit out the round mass and rushed towards him. That ball flew above his head, waiting to fly down at any moment. Jihan's posture remained the same, preparing to fight it to the end. The scene of panic when the sphere broke apart poured down on him like water. Will Jihan still survive this time? This girl's thick lips and slanted eyes are truly extremely ugly. Almost dead, it stood looking at him for a long time. Whoa, he dodged this. Top things that survivors always say. I almost died. The red sphere covered his body to prevent the substance from damaging his skin. The blue light emanating from his body seemed to be healing. Using multiple buffs at the same time would be in big trouble. He smiled happily. You have eliminated the two-headed wolf. All of your stats increased to 30. The toad still stood looking at him. Now it was a counterattack. From the direction of the light, hundreds of thousands of sharp purple and black arrows rushed towards it. At the end of it all, he collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. He thought to himself, isn't that enough to kill it? It's really good at defending. Jihan stood on his feet better than me, so he quickly killed it and... That demon, as if hearing his thoughts, glared its bright eyes at his small body compared to it. What's wrong with him? The poisonous fox is trying to attract females. It's so weird. His eyes suddenly filled with tears, waiting for this. The eyes glowed like two bright car headlights, obscuring the inside of the eyes. Outside, looking in from the forest, all we see is a sky filled with blue smoke and an explosion of kinetic gas spilling everywhere. Wet pools of water everywhere. What? Quickly cast the immortality spell. It's not dead yet. He knelt down on one knee, his hand holding the sword to support him, the other arm covering his mouth and coughing because the explosion was not small. He looked up, his face was covered in dirt and sweat. I didn't expect it to self-destruct. An unusual state of poisoning was detected. All of your stats decreased by 90 and the remaining time was 5 minutes. I should have killed it right away. He stood up and coughed. Fortunately, the debuff didn't last long. I'll wait until it wears off. Why doesn't the achievement window open? I should have a reward for killing all the jungle monsters. A foot larger than an elephant stomped loudly on the ground. He turned his face and looked up, but those eyes were bright. The only difference was that they were no longer green but had turned blue, and his belly was now a blood-red color. A real female came. Turns out this is another toad. Why are those two toads in the silver cup, honey? He suddenly trembled. Killing another one while poisoned was really dangerous. If I made a mistake and died, all my buffs would disappear. His strength also seemed to be protesting. Even so, it would be a shame to give up like this. Is there any other place where I can get extra buffs? That is, the sound of fighting and his eyes regained vitality. The screen turns on. Wait, where exactly am I? He could see something. His eyes suddenly lit up. Smile, maybe there's something interesting again. It's time to go back. A square map with two main centers, red and blue. He is standing near the archer and warrior. A girl, holding a bow pointing forward. Be careful, it flies straight into the opponent's face. Are you okay? Now there's only one person left on the other team to play against too. Alright, we've defeated the warrior. The Divergent Guild isn't that good. Is the team of angels and archers smiling happily? We have to continue. This young man is thinking about the map. The mid players are still fighting, so here I need to have the upper hand. A strong wind blew towards the two of them. That noise, he now came down from above and ripped off the leaves still flying in the air while below was the endless pursuit of that female toad. He jumped down and landed with his feet on the ground, surprised. The other two were surprised, their eyes wide open, not understanding anything. He turned around and looked dangerous. He found it. Everyone supported me. He called on the other two people. They also stood ready behind him to support him. Returning to the time 5 minutes ago, Jihan was holding the dark sword in his hand, standing in front of the ferocious giant green frog wild animal. His sleeve was torn. He was sweating and worried, thinking, I have to lure this one to the bottom lane first. After receiving the buff to kill the player, I will finish it off in one hit. Thinking about it, he turned around and wondered why it was standing still like this. Maybe it was plotting something. Seeing such a situation, someone commented that, what if it really thought he was a male toad? Others countered, toads have very poor eyesight. Sure enough, he correctly guessed that this forest monster was a female toad. It suddenly showed off its cute cheese sticks in front of Jihan. He was helpless, a little embarrassed and didn't know how to deal with this monster. Suddenly, the frog opened its mouth and fiercely ran after him. As expected, it had planned to pretend to be innocent and cute to deceive Jihan, but it did not expect that he had prepared it in advance. He ran forward and shouted, "Oh, I have no intention of attacking." It seemed that the frog girl was infatuated with Jihan's handsomeness and ran after him, calling. The scene changes back to the present. The warriors fighting in this battle all shout loudly, "Why are the monsters in the forest here?" They are quite shocked when they don't understand why the forest monsters are coming to the road to fight the soldiers. Perhaps there is some force that makes it chase. Suddenly, the frog monster's eyes lit up like car headlights. It was using all its strength to radiate green gas all over its body, and then slowly that gas spread everywhere. It seems that this gas is not a normal gas, it is the evil weapon of that frog monster. On the devil's side, when poisonous gas enters the nose, everyone gasps, and spurts out blood. Notification system, abnormal status, poisoning has been detected. Everyone was crawling and crawling, some were kneeling down. The devil's team friend immediately spoke up, "Are you crazy? Why did you bring this hellish thing here, huh?" As he spoke, he looked up at Jihan's mysterious dark sword. Perhaps he knew Jihan would do something. Jihan smiled smugly, waved his sword and said, "Sorry, but I will finish you guys." Before the frog's eyes, he launched blows to defeat two opponents. The system rang again with a notification that the abnormal poisoning status had been cancelled. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. The swelling was finally over. He felt more comfortable now. "Thank you, thanks to you too, I received an extra buff." The system continues to sound, "Your double kill stat has increased." Suddenly the good frog's face darkened as if he was trying to say something. Sure enough, he used all his strength to vomit all the green toxic slime from his mouth to harm Jihan. Fortunately, for him, he was able to react in time. He was able to catch a move from the frogman. Taking that opportunity, he immediately jumped up and brought his sword down with a strong force on the frog's body. His shadow blade slashed, make two green frogs. And then, he sent the green frog to visit the king of hell. The bewildered gunner next to him suddenly opened his mouth and whispered. On the other side, Jihan was confused about the system, not knowing if there was an error or not that caused so many notifications to appear. "Chimpanzee, you have defeated the poisonous toad, your stats have increased a lot, the hidden quest has been completed, you have received 10,000 achievement points." He was pleased, thinking that the stomach was delicious. It was indeed a difficult job that had its price. The system continued to display a notification that the next mission in the disciples' traces had been unlocked. After receiving the mission, he turned to ask about his teammates. He called out, "Hey, Gunner. I went to the forest without knowing how things were going, what the situation was like." The other ADC immediately replied, "Yes, Gaiyang pushed most of the top towers and mid was about half I think, we were losing in the bottom lane, but you saved us." The gunner looked at the approaching soldiers and said, "We just need to kill those soldiers to gain the upper hand." Okay, Jihan looked at his precious sword and said, "Let's solve this quickly." The scene changes to the mid lane. The mage is taking a lot of hits from the opponent. He dodges one move after another, without having a chance to counterattack. The magician shouted loudly, "Stop sticking around like a coward, come out here and fight like a man." Before he could interrupt, the opponent's guy immediately responded, "What if you psychotic bastard, what if you're jealous, turn it back on yourself." The mage, the angel team, gritted his teeth and thought, "Oh right, we just need to destroy that pillar, there's no one to aggro him so we'll just stay here." Suddenly, he called out loudly, "Ha Sung Jihan." The magician, on the other side, was suddenly scared when he heard Jihan's name. Panicked as to why Jihan could enter his tower, he reflexively turned his head back, but unfortunately there was no one there. Taking this opportunity, the magician from the evil team smiled evilly and proudly rushed forward. But he was stupid. When the enemy was still defending in the tower, he was immediately given a spell by the tower that made him fall down. The mage on the enemy side immediately laughed and said, "Oh, are you using these dirty tricks now?" He gritted his teeth in anger and regretted that he had thought too shallowly, and had not had time to think before acting. "Okay, I can't do it alone." From inside the pillar he stepped out, waving his sword proudly and said, "You've been holding out for a long time, then go up to the number board." Suddenly, he felt like someone was saving him. He reflexively looked up and was both happy and embarrassed. It was Gaiyang. She waved her hands and used her sword attacks, but unexpectedly, with just a basic attack, she successfully knocked down her opponent's tower. Landing on the ground, she immediately glanced at the mage on her team. His eyes were cold as if he was commanding something, "Just try it." The magician immediately understood and quickly cast the spell. Use all your strength to fight back against your opponent. After a loud bang, the other guy went to the board to count the numbers. The mage of the angel team gasped, his arms crossed and crawled on the ground. Gaiyang stood and asked if he was okay. I think this match will end when the bottom lane is resolved. The mage saw the person he liked saving him and couldn't hold back his emotions, looking weak and cute. While the two of them were talking, he didn't pay attention. Ariel is behind them. At that moment, Jihan came running with his sword and the gunner. It turned out she had arrived first. The magician saw Jihan coming and immediately pouted, thinking, how dare he intrude on his private time with her. Jihan immediately said, sorry for being gone for so long, I owe you one. No matter, the summoning spirit you left for me worked quite well. It turned out that Ariel, Jihan's minion, followed to help Gaiyong. Upon hearing that, Ariel responded angrily, I am not a summoned spirit. But surely, the angel team has given up. They don't even come out of the resurrection altar anymore. We just need to destroy the last tower and we're done. I understand, then let's end it, Gaiyong asked in surprise. Huh? Having said that, he walked towards the demon team's resurrection altar. His teammates saw him act so hastily and shouted loudly, Jihan, that way is the resurrection altar. The magician was revived, and said angrily, damn, why did they play like that? The fighter immediately said, why are you here? Sit here and give up. After saying that, the magician immediately sat down and endured the battle. The two suddenly saw Jihan holding a sword in his hand and walking towards the altar. He raised his voice and reminded, hey, there's nothing for you here, we've lost anyway, why did you come here? He ignored what they said and prepared to swing his sword for a fatal blow to end it. Oh, he's going to attack. It's so funny that I'm a new player, the barrier will pop up anyway. While speaking, I saw a black aura surrounding the fence. A few people inside gasped and said, oh my god, this demon has lost his mind and you shouldn't attack this place. Jihan immediately laughed proudly, oh, is that so? I don't really know the rules, I'm new after all.